Chapter 1 Redu Seto Cannon Fodder? Chunimo. Ad Effective Espiritualvian. Heavenly Dragon Dynasty. Ad Awakening Platform in the Imperial Capital. There Senant Voice O Fe Nelda Reverbera Tethruti Air, causing the crowd surrounding the square Torupton Telecophoniuf whispers. Ad Effective Espiritualvian? Duis Thought Note Impliatus Themos Stinfree or of Spiritual Veins. O9 Capabai O Fivin Initiating the Path of Cultivation? Tobane Capabai O Fintering the Path of Cultivation Signifies Thatchin Mois, Fori Vertestined Tobadi Void of Fan a Possibility of Martial Advancement. I for an ordinary person, it will be thing, Butas the third young master of Chin family, highs not different from a waste. If this news spreads, the Chin family will suffer immense humiliation. I hard that Chun mo tended skullen hiji outh but way, zexpeleduito speraptitude. With neither literary nor martial prowess, it seems Chin family can hardly accommodate him now. The clamor of voice Sakota crossed a spacious square, Evergus fixate don Thessalotera figure standing upon the awakening platform. Meanwhile, Chinimo, Thesubjecto Fiscriti, gazed around in a daze, his mind muddled with confusion. Womai? Where am I? What am I doing? Chun Mosia sharpened slightly, Asha scrutinized distant familiar surroundings with a hint of existential doubt, murmuring, I remember, I was in 3 zone, 18, and then, am I hallucinating? Only 6 times, that's impossible. It must have traversed dimensions. However, as this hot cross Chin Mosmond, his brain suddenly erupted, a torrent of memorious flooding forth like a slide before his eyes. Chinimo, the 30-young master of Chin family in the imperial capital, had listed mother Ateun Gage. Born off a maid, he held low status within the household, and his older brothers frequent lighter minted because of these. His academic failures in childhood and a prophecy from a master predicting his futility in cultivation, had left of in his father indifferent to him. With a deep sigh, Chunma contemplated this predicament he had found himself in a fantasticalancian society wherein he either pursues scholarly achievements to serve a theor. Yet, I failed dapoth, hued barely gatedo the existencio fama diacarcamener. Alas, he was Chinimo, the 30-young master of Chin family. Thothno taprestigiouslin, the Chin family was still considered a bureaucratic lineage within the imperial capital. While Chin family members might tindol giant botchery and achieve little, they could never be miraclemeners. The sizer author difficult start, Chan momiest with Thor a smile. His original self hadel really been Lukadao upon be his family, and now, as a person devoid of both literary and martial talent, his status within the family had plummeted even further. Yet, as the worldview's industrious off his realm coalesced in his mind, Chunmo felt a nung kinisms of familiarity, as if he had traversed this path before. Just how long will you stand there, embarrassing yourself? Get down here and stop bringing shame upon the Chin family. As Chin mopened to read the strangeness of the situation, a booming voice uttered his thoughts. I outdressed as a scholar strode toward the platform, hands on his ships, and began berating Chino. The Schaller wore a grayish white robe, a jade hairpinaderningisht, and dis bright eye sparkled with arrogance. Chunma momentarily lost focus before recognizing the identity of the Schaller. Chun Jin, Thildesanov Chin family, and Chimashulf brother. Like Chinimo, Chunjin possessed a martial talent and was deemed with a defective as spiritual vein, rendering him forever unfit toppers martial prowess. Thoth Hefen appeared carefree, Huay's a legitimate Teshalerhohud passed the imperial examination last year. Leveraging his status as Thildesanov Chin family, he had made a habit of exploiting Gothers in the imperial capital, and after passing Thesum, his arrogance had intensified. Despite being Chunmo's elder brother by blood, Chunjin viewed him Mason worthy of brother, who duetto his lowly origins. In ordinary circumstances, Chinmo had often been bullied by his older brother, never daring toward a light in a society, Thatrigid lie adhered to class distinctions, swallowing his grievance esquiately. As Chinjin Saction Seko Eden Chin Mosmond, his previous livacuous gazy suddenly sharpened, and realization struck him like a thunderclap. Hefenali understood with this world felt so familiar. In his previous life, Chunmo had stumbled upon a novel on an obscure website, the plot of which read heavens unfolding around him. In that story, his original identity was Merle Yamanor supporting character, while his elder brother, Chun Jin, had Jane Samina Tori Ataya Savelin Hohud publicly humiliated the protagonist. As a consequence, The Qin family faced annihilation, with no single member spared, including Chimo. Hohadan been mentioned in passing. In a frenzy, Chan Mata shed on the awakening platform, grasping Jin scholar tightly, and exclaimed, Haveo you recently offended Dam and Yangchen? Duetto his mother slow least to taste sand her death during Chimo's early years, he hadel ways obey dizzled her brother, never daring to raise his voice beneath his gaze. Now, however, had a feed convention, gripping Chinjin scholar and shouting Gatham in public. Thisiden shift hick took an be surprise, prompting him to glance around, noticing the curious stare soft manyan lookers. Chinimo, recognize your own status. Chinjin seized Chinma's hands, forcefully throwing Haima aside. Until now, if that always been had been Hianato shout and make a fuss. In front of the crowd, Chunmo's audacity was unprecedented. Do not presume that just because he war me brother, you can't treat me with disrespect. Yormer thief springafolo limade, and in libi virtuo fedropov michin families bloodery afforded in his omblency of nobility. In the end, your mainating Marethan a slightly elevated servant. Yalok the qualifications to dictate tome. An ungrateful wretch, born of a father but raised without a mother, today ishalta olesanine play Sophio your deceased mother. Chunjin's furorichide boiling point, his face flushed with rage, Asha stepped forward, gripping Chimascalar and raising his thigh. This boy, abandoned be his mother, had never known protection, and Thu should long been jecteto thebaline goff Chinjinandis brother. Yet, in Chinjin's eyes, it mattered no whether Hanamather he would strike regardless. A maid, a servant merely a temporary beneficiary of their father's favor, their status washardly elevated. Moreover, that maid was no deceased. Slap. A sharp sound resonated throughout Hesquare. Thecrode fell in tossed on excellence, even Chinjin, who had been grasping Chinmuscular, was left bildered. Abrighted hand print appeared in Chinjin cheek, blood oozing from Thecornerof's mouth Hasha felt a searing pain that threatened to tear his face apart. Had been struck. He had been struck by Chinamo. He had been assaulted by Thate Huaste, the of Springo faceservant, ho had never to return to let your speak back. Chapter 2 I command you to slim you with the palm. Chinjing in Jurlai touch at the swollen keek, and in affid of fridge, raised his fist and smore. You bastard! What do y'all think here? How dare y'all him? What is your status compared to mine? You Dorito strike him? It will teach you a lesson today, so you understand what the elder brother is and what the steamut master of Chin Familius. Slap. Anothercrisp sound code. Another clear hand printlanding in his face. Chunma glared cold liathized adversary. I asked you a question, and you will and swear it. Spare meo your pointless chatterified and natres boned. I will knock your head off. Having Gab's bed the memory is Safi's original self, Chunmo felt no affection for his older brother. Chinjin in fact, Heffeltapper found loathing. A specialized Chinjin had repeated lie insult to deceased mother. Chunmo could no longer restrain himself and driti, lie Ted fire seely. As for Chinjin, in his ridge, Hahadan managed to retaliate momentarily, receiving several punches from that left them howling in pain. I will tell you. Yiliangchen, right? I remember. At this moment, Chinjin washed her pet off his previous arrogance, reduced it to all tidvagdable, recalling everything Hakud. Yiliangchen was an amethat Chinjin did indeed recognize. He was Saskaler, well versed in literature, deeply aware of the suffering Goft world. Whenever had wealth, he would visit brothel stow assist women forced in Tatha trade, listening to their tragic tales. Then, Chinjin, in a display of benevolence, would offer the Mo Naito improve their lives, and women, gratitude. Last night, Chinjin had Ganito Fiming Tower, a swashish custom, to wait a woman off the night, only to encounter the courtesan, Siener, leaving the establishment. Notin at home as such an opportunity, Chinjin had splurged extravagant lido secura theser visi soft to beautiful Siener, wishing to provide for her, given her unfortunate background. However, unexpectedly, a young man had appeared, vying for her attention. By Gaskaler, Chinjin was not much for the man in a physical confrontation, yet, having greed extensively, had unleashed a torrent of verbal abuse, cursing Theoman thoroughly. Thady Uth was Yiliangchen? As Chin generated thievance, Chun Mo's expression shifted to enough grave concern, a foreboding sensation creeping it. Indeed, Thought Youngman did indeed claim Tobyangchen. And what became he of Cyanar and Theend? Naturally, it was I who took charge, for Yili Ancient was devoid of wealth and could not compete with him. Eventually, it provided assistance to Miss Yenner. Alas, just as it was about her hair count her tragic past, she was subducted by Mancloqueden Black. Oh, what tapetitis store count these Miss Cyanar ways is beautiful as Sanatheriel Bing. Dies lavish spending, immer lihid the fortu nov holding her delicate hando, and he must not forget her alluring figure. At that moment, a shudder ran through Chin Ma's heart. On day unsettling thought of my life I's forfeit certed within him. Last night, Yili Ancient had not seized the opportunity again, because had just arrived in the Imperial Capitalin possessed no silver. No ton lidded have failed to indulge Miss Yenner, but through a sal so severe liberated be her, wixode seed sofers at mint in ishi art. In the dead of night, Yili Ancient stealthily infiltrated the chamber and kidnapped Miss Yenner. Upon hearing that she had been light limistreated be Chun-Jin, a wavy off your Europe to Dwithinium, igniting a Siratoran Chun-Jin into pieces. However, just then, turmoil erupted in the Forbidden Zone, and the border Swinperil, forcing Yili Ancient to hasten to the Forbidden Zone overnight. Yet, this did no temple that Chun-Jin would escape unscathed. Quiteth the contrary, Yili Ancient was known for his vengeful nature. Upon returning from the Forbidden Zone, having significantly enhanced his strength, his first course of action in the Imperial Capital was to eliminate Chun-Jin and annihilate the Qin family. Let it be known, even Chinamo, Thiliast favored third son, would not bespared the recent Qin family would be shattered, and event the passing dog swood be met with blows. You scoundrel, what have you done? Chun Ma struck Chun-Jin with a sounding slap, his voice filled with indignation. The latter's Tadinides, utterly bewildered at that moment, Hekud scarce lithing coughed to delight full to chofe Miss Cyanar's figure. Andy couldn't lip perceiveth atheist her brother hadless this anity. Madness, indeed a must flee. Chun-Jin, in a stadia fanic, turned to escape into Thecrode, but stumbled, only to beswe fly take him down by Chinmoskik, and he was then ejected to her obeding. Era lisi off Chinmospent up frustration. Theon Luker synth the square had never witness said, such a spectacle the instinctive liar treat diffuse teps, reluctant to intervene, forth a swace of family matter, and ordinary folk dared nominal. Ceciatants. A thunderous voice rang out from Thecrode, and amid a league Edmund Cladin black attired firth. Suching, the trusted confident Tofchin family head, had followed the master since Seckeldhood, displaying gun-offering loyalty. At a single command, Huud na the Site ted act against Stephen he sunken. When Yiliangan annihilated the Qin family, it was Suchengwo, with his own strength, momentarily detained the assailant, granting the master Ansi to escape. However, duetoth of Asta for insane power, he was ultimately slain before the family had could reach safety, and the master could not tebit his fat either. Behind Suching trailed several young servants, all of whom were subordinates of Qin family. Upon seeing Sucheng approach, Chun-Jin, resembling Gata Red Pig, perceived him as Salafaline. Uncle Su, save him. These wretched beasts has gone him a you must teach him a lesson. Sucheng, being Themis loyal subordinate of his father, had always shown Chun-Jin favoritisms in Seckeldhood. How could has standed Libya upon witnessing his suffering? Chun-Jin shouted loudly, yet this Scryas did no, listed a halt from Chinmoinstead, the only intensified os wrath. With their sounding slap, a large hand landed heavily on Chin Mosshalder, its gripak into Ania Glesclaw, threatening to rend his flesh. Chin Miscountenance set wisted in pain, and Dissiction scamma to an abrupt stop. Third young master, Donna go to for. Su Chenk's face darkened, and Dis grip tightened further. Chun Mo's expression were increasingly ferocious, as the 5 daggers were appear singeing to his shoulder, threatening to dislocate his arm with a mere moment's hesitation. Suching was not Arias for his ruthless disposition and Yo Nu Ho fell into his grasp at a grim fate. Nonetheless, a Sashanov Qin family, Suching was cautious in his approach of Inso, Chunjing could not help but voice his satisfaction. Well done, Uncle Su. Teacher-wise, these wretched beasts remains oblivious to the distinction offering. Sucheng. Before Chinjing could finish his sentence, Chunmo upped in a fiercer. Suching was momentarily taken aback at was the fierce time he had witnessed, this timid herd sondering to Pixobola to him. Chunjin Shiards will led with joy if Chun Mo Readerland and plead former side for Sucha. Perhaps, for the sake of their father, he might be spared. But now, Third young master, you cannot truly wish formito. Sucheng, I command thou to strike me with a single blow. Come. Chapter 3. The Empress of the Demonic Sect Sucheng. I command you to strike me dead with a single blow. Chenemo stretched out his neck, thrusting his head directly in front of Sucheng, letting out a roar akin to that of a wild beast. This fierce roar left not only Sucheng, but even Chen Jin and the crowd gathered in the square momentarily stunned. No one anticipated that Chenemo would seek death at such a moment. Third young master. You are putting me in a difficult position, Sucheng stammered, his throat tightening slightly. He dared to reprimand Chenemo. Yet he would never have the audacity to kill him. I am the one being put in a difficult position. Is it not you who makes things difficult for me? You dare to lay hands on me right upon our first encounter, disregarding my status as the third young master? To humiliate me so publicly. Do you not hold the Qin family in any regard? Do you not consider my father at all? No, it is not like that. Third young master, it was the family head's command for me to come here, Sucheng said, panic evident in his eyes as he stepped back, releasing his grip. Fall to your knees. Chen Mo's eyes widened with fury. Resembling a raging lion, I am the son of the family head. Today, you must either kill me or kneel before me, third young master. I was sent by the family head. Kneel and speak. Thud. Sucheng found himself kneeling involuntarily, astonished that this third young master, who usually appeared timid and quail-like, could exhibit such unwavering strength today. With only two options, death or submission, Sucheng, loyal to the family head, could not dare to choose the former. Speak. Chenemo inhaled deeply, tilting his head skyward at a 45-degree angle, attempting to adopt an inscrutable demeanor. In truth, his expression was contorted in agony. It hurts. His shoulder was in excruciating pain. Third young master, the family head sent me to summon you back to the manor, Sucheng said, bowing respectfully. The carriage is ready. Please, third young master, board the carriage. In previous times, Sucheng would never have treated Chenemo with such deference. But today he felt something was amiss and preferred to avoid further trouble. Understood, Chenemo replied, gritting his teeth to suppress the pain in his shoulder. Sucheng hastily rose to escort Chenemo to the carriage outside the square. Chen Jin remained bewildered. Today, Chenemo seemed extraordinarily assertive, compelling even Sucheng to show him respect. Sucheng was the most capable aide of his father, and even he had to bow before Chenemo. Yet, Chenemo dared to shout at him. As Chen Jin pondered this, he saw Chenemo board the carriage, which gradually moved away. Wait, that's my carriage. I haven't boarded yet. Inside the carriage, Chenemo occupied the main seat. His expression grave as Sucheng sat beside him, acting as a guard, his demeanor awkward as he opened his mouth but refrained from speaking. With a sidelong glance at Sucheng, Chenemo felt a headache coming on, not merely from the prospect of facing his unyielding father, but because in just over a month, Yi Liangshan would return from the Forbidden Zone. This meant that Chenemo had merely a month left to preserve his life. The paths before him were limited to three. First, escape. Yi Liangshan was no longer the naive novice, having ascended to a high position with numerous intelligence networks at his disposal. Escaping his pursuit would not be a simple task. Furthermore, Yi Liangshan was notoriously ruthless. He would eliminate any threats without hesitation, and as a blood relative of Chen Jin, Chenemo would be no exception. Second, sever ties with Chen Jin. While this option might seem feasible, it was far from realistic. Not only would his father disallow it, but even if he succeeded, it was doubtful that Yi Liangshan would let him go. Third, seek a powerful ally. This too appeared plausible, yet the practical challenges were immense. Upon returning from the Forbidden Zone, Yi Liangshan had become a version T1, and the few who could rival him were merely a handful of version T0s across the land. Given Chen Mo's identity and strength, he might not even get the chance to plead for assistance, a deadlock, an insurmountable deadlock. Chenemo bit down on his index finger, his expression growing increasingly grim. Sucheng, inadvertently casting a glance at this transformed third young master, noticed the disquiet on his face and felt a twinge of unease. Surely, he wasn't contemplating anything nefarious. Suddenly, the carriage, which had been moving steadily, jolted to a halt, causing an unprepared Chenemo to lurch forward. Sucheng quickly reached out, steadying the young man by pressing him back into his seat. before turning to the coachman and bellowing, "You fool! How are you driving this carriage?" "Sir Su, third young master." "There is a convoy ahead obstructing our way," the coachman replied. Su Cheng lifted the curtain of the carriage window to peer outside, and Chen Imo seized the opportunity to glimpse the situation beyond. A throng of people milled about, chattering animatedly, resembling a bustling marketplace. Though he couldn't discern their words, he noticed that at the forefront was an elongated convoy. "It is a prison transport," Su Cheng surmised. "I presume it is headed to the prison outside the city. Third young master, let us wait a moment. We shall pass soon." Su Cheng smiled slightly and then drew the curtain shut. "A prison transport?" Chen Imo furrowed his brow slightly. The imperial capital already housed prisons, and if there were any prisoners, they would undoubtedly be confined within the capital's jail, unless some significant event had occurred, resulting in a surge of inmates. It was improbable that less critical offenders would be transferred to a prison outside the city. Had there been any major incidents in the capital recently? Suddenly, Chen Imo seemed to recall something, and his eyes brightened as he hurriedly pushed aside the curtain of the carriage and leapt down. "Third young master," Su Cheng called out, but seeing that he could not be stopped, he followed suit and jumped from the carriage. Navigating through the throngs of people, Chen Imo moved forward step by step. Amidst the jostling, he finally reached the front of the crowd. The procession of cars stretched forth like a dragon, with four-wheeled prison carts adorned with cages, each containing 3 prisoners, their hands and feet shackled. On either side of the carts stood soldiers with swords at their waists, their eyes sharp and vigilant, scanning the surroundings for anyone who might attempt to rescue the captives. Chen Imo followed closely, his gaze darting over each prison cart until he unexpectedly spotted one that appeared particularly dilapidated. The cage was in disrepair, cluttered with stones of varying sizes, projectiles thrown by the crowd. Inside the cart were 3 frail women. Their ages varied. The youngest appeared around 6 or 7, with slightly chubby cheeks and a dull expression. Her head hung low as if in a daze. The eldest, at 18, had a well-defined facial structure, yet her visage was marred by scars and burn marks, suggesting she had been disfigured. The last, the one who captivated Chen Mo's attention, was slightly over 10. With a mane of unruly black hair, her arms and cheeks bore unsightly lumps that were repulsive to behold. She was emaciated, her frame so frail that she seemed as if she might collapse with a mere gust of wind. Most striking were her mismatched eyes, one blue and one red, an innate anomaly that rendered her a harbinger of misfortune in this feudal era. Thus, she had become the target of the most stones hurled by the crowd. At the sight of the girl with the unusual eyes, a long-lost smile broke across Chen Mo's face. He had found her, the empress of the demon cult, Lu Wuxin. Chapter 4. I will rescue you, Lu Wuxin, a name that, in the present day, remains obscure, scarcely known even in the realm of Zhuzhou, let alone the Tianlong dynasty. Yet, centuries later, this name would instill dread in countless formidable figures across Zhuzhou, known yet never spoken aloud. Emerging from the Tianlong dynasty and carving a path to the T0 version, she treaded upon a sea of blood and corpses, cementing her infamous reputation as the empress of the demon cult. Chen Imo gazed at the girl in the prison cart, a wave of uncontrollable excitement coursing through him. This was the future empress of the demon cult, Lu Wuxin. Centuries from now, she would become a woman feared across the vast expanse of Zhuzhou. At this moment, however, Lu Wuxin was merely a defenseless girl, perhaps even weaker than the average woman. Yet Chen Imo knew that in a few hundred years, she would emerge as the second person on this land to master the art of life and death. She was the key to breaking the deadlock. Chen Imo pondered for a long while. In this era, Yi Liangqin was nearly invincible. He could not hope to defeat him nor evade the fate of death. Yet, he could embrace death to attain life anew. Death was not to be feared. What was truly terrifying was oblivion. If, in several centuries, Lu Wuxin could resurrect herself, then even if he were to perish today, what was there to fear? Moreover, in the T0 version of the future, it was Lu Wuxin who would reign supreme. "Hey, what is your name?" As the prison cart moved forward, Chen Imo tentatively initiated a conversation with Lu Wuxin inside the cart. Her hollow, mismatched eyes stared blankly ahead, and Lu Wuxin ignored him, remaining as still as a puppet. "This place must be unbearable for you. Don't worry, I will rescue you," Chinimo glanced around to ensure the guards were not paying attention, then whispered urgently. Stones rained down from the crowd, striking Lu Wuxin and causing blood to flow from her head, yet she remained silent. There was no sign of joy at his promise of rescue. Not even a flicker of emotion crossed her face. Her mismatched eyes were devoid of life, and her frail body remained indifferent to the stones pelting her. Does it hurt? Of course it does. But I've grown numb to it. Chinimo clutched his chest, the memories of Lu Wuxin's past flooding back to him, causing his heart to wrench painfully. Lu Wuxin's childhood was profoundly tragic. From a young age, she was deemed a source of calamity due to her unusual eyes. On a snowy night, her parents abandoned her by the roadside. Eventually, an old beggar took her in, but he was no benevolent soul. He intended to raise her only to exploit her. At the age of 6, her youthful innocence had already aroused the old beggar's sinister intentions, yet he discovered unsightly lumps on her hands. Unaware of their nature but sensing danger, the old beggar took a knife to cruelly excise the lumps, leaving Lu Wuxin in agony for an entire day and night, after which she fell unconscious. When she awoke, she found herself sold to a brothel. Merely 6 years old, unable to entertain clients, she was relegated to menial tasks within the establishment. However, the brothel was far from a safe haven. Any mistake could lead to verbal abuse or worse, physical violence. Lu Wuxin endured 3 months of despair. 3 months later, her afflictions multiplied, drawing the attention of the madam. Such a sickly girl would attract no customers and could potentially infect others. The madam ordered her beaten and subsequently cast out into the snowy night, battered and on the verge of death. In that frigid night, with wounds all over her body, she questioned whether she truly inhabited the realm of mortals. Perhaps the term hell was more fitting. To perish in that place might be less burdensome than to exist in such a hellish world. Just as Lu Wuxin was about to succumb to despair, a man saved her and healed her wounds. Just when she believed she had escaped the abyss, she unwittingly stepped into another. The creation of demons involves the infusion of myriad poisons, with countless insects as the vessel. Placed within a cauldron, the poisons amalgamate. The insects inside battle until only one remains, which then consumes the formed poison, thus creating the core of the demon. Lu Wuxin became one of the cauldrons for this creation. As a cauldron, she was destined to endure the torment of poison gnawing at her heart and the agony of insects invading her body, a suffering so profound it was akin to being torn asunder. Once it began, it was more painful than death itself. Death was the ultimate refuge for a cauldron, yet those in power would never allow such an easy demise. Whenever someone sought death, they would be swiftly rescued, only to endure another cycle of torment. For nearly 6 years, Lu Wuxin had lost all hope. She no longer yearned for a happy life, but merely wished to escape this hellish existence. I will rescue you. I will not allow you to remain in this hell any longer. I will not let you suffer or be hurt again. Chinimo grasped the bars of the cage tightly, his eyes filled with determination. Whether or not this was his genuine sentiment was unclear, but there was no trace of insincerity in his gaze, as if he was truly moved to save her. Lu Wuxin remained unresponsive, as though she had not heard Chinimo's words. Perhaps she had heard but could neither believe nor dare to believe. With a sudden thud, another stone flew towards Lu Wuxin. Chinimo, quick to react, caught the projectile and turned to shout in anger. Are you all mad? What grievance do you have against her to treat her this way? Those born with mismatched eyes are sources of calamity. Her presence in this world will only bring us misfortune. Kill her. Eliminate this harbinger of disaster, and we shall have good days ahead. You speak for her. You must be an accomplice of this disaster. Attack! Stone him to death. A deluge of stones rained down, relentlessly targeting Lu Wuxin, but more aimed at Chinimo, the one who dared to speak on behalf of the harbinger of calamity, in mere moments. Chinimo was battered and bloodied. At that moment, the accompanying soldiers noticed Chinimo's presence. Who are you, and what brings you here? Are you attempting to rescue the prisoners? The soldiers, hands on their swords, rushed towards him, exuding a palpable aura of hostility. How dare you? I am Chinimo, the son of Qinduang, the current vice minister of justice. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Chinimo bellowed, causing the soldiers to halt their movements, their expressions fraught with apprehension. The onlookers, who had been hurling stones, also came to a standstill, their heads bowed in fear, discarding the projectiles in their hands. Embodying an attitude of I know nothing and it wasn't me. Chapter 5. Chinemo, do you acknowledge your crimes? The Qin family had 3 sons, the eldest, Chunjin, the second, Qinguang, and the youngest, Chinemo. Chunjin and Qinguang often made appearances in public, thus garnering a wider recognition, while Chinemo had been bullied by his 2 elder brothers since childhood and was forbidden from venturing outside, lest he bring shame upon them. Consequently, the 3rd young master of the Qin family remained largely unknown. However, there were still keen-eyed individuals who recognized him. I am Zhao Hu from Yong'an County, and I have met the 3rd young master, a man in his early 20s, clad in a deep blue official robe, sheathed his long blade and respectfully clasped his fists in salute. Zhao Hu, although merely a low-ranking constable, had previously attended to cases at the Chun residence and encountered Chinemo. Zhao Hu? The name rang a bell. Yet Chinemo could not immediately recall its significance. 3rd young master. Amidst the crowd, Su Cheng hurriedly approached, realizing the opportunity was fleeting. Please, grant me just one sentence. With that, Chinemo turned and sprinted toward Lu Wuxin's convoy. Zhao Hu and his subordinates exchanged glances, as protocol dictated that outsiders should not approach a moving prison cart. Yet, given that Chinemo was the 3rd son of the esteemed Qinduang, they felt unable to refuse. Moreover, a mere moment of speech was all the time Chinemo sought. Chinemo grasped the bars of the prison cart with his right hand, his head spinning from the impact. A warm sensation trickling down his forehead, indicating that he had likely sustained a serious injury. I understand you may not believe me, but I must declare, I will rescue you when that moment arrives. Will you be able to tell me your name? Time was fleeting, and this was all Chinemo could convey. Lu Wuxin's rigid form shifted slightly, her small head turned, and her heterochromatic eyes suddenly narrowed. The midday sun bathed the capital in its light, yet the cold prison cart remained shrouded in darkness due to the bars. Within, Lu Wuxin felt as though she was engulfed in shadows. The sunlight, though blinding, revealed to her a world cloaked in gray, save for the young man beneath it, his head stained with blood, yet wearing a warm smile in that sea of desolation. He alone introduced a flicker of color to her existence. 3rd young master, you must not follow any further. It would be quite troublesome for me. Zhao Hu stepped forward, his expression filled with unease. I cannot bear to witness her being pelted with stones. You must know what must be done. As the prison cart receded into the distance, Chinmo's smile faded, his voice turning grave. I understand. Zhao Hu replied after a moment of hesitation, ultimately clasping his fists in acquiescence. As the soldiers departed and the convoy moved away, the crowd dispersed significantly, and Su Cheng caught up. 3rd young master, your head. Su Cheng's face was a mask of terror, fearing this restless soul was courting trouble once more. It's nothing, just a surface wound. Chinemo waved his hand lightly. Though the pain was considerable, it paled in comparison to Lu Wuxin's plight. Still worried for Chinmo's safety, Su Cheng hastily summoned a few servants to tend to his injury. The wound was minor, merely as Chinemo had stated, a surface injury that required only a simple bandaging. Once the treatment was finished, they climbed into the carriage and headed back to the residence. Chinemo had no time to rest. Upon returning home, he sought an audience with his stepfather, Qinduang. The latter had numerous informants within the capital, and the moment Chinemo awakened his useless spiritual vein, the news reached him without delay. Qinduang was already aware of the events that had transpired on the way back, including the extent of Chinmo's injuries. Upon seeing the gash on Chinmo's head, he exhibited no surprise, nor did he extend any semblance of concern. The Qin family had 3 sons. The eldest, Qinjin, aged 24, who pursued literary studies and achieved the status of a scholar, thus holding a modicum of respect. The second son, Qinguang, trained in martial arts but possessed mediocre talent, barely qualifying as a 9th-grade warrior at the age of 20. In martial arts, the first grade represented the pinnacle of strength, while the 9th grade was the lowest tier. Typically, individuals would awaken their veins by the age of 16 and subsequently enter the ranks of warriors with minimal effort. However, due to his inferior talent, Qinguang took 4 years to achieve the 9th grade status. While this accomplishment was not disgraceful for the Qin family, what of Chinemo? He had shown no promise in his studies, was expelled by his tutor, and turned to martial arts, only to awaken a useless spiritual vein. He was fated to be bereft of any connection to the path of cultivation. Compared to his two brothers, the third son was woefully lacking in both literary and martial pursuits. If only his talent were mediocre, it would be acceptable. Yet he had not even brushed against the threshold of achievement, thus bringing shame to the Chen family. Chen Dawang, who had long held disdain for Chen Imo, grew even more contemptuous upon learning of his useless spiritual vein. With a cold expression, he inquired, "You have returned?" Chen Imo lifted his gaze and cast a glance at his stepfather, eye in his memory. Chen Dawang was a stern figure, rarely speaking and seldom appearing. He only showed up when mistakes were made. Instilling both reverence and fear in Chen Imo, however, Chen Imo regarded this stepfather with disdain. Even contempt that he recalled vividly how, when Yi Liangchen annihilated the Chen family, Chen Dawang abandoned his son to flee alone. When Yi Liangchen caught up, it was fortuitous that Chen Imo was returning home. And without hesitation, Chen Dawang used his third son as a shield against the blade. Ultimately, both father and son perished on the spot. Chen Imo replied coolly, "Is that all?" Chen Dawang's anger surged, his palm striking the table as he thundered, "Chen Imo, do you acknowledge your crimes?" Su Cheng, who had followed Chen Imo, discreetly stepped aside, sensing the tension. "I am unaware." Chen Mo's tone remained calm, facing Chen Dawang's accusations without a hint of panic, leaving the latter momentarily bewildered. Normally, this third son would cower before him like a mouse before a cat, yet today he seemed transformed. Clearly, the reports from the servants had not been exaggerated. "Chen Imo, you possess tremendous audacity to dare assault your elder brother in public, and you remain unaware of your crimes?" "I am unaware." Chen Imo continued to maintain his placid demeanor. Chen Dawang suppressed his rage, gripping the table's edge tightly. "Give me a reason. I did strike my elder brother in public, yet he publicly humiliated me and insulted my mother. My retaliation was entirely justified." "What a justifiable act. Even if he insulted you, he is your elder brother. His humiliation was for your own good, to motivate you to strive forward. And you, ungrateful wretch, respond with violence instead. Who told you it was for my own good?" Chen Imo mused inwardly, "If I insulted your entire family, would that also be for your own good? But wait, isn't your family also mine?" Su Cheng watched with rapt attention. Previously, he had been humiliated by Chen Mo's demand for public kneeling. And now, witnessing Chen Mo's confrontation with his stepfather brought him unbridled joy. "Are you not bold? If you have the guts, show your bravado before your father." Chapter 6. The Chen Family Code. "What's the matter? Lost your voice?" Chen Mo's silence elicited a cold laugh from Chen Dawang, whose sharp gaze bore a trace of mockery. "You dare to be smug?" Chen Imo, feeling somewhat exasperated, straightened his posture and asserted, "Father, your words are misaligned. If, as you say, my elder brother's actions were for my benefit, then my striking him was equally for his good. He should not presume that his status as a scholar grants him immunity. Should he err and expose his vulnerabilities, he may find himself stripped of that title. You insolent wretch, what nonsense are you spouting?" Chen Dawang slammed the table, erupting in fury, his eyes resembling those of a wild beast. Fixed intently on Chen Imo, Su Cheng, standing off to the side, was rendered speechless by the intensity of Chen Dawang's wrath. The family head had never been this enraged before, and this third young master had truly stirred the pot, offending not only the eldest son but also the patriarch. "Rebellious child, now that you have achieved some success, you dare to mock me? Do you still see me as your father? Today, witness my wrath as I refrain from killing you." Since the new emperor ascended the throne, Chen Dawang has been particularly sensitive to any insinuations regarding the potential loss of his official cap. Now that Chen Imo has dared to mention it, his fury ignites, and he begins to search for something to strike with, glancing around in agitation. Arriving late, Chen Jin overhears Chen Diwang's furious words from outside the grand hall, and a flicker of joy ignites within him. Without waiting for a response from Chen Duong, he promptly presents the family discipline. The rattan whip, infamous for its excruciating sting, can leave one's skin torn and bleeding. To this day, the mere sight of a rattan whip instills fear in Chen Jin. However, today, as Chen Duong prepares to discipline Chen Imo, his trepidation diminishes, and he respectfully offers the whip. Chen Duong nods slightly, finding solace in Chen Jin's understanding, yet he turns back to the rebellious Chen Imo. his face a mask of fury, brandishing the whip ready to strike. Wait. Chinamo raises his hand to halt Chen Duong. Chinamo, do you have anything to say? Not only do you show disrespect to your elders and strike me, but you also audaciously insult your father. You truly deserve punishment, and the family discipline must be invoked to instill some sense into you. Qian Jian bellows. Since my elder brother considers me so unfilial and disrespectful, then using a rattan whip seems rather trivial, Chinamo replies, his expression grave. He glances around before hastily exiting the grand hall, seizing a long blade from a guard at his waist and rushing back. Chinamo, you dare! Chun Jin exclaims, a hint of panic in his voice. Is it possible that Chinamo, the seemingly docile one, is finally pushing back against the incessant bullying, contemplating fratricide? Su Cheng, also taken aback, quickly moves closer to Chen Duong, ready to intervene at the slightest hint of trouble. Seeing the unfolding chaos, Chen Diwang's fury subsides somewhat, but he still glares at Chinamo, demanding, what is the meaning of this? Since both father and elder brother deem me so unfilial, why not simply execute me today to demonstrate righteousness? Chinamo declares boldly. Has he lost his mind? Su Cheng retreats a few steps, genuinely frightened. Regardless of his intentions, he knows Chinamo is the third son of the family head, and he wouldn't dare cross that line. Chun Jin is momentarily stunned. Is Chinamo truly foolish enough to believe such words would intimidate Su Cheng or their father? Turning his head, he notices Chen Diwang's furious expression, his face darkening. Chen Duong, having entered public service through the loyalty and virtue examination, possesses only a modicum of talent and achievements. His reputation is his only shield to protect his current position. Should word of his potential patricide escape, not only would he lose his status, but his very life would also be in jeopardy. Chen Duong hesitates to respond, and after a moment of contemplation, Chinamo continues, since you refuse to kill me, then sever our father-son bond and cast me out of the family. Chen Duong still does not dare to respond. Although severing their bond lacks the severity of the crime of patricide, it would still tarnish his reputation, especially since Chan Mo's actions, though misguided, were not egregiously malicious. Raising the rattan whip high, Chen Duong brings it crashing down. Crack, father, why do you strike me? It was I who handed you the family discipline. Qian Jin cries out, having been struck instead, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. You ungrateful wretch, forcing your brother to contemplate death. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson. Chen Duong lashes out again, the second strike eliciting a yelp from Chen Jin as he clutches his behind and bolts from the grand hall, faster than a rabbit. Having anticipated a chance to discipline Chinamo through their father's hand, he finds himself on the receiving end of punishment instead. With two strikes, Chen Diwang's anger dissipates significantly, and his mind clears. He gazes at his third son, whom he knows so well yet finds increasingly inscrutable today. Since you refuse to kill me or sever our bond, may I take my leave? Chinamo tosses the long blade aside and bows respectfully. Today, I shall refrain from punishing you, but that does not absolve you of your faults. Chinamo, you have matured, and it is time for you to venture out on your own, Chen Duong states, a hint of finality in his tone. Venture out? So you wish to cast me from the family? Chinamo perceives the unspoken truth in Qian Mo's memory. Ever since awakening his inferior spiritual veins, Qian Duong had harbored profound disappointment in him. Bound by the reputation of loyalty and virtue, he could not cast him out overtly but concocted an excuse to send him outside the city to fend for himself, out of sight, out of mind. Chapter 7. One person father speaks wisely. I have indeed contemplated this, Chinamo acknowledges, recognizing his father's intent to expel him. Whom do you wish to take with you? Chen Duong inquires, his brow furrowing slightly as he glances at Su Cheng, who appears momentarily dazed, realizing he might be selected due to his status as Chen Diwang's most trusted aide. Second brother's guard, Zhang Long. This response leaves both Chen Duong and Su Cheng astonished. Zhang Long, a ninth-grade warrior, is among the lower-ranking guards of the Chen residence, yet he is a unique individual. Unlike the others who wield blades, he carries a wooden sword, which is not ordinary but rather a peachwood sword. Rumor has it that in his youth, he roamed the land with his peachwood sword, vowing to carve out a name for himself across the 9 provinces, only to abandon that dream after facing the harsh realities of life. A swordsman, after all, must eat. Lacking funds, He nearly starved to death on the streets until Chen Mo's mother provided him a meal, saving his life. Eventually, Zhang Long settled in the Chen residence, serving as a low-ranking guard. He is peculiar, preferring a sword over a blade and a wooden sword over a metal one. Most importantly, although he is a swordsman, he only employs a single technique, practicing it daily for years. His eccentric, reclusive nature has made him less favored within the Chen residence, but his resilience has earned him the role of a human punching bag for the second young master. Chen Guang. Unlike other guards who would wail in pain, Zhang Long remained silent even when struck, endearing him to Chen. Do you truly desire only Zhang Long? Chen Duong reflects for a long moment before slowly speaking. Chen Imo nods slightly, without a hint of hesitation. Others may be unaware, but Chen Imo clearly understands Zhang Long's worth. Even though Zhang Long is merely a ninth-grade warrior, he was the sole individual who managed to injure Yi Liangchen during his assault, albeit superficially, as the wound would heal quickly. Yet, he faced the formidable version T1 of Yi Liangchen. Since you are resolute, I have no further objections. However, when venturing outside, it is prudent to carry some currency. I shall arrange for some funds for you shortly, and as for a temporary place to stay, there is a property of the Qin family in the outskirts of the city. Chen Diwang's true intention is to have Chen Imo remain at a distance. Now that the latter is willing to depart, he is more than pleased. In less than 15 minutes, Zhang Long is summoned to the Grand Hall. Head of the family, third young master, Zhang Long bows respectfully, then falls silent. Chen Imo surveys Zhang Long, noting his slightly haggard square face, dark circles under his eyes, and an overall appearance of fatigue. He wears a simple, somewhat worn blue robe, yet it is clean, and at his waist hangs a weathered peachwood sword. Perhaps due to his youthful adventures across the 9 provinces and the harsh lessons learned from society, Zhang Long is a man of few words. Solitary, and bears a vacant expression, akin to a piece of wood. Within the Chen residence, few wish to approach him, save for the second young master, Chen Guang, whose motives are simple: to use Zhang Long as a human punching bag. Zhang Long, from this day forth, Chen Imo shall embark on his journey, Chen Duong casually states as he lifts his teacup. Zhang Long furrows his brows, astonished as he gazes at Chen Imo, but soon realization dawns upon him. It seems that the results of Chen Mo's awakening of his spiritual veins have become known, and Chen Duong, dissatisfied, intends to cast him out. Since third young master is departing, I too shall resign from my role as a guard, Zhang Long declares. His loyalty to Chen Mo's mother is the sole reason for his continued presence in the Chen residence. Should Chen Imo leave, he sees no reason to remain. That will not do, Chen Duong interjects, placing his teacup down. Before Chen Imo departs, he requested one person, and that person is you. Should you resign, he will have no one by his side. Third young master, you chose me? Zhang Long was somewhat taken aback. Chen Imo nodded slightly and remarked, I possess a defective spiritual vein. It is likely that I shall never be able to cultivate my path. Venturing out into the world without a capable companion, I fear survival will be a challenge. Zhang Long, would you be willing to accompany me? Zhang Long expressed his willingness, though he was typically reticent. He found himself brimming with questions that demanded to be voiced. Why has the third young master chosen me? Within the entirety of the Chen residence, there are numerous martial artists, and I, Zhang Long, am merely a lowly 9th-grade guard. Even if Chen Imo were to disregard the capable Su Chong, he could at least select an 8th-grade warrior. Because you possess exceptional talent, Chen Imo replied. Half-jokingly, third young master, you jest that I am but a mere 9th-grade warrior, Zhang Long remarked, raising an eyebrow, sensing that Chen Mo's words were mere niceties. Zhang Long, do not underestimate yourself, nor misinterpret my intentions to stifle your loyalty with hollow flattery. In my view, you are destined for greatness. Remaining within the Chen residence will only serve to obscure your true potential. Chen Imo spoke with earnestness. Despite being merely a 9th-grade warrior, Zhang Long had managed to injure the formidable Yi Liangchen, albeit slightly. This alone attested to his remarkable talent. Given time, his achievements could be considerable. However, to Chen Duong and Su Cheng, Chen Mo's words were nothing short of a farce. If Zhang Long were truly talented, he would not still be a 9th-grade warrior after all this time, nor would he have nearly met his demise on the streets after roaming the 9 provinces for so long. Chen Duong, lacking martial prowess, could not see beyond the surface, yet Su Cheng, a genuine expert, discerned immediately that Zhang Long's achievements were limited. Zhang Long was momentarily stunned, and a flicker of brightness suddenly danced in his otherwise vacant eyes. Since his youth, he had endured countless setbacks, and no one believed he would amount to anything. Even he had succumbed to deep self-doubt. Yet, there was one person who unwaveringly believed in him, Chen Mo's mother, his savior. Now, he had gained another ally. Chapter 8. What if I refuse? Chen Mo took Zhang Long with him, and before departing, he received 1,000 taels in silver notes. For an ordinary household, an annual expenditure would scarcely exceed 10 taels. Thus, 1,000 taels was sufficient for Chen Mo to lead a modest life for the remainder of his days. However, with only a little over a month left to live, he needed to spend wisely. Chen Mo first visited the Baichao Hall, purchasing a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs to enhance his cultivation and elixirs to strengthen his physique. The saying, "The poor cultivate the arts, while the rich cultivate martial prowess," rings true. The path of literature can be grasped even by those from humble backgrounds, whereas martial arts are far more elusive, primarily due to their exorbitant costs. Practicing martial arts is akin to investing heavily. One must pour considerable resources into it. The spiritual herbs and elixirs necessary for refining the body and stabilizing the meridians all come at a price. Those with wealth, like Chen Mo's second brother, Chen Guang, can afford to spend excessively to create a ninth-grade warrior, regardless of their innate talent. As for those without means, they must align themselves with powerful factions to serve as guards for wealthy families or join sections. The adage, "The poor cultivate the arts, while the rich cultivate martial prowess," holds true indeed. Upon exiting the Baichao Hall, Chen Mo gazed at the bundle of spiritual herbs and several vials of elixirs in his hands. Though it appeared modest, it had cost him a staggering 800 taels. Feeling a pang of regret, Chen Mo handed the herbs and elixirs to Zhang Long, who accepted them, fulfilling his duty as a guard to assist with carrying items. Although Zhang Long felt perplexed, Chen Mo was merely a defective spiritual vein, destined to never cultivate. Thus, acquiring more herbs and elixirs seemed futile. He refrained from questioning Chen Mo, recognizing that the third young master must have his reasons. "Take these back and absorb them well. Perhaps you might break through to become an 8th-grade warrior," Chen Mo instructed. "Third young master, is this truly for me?" Zhang Long's usually dull eyes suddenly sparkled with confusion. "I possess a defective spiritual vein, incapable of cultivation. If not for you, then for whom?" Chen Mo chuckled softly. Zhang Long was incredulous. Chen Mo had risked 800 taels of his entire fortune, which seemed utterly unfathomable. Had it been his second brother, Chen Guang, he would likely not only refuse to spend a single coin on Zhang Long, but would also inquire if he had any spare change. As Chen Mo and Zhang Long departed from the Baichao Hall, a group of young men arrived shortly after. "What on earth is Chen Mo doing at the Baichao Hall? And is that not my guard? Zhang Long? How did he come to be with him? Has that rascal turned traitor?" A youth, dressed like a wealthy gentleman, stroked his chin and raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Second young master, I just returned from the residence and learned some details." A young man dressed as a servant said mysteriously, "Then hurry and share." The one referred to as the second young master was none other than Chen Mo's second brother, Chen Guang. Chen Guang slapped the servant on the back of the head in annoyance. "What do you know?" The servant, feeling wronged, continued. Chen Mo awakened a defective spiritual vein and even fought the eldest young master in the square. Upon returning to the residence, the head of the family was furious and sent him out to Rome. Before leaving, he even gave him a considerable sum of silver, and that Zhang Long was requested by Chen Mo. From now on, he will be his guard. Although Chen Mo held the esteemed title of third young master of the Chen family, neither of his brothers respected him, and their followers also held him in low regard, often addressing him by name rather than as the third young master. Of course, they would not dare to speak so openly in his presence. Roaming? Ah, it seems I have been cast out, for my father, a man who cherishes his reputation, would not dare to speak plainly. Yet, that cunning lad has audaciously taken away my attendant. Very well, Zhang Long is but a mere punching bag. If he departs, so be it. Chen Guang turned and entered the Baichao Hall, inquiring with the young servant within. Only then did he learn that Chen Mo had just squandered a staggering 800 taels of silver here. 800 taels, a sum that represents an entire year's allowance for Changguang.it, is often said that scholars are poor while warriors are wealthy. Indeed, the expenses of a martial artist are the most substantial. The silver spent on Chen Guang alone constitutes half of the total expenditures of the Chen household. Chen Duang, being frugal, could not afford to spare much for his second son. Thus he economized from other sources, such as the allowance. Good heavens, 800 taels spent in the blink of an eye, without a flutter of an eyelid. How much silver did his father truly provide him, and can he truly manage it? Chen Guang blinked and summoned several subordinates to investigate Chen Mo's whereabouts. These subordinates, well versed in the streets of the imperial capital, found it not difficult to locate him, as Chen Mo had not departed long ago. Within a mere quarter of an hour, someone returned with a report. Chen Guang hurriedly followed, only to find Chen Mo once again spending money, purchasing everyday necessities. After a quick calculation, he realized that over 100 taels had been spent anew. Truly, he is wealthy. Chen Guang couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement, his eyes fixated on Chen Mo with fervor, as if gazing upon his own little treasury. Another 170 taels spent. Chen Mo, holding only 30 taels in his hand, furrowed his brow. While 1,000 taels may seem substantial, without proper management, they could vanish in an instant. Numerous matters still required funds to settle. Without money, one cannot make a move. Chen Mo fell silent again, turning into a dark alleyway. Third young master. Zhang Long paused, his gaze tinged with caution. Chen Mo, taken aback, halted as well. What is it? As soon as he spoke, a young man dressed as a servant appeared at the alley's entrance. Chen Mo recognized him immediately as the personal servant of his second brother, Chen Guang. The sound of footsteps approached from behind, and Zhang Long, holding the spirit herb liquid in his left arm and resting his right hand on the peachwood sword at his waist, prepared for action. Turning around, Chen Mo saw Chen Guang striding towards him, flanked by two attendants. His brother's demeanor was one of arrogance, as if surveying him from a position of superiority. What on earth is my second brother up to? Chen Mo surmised that Chen Guang, being the poorest of the three sons in the Chen family, shared a penchant for aiding distressed women, much like Chen Jin. Such aid requires silver, and Chen Guang was perpetually short on funds. Chen Mo, possessing a considerable allowance and bearing a timid disposition, had unwittingly become Chen Guang's purse. Whenever he opened his mouth, Chen Mo was obliged to comply. Unlike Chen Jin, who merely spoke empty words, Chen Guang was a martial artist, prone to resorting to physical means. Should Chen Mo refuse, a beating would inevitably follow. Since childhood, Chen Mo had lost count of how much silver had been taken from him by Chen Guang. Chen Mo, I've heard you plan to leave the Chen family to seek your fortune. Father has bestowed upon you a significant sum of silver. You must understand, in this world, wealth should not be flaunted. Carrying too much silver while venturing outside can be perilous. Allow me, your second brother, to take care of it for you. When you find yourself in need, simply ask me for it, Chen Guang said, rubbing his hands together, a look of anticipation on his face. I trust you as far as I can throw you. Chen Mo inwardly scoffed. In his youth, he had been naive enough to believe Chen Guang's deceitful words and had eagerly sought his assistance, only to end up on the receiving end of a beating. And what if I refuse? Chapter 9. Wing Chun. Chen Mo, what if I refuse? Chen Mo smiled slightly, though his tone was laced with seriousness. Chen Guang's expression faltered, staring at Chen Mo in disbelief. Under ordinary circumstances, whenever he spoke, Chen Mo would never dare to decline. Unless he was courting punishment, it seems he has been away from the art of inflicting pain for far too long. To the point where Chen Mo has forgotten just how fearsome his second brother can be. Chen Guang narrowed his eyes, a fierce expression dawning upon his face as he intoned. It appears that my dear brother has forgotten the taste of pain after such a long time without discipline. With that, Chen Guang lunged forward, his form akin to a specter. Chen Mo had bested Chen Jin, but that was merely due to his opponent's frail constitution as a scholar. Chen Guang, however, was a bona fide martial artist. Though lacking in innate talent, he had barely reached the 9th rank and was not someone an ordinary person could contend with. Chen Guang's fist suddenly appeared before Chen Mo. This strike was not delivered with full force, merely intended to impart a lesson. Otherwise, with his strength, he could end a life in mere moments. Get lost. A simple command escaped Chen Guang's lips, accompanied by a fist the size of a sandbag. Before Chen Mo could react, the blow landed squarely upon his cheek, akin to a heavy hammer. Chen Guang was sent flying, soaring over 10 paces and out of the alley. He stood there, momentarily dazed. Before erupting in fury, Zhang Long, I am your master. How dare you strike me? Not anymore. Zhang Long cast a cold glance at Chen Guang. Ever since entering the Chen household, he had either been on the receiving end of Chen Guang's beatings or on the way to receiving one. After enduring for years, he finally broke free of Chen Guang today, showing no mercy in his assault. Henceforth, Zhang Long is mine. Second brother, no. Chen Guang, do not presume upon our brotherly bond. You have never shown me any consideration, and thus I shall extend none to you. Zhang Long, repay him in kind, just as he has treated you. Do not hold back, as long as no one loses their life. Chinemo scoffed. Zhang Long nodded slightly, gently placing the spirit herb liquid he held on the ground before drawing the wooden sword from his waist. Seeing this, Chen Guang panicked. Although Zhang Long had always been his punching bag and never dared to retaliate, he was well aware of the latter's capabilities. What are you all standing around for? Go. Chen Guang swallowed hard, barking orders at his two attendants. Those who served Chen Guang were all ninth-rank martial artists. With himself included, they formed a trio of ninth-rank fighters, an advantage in numbers. Chen Guang drew his sword, his face twisted in a grimace. Those who defy me shall be executed. Third young master, take a step back. Facing 3 opponents of equal rank, Zhang Long exhibited no fear, instead calmly instructing Chen Imo to step back to avoid being embroiled in the fray. Chen Imo nodded slightly, retreating 2 paces only to observe the approaching servant. Do not let him escape. His subordinates dare to strike me, and you shall not hold back either. Upon hearing this, the servant's gaze hardened, determination igniting as he fixed his eyes on Chen Imo. What are you staring at? Do you think you can defeat me? Chen Imo positioned his hands, preparing to demonstrate Wing Chun. Wing Chun? Chen Imo the servant was taken aback. What is Wing Chun? Regardless, he dismissed it, convinced that Chen Imo, lacking martial prowess, could not possibly contend with him. The servant, not being a martial artist himself but having shadowed Chen Guang for some time, had witnessed numerous techniques and had learned a few on his own. He believed that while he could not best a martial artist, he could certainly handle an ordinary person without cultivation. As he stepped forward to throw a punch, the servant suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right foot. Looking down, he realized Chen Imo had stepped on his foot. Before he could react, Chen Imo swiftly executed a central strike and followed up with a straight punch. With a sound akin to thunder, Chen Mo's fists rained down upon the servant's face, rendering him dazed and disoriented. Unable to withdraw his foot due to Chen Mo's weight, he endured dozens of blows, transitioning from standing to lying on the ground. After delivering the final punch, Chen Imo exhaled deeply, intending to boast that he could take on 10 opponents. However, upon turning around, he found Zhang Long had already incapacitated 2 of the attendants, as for Chen Guang. His sword had been knocked from his grasp, trembling and pale. He was pleading for mercy. Zhang Long, though few of words, was indeed a man of action. Regardless of Chen Guang's pleas, he showed no signs of relenting. Beating his opponent into a state resembling that of a pig's head, that is enough. Seeing that Chen Guang had been rendered incapable of coherent speech, Chen Imo raised a hand to halt Zhang Long and approached his brother with a smile. My dear second brother, what has become of you? Look at yourself, so weak now. You still carry wealth on you. If you leave in such a state, it would be most perilous. Very well, dear brother, I shall reluctantly take on the task of safeguarding your belongings. When you find yourself in need, you may request them back from me. With that said, Chen Imo began to rummage through Chen Guang's possessions. Chen Guang felt an overwhelming urge to curse. After all, these were his belongings. How infuriating it was. He had always been the one to seize others' wealth, and never had anyone dared to rob him. Yet now, he could only watch helplessly as Chen Imo relieved him of his private funds. He stripped him of his garments, shoes, and even his undergarments. Poor wretch, Chen Imo scoffed, disdainfully eyeing Chen Guang. After thoroughly searching him, he had managed to uncover a mere 50 taels of silver. He then proceeded to search the 2 guards and the house servants, ultimately gathering only a total of 100 taels. With the treasures collected, Chen Imo did not spare even Chen Guang's treasured sword, taking it along as well. Chen Imo, remember this. There will come a day when I shall not let you escape my wrath. I will demand justice from our father, and I will have Uncle Su stand up for me." Chen Guang lamented, tears welling in his eyes. As he lifted his gaze, he suddenly realized that the bustling street was filled with onlookers, many of whom had stopped to witness his humiliation. Embarrassment and indignation surged within him. He wished to retrieve his clothing, but after being beaten by Zhang Long, he found himself too battered to muster any strength. "Third young master, this is not the way to the outskirts of the city," Zhang Long remarked, noticing that Chen Imo was headed towards the heart of the imperial capital. Chen Dawang had bequeathed Chen Imo a property, but it was situated outside the city, intended to keep him at a distance, out of sight and out of mind. "Who says I am going to the outskirts?" Chen Imo replied. "We are headed to the town guard." Chapter 10. Does father wish to slay me? The imperial capital serves as the epicenter of the Tianlong dynasty, housing the emperor, the court officials, and the economic lifeblood of the realm. Any misfortune here could lead to immeasurable losses. To prevent martial artists from causing chaos within the city, the previous emperor established the town guard, an institution whose personnel begin at the 7th rank and is the most formidable violent force in the Tianlong dynasty. A weapon to intimidate the world. "Third young master, why are we heading to the town guard?" Zhang Long asked nervously as they made their way there. In his youth, he had heard of the town guard being home to the dynasty's elite warriors and had foolishly attempted to challenge them, only to be met with brutal punishment before he could even enter. He had struggled to survive in the capital for months afterward, nearly starving to death. To this day, he harbored psychological scars from that experience. "To save someone," Chen Imo replied. "Save someone? Whom shall we save?" "Tonight, you shall find out." In Chan Mo's memory, the demonic beings were linked to rebellion. It was said that the current Tianlong dynasty was ruled by women, and discontent with the empress had arisen even at the onset of her reign. As she enacted reforms, more and more treacherous subjects harbored rebellious intentions. However, as long as the town guard, a tool of the empire, remained intact, no one could successfully revolt. Demons possess near-immortal bodies and extraordinary powers. If successfully created, one could wield the strength of a 4th-rank martial artist, capable of contending even against the formidable town guard. However, the current empress was not to be underestimated. With her fierce methods, she had seized and destroyed the strongholds of the demons, imprisoning all their alchemists. The treasonous subjects, unwilling to let their plans be thwarted, initiated a large-scale prison break on the very night the alchemists were captured. At last, Chen Imo and Zhang Long arrived at the grand entrance of the town guard. 2 guards clad in the town guard's distinctive black robes, each armed with a feathered blade, eyed them with vigilance, their hands resting on their weapon hilts. To enter the town guard, one had to be a martial artist of at least the 7th rank. The aura they emanated was not something an ordinary 9th-rank martial artist could compare to. From a distance, Chen Imo sensed a palpable atmosphere of oppression. Zhang Long shrank back, feeling somewhat intimidated, and averted his gaze. "This is the town guard," the 2 guards spoke in unison, indirectly warning Chen Imo and Zhang Long that this was no ordinary place and that outsiders should keep their distance. "Good sirs, I seek a person, Pei Jiangnan of the town guard, and I believe you are familiar with him," Chen Imo said with a smile. Pei Jiangnan would eventually become one of the imperial heroes of the Tianlong dynasty, 300 years hence. The empress's most formidable general. However, at present, Pei Jiangnan was merely a newcomer in his first year at the town guard. On this night of the impending prison break, Chen Imo aimed to intervene and rescue Lu Wuxin, requiring a trustworthy ally, and Pei Jiangnan was undoubtedly the best choice. Known for his integrity, he could be counted on to act against the events of the night if he were aware of the impending chaos. Furthermore, within the town guard, there were spies among the treasonous subjects, and the only person Chen Imo could trust was Pei Jiangnan. "Pei Jiangnan? What do you need him for? He is not currently at the town guard." One of the guards responded nonchalantly, "Pray tell, when will he return?" "On a mission. When he returns, I do not know." This left Chen Imo in a quandary. Besides Pei Jiangnan, he could think of no one else to assist him. After much contemplation, he resolved to take a chance. Chen Imo made his way to a nearby tea house, procured paper and ink, and penned a brief letter before returning. "Brother, could you kindly deliver this letter to Pei Jiangnan? Tell him it concerns an urgent matter." The guard accepted the letter and was about to open it when Chen Imo swiftly produced 50 taels of silver and placed it atop the letter. Upon seeing this, the guard quickly concealed the silver, clearing his throat. Indeed, This letter must be of great importance. It must be delivered to Pei Jiangnan post-haste. Chenemo nodded slightly and handed another 50 taels to the other guard. Smiling as he said, "This letter is truly of great significance. Please ensure it reaches Pei Jiangnan before midnight." "Rest assured, not only by midnight. I could deliver it personally right now if need be," the guard said, and with that, he turned and hurried away. Zhang Long stood in shock, recalling that when he had previously visited, the town guard had shown him no such courtesy, helping him deliver something. It would have been a miracle if they hadn't beaten him to a pulp. Indeed, money can smooth the roughest of paths. Leaving the town guard, Chenemo pressed onward without pause, hastening towards the Chen residence. "Third young master, did we not just leave the Chen residence? Why are we returning? Do you have something else to retrieve?" Zhang Long questioned, puzzled by the owner of the house's evident reluctance to see them again after Chandawang had expelled Chanemo. "I just struck my second brother. I am certain he will report this upon his return. If we do not seize the initiative, we will find ourselves in a precarious position. I may be fine, but you are at risk. Moreover, having spent so much money, I am left with only 30 taels. If I do not find some silver, life will be difficult going forward," Chinemo explained with a smile. Zhang Long remained baffled. What did returning to the Chun residence have to do with money? In half an hour's time, Chinemo and Zhang Long arrived outside the gates of the Chun residence. Upon seeing the third young master return, the two guards at the gate were momentarily taken aback, having heard that he had been exiled. Why had he returned at this hour? Should they stop him or let him pass? Before the guards could resolve their dilemma, Chanemo approached, sword in hand, stepping closer to the entrance. The guards were suddenly alarmed, drawing their swords as they questioned, "Third young master, what are you planning? To kill or to harm?" Chanemo raised his sword high with his right hand, while his left hand held up his tied long hair. With a swift motion, he severed it and cast it forcefully at the entrance. The body and skin are bestowed upon us by our parents, and in ancient times, a person's hair was akin to another head. Although it can be trimmed, one would never go so far as to chop off a large portion as Chenemo did. To onlookers, this act resembled public decapitation. The two guards at the gate were startled, and upon witnessing this spectacle, they dared not maintain their composure. They stumbled hastily into the estate to report the incident. In less than a quarter of an hour, Chen Dawang, accompanied by Su Cheng, rushed over. As he stepped out of the door, his gaze fell upon Chenemo, standing with his sword horizontally and his head bowed. Alongside the severed hair, Chen Dawang raised an eyebrow, scanning the surroundings and noticing a considerable crowd gathering near the Chen residence. Enraged, he exclaimed, "Chenemo, what are you doing? Destroying your hair in public. Do you not regard me as your father?" Prior to Chen Dawang's arrival, Chenemo had secretly poked his own eyes with his fingers and recalled the most sorrowful moments of his life. When he finally lifted his head, his eyes were red and brimming with tears. Chen Dawang and Su Cheng were taken aback. The extent of his grievance was palpable. "Does my father wish to kill me?" Chapter 11. Father no longer loves me. Chen Dawang had initially believed that after enduring societal cruelty, Chen Mo would return humbly to seek his forgiveness and regain his place in the Chen family. However, the sudden question, "Does my father wish to kill me?" left him utterly bewildered. The multitude of onlookers was vast. If word of this incident spread, it would tarnish his reputation. Chen Dawang's lips twitched as he suppressed his growing anger, saying, "Chen Mo, what do you mean? You are my flesh and blood. How could I ever wish to harm you? If my father does not wish to kill me, then why send my second brother to find me?" Chinemo retorted, throwing the sword forcefully at the entrance of the Chen residence. Chen Dawang furrowed his brow. Scrutinizing the sword closely, Su Cheng hurried forward, picking it up and examining it seriously, stating, "This is the second young master's sword. Why brother brandished his sword and cornered me in public? Is this not an intent to kill? Had I not requested the dragon from you early on, I might have already perished in the streets. If you do not care for me, just say so. Why resort to such roundabout means to send my brother to end my life?" Chinemo was overwhelmed with grief. His expression and demeanor vividly portrayed his sense of injustice. Most significantly, after uttering those words, he rushed to Su Cheng's side, snatched the sword, and raised it to his throat in a bid to take his own life. Chen Dawang was struck with alarm. If this third son were to commit suicide at the gate, his reputation would be irreparably damaged. Su Cheng, ever the capable aid of Chen Dewang, swiftly intervened, pulling the sword away. You must not, third young master. The master has never wished for your demise. He cares for you deeply. Indeed, Chen Mo, there must be some misunderstanding. That wretched Chen Guang must not like you, which is why he acted so cruelly. When he returns, I shall thoroughly discipline him on your behalf. Chen Dewang was frantic, almost wishing to hang Chen Guang for his misdeeds. Oh, that's it. I thought my father disliked me. Chen Mo exhaled, relieved. Chen Dewang hesitated, failing to respond, for he did indeed harbor a disdain for his son, whom he saw as a worthless failure. In that moment of indecision, Chen Mo once again grasped the sword, preparing to take his life, convinced that his father truly did not care for him. Chen Dewang was horrified. At this juncture, he dared not affirm anything. He repeatedly uttered no, urging, "Put down the sword. Your father cares for you deeply. Enough. My brother has robbed me of my last 1,000 taels. How am I to survive outside? Is this not forcing me to my death? Then you may return. I shall support you. I will not. My brother bullies me so. What good would returning do?" In both overt and covert ways, Chen Mo expressed his desire for financial assistance. Chen Dewang, understanding this, gritted his teeth and commanded, "Bring me 5,000 taels at once. No child should suffer hardship." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's spirits lifted, and he discarded the sword, indifferent to the consequences. Su Cheng was taken aback by the rapid change of demeanor. Before long, 5,000 taels in banknotes were delivered. Chen Mo carefully folded them and tucked them away, not forgetting to flatter Chen Dewang. "It seems I have misunderstood my father. Indeed, you are the most honorable person in the entire imperial capital." After showering his father with praise, Chen Mo picked up his severed hair, saving it for future use. Elated, Chen Mo departed, while Chen Dewang was left in dismay. Not only had he lost 5,000 taels without reason, but he had also come perilously close to ruining his reputation. With a darkened expression, he returned to the main hall, leaving behind a stern remark, "If Chen Guang, that wretched child, returns, let him come to see me at once." In less than 15 minutes, Chen Guang, battered and bruised, returned. Fortunately, as a martial artist, he was resilient. Had he been anyone else, he might not have been able to rise to that moment. All Chen Guang could think about was seeking retribution. By informing his father of his grievances, he could incite Su Cheng to confront Zhang Long, and then he would deal with Chen Mo daring to steal my money. He has no idea how to spell death. Upon returning to the Chen residence, Chen Guang was summoned to the main hall to see his father, which suited him perfectly. Dragging his injured body, Chen Guang hurried to the hall, forgoing words to weep in reverence. "Father, you must stand up for your son. That Chen Mo is no good. He actually allowed his subordinate Zhang Long to beat me. Look at my wounds. They are all from the beating. Were it not for my martial prowess, I might not have made it here to see you." Chen Guang spoke pitifully but received no immediate response. After a moment of confusion, he looked up to see his father with a dark scowl, his eyes cold enough to kill, alongside Su Cheng, who shook his head in resignation as if mourning for him. "What is happening? Does father no longer love me?" Chen Dewang slammed the table, veins bulging on his forehead, and roared, "Chen Guang, you wretched child. How dare you commit violence against your brother in public? Not only that, but you also stole his 1,000 taels. Do you not regard me as your father? Violence? Stole 1,000 taels?" Chen Guang was astounded, hastily shaking his head in denial. "Father, I did not. Look, I am the one who was beaten, and I am the one who was robbed. Just moments ago, Chen Mo had personally come to complain, even brandishing your sword and threatening to take his own life. Would he do such a thing if he had not suffered an immense grievance? How can you, wretched child, still deny it?" Chen Guang's pupils contracted, clearly caught off guard by Chen Mo's cunning. He was now in a dire predicament, akin to being covered in yellow mud, not entirely excrement, but certainly not clean either. Chen Dewang slammed the table once more, his voice booming, "Su Cheng, execute the family law." Though Chen Dewang was merely an ordinary man, his family law could punish Chen Jin and Chen Mo, but inflicting harm on the robust Chen Guang was ineffectual. Upon hearing this, Chen Guang was struck with dread. He opened his mouth to deny it, but before he could speak, Su Cheng's whip had already struck, leaving him bloodied and battered. Tears welled in Chen Guang's eyes, lamenting, Why must I always be the one to suffer? After leaving the Chen residence, Chinamo used 5,000 taels to purchase 2 horses, spending a total of 200 taels before he prepared to head to the town marshal office. The guards at the town marshal office had been replaced. But Chinamo did not rush to inquire. Instead, he settled into a nearby tea house, choosing to observe the unfolding events. Not long after sitting down, a figure clad in white approached and took a seat at Chinmo's table. Chinamo was initially taken aback, then looked up to appraise the newcomer. Long black hair tied high, a delicate and handsome face, and skin as smooth and pale as a woman's, dressed in white. The slender figure exuded an air of fragility, holding a folding fan that he occasionally opened to create a breeze. Such beauty, it would be a shame not to dress him as a woman. Chinamo mused inwardly, maintaining a composed exterior as he remarked, "Brother, with so many seats available, why do you choose to sit here?" The effeminate young master remained silent, suddenly producing a letter which he flicked towards Chinamo with 2 fingers. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Long promptly caught it and presented it before Chinamo. The latter, puzzled, opened the letter, and upon reading its contents, his pupils constricted sharply. This was a letter he had pinned to Pei Jiangnan. Chapter 12. Long Outyin, how did this letter end up in your possession? Chinamo inquired, gripping the paper tightly as his expression darkened. He had anticipated a smooth progression of events, yet, unexpectedly, he had been thwarted by the other party. Pei Jiangnan was merely a newcomer who would pay such close attention to him. Tell me, how did you learn that someone intends to break into the prison tonight? The young master in white did not respond to Chinmo's question, but rather leisurely posed his own. Chinmo felt a twinge of unease, gently placing the letter down as his mind raced. Attempting to decipher the identity of the person before him, if the young master in white was an ally of Pei Jiangnan, that would be one thing. However, if he were not, or worse, an undercover agent within the town guard, then he was in perilous danger. Overheard it by chance. To say nothing can lead to death, but to say everything can lead to death as well. Chinamo pondered for a moment, deciding to test the waters. Where did you hear this? Who mentioned it? What else did you hear? The young master in white tucked away his folding fan, his captivating gaze fixed intently on Chinamo. The latter was momentarily taken aback. In their mutual gaze, he found that this individual possessed an unexpectedly refined appearance. Oh, I truly am quite hungry. Chinamo dispelled the wicked thoughts in his mind and replied earnestly, "Why should I divulge anything to you? As for Pei Jiangnan, I intend to speak with him directly. Sharing with me is the same. What Pei Jiangnan can achieve, so can I, for I am also a member of the town guard." Is that so? Chinamo merely uttered these 2 words and fell silent. The young master in white was taken aback. You do not believe I am part of the town guard? I simply do not trust anyone aside from Pei Jiangnan. Members of the town guard are all the same. They owe loyalty solely to His Majesty. What do you mean by only trusting Pei Jiangnan? Do you imply that you conspire with him? The young master's voice grew increasingly somber. Chinamo slid the letter back into its envelope, pinching the edges thoughtfully before stating, Pei Jiangnan does not conspire with others. No one can manipulate him. He acts solely for the justice in his heart. As for you, I have never heard of your existence. The young master in white savored the implications of Chinmo's words, and upon being inquired about his identity, casually replied, I am Long Outyin. You are Long Outyin? Do you truly believe you are? Wait, is your name really Long Outyin? Following a successful prison break, Lu Wuxin and her companions would be transferred to a new stronghold. 3 months later, this location would be discovered by Pei Jiangnan, who would lead his team to attack unexpectedly, thereby rescuing all the captives. Chinmo recalled that within the stronghold, skilled fighters were abundant. Relying on the inexperienced Pei Jiangnan and his few colleagues would not suffice to accomplish the rescue. Their success was due largely to a formidable expert who single-handedly vanquished all the skilled fighters within the stronghold. That expert was none other than Long Outyin. You have heard my tale? The young master, Long Outyin, was taken aback, gazing intently at Chinmo. Your face is etched with stories, Chinmo thought to himself. Then spoke earnestly, No, it is merely that the name Outyin is so resounding that it astonished me. Regarding the prison break, my knowledge is limited. As I mentioned, someone will indeed attempt a rescue tonight. Likely around the time of the third watch. I implore you, Outyin, to be punctual in thwarting them, lest those ruffians succeed. What? Did you not just express disbelief in me? Long Outyin inquired. Curiosity piqued. I now have faith. Chinamo smiled, however. I still hope Pei Jiangnan will also attend. Of course, it is not that I doubt your abilities, Outyin, but rather that having more people involved would provide greater assurance. You need not worry. There will indeed be more people. However, I fail to understand why a young master idling at home would wish to meddle in this affair. What is your true intention? Has he already discerned my identity? Chinamo lightly drummed his fingers on the table. To save people, it is as simple as that. Simply that. Seeing the disbelief etched on Long Outyin's face, Chinamo sighed in resignation. The demons are merely tools to combat the town guard. To the town guard, they are enemies. However, those compelled to become tools of refinement are innocent. They have fought their way out of hell, and if they are cast back into it, that would be exceedingly cruel. Long Outyin paused, his gaze towards Chinamo shifting from disdain to respect. Chinamo crumpled the letter in his hand, stating, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Watching Chinmo's departing figure, Long Outyin reflected on his previous words. In a wonder, earlier on that street, he had shielded the commoners from stones. It turned out he was a kind-hearted individual. However, what did he mean by not trusting anyone outside of Pei Jiangnan? Could it be that there was a traitor within the town guard? At the hour of the rat, outside the prison a sliver of moonlight streamed into a pitch-black cell, where 3 ragged female prisoners huddled in the dark corner. Clutching their knees, their faces contorted in pain. Although they had escaped the hell that had brought them endless torment, the myriad poisons and parasites within their bodies still rendered them miserable every night. The frail figure of a 6-year-old girl curled up, sweat beading on her forehead, her complexion pale. She bit her pristine white teeth, her large eyes blinking as she gazed at the pockmarked Lu Wuxin. Do you think that brother will come to rescue us today? He promised he would come for us, didn't he? In this world, the most unreliable thing was a man's words. Little one, I advise you not to hold on to any hope. There are no good people in this world. No one can save us. Even if someone does come, it would merely be a transfer from one hell to another. The emaciated girl curled up, her eyes dull and lifeless, her disfigured face devoid of any glimmer of hope. Lu Wuxin, hugging her knees, stared blankly at the floor. After enduring such a long period of darkness, she no longer believed that there was light in the world. Even if it existed, it was something she dared not touch. Just like that beam of bright moonlight, so near yet so far, she could not bring herself to stand beneath it, since departing from that tormenting place. She had not seen the sun for 6 years. She had believed that sunlight would be dazzling and alluring, but when the stones began to rain down upon her, Lu Wuxin understood that she was no longer worthy of standing in the light. Her world would not permit the emergence of brightness. She could only survive in the shadows, clinging to life. Boom! A sudden explosion shattered the hard-earned tranquility, and the dark cell was illuminated by bright moonlight as shadows appeared in the night sky. Lu Wuxin glanced upwards at the shadows emerging in the night, her expression neutral. It seemed she would never again live beneath the light. Chapter 13. Saving people. Clop, clop. Outside the city, Chinamo and Zhang Long rode into a forest. Third young master, did you not say we were to rescue the prisoners tonight? Why have we come here? Zhang Long, holding the reins, wore a look of confusion, finding Chinmo's actions increasingly perplexing. The town guard would not permit us to rescue the prisoners in plain sight. Then have we not arrived at the time you mentioned, third young master? At this moment, Zhang Long realized that Chinamo had referred to the time he had warned Long Outyin about, the third watch. Exactly, it was a ruse. Those ruffians began their operation at the first watch, broke into the prison at the second watch, and by the third watch, the prisoners had already been taken away. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhang Long was stunned. Chinamo had been so audacious as to deceive even the town guard. If Long Outyin were to pursue the matter, their situation would likely become dire. Seemingly sensing Zhang Long's concerns, Chinamo reassured him, do not worry. I merely said I overheard it. Who could have known they would act early? Zhang Long nodded slightly when suddenly, his brow furrowed, and his right hand instinctively grasped the wooden sword at his waist. His expression turning wary. Noticing this, Chinmo's demeanor also shifted to one of alertness as he spoke in a low voice. What have you discovered? Someone is coming, Zhang Long replied tersely, the sound of footsteps and clinking weapons audible. Martial artists have keen senses, far surpassing ordinary individuals. Chinmo, possessing a mere defective spiritual vein, lacked the qualifications to even open his spiritual channels, and thus could not hear the distant sounds, furrowing his brow. Chen Mo retreated behind Zhang Long, who tightened his grip on the reins with his left hand while holding his wooden sword firmly with his right, assuming a defensive stance. The footsteps in the forest grew closer. Even Chen Mo, an ordinary person, could hear them. Soon, two figures emerged, or rather, 3.2 individuals clad in black, one of whom had a girl with her mouth and nose covered tucked under her arm, masked in black. Were they the prison raiders? Something was amiss. The young girl did not resemble a prisoner. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, and before he could comprehend the situation, the two men in black had already dashed towards them. Clearly, these two figures were being pursued and sought to kill and seize horses to hastily escape their pursuers. Observing this, Zhang Long urged his horse forward, disrupting their formation, and then swung his sword, striking the black-clad man who was fleeing with the girl. The latter felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, causing the girl to tumble from his grasp as he rushed forward, anxious to recapture her. Having finally wriggled free, the girl would not allow herself to be so easily recaptured. Though bound by ropes, she deftly rolled on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Long swung his sword once more, sending a wave of sword energy that carved a bloody mark across the back of the black-clad man. Seeking death, a thunderous shout erupted as the other black-clad man charged towards Zhang Long. The sound of thundering hooves approached rapidly. Before the black-clad man could strike, Chen Mo spurred his horse forward, colliding forcefully with him, sending the man flying before he could grasp the situation. Chen Mo circled back on his horse, and with a firm grip on the reins, leaned forward to pull the girl onto the horse. Suddenly, as Chen Mo grasped the ropes binding the girl, he lost his balance and fell. Chen Mo was taken aback. Was this not how it was portrayed on television? Why did it fail in his case? Embarrassed by his failed bravado, he tumbled from the horse, feeling a twinge of pain, particularly since the girl had landed atop him. The girl let out a soft whimper, and Chen Mo quickly untied the cloth that had muffled her cries. "Brother!" she exclaimed, her voice echoing through the forest. Hastened footsteps approached, reminiscent of an army charging forth. And in mere moments, a group of officials had arrived. Chen Mo was momentarily stunned, recognizing the familiar faces among them. The leading officer was none other than Zhao Hu, whom he had encountered earlier that day. "How dare they lay a hand on my sister? Bring me those two scoundrels, and I shall have them dismembered," Zhao Hu barked, drawing his weapon and charging at the two black-clad men. Sensing the danger, the duo attempted to flee. However, one was struck in the back by Zhang Long, while the other was sent flying by Chen Mo's charge. Their movement slowed considerably, and the officials swiftly overwhelmed them. Executing both assailants, "Brother!" The girl stood up, her expression one of grievance as she pouted. The once fierce Zhao Long softened at her words, transforming from a hardened warrior into a gentle protector. He dropped his sword and embraced her tenderly, soothingly patting her shoulder. "Fear not, dear sister. I am here, and no one can harm you." After a lengthy exchange between the siblings, the girl finally remembered Chen Mo and turned to him. "Brother, it was this young gentleman who saved me. Had he not intervened, I cannot fathom where those ruffians would have taken me." Chen Mo scratched his head awkwardly, feeling embarrassed for failing to maintain his composure. Fortunately, the girl did not dwell on this, instead expressing her gratitude towards him. "Thank you, young sir, for your timely assistance." Zhao Hu clasped his hands in respect, just as the moonlight illuminated Chen Mo's identity. "This matter is quite intricate. May I inquire as to why you are here?" Chen Mo deftly diverted the topic. "What brings you to this place?" Without hesitation, Zhao Hu replied, "Not long after my sister visited me, I received word of her abduction. Thus, I brought my men and pursued the culprits here. Thankfully, thanks to the young master's noble intervention, we are safe. If the young master ever requires assistance, I shall not hesitate to oblige. Why wait for a more opportune moment? Since you have expressed your willingness, why not repay the favor now?" Chen Mo said with a mischievous grin. Zhao Hu was taken aback, surprised by Chen Mo's eagerness. "What does the young master need me for? Come with me. We must rescue someone." "Rescue someone?" But Zhao Hu glanced hesitantly at his sister, who had only just escaped abduction, still shaken. Furthermore, they were uncertain if the black-clad men had accomplices. If he followed Chen Mo, it could prove perilous. Rest assured. Those two ruffians merely sought to lure us away. Their objective has been achieved, and your sister is now safe. If you are concerned for her well-being, I suggest you have your men escort her back to the prison for safety. The forces from the town military division are already en route. That will be the safest place for her, Chen Mo explained calmly. However, upon hearing this, Zhao Hu and his men turned pale, realizing the implications, a potential prison break. Chapter 14. Not for young eyes on a moonless night, the pale moonlight spilled over the desolate wilderness outside the city. As wheels rolled over the forest path, an armored carriage contained 3 female prisoners. The very ones abducted from the prison, Lu Wuxin and her companions. Outside the carriage, 2 men rode horses while one drove the carriage. Boss, if we continue at this pace, won't we be caught by the prison guards? The man on the left asked, his expression tense as he scanned the surroundings. The driver, reclining against the carriage, replied lazily, "Don't worry. This prison break is top secret and no one is aware. Moreover, our experts are covering our retreat, ensuring the news won't leak. As long as the town military division doesn't arrive, we'll have plenty of time. By the time they notice something amiss, we will have reached our new stronghold. And as for that cunning officer, he's formidable. But by the time he realizes the truth and turns back, our experts will have already dealt with the guards, and he'll be eliminated in the process." The meticulous plan sent shivers down Lu Wuxin and the girl. "Will he come to rescue you? It seems even if that young gentleman intends to act, it will be futile. We ultimately cannot escape their clutches." The girl gazed up at the bright moonlight, which illuminated the surroundings, yet all she could perceive was the encroaching darkness. Lu Wuxin hugged her knees in silence, having never believed that Chen Mo would come to their aid. With no hope, there could be no disappointment. Yet, the smile of the young man under the sun lingered in her memory. "Brother, will he come to save us?" The little one in the corner murmured, having repeated that question since their imprisonment. Irritated, the girl lightly smacked the small one's forehead. "Be quiet. He won't come. Even if he did, what can a pampered young master do? But they have come." The little one's dull eyes brightened slightly, staring into the dense forest. "How do you know they are here?" "Yes, the bugs told me." She pointed to her chest earnestly. "Really?" At that moment, Lu Wuxin's heterochromatic eyes flickered, and she followed the little one's gaze towards the distant woods. Suddenly, an arrow shot forth from the thicket without warning, striking the horseman on the side. The force was immense, and the arrow, infused with spiritual energy, pierced the black-clad man's arm, pinning him to the carriage's bars. "What is happening?" The driver's expression tightened, and without a moment to spare, he leaped from the carriage. The other horsemen followed suit, taking cover behind the carriage. "Ah, boss, help me!" The pinned, black-clad man cried out in agony. Before he could say more, 2 more arrows flew in, one embedding itself in his shoulder and the other in his thigh. Both arrows were imbued with spiritual energy, and the excruciating pain caused him to faint instantly. "Big Mountain, take action!" The leader commanded sharply, drawing a short dagger, preparing for battle. Big Mountain unsheathed his long knife, leaping into action, and with a powerful swing, he unleashed a dazzling blade of light that cleaved through the thicket, forcing the archer to reveal himself. "Dies at him!" the leader gasped, recognizing the figure illuminated by the moonlight. None other than Zhao Hu, the officer who had been abducted. Zhao Hu stepped back a few paces, drawing his bow and releasing another arrow. "How dare you harm my men? I'll skin you alive!" The leader sprang forward, effortlessly slicing through the incoming arrow, then leaped off the ground like a cheetah, closing the distance to Zhao Hu in mere moments. "Come and fight." While long-range archery was advantageous, it became cumbersome in close combat, especially for martial artists. Zhao Hu decisively discarded his arrows, drawing his sword to engage the leader in a fierce melee. Big Mountain raised an eyebrow, readying his long knife to assist, but just then, a young man emerged from the side, wielding a peachwood sword, lunging at him with an attack. "More allies?" Deshan wore a grim expression as he unleashed 3 swift strikes, forcing Zhang Long, who wielded a peachwood sword, to retreat. Recognizing the disparity in their strengths, Zhang Long, a mere 8th-tier martial artist, dared not linger. With a thrust of his sword, he turned and fled into the distance. Observing this, Deshan surged forward in pursuit. The sudden onset of battle left Lu Wuxin and the two other women feeling a surge of anxiety, yet as the confrontation dragged on, they soon realized that they were alone, presenting a fleeting opportunity to escape. However, the thick wooden bars stood resolute like iron pillars. As frail women, they could exert all their strength yet fail to budge them even slightly. There was no solution. They remained ensnared within this prison that confined them. That moment, their commotion roused the previously unconscious figure clad in black. Would they truly be unable to escape? Lu Wuxin stared in despair at the awakening figure. The flicker of hope that had ignited within her extinguished in an instant. It seemed that freedom would forever elude her grasp. Suddenly, the sound of hooves thundered in the distance. Just as the three women had resigned themselves to hopelessness, a figure on horseback arrived before the prisoner cart. The moonlight bathed the tranquil forest, illuminating the visage of the youth atop the steed. While he lacked the handsome features of Yu Yanzu, in the eyes of the three women, he appeared akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Lu Wuxin fixed her gaze upon this unfamiliar yet familiar countenance. Her once hollow, lifeless eyes suddenly sparkled with vitality. The drab world around her faded away, and the boy who always emerged in the light seemed to infuse her existence with vibrant hues. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Wuxin felt a heaviness in her chest. As an indescribable sensation took root in her heart, the rhythmic pounding echoing like a drum, resonating throughout the land. The hooves trampled upon the legs of the black-clad figure, eliciting a piercing wail that shattered Lu Wuxin's reverie. "I promised I would come to rescue you," Chinamo said with a gentle smile, his radiant expression appearing exceptionally handsome in the moonlight. Undoubtedly, the scene was enhanced by a filter, for he had emerged like a prince on a white steed. How could he not be striking? Dismounting, Chinamo seized the black-clad figure's dagger, and while the opponent was still writhing in pain, he struck the bars with a single blow, yet they remained unbroken. Without being a martial artist, my strength still falls short. Nevertheless, Chun Mo's stamina was commendable. After enduring bullying from his elder brother in his youth, he had dedicated himself to strengthening his physique. Though he could not compare to a true martial artist, he was certainly more formidable than the average person. With 3 successive strikes, the bars finally splintered. "Quickly, come out," Chinamo called, prompting the 3 women to snap out of their daze and leap from the cart. Time was of the essence. Lingering here was unwise, and they needed to flee. "But my horse can only carry 1 person. I can ride," the girl said earnestly, glancing at the horse before the cart. "All right, you take the young girl and escape first." Chinamo swiftly severed the ropes binding the horse, freeing it from the cart, before turning to lift Lu Wuxin onto his steed. As she looked back, she saw Chinamo brandishing the dagger, advancing towards the cursing black-clad figure. The ensuing scene was somewhat bloody. Children should avert their eyes. Chapter 15. That is our home outside the city, in the prison. Fierce battles had transpired. The sturdy cells now lay in tatters, a multitude of corpses strewn across the ground, all clad in black, their identities obscured. At the prison's entrance stood several experts from the town marshal division. Draped in black robes, with hawk-feathered sabers at their sides, exuding an imposing presence. Among them was a middle-aged man in a long black robe adorned with a yellow chilan, seated calmly in a chair, sipping tea and spitting out the dregs. His name was Li Xiao, the commander of the town marshal division, known as the Tiger of the Empire, the foremost figure in the Tianlong dynasty. During the reign of the late emperor, he had led the southern expedition against the beasts of the Forbidden Zone, single-handedly vanquishing an entire army of monstrous creatures. When the Northern Tide Empire invaded from the south, he had charged into a 1,000,000-strong army alone, severing the head of the Tide Empire's greatest warrior, thus halting their advance. Through these 2 battles, Li Xiao's fame spread throughout the Tianlong dynasty, earning him the title of the Empire's Fierce Tiger. "Is the tally complete?" Li Xiao inquired, surveying his surroundings. Aside from the fallen black-clad figures, several experts from the town marshal division were diligently escorting the abducted prisoners back. As his words fell, a figure beside him leaned in to whisper a few words, then produced a ledger and presented it to him. Li Xiao's brow furrowed slightly, his expression turning displeased. Just as he was about to voice his irritation, a faint call reached his ears, startling him into rising and soaring towards the city walls. Upon seeing the white-clad youth, Long Outyin, atop the walls, Li Shao was taken aback and promptly bowed in salute. "My lord." Long Outyin, with hands clasped behind his back, gazed intently into the distance. "Am I late?" Li Shao nodded slightly. "My lord indicated to act at the third watch, yet they were taken at the second watch. Have we been deceived?" "No. Perhaps that individual misheard or has ulterior motives," Long Outyin pondered silently. The prison raiders had all been slain, and the prisoners recaptured, yet 3 remained unaccounted for. Li Shao hesitated before revealing the truth. 3 are missing and their whereabouts unknown. 3 missing. Unaccounted for? Long Outyin's brow arched, and a thought seemed to dawn upon him, a smirk curling at his lips. Let this matter rest for now. Investigate who is behind these individuals. Those deserving of death should be executed, leaving no chance for these traitors to rise again. As for the 3 who escaped, merely insignificant fugitives, do not concern yourself with them. 10 years prior, Chen Duong had ventured outside the city and stumbled upon a picturesque location in the mountains just beyond the capital. He expended a fortune to purchase land and construct a residence, intending it as a summer retreat or vacation home. In the years following the completion of the house, he visited annually, but with the ascension of the new emperor, fear gripped everyone, and Chen Duong refrained from returning. His 2 eldest sons preferred to indulge in the company of courtesans, while his 3rd son, Chen Imo, remained a reclusive homebody, leaving the property to languish. Now that the house lay abandoned, Chen Duong hesitated to frolic in the wilderness, ultimately deciding to bequeath the estate to Chen Imo. "That place will be my future home. No, it shall be our home," Chen Imo declared, gripping the reins with one hand while gesturing towards the distant, dilapidated courtyard. "Home?" Lu Wuxin sat before Chen Imo, softly murmuring a phrase from his lips, her heterochromatic eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Since the dawn of her memories, the concept of home had eluded her. The old beggar who raised her, the madam from the brothel, and the man who once saved her had never regarded her as family. Having dwelled in darkness for so long, how could she comprehend the nature of light? Chen Mo's hand gently rested upon Lu Wuxin's head, prompting her to instinctively flinch, yet she could not evade the touch. Instead, she shrank back in trepidation, expecting a reprimand, but instead felt a soft caress. The warmth of his palm and the exquisite manner in which he comforted her gradually eased her defenses, like a stray cat perpetually abandoned. She seemed to discover a haven that could embrace her. "I understand that you have endured immense suffering throughout your life. Though I cannot accompany you through the past, I wish to remain by your side from now on. To protect you." Chen Imo tenderly stroked Lu Wuxin's small head, his voice imbued with gentle warmth, akin to savoring fine wine, intoxicating and delightful. Lu Wuxin felt as though she were ensnared in a beautiful dream, one that had long been her yearning, finding someone who could accept her, who would shield her from torment, liberating her from the hellish world she had known. Yet, she wondered, could this dream truly be realized? Lu Wuxin's hopes had been dashed too many times, and reality had dealt her blow after blow. She feared that this time would be no different, with her small, bumpy hands clutching the tattered hem of her garment. She turned to Chen Imo, their gazes locking. She spoke, "I possess heterochromatic eyes. They say I am a harbinger of calamity, a source of misfortune. People like me should not exist. Indeed, I bear afflictions that render me hideous. They fear I might infect them, transforming them into something as grotesque as I. Yes, I harbor worms, toxins, and more. Regardless of what you carry, I shall never forsake you," Chen Imo reassured, once more caressing Lu Wuxin's head. This time, she did not flinch nor tremble. The colors in her heterochromatic eyes grew more vibrant. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Wuxin mustered the courage to declare, "My name is Lu Wuxin. I am Chen Imo, the Chen of antiquity, the Imo that quietly protects you." Outside the courtyard, weeds thrived, towering over the landscape, an expanse of wild greenery stretching for dozens of yards, long neglected and overgrown, the path strewn with thorns. Chen Imo pondered how to gain entry when he noticed a path not far off, leading directly to the courtyard gate, as if deliberately cleared. The traces were fresh, no more than a day old. Who could it be? With a slight frown, Chen Imo refrained from making any rash movements. Waiting in place until Zhang Long galloped towards him, third young master, Zhang Long approached in haste, beads of sweat dotting his brow, his body marked with various minor injuries, Yet all superficial years ago, Zhang Long had ventured into the world. Though his strength was lacking, his skill in escape was exceptional. "Are you all right?" Chinemo inquired about Zhang Long's condition. The latter nodded slightly, responding, "Merely an 8th-grade martial artist, he could not possibly defeat me. That fellow has already been slain by the experts of the Jinwu division. Zhao Hu has returned with them. I was detained for a while, hence my tardiness." "All is well, then." Chinemo nodded slightly, then turned his gaze towards the courtyard, where signs of disturbance were evident, the origin of which remained a mystery. "Come, let us investigate." Chapter 16. Destiny must be embraced. The Chen family courtyard had lain abandoned for several years. Chen Duong lacked the courage to return, while the brothers busied themselves supporting wayward women. Under such circumstances, it was unlikely anyone would come by. Apprehensive of unforeseen occurrences, Chinemo invited Zhang Long to accompany him inside. Lu Wuxin, having finally found someone who accepted her, felt a surge of anxiety as she heard Chen Mo's intent to leave her behind. Gripping his garment tightly, "Do not worry. I shall simply take a look inside and will return for you shortly." Chinemo reassured, affectionately tousling Lu Wuxin's hair, then turning to the nearby girl and the small child, instructing, "Stay here and do not wander off." Lu Wuxin cast a glance at Chen Mo's earnest expression before obediently nodding. Releasing her grip on his clothing, Chinemo beckoned to Zhang Long, and they began to tread slowly along the newly cleared path, the latter wielding a peachwood sword, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. In contrast to the martial artist Zhang Long, Chinemo, an ordinary man, felt a sense of unease, gripping the long knife he had recently found as he advanced step by step. The weeds before the courtyard gate had been cleared away. Even the entrance itself was immaculate. The gate stood ajar, revealing the interior where an elderly man, dressed simply, was sweeping the ground. The familiar figure momentarily startled Chinemo, who tentatively called out, "Uncle Fu," upon hearing his voice. The old man paused, lifting his gaze. A smile of recognition spread across his face as he hurried towards the third young master. "You have finally returned. I heard the master intended to exile you. So I inquired with Lord Su about your accommodations and hurried here. Upon finding you absent, I took the liberty of tidying up, ensuring you have a place to rest tonight." Uncle Fu, whose full name was Lin Fu, had been a loyal servant of the Chen family for over 40 years. A kind-hearted old man. Was said that he shared a distant blood relation with Chen Mo's mother. During her days as a maid, Uncle Fu had cared for her as if she were his own. Later, when Chen Mo's mother became a concubine, she, in gratitude for Uncle Fu's kindness, entrusted him with Chen Mo's upbringing. One could say that Chinemo had grown up under Uncle Fu's watchful eye. "Uncle Fu, at your age, why do you still exert yourself so?" Chinmo sighed in exasperation. "Are you implying that I am too old to work? I heard that when you spoke with the master, you only requested Zhang Long," Uncle Fu retorted, indignantly dropping the broom. "I have cared for you since childhood, yet you chose only Zhang Long. How ungrateful," he continued. "Do you remember when you wet the bed at 9? "Ah, Uncle Fu, please, no." Chinemo quickly raised his hand, halting Uncle Fu's reminiscence. Zhang Long, typically emotionless, couldn't help but stifle a laugh upon hearing about Chen Mo's childhood mishap, though he quickly suppressed it. "I am a professional. No matter how amusing, I will not laugh unless I cannot help myself," he declared. "Uncle Fu, it's not that I do not wish for you to accompany me, but my father has cast me out. I have been wandering. You are of advanced age, and I cannot bear to see you suffer alongside me," Chinemo implored earnestly. Uncle Fu had cared for both his mother and him. He truly wished for the elderly man to be free from worry and fear. Uncle Fu shook his head, smiling. "I have toiled my entire life. Whether with the Chen family or in service to your mother, I have always been on the move. You are the one I have watched grow up. Spending the remaining years of my life ensuring your well-being is no burden. Do not speak such nonsense, Uncle Fu. You have many years ahead of you. Besides, you are unlike me. You possess a spiritual vein. Once you open your meridians and embark on the path of a martial artist, you could extend your life by several decades." Though Uncle Fu was already in his 60s, his innate talent set him apart from Chinemo. Unfortunately, due to poverty in his youth, he had never had the opportunity to cultivate his spiritual vein. By the time he had sufficient resources, he was already in his 40s. Cultivating a spiritual vein at such an age posed far greater challenges than it would have in youth. Uncle Fu had come to terms with it, relinquishing the pursuit. What is destined to be will come to pass. What is not meant to be cannot be forced, since I have missed that opportunity. Leading a peaceful life is not without its merits. Having confirmed that the residents posed no danger, Chinemo turned back to summon Lu Wuxin and the others. Although Lu Wuxin would eventually rise to become a formidable figure, feared across the realm as the empress of the demonic sect, she was still but a naive girl at this moment. In fact, one could say she was somewhat shy. Upon encountering Zhang Long earlier, she had lowered her head in embarrassment, remaining silent. Now, with the addition of Uncle Fu, she was even more bashful, hiding behind Chinemo, her small hands clutching his garment. The small child also grasped Chun Mo's clothing. However, unlike Lu Wuxin, who was shy and avoided others, she curiously observed the two adults before her. As for the disfigured girl, her expression remained placid. Third young master has brought a friend? Uncle Fu smiled faintly, resembling a kind-hearted grandfather, as he scrutinized the three young women. Well, Chanemo nodded slightly, first introducing Lu Wuxin, who appeared somewhat bashful. However, with the conversation having progressed this far, she felt compelled to step forward. Taking small, delicate steps to show her face before retreating shyly once more, and these two, Chinemo hesitated for a moment, realizing that the little dumpling and the scarred girl were merely saved incidentally. He truly did not know their names. Perceiving Chanmo's awkwardness, the scarred girl spoke first. My name is Su Yuma. The little dumpling tugged at Chunmo's sleeve, her innocent eyes looking up at him. Brother, I don't have a name, but everyone calls me Little Dumpling, so you can call me that too. Understood, Little Dumpling. Chunmo affectionately ruffled her hair, feeling a pang of sympathy in his heart. At 6 or 7 years old, lacking a name, she must have been abandoned at an early age, and having barely grown up, she had become a vessel for others to refine into magical beings. One could only wonder how much suffering she had endured along the way. Little Dumpling, feeling the warmth of Chunmo's hand, suddenly sparkled with excitement in her wide, innocent eyes as if she had discovered a new world. Shimmering with joy, she gazed at Lu Wuxin beside her, realizing why her brother's gentle touch had brought such comfort. Sensing the fervent gaze from Little Dumpling, Lu Wuxin felt a bit embarrassed and turned her head, only to find Uncle Fu silently standing before her, his aged eyes reflecting a burning intensity. Chapter 17. Benevolent Lies. Uncle Fu, what brings you here? Uncle Fu had stealthily approached Chan Mo's side, engaging in a silent stare-off with Lu Wuxin, which left him somewhat astonished. Simultaneously, Lu Wuxin, under Uncle Fu's intense gaze, shyly lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Naturally different pupils, Uncle Fu stated lightly. Lu Wuxin's heart tightened, her grip on Chan Mo's sleeve tightening as her delicate frame trembled uncontrollably. Naturally different pupils, a source of disaster. That was what others had always said about her, whether it was the beggar who raised her or the girls from the brothel. All disdainfully casting her aside, venting their frustrations upon her when misfortunes befell them. In her youth, Lu Wuxin had endured considerable suffering, though not fear. For I am here. Chunmo gently caressed Lu Wuxin's head, soothing her trembling body. Uncle Fu, although she possesses naturally different pupils, she is still a person, an ordinary person. Chenemo feared Uncle Fu would react like everyone else, harboring fear towards Lu Wuxin. Young master, do not deceive this old man. Naturally different pupils are anything but ordinary, Uncle Fu replied with a smile. Naturally different pupils signify exceptional cultivation talent. You cannot fathom how envious I am. Lu Wuxin looked up in confusion. It was the first time she had heard someone express envy toward her. Mockery? It does not seem so. The old man's gaze truly held admiration. Uncle Fu, you know of this? Chinemo was taken aback. An obscure old servant knew that naturally different pupils were a top-tier cultivation talent. In my youth, I lacked the means to cultivate, so I sought knowledge in various texts. I came across information regarding naturally different pupils. Observing her physique, I deduced a few things, and as expected, the red and blue pupils are a contradiction, which explains the peculiarity she exhibits. Uncle Fu spoke nonchalantly, while Lu Wuxin listened intently, her mind racing upon hearing details about her own body. The things on my body, aren't they due to a strange illness? Lu Wuxin, plagued by countless inhumane treatments due to her afflictions, was bewildered. What you possess is not a strange illness but rather an aberration caused by the conflict between red and blue pupils. In simpler terms, it is a case of two eyes in irreconcilable opposition. However, do not worry. Once you cultivate your meridians, these symptoms will dissipate, Uncle Fu explained. Chen Mo was further astonished. The notion of Lu Wuxin's pupils being in conflict was rather mysterious. Even experts from the Tianlong dynasty might not fully grasp it. This Uncle Fu has quite the breadth of knowledge. Lu Wuxin's pupils sparkled with newfound light. It turned out she was not a source of disaster, nor did she suffer from a strange illness. Seeing Lu Wuxin finally smile brought Chen Mo immense relief, but suddenly her expression faded, replaced by a grotesque contortion. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, her pearly teeth ground together as her delicate form crumpled to the ground. Twisting in agony. Not only Lu Wuxin, but even Su Yuma and Little Dumpling were similarly afflicted. What is happening? Uncle Fu exclaimed in astonishment, while Zhang Long, who had remained silent, was equally puzzled. It is the myriad of insects. They have begun to battle within them again, Chen Mo uttered weakly, aware of the cause of the girls, suffering but feeling utterly powerless. In the future, Lu Wuxin would suppress the myriad of insects and poisons within her, relying on her powerful spiritual energy to expel them. Yet, witnessing her in such pain, he felt a pang of sorrow. He remembered that apart from becoming a powerful warrior, there was another method to expel the myriad of insects and alleviate their excruciating torment. That method involved concocting a special potion to guide the insects out of their bodies. Yet, Chen Mo could not recall the materials required for this special potion. Myriad poisons? Myriad insects? Young master, are they the vessels for the creation of magical beings? Uncle Fu's startling revelation left Chen Mo stunned. As he gazed at the old man in astonishment, tentatively inquiring, Uncle Fu, do you know of a way to help them? Yes, by preparing a potion to draw the insects out. Do you know the recipe? Chen Mo stepped forward with heightened excitement. I have seen it in ancient texts, but I've forgotten which recipe it was. Write it down. All right. Uncle Fu wasted no time, rummaging around the residence until he found some old rice paper, a brush, and an inkstone. Although these items had gathered dust, they were still suitable for writing. After grinding the ink, Uncle Fu contemplated for a moment before writing down 4 recipes on the paper. Chen Mo examined them closely, memories swirling in his mind, and soon he identified the 3rd recipe. However, he dared not gamble on the accuracy of his memory and decided to procure all 4 recipes. As night fell, and the city of the capital fell under curfew. Chen Mo could not enter the city itself. Fortunately, there was a branch of the herb hall outside the city, which was specifically open for wandering knights. When Chen Mo roused the slumbering shopkeeper, the latter wore a face of resentment and seemed reluctant to attend to him. Yet, upon Chen Mo tossing 100 taels of silver, the shopkeeper's demeanor shifted to one of eagerness. Spending 300 taels, Chen Mo acquired the 4 recipes along with the requisite materials, then hurriedly made his way back to the courtyard. Lu Wuxin and the other 2 had already fainted from their agony. Young master, do not worry. They have grown accustomed to this and are not in immediate danger. Hand the materials to me. I shall concoct the potion. Uncle Fu took the materials from Chen Mo's hands and, following his suggestion, began with the 3rd recipe. In half an hour, Uncle Fu had successfully brewed 3 barrels of potion. Young master, simply immerse them in the barrels. However, for optimal effect, it is necessary to remove their clothing. Chen Mo was taken aback, his face a canvas of confusion. Is that truly necessary? Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that there seemed to be no such step, yet there lingered a vague sense that perhaps there was. For a brief moment, he found himself in a quandary. The little one, Xiao Do Ding, was of little concern. A mere child, what did it matter if she had seen? However, Lu Wuxin was no longer a child. Although her figure was somewhat slender, it was beginning to take shape. Then there was Su Yuma, who had blossomed into a graceful young lady, her physique capable of eliciting a nosebleed. 3rd young master, do I appear to be someone who would deceive you? Fu Bo raised an eyebrow, his expression suddenly darkening, as if he was genuinely incensed by Chen Mo's remark. Chen Mo fell silent, realizing that the old man was indeed upset, suggesting he was unlikely to be dishonest. Fu Bo, while that may be the case, they are, after all, young maidens. Is my life more important or my virtue? Third young master, at this juncture, we cannot afford to be overly concerned. At most, I simply will not look. With that, Fu Bo turned and pulled Zhang Long, who had just escorted the 3 barrels of medicinal liquid and the 3 women into the room, away. He even shut the door behind him. Fu Bo, you just deceived the third young master. Zhang Long, having roamed the realms of Jiuzhou in his youth, was no novice and quickly saw through Fu Bo's ruse. How can this be considered deception? I merely told a benevolent fib. Chapter 18. Unable to marry off creek. The door to the room suddenly swung open, and Chen Imo emerged with a grave expression, shutting the door behind him. Fu Bo seemed to have been waiting for this moment, eagerly rushing over with a look of intrigue. So, how did it go, third young master? What do you mean, how did it go? The third young master should not feign ignorance. Did those 2 young ladies, evoke any feelings within you? Although Lu Wuxin is young, her heterochromatic eyes suggest that she will undoubtedly become a remarkable figure in the future. As for Su Yuma, her features are exquisite. Before her disfigurement, she must have been an unparalleled beauty. I possess some medical knowledge, and I could assist her in regaining her former appearance. Fu Bo rambled on, while Chun Mo's expression darkened. At this moment, he fully understood that the old man's previous insistence on disrobing was merely a ploy. They have awakened, Chen Mo replied coolly, interrupting Fu Bo's tirade. How could that be? It is impossible. How could they awaken? They have awakened, and that is that. After Fu Bo departed, Chen Mo hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to assist the 3 women with their bath. Yet, just as he placed Xiao Do Ding into the medicinal liquid, she roused with a commotion, waking Lu Wuxin and Su Yuma in the process. Then came the explanations, with the 2 young ladies blushing and requesting Chen Mo to leave. With matters having escalated to this point, Chen Mo felt it was inappropriate to linger further. Had I known, I would not have placed Xiao Do Ding in first, and Zhang Long. Chen Mo changed the subject, not wishing to be led astray by Fu Bo. After all, he was still a Navi young man. He has gone to soak in the medicinal liquid. Having spent several years in the Chen family, his meridians have been significantly opened, and with your assistance, third young master, he may soon step into the realm of an 8th-grade warrior. Fu Bo explained. Chun Mo's expression shifted slightly. Fu Bo, you once mentioned that you had read numerous ancient texts in your youth. Do you know any techniques for my cultivation? Fu Bo appeared troubled, pondering for a moment before responding earnestly. I have heard that the third young master possesses a defective spiritual vein. Chen Mo nodded slightly. In this world, spiritual veins were categorized into 9 grades: defective, ordinary, inferior, middle, superior, extraordinary, imperial, saintly, and immortal. The higher the grade of the spiritual vein, the greater the innate talent, with the immortal grade being the strongest and the ordinary grade the weakest. As for Chan Mo's defective vein, it was unfortunate that he had no qualifications even to begin his training. A defective spiritual vein, having an inherently wide meridian, is incapable of gathering spiritual energy. It is akin to water in one's hand, graspable, yet unable to be retained. Cultivation requires the ability to harbor energy within oneself. If one cannot even contain spiritual energy, then naturally, the path of cultivation is forever closed off. Forgive my bluntness, third young master. But if you wish to cultivate in this lifetime, I fear, Fu Bo sighed softly, lamenting the missed opportunity for Chen Mo to open his meridians and embark on the path. Regrettably, Chen Mo had never even had the chance to do so. Since this path is blocked, I shall seek another. Chen Mo's resolve was unwavering. Third young master means to pursue physical refinement. The essence of a warrior lies in opening the meridians, drawing spiritual energy into the body, and nurturing it within, thereby consolidating the dantian and strengthening the meridians. Conversely, physical refinement involves tempering the body and fortifying the flesh, making it suitable for those with defective spiritual veins. Does the third young master wish to embark on the path of physical refinement? Fu Bo's eyes bore a hint of concern. It is not that I speak ill, but this path is exceedingly arduous, and the vast expanse of Jiuzhou, for millennia, has anyone ever traveled far along the path of physical refinement? Cultivators draw on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, soaring through the skies, achieving immortality. In contrast, physical refinement entails a depletion of vitality, going against the natural order. Throughout history, while many have ascended the mountains. Few have reached the summit. The strength gained through the depletion of vitality is minimal. Even those who have opened their meridians are superior, and one risks suffering from the backlash of vitality loss. Countless physical refiners in Jiuzhou have rarely lived to see their 60th year. Fu Bo spoke earnestly, wishing to dissuade Chen Imo from this path. Instead of becoming embroiled in the violence of the warrior world, it would be wiser to live a peaceful life as an ordinary person. The path is forged by walking. There was once no path in this world. When many tread upon it, it becomes a road. Indeed, the path of physical refinement is fraught with difficulty. Historically speaking, no one has ever carved out a distinct identity along this route. However, in the centuries to come, there will be one who, relying solely on a physically refined body, defeats a second-grade warrior, etching a remarkable tale in the annals of Jiuzhou. This will ultimately shatter the preconceptions held by the world regarding physical refinement. What others can achieve, I too can accomplish. Chen Imo silently resolved. Fu Bo opened his mouth, wishing to offer further counsel, but Chen Imo waved his hand. My mind is made up. There is no need for further discussion. Fu Bo, this is a world where the weak are devoured by the strong. If one possesses no strength, one becomes mere prey. While Chen Imo could rely on others, he understood that destiny must be grasped firmly in one's own hands to find peace of mind. As night deepened, Chen Imo, weary from a day of exertion, hastily tidied up a room before collapsing into slumber. Upon awakening, he hurried to the room where Lu Wuxin and the other two young ladies had bathed the previous night. At this moment, the three women were already dressed, having returned in haste the night before, clad in tattered rags. "Brother!" Upon spotting Chen Imo, Xiao Doding rushed over, wrapping her small arms around his leg. Her innocent gaze fixed upon him. "Sister said that you saw my body last night, and now I cannot marry." "What?" At such a tender age, she is already contemplating marriage. As Chen Imo lifted his gaze, he beheld Lu Wuxin, who was shaking her head in denial, and Su Yuma, whose furtive glance towards elsewhere betrayed her guilty conscience. Struggling to drag the little girl along, Chen Imo managed to approach Su Yuma and gave her a light tap on the head, admonishing her to refrain from speaking nonsense in front of the child. Su Yuma, rubbing her forehead, initially appeared taken aback, but soon a sweet smile graced her lips as she retorted, "What I said was the truth. If you caught a glimpse of me and Wuxin last night, then it seems we are destined to marry you." Upon hearing this, Lu Wuxin quickly lowered her head in shyness. Though young, she had spent several months working in a brothel and had inevitably been exposed to much. "Third young master, do you not wish to take responsibility?" Su Yuma teased. "Yes, brother. Do you not wish to take responsibility for the little girl?" Little Doding, clinging to Chen Mo's leg, echoed Su Yuma's words with a huff. Chen Imo couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation, pinching the girl's chubby cheeks and saying, "You little rascal, do you even know what marriage means?" Little Doding pondered for a moment, then clenched her tiny fist with determination, declaring, "Marriage means being able to eat your fill every day. Silly girl, you don't need to marry anyone to have enough to eat. Rest assured, as long as your brother is here, you will never go hungry." Chen Imo replied with a smile, gently patting her head. His heart filled with sympathy. It seemed that her assertion stemmed from the times she must have gone hungry while being turned into a furnace for the creation of demon lords. Not only was little Doding thin, but Lu Wuxin and Su Yuma also appeared gaunt, suggesting they had not had proper meals either. Chen Imo, with unwavering resolve, vowed that he would not allow them to suffer any longer. Chapter 19. The fallen Zhao who the wheels rolled on, and a procession of horse-drawn carriages came to a halt at the entrance of a courtyard. From these carriages emerged a number of young helpers. These were the daily necessities that Chen Mo had procured in the capital the day before, along with workers that Uncle Fu had arranged to manage the dilapidated courtyard. After entrusting the household matters to Uncle Fu, Chen Mo set off with Zhang Long towards the city. Besides the essentials, new garments for Lu Wuxin and the other girls were also on the agenda, along with materials for their pulse opening. Inside the apothecary hall, Chen Mo slid a list of required herbs for pulse opening across the counter to a young attendant. Before the attendant could respond, the shopkeeper, upon recognizing the third young master of the Chen family, hurried over with a beaming smile. Having made a hefty profit from Chen Mo's previous purchase of 800 taels worth of spiritual herbs and elixirs, the shopkeeper's attitude was exceedingly respectful. Since it is the third young master requesting, allow me to personally gather the herbs for you, the shopkeeper said with a smile. Chinamo raised his hand to interrupt him, saying, no need for that. Let the attendant handle it. However, I do have an inquiry to make. The shopkeeper nodded and, upon dismissing the attendant, respectfully inquired, please, feel free to ask. I shall share all that I know. Does this apothecary hall have blood-withering grass, earth dragon essence, or chinquin fruit? These three were high-grade herbs essential for body refinement and significantly enhanced physical conditioning, yet they were notoriously difficult to obtain. Blood-withering grass required the blood of demonic beasts to grow and was typically found in places where such beasts fought relentlessly. Generally, these locations were the domains of pack-hunting demonic beasts, posing a serious danger that most martial artists dared not approach. Given its stringent growth conditions and high risk, blood-withering grass was exceedingly rare in the market, often priced at a premium but seldom available for purchase. If blood-withering grass was so elusive, earth dragon essence and chinquin fruit were even more so. As soon as Chinamo finished speaking, the shopkeeper quickly shook his head, stating, as for earth dragon essence and chinquin fruit, I have only heard vague mentions, but blood-withering grass is currently being sold at a price of 10,000 taels per stalk in the market. And yet our apothecary hall still cannot procure it due to the exorbitant cost and high risks involved. However, if the third young master is truly interested, I will keep an eye out for you. Chinamo felt a tinge of disappointment. He had already been filled with uncertainty regarding the path of body refinement, and now he found himself unable to take even the first step. Before long, the attendant presented a selection of herbs, and after settling the payment, Chinamo was about to leave when he unexpectedly bumped into a familiar face. Zhao Hu, now devoid of his official attire, bore signs of recent skirmishes, with remnants of injuries from the previous night's confrontation with thieves. Upon spotting Chinamo in the apothecary hall, Zhao Hu was initially taken aback, but quickly composed himself. Offering a respectful salute, third young master, no need for such formality. Chinamo waved his hand, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Zhao Hu with concern. Zhao Hu, are you injured? Is everything all right? Zhao Hu shook his head. It's merely superficial wounds. They are of no consequence. I am here to collect some herbs for someone. After this, a flicker of hesitation crossed his face, and his gaze towards Chinamo became evasive. As if he had something to say but held back. There's something on your mind? Chinamo inquired, sensing Zhao Hu's unease. However, Zhao Hu quickly shook his head in denial, and Chinamo chose not to press further. Chinamo produced a banknote of 100 taels from his pocket and handed it directly to Zhao Hu, stating, I owe you a debt of gratitude for your assistance yesterday. This is for you. Zhao Hu's eyes widened at the sight of the banknote, and he instinctively swallowed hard. Yet ultimately he shook his head in refusal, saying, if it weren't for the third young master, my sister might have faced grave danger. Furthermore, dealing with those ruffians is merely my duty. How could I let the third young master incur such expenses? I feel unworthy of this. Take it. There's no need for pleasantries, Chinamo insisted, pressing the banknote into Zhao Hu's hands before turning to leave the apothecary hall. Zhao Hu grasped the banknote tightly, his expression a mix of complexity and contemplation. After purchasing a few herbs from the attendant, he hurriedly made his way towards West Street. Traversing the aged streets, Zhao Hu arrived at a dilapidated wooden house, and before he could step inside, he was met with the sound of coughing from within. Taking a deep breath, he knocked on the door, and moments later, a plainly dressed young woman opened it. Upon seeing him, her face lit up with a sweet smile. Brother, you're back? The young woman, named Zhao Qingling, was Zhao Hu's sister, the very person Chinamo had saved the previous night. Spotting the herbs in Zhao Hu's hands, her eyes sparkled with joy as she exclaimed, Brother, did you gather enough money to buy the herbs? That's wonderful. Mother's illness can be treated now. Take the herbs to brew. And also, keep this money safe. Don't let that old man steal it again. Where did you get so much money, brother? Didn't you say you had been dismissed from your post last night due to their mother's serious condition? Zhao Qingling had rushed outside the city to find Zhao Hu, intending to bring back some money, only to be abducted along the way, losing the money in the process. Meanwhile, Zhao Hu had nearly faced imprisonment for abandoning his post. But due to his efforts in eliminating a thief on the way, he had only lost his position. Brother, you didn't agree to. Zhao Qingling suddenly recalled the events of that morning, her brows furrowing with concern. You promised the second young master, didn't you? Oh, brother, we cannot engage in such deeds. You were once a captain. How could you involve yourself in contract killings? Moreover, that third young master is my savior. If it weren't for him, I would have been taken by the thieves last night. How could you repay kindness with malice? Qingling, I did not agree to the second young master. This money is from the third young master. Zhao Hu replied, shaking his head. He admitted to having been tempted when Chengguang approached him that morning. With their mother gravely ill and their father a gambler who had squandered their family fortune, Zhao Hu had felt cornered and considered the prospect of working for Chengguang. Yet, in the end, he managed to resist the temptation. Son, please save your father. At that moment, a trembling voice shattered the brief silence. A ragged middle-aged man approached, his face marred with scars. Zhao Tian, Zhao Hu's father, the man who had squandered the Zhao family's wealth. Money, so much money. Seeing the silver in Zhao Qingling's hand, Zhao Tian lunged forward like a madman. Zhao Hu, witnessing this, swiftly grabbed his father's shoulder and forcefully pushed him to the ground. Zhao Hu, how dare you? I am your father, and you treat me like this. Do you have any idea that if it weren't for me sending you to learn martial arts and providing you with money to open your pulse, you would have achieved nothing today? Now that you have some power, you've forgotten your roots and dare to strike your own father. Zhao Tian scrambled back to his feet, pointing a trembling finger at Zhao Hu in exasperation. While Zhao Hu, fists clenched, hung his head in silence, unwilling to retort. Father, this money is for mother's treatment. You cannot squander it on gambling. As Zhao Tian lunged to seize the money, Zhao Qingling clutched it tightly to her chest. Your mother has fallen gravely ill. Even if she were to recover, she may only have a few years left to live. It would be better for you to take a risk on my behalf. Perhaps you could recover the family fortune of the Zhao clan. If you dare to obstruct my path to wealth again, believe me, I shall sell you to a brothel. As Zhao Tian's words echoed in the air, a massive fist swiftly struck his back, sending him sprawling. Even if you are my father, you cannot sell off Qingling. She is my sister. Should you utter such words again, I will not hesitate to end your life. Zhao Hu declared, his voice laced with authority, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Zhao Tian, terrified, felt a chill run down his spine, yet he reminded himself that he was Zhao Hu's biological father. Such a heinous act as patricide was unfathomable. He coldly replied, I will not sell Qingling, but you must assist the second young master of the Qin family. No, brother. You cannot help. Silence, you wretched girl. Zhao Tian snapped, then turned to Zhao Hu, his tone softening. I owe 3,000 taels in gambling debts. If I do not repay them, they will kill me. Zhao Hu, you surely do not wish to see me die a brutal death, do you? Even if you do not care for my plight? Think of your mother and sister. The second young master has promised that if this matter is resolved, not only will my debts be cleared, but we will also be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. Zhao Hu, you are the sole pillar of the Zhao family. You cannot simply stand by and watch as we face ruin. Chapter 20. The arrival of Long Outyin after leaving Baichao Hall. Chinamo proceeded to purchase some garments for women in this era. Such actions were still somewhat frowned upon, and he attracted many disapproving glances along the way. He had initially intended to give the clothes to Zhang Long. But what could a mere martial artist possibly buy? Moreover, he was clueless about what sizes to choose. Thus, Chinamo took it upon himself to select the outfits based solely on his personal taste. Regrettably, the styles available in this age were predominantly conservative, failing to cater to his more eccentric preferences, such as black and white silk. Zhang Long had traversed the 9 provinces for several years, having faced many challenges, and his demeanor had grown quite bold. However, accompanying Chinamo to shop for women's attire still made him feel a bit bashful, as he hung his head, adopting a do-not-look posture. Too shy to glance around indiscriminately. After purchasing the garments, Chinamo made another visit to the town military office, hoping to see Pei Jiangnan. Yet again, he was unsuccessful, so he left a letter at the inn and hurried back home. Upon his return, it was already afternoon. The weeds outside the courtyard had been cleared, and the entire area had been tidied up, looking revitalized. The carriage that had lingered at the entrance had departed, leaving only a long sword embedded in the ground before the gate. Chinamo furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling anxiety. Zhang Long noticed this scene and instinctively tightened his grip on the wooden sword at his waist. His expression alert. Third young master, allow me to enter first to assess the situation. If there is no danger, I will let you in at no need. Chinamo waved him off. Observing the situation, it was clear that the intruder possessed formidable strength, and Zhang Long would be ill-equipped to handle it alone. At that moment, it seemed the visitor was already aware of their return. Even if they attempted to flee now, escape would be impossible. Just as he spoke, the long sword at the gate trembled slightly, emitting a sound as if beckoning Chinamo and Zhang Long to enter. Dismounting, Chinamo, as usual, retrieved his belongings from the horse and knocked on the door. Zhang Long took down the bundle from his horse, slinging it over his shoulder, his right hand drawing the sword, ready for battle. Knock. As soon as the sound echoed, Fubo pushed open the door, hesitating briefly before saying, "Third young master, there is a visitor." Gazing past Fubo, Chunmo's eyes fell upon the scene in the courtyard. Lu Wuxin and her two companions had emerged from the side room. Standing in a row, trembling and with their heads bowed, seated on a stone bench before them was a young man in white, casually playing with a folding fan, his expression indifferent. Long Outyin. Chinamo recognized the identity of the young man in white immediately. He pushed past Fubo, handing over the herbs he had brought, and approached the courtyard. "Brother Outyin, how did you come to know that I reside here?" Zhang Long felt a sense of dread. Long Outyin was affiliated with the town military office, a 7th-grade martial artist, while he himself was merely a 9th grade. If the former intended to harm Chinamo, Zhang Long feared he would be powerless to stop him. Last night, the town military office took action, slaying all those involved in the prison break, and the prisoners were recaptured. However, 3 individuals remain unaccounted for. I thought that by following the trail, I might uncover the whereabouts of the prisoner and the mastermind behind it. I never expected to find you here. Chinamo, are you attempting to hide a beauty in a golden house, or are you the mastermind behind the prison break? Long Outyin chuckled lightly, a mocking glint in his eyes as he scrutinized Chinamo. Lu Wuxin looked up in fear, wishing to defend Chinamo, asserting that he was not a bad person, but upon meeting Long Outyin's fierce gaze, the words caught in her throat. Chinamo sat down with poise, unfazed by Long Outyin's remarks. "What kind of person do you think I am?" Though the 3 individuals before him were indeed female, their appearances left much to be desired. As the esteemed third young master of the Chen family, he could have any woman he wished. If he sought to hide a beauty, there was no need for such convoluted schemes. In truth, at present, Lu Wuxin and her companions were not particularly appealing. One was merely a child, yet to mature. Another was covered in blemishes with mismatched eyes, and the third, Su Yuma, though possessing a decent figure, had a face that left much to be desired. Unless Chinamo were truly desperate, it was inconceivable for him to take an interest in these 3. "Do you believe I am the mastermind behind the prison break? Whether you are or not, it depends on what you have to say. Will you believe my words? Do you think your words are credible?" Long Outyin's expression turned cold. "Yesterday you mentioned that the action would occur at the 3rd watch. However, the individual was taken at the 2nd watch. Was this intentional? And as for the reason, I suspect it pertains to these 3. To save these 3 prisoners, you would deceive the town military office? Do you realize this is a capital offense? If I wished to take action, I could kill you 10 times over. Nevertheless, I would still like to hear your reasoning for such actions." Chinamo fell silent, his hands pressed against his knees as he slowly raised his gaze. "I only wish to give each of them a home." The words were startling, and Long Outyin was momentarily stunned. They sounded much like the words of a regular patron at a brothel. Long Outyin scrutinized Chinamo, sensing the sincerity in his expression, which did not appear to be a jest. Recalling their previous conversation, he found himself believing it to some extent. Meanwhile, the 3 women standing behind Chinamo exhibited various reactions. The youngest, having listened to their exchange for a while, grew weary and lay down on the ground to play with insects. Lu Wuxin nervously fidgeted with her clothing, tears glistening in her eyes, not from sadness, but from joy. It seemed she had truly found someone to rely on this time. Su Yuma blinked slowly, her gaze fixed on Chinamo, lost in thought. Seeing that Long Outyin's imposing demeanor had diminished, Chinamo felt reassured that he was not there to apprehend anyone. He turned to the 3 women, saying, "I bought you some new clothes. Go and try them on." Upon hearing this, the 3 women looked to Long Outyin, who made no move to stop them. Thus, They cast aside their reservations, took the garments from Zhang Long, and retreated into the adjacent room. Fu Bo, holding the herbs Chen Imo had just given him, called out to Su Yuma, who was about to enter the room. "Miss Su, please wait. Fu Bo, is there something you need?" Su Yuma frowned slightly as she closed the door behind Lu Wuxin and the other two. "Old man notices that your face seems to have been intentionally disfigured. Although the method is cruel and difficult to remedy, I have some knowledge of medicine and am confident I can help you restore your former appearance. The young master has already procured the herbs. With a bit of preparation, I can assist you. Restore my appearance. Is that the intention of your young master, or is it your own idea?" Upon hearing that her appearance could be restored, Su Yuma did not display any signs of joy. Fu Bo was taken aback. Generally, women placed great importance on their looks, and after being disfigured, they would yearn to regain their former beauty immediately. Yet Su Yuma's reaction was entirely atypical, piquing his curiosity about what had transpired to make her indifferent to her appearance, even resisting the idea of restoration. "It is my idea," Fu Bo spoke candidly. "In that case, why would I go through the trouble of restoring my appearance? I am not the kind of woman who merely seeks to please others." Chapter 21. I only deceive, not the celestial maidens. With Lu Wuxin and her companions having withdrawn, Long Outyin ceased pressing Chen Imo about the events of the previous night. His gaze, both delicate and piercing, fixated on Chen Imo. "Yesterday, you claimed to have overheard information about the prison break by chance. Now, you may inform me from whom you heard it and where." Chen Imo furrowed his brow, taken aback that Long Outyin was still fixated on this matter. "The prison break has already been thwarted. What further purpose does it serve for you to know? The mastermind remains at large. What good does it do to have halted the action? However, I am under no obligation to disclose this to you. Cooperating with the town military office is your privilege, but I do not require such a privilege." Long Outyin tapped the stone table with his folding fan, a rhythmic tap-tap-tap resounding, blood-withered grass. "Earth dragon essence and chinquan fruit, 2 of these 3 items are in my possession. Chinquan fruit and blood-withered grass." Chun Mo's pupils constricted sharply. "You have been following me? Until the culprit is uncovered, you shall remain a suspect. You provide me with the information I seek, and I shall procure for you what you desire. I am at a loss as to what information you require." Chen Imo reflected internally, realizing the truth in the adage that once a lie is spoken, countless others must follow to uphold it. He was not eavesdropping. Rather, he was acutely aware of all the developments. "There is no news, however. If you can provide me with bloodgrass and the chinquan fruit, I can offer you a chance for promotion." "Do I even need a promotion?" Long Outyin silently scoffed. Then inquired curiously, "Do you have a way to help me get promoted?" Chen Imo nodded slightly. "Your Majesty has recently faced improper cultivation, leading to damage to her meridians. If the golden cicada grass is not utilized soon to restore her meridians and stabilize her dantian, she will never be able to break through to a 3rd-grade warrior in this lifetime. I happen to know where the golden cicada grass is located. Tell me, if you were to present the golden cicada grass to Her Majesty, and she were to be greatly pleased, would she not promote you?" Long Outyin pinched the folding fan in his hand, his brows suddenly raising. "How could I not know about Her Majesty's meridian damage?" "Of course you do not know. Even Her Majesty is unaware at present. She will only realize it after some time, at which point she will undoubtedly be in a state of extreme anxiety, proclaiming to the world in search of a remedy." This event transpired half a month later. Chen Imo remembered how the Dragon Empress, distressed by her damaged meridians, sought out renowned scholars across the realm for a cure. Yet none proved effective. Ultimately, it was Yi Liangqin's return from the Forbidden Area and the discovery of the golden cicada grass that healed the Dragon Empress's ailment. Because of this incident, the Dragon Empress developed a certain fondness for Yi Liangqin. Long Outyin's expression grew increasingly peculiar. "How do you know of matters that even Her Majesty is unaware of?" Chen Imo smiled, pointing a finger toward the sky. "I observed the celestial signs last night and deduced it. If you choose not to disclose, then so be it." Long Outyin could not help but cast a sidelong glance at Chen Imo. "This matter is of great significance. I require verification. You are not Her Majesty. How can you provide verification?" Chen Imo furrowed his brow slightly, puzzled. Long Outyin imitated Chen Imo, pointing a finger skyward. "I shall also observe the celestial signs tonight, and if it proves as you say, I will come to find you tomorrow." With that, Long Outyin beckoned, and the long sword inserted outside the gate suddenly flew to him. He lightly leapt onto the blade, resembling an immortal, and departed the courtyard. Zhang Long took a few steps forward, gazing enviously at the receding figure of Long Outyin, wondering when he too might soar through the skies on a sword like that. Upon sensing Long Outyin's departure, the door to the side room swung open, and a cute little head peeked out. He has left. He has left. The sisters can come out now. Donning a new outfit, the little one exclaimed joyfully, then scampered out to seek a hug from Chinimo. Chinimo, chuckled Riley, lifting the little one into his arms, only to see Lu Wuxin and Su Yuma, both changed into new attire. Emerged from the side room as well, Lu Wuxin wore a simple white long dress, her frail figure a result of years without sufficient nourishment, appearing delicate and fragile. She had yet to open her meridians, and the bumps on her body still remained, rendering her appearance less than striking. The dress was indeed beautiful, yet Lu Wuxin felt a twinge of inferiority upon putting it on. As she stepped out of the room, her hands clutched the hem of her dress, her body trembling slightly with nervousness, head bowed, unable to meet Chun Mo's gaze. Your dress is truly lovely. Do you know what kind it is? Chinimo, one hand cradling the little one and the other resting on his cheek, inquired with a smile. Lu Wuxin's expression froze, her eyes scanning the dress she wore. Since childhood, she had donned coarse, tattered clothing. She had scarcely seen a dress, let alone known what kind it was. She tightly squeezed the hem of her dress, biting her lip in silence, struggling to utter a single word. Su Yuma subtly shook her head. Coming from a noble background, she naturally recognized the type of dress Lu Wuxin wore. However, she felt that Chinimo was intentionally putting Lu Wuxin on the spot. Su Yuma opened her mouth, ready to defend Lu Wuxin, but Chinimo had already broken the awkward atmosphere, saying, "It is your beauty that stands out among the rest." This remark from Chinimo left Su Yuma momentarily speechless, unable to fathom how one could compliment another's beauty in such a manner. Lu Wuxin had never heard such cheesy flattery before. Initially trembling from nervousness, upon hearing Chun Mo's words, her body shook even more violently, her small face turning a deep crimson, akin to a kettle on the verge of boiling, as if she might smoke. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Lu Wuxin, flustered by the compliment, dared not speak, her little head bowed in avoidance of Chun Mo's gaze. Regaining her composure, Su Yuma stepped forward defiantly. "Young master, what do you think of my outfit?" "The dress is beautiful." Chinimo nodded slightly. Su Yuma wore an ice blue long dress. Though her face was marred, her figure was curvaceous, and the gown perfectly showcased her body's contours. "Is it just the dress that is beautiful?" Su Yuma asked with a smile, genuinely curious about how Chinimo would praise her. If he were to say she looked pretty, it would be highly unrealistic, considering her current disfigurement. If Chinimo were to flatter her beauty despite that, one could only conclude that he was a man prone to deception. Chinimo scrutinized Su Yuma from head to toe. Aside from her face, she was quite appealing. Yet, speaking bluntly might wound her feelings, and being someone who wished to offer them a home, he would never voice such hurtful words. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and remarked, "Miss Su, your eyes are quite beautiful." Su Yuma was taken aback, never expecting there to be a feature on her face that Chinimo would deem not ugly. Before she could fully process this, he continued, "However, your eyes cannot compare to mine. Do you know why?" "Why?" Su Yuma leaned closer to Chinimo, scrutinizing him intently. "Because my eyes hold you. Young master truly knows how to deceive." "You are mistaken. I only deceive, not the fairies." Chapter 22. Gu Cultivation. Opening the meridians is a necessary path to becoming a warrior. Generally, individuals awaken their spiritual meridians by the age of 16, though exceptions exist, with some awakening at 12 or even through external means. Once the spiritual meridians awaken, provided they are not defective, one can soak in medicinal liquids to thoroughly open the meridians within their body, allowing spiritual energy to enter and accumulate in the dantian in preparation for further cultivation. This phase is referred to as opening the meridians. The term entering the path refers to the stage following meridian opening. The human body contains 8 primary spiritual meridians: Ren meridian, Du meridian, Chong meridian, Dai meridian, Yangwei meridian, Yinwei meridian, Yinxiao meridian, and Yangxiao meridian. Once all 8 meridians are opened, one can enter the path and officially become a ninth-grade warrior. Different individuals possess varying talents. Those with exceptional gifts may only require a few immersions in medicinal liquids to open all 8 meridians, while those with lesser talents may need 10, 20, or even 30. Chen's second son, Chen Guang, belonged to the latter category, having soaked in medicinal liquids 25 times before barely opening all 8 meridians, during which he spent a considerable amount of silver, resulting in his father, Chen Duong, deducting 2/3 of his allowance. The meridian opening phase is the most financially draining stage for ordinary individuals, to the extent that even if a gifted individual like Fu Bo had some talent in youth, he lacked the funds to open his meridians, leading him to remain an ordinary man even at 60. Fu Bo had brewed 2 full barrels of medicinal liquid, staring blankly at them for a long time. Reminiscing about the hardships of his youth, feeling a wave of sorrow. Had he encountered a master as righteous as the 3rd young master in his youth, perhaps his life would have taken a different turn. Young master, the medicinal liquid has been prepared. Fu Bo, supporting himself on his knees, stood up and called out. Hearing this, the 2 young women, still blushing from Chan Mo's earlier teasing, quickly excused themselves under the pretext of soaking in the medicinal liquid. Fu Bo emerged, wiping the sweat from his forehead, glancing at the little one before inviting her to follow him inside. The little one, upon hearing this, happily scampered in. The medicinal liquid is ready, but without testing the spiritual meridians. Allowing them to open their meridians seems rather hasty. Moreover, that young lady is only 12 years old. It remains uncertain whether she has awakened her spiritual meridians. Fu Bo respectfully stood before Chen Mo, inquiring. Chen Mo waved his hand, urging the diligent Fu Bo to take a seat, and then spoke calmly. Their identities are unsuitable for the awakening platform. I am unsure of Miss Su's spiritual meridian grade. Even if she possesses a defective meridian, one immersion in the medicinal liquid will reveal it. I do not lack the silver for this immersion. As for Wuxin, although she is only 12, her spiritual meridian has already awakened. So there is no need for you to worry about that. Fu Bio Dai in Chen Mo's memory, Lu Wuxin possessed a celestial grade spiritual meridian. Should she undergo testing at the awakening platform, it would undoubtedly cause a stir across the nation. Fame invites danger. Without a strong backing, revealing one's talent too early can easily lead to misfortune. The history of the Dragon Empire is rife with such examples. Chen Mo's thoughts shifted, and he became curious. Little one is only 6 years old. I presume she has yet to awaken her spiritual meridians. Fu Bo, have you also prepared her medicinal liquid? Fu Bo shook his head, indicating that the medicinal liquid had indeed been brewed. But it was not for opening meridians. Rather, it was from the previous night. Chen Mo was perplexed by this. This morning, I inspected the medicinal liquids of the 3 individuals, and both Miss Lu and Miss Su's concoctions contained poisonous insects. It seems they have been thoroughly cleansed, yet little Do Ding's has not. Though the reason eludes me, I thought it prudent to have her try once more. Chen Mo's expression grew grave. The poisonous insects within little Do Ding were evidently not being drawn out. A troubling sign indeed. Should the insects invade her body again, the consequences would be dire. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows across the land, the 3 young women, including Lu Wuxin, completed their immersion in the medicinal liquid. Chen Mo inquired about the progress of the 2 ladies, which ultimately left him quite satisfied. Lu Wuxin had successfully opened 5 meridians, showcasing her exceptional talent as the future empress of the demon sect. A gift that was undoubtedly unmatched. Not even Fu Bo could compare, and even Zhang Long, a seasoned warrior, looked on with envy. Though Su Yuma did not quite match Lu Wuxin's prowess, she had still managed to open 3 meridians. Enough to garner Zhang Long's admiration, considering that he had only opened 2 in his initial attempts. The process of opening meridians should not be done too frequently. After one session, a minimum of 7 days is required before another immersion in the medicinal liquid can occur. Otherwise, irreversible damage may ensue, and the more often one opens meridians, the longer the required intervals become. For instance, Chen Guang, who succeeded only after 25 attempts, spent a full 4 years in the endeavor. Chen Mo did not rush Lu Wuxin and her companion to continue opening their meridians. Instead, he instructed them to learn from Zhang Long how to direct spiritual energy into their meridians during this interval. He then accompanied Fu Bo to check on little Do Ding. Several hours passed, and little Do Ding was thoroughly enjoying herself in the medicinal liquid. Upon Chen Mo's arrival, She gleefully splashed the liquid toward him. With a resigned tap on her little head, he turned his gaze towards the barrel, only to find no trace of the poisonous insects. Fu Bo, what on earth is happening? Chen Mo's expression grew increasingly serious. I don't know, old man, Fu Bo replied. Perhaps the battle among the insects within Little Do Ding has concluded. Leaving only one behind, in such a case, it indeed cannot be drawn out. Could that pose a danger to her? Fu Bo shook his head, uncertain. Brother, do you want the bugs to come out? If so? Little Do Ding can make them come out, Little Do Ding exclaimed with a chuckle. What? Both Chunimo and Fu Bo exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by her claim. You can truly make them come out? Little Do Ding nodded slightly, raising her chubby little hands high. Then, Chunimo and Fu Bo beheld 3 distinct insects crawl out from her palms in an instant. However, the insects scurried back, offering no time for Chunimo and Fu Bo to react. The bugs say the medicinal liquid smells terrible, Little Do Ding announced as she withdrew her hands. Chunimo and Fu Bo remained in shock, realizing that the poisonous insects actually responded to her. What on earth was happening? Little Do Ding, since the bugs obey you, why do they still wish to harm you? Chunimo took a deep breath, puzzled by the situation. Those are different bugs. They would harm me. But last night, the 3 bugs on me devoured them. They said they wouldn't hurt me, but I must provide them with delicious food. Is this a form of goo cultivation? Chunimo was taken aback. Suddenly understanding. Young master, what is goo cultivation? Fu Bo asked, somewhat confused. Chunimo paused momentarily. In this era, the types of warriors were exceedingly few, and goo cultivators had yet to emerge. It would not be for several hundred years that a diverse array of cultivators would flourish. As he contemplated how to explain this to Fu Bo, a sudden scream jolted them into alertness. Chapter 23. A night of murder. Upon hearing that unexpected scream, Chunimo wasted no time and rushed outside, where he immediately spotted Lu Wuxin and Su Yuma retreating warily. Zhang Long, wielding a peachwood sword, was on high alert, shouting towards a figure atop the roof, "Come down, or you will die." A shadow leaped from the rooftop. Clad in black attire and obscured by a cloth covering their head and face, brandishing a gleaming long knife, seemingly there to seek vengeance, an 8th-grade warrior. Zhang Long recognized the opponent's level immediately. His heart racing. If it were just him, he could flee without hesitation, but with Chunimo and the others present, his escape would leave them in peril. Though Chunimo was not a warrior, he sensed Zhang Long's unease. His expression shifted as he called out to the figure in the night sky, "Friend, where do you hail from, and what is your purpose here?" The cloaked figure gripped the long knife tightly but remained silent. "Murder? Do I, Chunimo, owe you any grievances, or has someone hired you to kill me?" Still, there was no response, yet the figure's grip on the knife trembled slightly. "If you are in need of silver, just speak up. Although I, Chunimo, am not wealthy, I can still lend a hand. Do not take a life over a mere sum of money. Though this is not within the imperial city, I am the 3rd son of Chenduang, a minor official of the Dali Temple. Should you kill me, my friend, you will face consequences, and your family will be implicated." Chunimo maintained a calm facade, though inwardly he was in a state of panic. If Zhang Long could not handle this person, then no one in their entire courtyard stood a chance. The preservation of his life hinged upon his ability to disarm the opponent's psychological defenses through words. Chunimo acknowledged the gamble he was taking, but it proved to be a sound decision. The cloaked figure trembled slightly, then hurled the long knife to the ground with a clang, dropping to his knees before Chunimo. "Third young master, you saved my sister last night and even provided me with 100 taels of silver to help me through this crisis. Just now, I intended to kill you, and yet you still thought to assist me. I, Zhao Hu, am no better than an animal." The black-clad figure removed the cloth covering his face, revealing a visage filled with shame. "Zhao Hu?" Chunimo was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Zhao Hu. However, he found himself perplexed. He had treated Zhao Hu well, so why would this fellow wish to take his life? And who was behind this assassination attempt? Without hesitation, Chunimo voiced his confusion. Zhao Hu lifted his head, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately revealed the truth. It was actually the 2nd young master and the 3rd young master. He was your 2nd brother, showing such ruthless intent, utterly disregarding familial ties, and seeking to bring about your demise. Zhang Long's expression darkened, gripping his peachwood sword tightly, a trace of murderous intent flickering across his face. I suggest I go and eliminate him to prevent future troubles. Lu Wuxin, saved by Chen Mo and having known him for but a short time, felt an unprecedented warmth emanating from him. Upon hearing that someone sought to kill Chen Mo, her complexion shifted, and a chilling glint appeared in her mismatched eyes. Enough of this nonsense, Chen Mo snapped. Chen Guang is the second young master of the Chen family. Setting aside the numerous guards in the Chen residence, he is certainly not someone you can slay at will. Moreover, killing him now would serve us no benefit. It would be better to keep him alive, so I might earn a bit more silver. It was not that Chen Mo harbored any reluctance to eliminate Chen Guang, but rather that it was unnecessary. After all, they would all perish together in a month. Gazing at the prostrate Zhao Hu, who had just revealed his background, Chen Mo formed a newfound understanding of the man. A gambling father, a gravely ill mother, and a young sister, his shattered life. This inevitably reminded Chen Mo of certain events, as affection surged forth, yet the timing felt askew, resonating with Zhao Hu's experiences, and the very name seemed increasingly familiar. Zhao Hu, the demon blade Zhao Hu, a malevolent figure who would dominate the 9 provinces 300 years hence, whose swordsmanship was second only to that of the Blade Emperor of the 9 provinces. Renowned for his brutal nature and merciless killings, earning him the title of the Demon Blade, it was said that Zhao Hu had once been a minor constable in the Heavenly Dragon dynasty. But due to abandoning his post, he was dismissed and imprisoned. During his incarceration, his gambling father, heedless of his ailing mother's pleas, sold his young sister into a brothel. By the time Zhao Hu emerged from prison, his mother had succumbed to illness, and his sister, unable to bear the shame, had taken her own life by drowning. Even so, his father did not repent, instead berating Zhao Hu as a failure and demanding he earn gambling money for him. In a fit of rage, Zhao Hu killed his father and left the Heavenly Dragon dynasty behind. Taking a deep breath to quell his rising emotions, Chen Mo addressed Zhao Hu, "I will assist you with your family's troubles. I will provide whatever silver is necessary for your mother's treatment. Furthermore, your sister must be of age by now. If she wishes to pursue literature or martial arts, I shall cover the expenses." Fu Bo, who had accompanied Chen Mo, had also heard of Zhao Hu's plight. With a sigh of sympathy, he stated, "Old as I am, I possess some medical knowledge. If you do not mind, I would be willing to treat your mother." "Third young master, your kindness is beyond measure. I am at a loss for how to repay you." Zhao Hu, overwhelmed with gratitude, knelt and bowed deeply, saying, "From this day forth, my life belongs to you, third young master. If you wish to take it, I shall have no complaints." "Why would I desire your life?" Chen Mo chuckled lightly, though his expression turned grave. "However, regarding your father's matter, I shall not trouble you, as I have my own decisions to make." Zhao Hu's gaze grew cold. Having endured so much, he had become thoroughly disillusioned with his gambling father. For the sake of his mother and sister, he could no longer afford to be burdened by his father. Rising to his feet, he prepared to take his leave to fetch his mother and sister when suddenly his expression shifted, and he swiftly picked up the long knife from the ground. Zhang Long took a step back, positioning himself protectively beside Chen Mo, clutching the peachwood sword tightly. A short dagger sliced through the air, creating a series of cutting sounds akin to a venomous serpent aimed directly at Chen Mo's face. Zhao Hu swung his blade fiercely, deflecting the dagger, yet he was still knocked back several steps before regaining his balance. "Third young master, it seems that I am not the only one sent to kill you tonight," Zhao Hu remarked gravely. From this brief encounter, he could discern that the opponent's strength was undoubtedly on par with his own. Chen Mo's expression darkened. Could it be that Chen Guang had summoned a formidable expert? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a figure clad in black appeared in the courtyard, resembling Zhao Hu, yet exuding a far more formidable aura. "A 7th-grade martial artist," Zhao Hu exclaimed. Zhang Long stepped protectively in front of Chen Mo. An 8th-grade martial artist is not someone Chen Guang could command. Though Chen Guang held the title of second young master of the Chen family, the resources at his disposal were limited. He could call upon the 9th-grade martial artists within the Chen estate, but not an 8th-grade one. Otherwise, he would not have sought Zhao Hu's assistance. 7th-grade experts were rare within the Chen estate, all under the command of Chen Duang, and Chengguang could not summon them. The 7th-grade individual before them belonged to another faction. Chapter 24. Your Majesty is bewildered. The night had deepened, and a cool breeze wafted through the air, refreshing yet chilling. However, at that moment, Chun Imo wore a stern expression. Feeling that the sudden gust felt particularly sinister, a 7th-grade martial artist was beyond their capability to contend with. Tonight was fraught with danger. Wuxin, Miss Su, you must take Little Do Ding and Fu Bo and leave this place at once. Sensing that the cloaked individual was approaching him, Chinimo wasted no time in ordering those unconnected to the matter to depart. However, upon hearing this, Lu Wuxin clutched Chen Mo's garment tightly, determined to share his fate. Su Yuma picked up Little Do Ding, casting a complex glance at Chinimo. Flee? None of you shall escape. The figure clad in black fixed his cold gaze upon the 3 women, his eyes burning with intensity, as if he intended to consume them whole. Gripping a short dagger, he advanced with a ghostly grace towards Chenimo. You shall not harm the 3rd young master, Zhao Hu roared in fury, swinging his long blade with force, stirring up dust that obscured the vision of those present, a streak of light slicing through the air. The black-clad assailant raised his hand, effortlessly parrying Zhao Hu's attack. But before he could react further, Zhang Long emerged wielding a peachwood sword. Zhang Long had begun his sword training at the tender age of 3, and after more than 20 years of daily practice. Though he had only attained the 9th rank, the might of his sword was far beyond what an ordinary 9th rank martial artist could withstand. A desperate strike could even leave 8th and 7th rank warriors trembling in fear. As the sword was unleashed, a chilling radiance flickered, and an invisible sword aura reverberated. The stone bench and table in the courtyard were instantly cracked by the force, and the ground was marred by numerous fissures. The sword energy aimed directly at the chest of the black-clad man, signaling a determination to fight to the death. A remarkable sword. Zhao Hu exclaimed in astonishment, utterly taken aback that an ordinary 9th rank warrior could execute such a terrifying technique. Even the black-clad man was taken aback by this display, retreating repeatedly in shock, only to be too late. The sword aura sliced through his left shoulder, blood spraying forth. The pain was excruciating, a torment that tore at his very soul. The black-clad man gritted his teeth, filled with dread, never anticipating that the eagle he had played with would turn and peck out his eye with a thud. After unleashing the sword strike, Zhang Long reversed his grip on the sword's hilt, embedding it into the bluestone slab, gasping for breath. The power of that strike had been immense, yet it had drained him completely. He had no strength left after that. Heh, I thought you were formidable. Yet you are merely capable of a single strike, the black-clad man sneered, the initial terror he felt dissipating. Enduring the searing pain of his wound, he swung his dagger fiercely at Zhang Long. Zhao Hu, witnessing this, rushed in with his blade, but compared to Zhang Long, his technique fell short. In the blink of an eye, he was repelled, spewing blood and collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. One was gravely injured, the other rendered powerless. It was time to eliminate you, or else if you escape, I will have much to explain. The black-clad man scoffed, raising his dagger high, its cold glint shining ominously in the moonlight. Zhang Long's heart raced with anxiety as he attempted to rise and shield Chinimo, but the exertion from that last sword strike had sapped his strength, and as he tried to push himself up, he crumpled back to the ground. Liu Xin released her grip on Chan Mo's sleeve, her frail form trembling as she stepped forward, arms outstretched, her face resolute, declaring, "You shall not harm him. You little girl, you possess quite the audacity. Yet you are merely a mayfly attempting to shake a tree, utterly unaware of your own limitations," the black-clad man mocked, striding towards Chenimo, disdainfully waving his dagger as he fixed his gaze on him. "You dare stand up, while he has already been rendered speechless with fear." Chenimo gently placed his hand on Liu Xin's shoulder, pulling her behind him, and raised his gaze to the black-clad man, saying, "You are a henchman of Prince Ning, sent to kill me because I disclosed your prison break plan to the Zhenwu division. Your intent to kill me is merely an expression of your rage." "How do you know this?" The black-clad man halted, his face a mask of horror as he stared at Chinimo. "Prince Ning seeks to usurp the throne. Thus he dispatched men to create demonic beings to deal with the Zhenwu division. Unfortunately, someone betrayed him, revealing this plot, which led to the destruction of your stronghold. Your prison break was a last-ditch effort, but due to my interference, it has failed, and now Prince Ning harbors a deep hatred for me, even wishing for my death. The black-clad man was taken aback, astonished that Chinemo possessed such knowledge. This boy cannot be allowed to live. His gaze turned icy as he chuckled. Even if you are aware. What does it matter? You have no escape now. You are destined to die. Heh, Prince Ning has numerous spies within the Jinwu division, so it is no wonder he knows I was the one who informed them. But do you know why, prior to your prison break, you received not a whisper of news? Chinmo's calmness caused the black-clad man to falter, and after a moment of reflection, he gasped, "You deliberately evaded all of Prince Ning's spies." No, no. The black-clad man staggered back a step, realization dawning upon him. If Chinemo had merely avoided Prince Ning's spies, there would be no way he wouldn't have received any news, especially since that day. Li Xiao, the tiger of the empire, was stationed there. The only one who could command Li Xiao to take charge in the entire Tianlong Empire would be Paiyang Nan of the Jinwu division was invited here. What kind of petty thief dares to resist? A resounding voice echoed throughout the courtyard as another figure descended from the rooftop, long hair tied high, with striking features exuding righteousness. He wore the black robe of the Jinwu division, a Yinling knife at his waist, exuding an imposing presence. In the imperial capital, the palace, Long Outyin entered the imperial study, pushing aside a book on the shelf, revealing a staircase leading underground. He strode down. And as he entered the dark passage, lanterns flickered to life one by one. At the very bottom, there was a vast lake, at the center of which stood a pavilion, surrounded by ice walls that obscured the interior. Your Majesty, I have said before, I have no objections to your inheriting the throne, but if you cannot even secure this position and require my assistance, then let us not speak of it further. A voice, aged and raspy, emanated from within the pavilion. I did not come to request your emergence, but rather to seek your counsel regarding whether my meridians are flawed. Long Outyin respectfully inquired, bowing. Silence enveloped the pavilion for a moment. Before a small hole gradually melted through the ice wall, 3 thin lines emerging and landing steadily on Long Outyin's wrist. Moments later, the elderly voice resonated again. The chaos in your spiritual energy has led to damage to your meridians. Have you recently practiced any techniques? Long Outyin was taken aback, realizing that Chun Mo's words were indeed true. After a moment of surprise, he replied, "A few months ago, I discovered the Tianlong secret art, a hereditary legacy of my ancestors within the royal tomb, and thus the Tianlong secret art is the national treasure of the Tianlong dynasty, long sealed within the depths of the royal tomb. Though you possess royal blood, without third-rank strength, it is impossible to obtain this technique. It must have been the work of a petty schemer. Your meridians are damaged because of this. Your Majesty, you are being foolish. Fortunately, you discovered this in time, and there is still hope. Had you continued to practice for another half-month, your life would have been in peril. However, the damage to your meridians is irreversible. Your realm shall remain stagnant henceforth. If you wish to advance further, it may prove to be as difficult as ascending to the heavens." Chapter 25. Compensate me with your remaining life. The Jinwu division? The black-clad man gazed at Paiyang Nan, who descended from the rooftop, his face paling in an instant. He never imagined that Chinemo had such a hidden card. With no time for further contemplation, the black-clad man gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his shoulder. Stomping the ground with force, intending to flee, Paiyang Nan drew his blade, and with a single stroke, severed the black-clad man's arm. He then advanced, aiming to subdue him, only to see the latter collapse suddenly, spewing black blood, and fell silent. Dead? Chinemo stepped forward, inquiring. Paiyang Nan cautiously placed 2 fingers on the black-clad man's throat for a moment, then turned to Chinemo and nodded slightly. It seems he feared being captured by the Jinwu division, biting down on a poison pouch to take his own life. This is a common technique among death warriors. The Jinwu division is the nightmare of martial artists in the Tianlong dynasty. Once captured, even the mute would have to speak. Death warriors fear not death, but rather torture, and they would rather choose to end their lives than divulge any information about their master. Paiyang Nan stood, cupping his fists in respect. You must be Chinemo, correct? I read the letter you entrusted to my colleague yesterday. Indeed, as you mentioned, those treacherous rebels attempted to raid the prison. Had it not been for your warning, the consequences would have been dire. I had intended to visit you today, but urgent matters kept me away. Upon my return, I noticed your hurried letter, but I was delayed, and your guards were injured. Not a problem. Preserving life is what matters. Chinemo waved his hand, summoning Fu Bo to tend to the severely wounded Zhao Etude. As for Zhang Long, he was merely exhausted, with no significant harm. He turned his gaze to the three women, intending to instruct them to leave, only to be noticed by Pei Yongnan, who had caught sight of Liu Xin. When the stronghold for the creation of demonic beings was destroyed, Pei Yongnan had been involved. There were numerous cauldrons within that stronghold, and many peculiar appearances, but none like Liu Xin, who possessed heterochromatic eyes, which drew the attention of the entire Jinwu division. After all, in the Tianlong dynasty, heterochromatic eyes were regarded as an omen of misfortune, a harbinger of calamity. Is she the prisoner who escaped last night? As he spoke, Pei Jiangnan glanced over at Su Yuma and Xiao Doubting, who had been alongside Lu Wuxin at that time, and he recalled them with some familiarity. In an instant, he tightened his grip on the knife in his hand, a glimmer of hostility flickering in his eyes. Lu Wuxin's face turned pale with fear, and she unconsciously retreated behind Chinemo, her small hand clutching tightly at his garment. The sudden chill in the air struck fear into Xiao Doubting as well, who shrank back into Su Yuma's embrace. With hostility now palpable, Pei Jiangnan's tension escalated, while Zhang Long, exhausted and unable to rise, could only glare in frustration. Zhao Hu, whose injuries had somewhat healed, struggled to stand. Yet the pain coursing through him made it impossible for him to engage in battle at that moment. They were indeed the escaped prisoners from the previous night, and Chenemo did not conceal the truth. Stating it plainly, Pei Jiangnan's hostility intensified. Although he was grateful to the former for passing on the warning, he adhered to a principle of impartiality. Right was right, and wrong was wrong. Personal feelings should not sway judgment. Then why did you hide the prisoners? Hand them over, and I may spare your life. Considering your warning to the Jinwu division yesterday, he demanded. Pei Xiong, are you not curious as to why I chose to shelter them? Chen Imo replied calmly, his demeanor untroubled. Pei Jiangnan often fixated on trivial matters, appearing unreasonable to others, yet his actions stemmed from a sense of justice. After gently pushing Lu Wuxin aside, offering her a reassuring look, he approached Pei Jiangnan and gestured for him to proceed. Initially wary, Pei Jiangnan relaxed somewhat upon realizing that Chen Imo was merely an ordinary individual, and he followed him to the entrance. Taking a deep breath, Chen Imo recounted Lu Wuxin's experiences in a flat tone, devoid of dramatic flair, yet it caused Pei Jiangnan to furrow his brow. Pei Xiong, tell me, what exactly did she do to deserve such unfair treatment? Is her very existence a mistake? If you believe that driving her, and them, into a corner is justified, then by all means proceed. I, Chen, shall not hinder you, he declared, spreading his hands earnestly. Pei Jiangnan turned to glance at Lu Wuxin and the other two women, all of whom stared at him in confusion, their eyes reflecting uncertainty about their future. He clenched his teeth, his hands forming fists only to release them again, then strode towards them. Startled, Lu Wuxin and the others instinctively stepped back. Chinemo, anxious, watched Pei Jiangnan, only to breathe a sigh of relief when he merely picked up the body of the black-clad man from the ground. Chen Xiong, today I see nothing but a scheming thief. I must return to the Jinwu division and will visit again another day, he stated, leaping onto the roof and departing the courtyard. With Pei Jiangnan's exit, everyone in the courtyard exhaled in relief. Fu Bo continued to tend to Zhao Hu, while Chen Imo instructed Lu Wuxin and the others to return to their quarters for rest, before settling Zhang Long and retreating to his own room. Not long after Chen Imo lay down, a series of knocks echoed from outside his door, startling him awake. He blinked, glancing around. Xiao Doubting was still fast asleep, completely undisturbed, while Lu Wuxin had risen, her cheeks flushed as she clutched the blanket. Covering her face upon meeting his gaze, her mind replayed Chen Mo's words from the previous night about repaying with his remaining years. Chen Mo opened the door and hurried into the courtyard, where he saw Zhang Long, somewhat recovered, drawing his sword, while Zhao Hu, still weak from his injuries, labored to bring his blade to the courtyard. With his long hair tied high, a handsome figure in white, holding a folding fan and standing with arms crossed, Long Outyin lifted his gaze, a flicker of surprise crossing his features though it was quickly subdued. "Brother Outyin, what brings you here?" Chinamo and the others sighed in relief upon seeing him. After the tumult of the previous night, they were on edge. "I have verified what you told me yesterday. Indeed, as you said, His Majesty has suffered damage to his meridians due to a miscalculation in his cultivation. While he is not in grave danger, he may not be able to advance further. Now, His Majesty has asked if there is a way to remedy this, and if so, I shall be rewarded handsomely." "Chinamo, is the Jinshan grass you mentioned capable of alleviating His Majesty's troubles?" Long Outyin approached Chinamo, his expression serious. Chinamo nodded slightly, replying, "Indeed. Then I agree to your terms. Tell me where the Jinshan grass is, and I shall provide you with the blood-withering grass and the Chinkuan fruit." "That is not acceptable. Are you attempting to renegotiate?" Long Outyin frowned, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. "The location of the Jinshan grass is fraught with peril. You would be in danger going alone. I must accompany you," Chinamo stated. Despite having no cultivation skills and being perceived as a burden, his familiarity with the terrain would save much trouble. Long Outyin agreed without hesitation. However, Chinamo still refused, which incited Long Outyin's irritation. Chinamo gestured around them, saying, "If I leave, what will happen here?" Just moments ago, Long Outyin had rushed to find Chinamo without taking stock of his surroundings. Now, prompted by Chan Mo's reminder, he noticed the disarray surrounding them, clearly indicative of a struggle from the previous night. "Are there those who wish to take your life?" Long Outyin's expression darkened as he inquired. "Alas, the sins I have wrought upon myself." Chinamo shook his head, sighing in resignation. "I have informed the Zhenwu division and thwarted the prison break. However, in doing so, I have disrupted another's plans, and now they have come to exact vengeance. Were it not for Pei Jiangnan's timely intervention, you would likely be surrounded by a sea of corpses today. Have those scoundrel spies infiltrated so deeply?" Long Outyin's countenance turned icy, his grip on the folding fan tightening. His nails turning pale from the pressure. "It is my oversight that has entangled you in this predicament. I shall enlist someone to ensure their safety. You may rest assured and accompany me." As Long Outyin spoke, he requested paper and ink from Chen Mo, penned a letter, and then whistled into the sky. Before long, a white dove soared down, and he affixed the letter to its leg. Dispatching it away. "Then I must trouble you, Brother Outyin. However, I have some trivial matters to attend to in the city and would be grateful if you could keep an eye on things for me," Chinamo said, offering a respectful bow. Long Outyin nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Chinamo summoned Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, intending to bring them along on this trip to the city. One reason was to assist Zhao Hu with family affairs, and the other was to address his own domestic issues. In the capital, on the West Street, a battered young man sat in front of a dilapidated wooden house, flanked by two injured guards. This young man was none other than Chan Mo's elder brother, Changguang. Before him, Zhao Tian trembled as he knelt, eyes wide with fear, muttering curses at Zhao Hu for being such a useless fellow. How could it take an entire night just to kill someone? Zhao Qingling remained inside the wooden house, tending to their ailing mother, yet her heart was heavy with worry for her elder brother. Occasional coughs echoed from within, and Chen Guang grew increasingly irked, coolly instructing her to be silent. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian hastily stood and yelled into the house, "You wretched woman, have you finished coughing? Do not disturb the second young master, or I shall beat you to death." "Zhao Tian, do you have no conscience? Our mother is gravely ill. How can you be so indifferent and speak to her like that?" Zhao Qingling's brows furrowed in anger as she rebuked him. "How dare you speak to your father in such a manner, calling me by my name? Have you no sense of propriety? Humph! If your brother does not return soon, I shall sell you to a brothel to pay off my debts," Zhao Tian retorted angrily, and upon seeing Zhao Qingling glare at him, his fury intensified. He seized a nearby broom and prepared to strike her. "Stop!" came Zhao Hu's voice from afar. Zhao Tian froze, quickly discarding the broom and turning eagerly to Zhao Hu. "Zhao Hu, tell the second young master whether you killed that Chinamo." Changguang raised his gaze. Though he remained silent, his expression brimming with anticipation. "I did not kill him, nor will I ever." "Chen Guang, I will not assist you," Zhao Hu declared with unwavering resolve, offering Chen Guang no semblance of respect. Upon hearing this, Chen Guang's face darkened as he turned his gaze to Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian was instantly stricken with fear, followed by a surge of rage. Zhao Hu, you ungrateful wretch, if you do not kill him. Do you wish for our father to be killed instead? Your father owes a substantial debt to the gambling den. If it remains unpaid, I cannot guarantee what they will do to him. Zhao Hu, do you truly intend to abandon your father? Chen Guang questioned with a grim expression. Whether he lives or dies is of no concern to me. From this day forth, I sever all ties with him as my father. I shall take my mother and sister and leave. You may try to stop me, but only if you can. Zhao Hu's face remained cold as he entered the wooden house, offering Chen Guang no opportunity for further dialogue. You truly have a fine son, Chen Guang said coldly, casting a glare at Zhao Tian. The latter understood that this was his chance for survival. If Zhao Hu did not kill anyone, he too would be killed. He thus rushed into the wooden house, employing both soft and hard tactics in an attempt to sway Zhao Hu. However, Zhao Tian severely underestimated Zhao Hu's determination. Regardless of his pleas, they were futile, and he found himself unexpectedly beaten soundly by Zhao Hu. Witnessing this turn of events, Chen Guang dared not linger, his face darkening as he hurried back to the Chen residence. Damn it! After finally discovering a weakness in an 8th-grade warrior, I did not anticipate his obstinacy. Curse it! Why is that Chen Mo so difficult to eliminate? Chen Guang mused, covering his face. The memory of being pummeled by Zhang Long ignited a blazing fury within him. Zhang Long and Chen Mo, when the roles are reversed, he would ensure they understood the true meaning of cruelty. Upon returning to the Chen residence, Chen Guang noticed the sparse crowd around, as though something noteworthy had just transpired. Drawing attention, while the 2 guards at the gate whispered among themselves upon seeing him, the sense of curiosity piqued within Chen Guang, and just as he was about to inquire about the matter, a steward beckoned him towards the main hall. In that instant, Chen Guang's expression turned grim, a foreboding feeling settling in his gut, yet he steeled himself and proceeded to the main hall. Upon entering, his heart plummeted. There stood Chen Duong, his face darkened, with a pair of icy eyes that seemed capable of murder. Beside him stood his father's most trusted aide, Su Cheng, clutching a thorny whip in his hand. The Family Law of the Chen Family. Chapter 27. The Crown Prince of Ningguang. After parting ways with Zhao Hu in the city, Chen Mo hurried back to the Chen residence, clutching a handful of his severed hair, which he forcefully tossed at the entrance. This familiar scene immediately attracted a crowd, while the 2 guards rushed back to report the same incident playing out once more. Chen Mo confronted Chen Duong with Zhao Hu's dagger, demanding to know if he had intentionally set up his elder brother to kill him and embellish the events of the previous night. The latter was filled with trepidation, wishing desperately to eliminate the rebellious Chen Guang. Chen Duong hastily reassured Chen Mo and offered a compensation of 10,000 taels of silver, although his heart bled at the thought. The notion of his second son hiring someone to murder his third son would utterly tarnish his reputation. Understanding the situation, Chen Mo accepted the 10,000 taels and dismissed the gathering under the pretense of a misunderstanding, all the while retrieving his severed hair to keep for future use. Seeing Chen Mo pocket the severed hair, Chen Diwang's eyes blazed with fury, yet remembering that the 10,000 taels were meant to cover for his second son, he felt a surge of rage. He ordered a servant to summon Chen Guang to the main hall and instructed Su Cheng to present the family law of the Chen family. Thus unfolded the scene after Chen Guang returned from Zhao Hu's home. Upon leaving the Chen residence, Chen Mo made his way to the city gate, encountering Zhao Hu, who was emerging from his home. Cradling Zhao Mu and accompanied by Zhao Qingling. Have the matters been settled? Chen Mo inquired, glancing at Zhao Hu and his companions. Zhao Hu nodded slightly, refraining from elaboration. Chen Mo respected this, recognizing that family matters were not his to pry into. Trusting that Zhao Hu would not leave any loose ends for himself, "Third young master, my name is Zhao Qingling." Zhao Qingling stepped forward from beside Zhao Hu, bowing deeply. "I have heard my elder brother recount the events of last night. Thank you for your hospitality, third young master. I shall find a way to repay your kindness. There is no need for such thoughts. Simply live your life well. By the way, you are of an age now. Do you wish to pursue scholarly studies or martial training?" Chen Mo asked with a smile. Zhao Qingling lowered her head, somewhat bashful. "I attended a private school for 2 years in my youth, but I am not suited for academic pursuits. I wish to become a warrior like my brother, though it is said that the wealthy favor the martial. Fear not. I have already promised your brother last night that whether you choose to study literature or martial arts, I shall fully support you." "Really? Upon hearing these words, Zhao Qingling leaped with excitement. The Zhao family had once possessed considerable wealth, but after her father squandered it all, her mother fell gravely ill, and her elder brother lost his official position. She had initially planned to pursue martial arts, but with no money, she feared that doing so would only burden her family. Zhao Qingling had intended to find a modest job in the imperial capital to help with household expenses, but Chen Mo's unwavering support suddenly illuminated her previously dim future. "Thank you, third young master, for your immense kindness," Zhao Qingling and Zhao Hu replied in unison. Despite being gravely ill, their mother found it exceedingly difficult to speak. Yet she endured her discomfort to express her gratitude to Chen Mo. Upon returning from the imperial capital, the courtyard welcomed two new individuals, both clad in the attire of the Zhenwu division. One of them was Pei Jiangnan, whom Chen Mo recognized. "I have summoned the people. You may now set off with me," Long Outyan remarked, seated upon a newly acquired stone bench, observing Chen Mo's return with a hint of curiosity. "I will ensure they are settled. We can depart today." Chen Mo instructed Zhao Hu to take care of their mother and called for Fu Bo to attend to her medical needs. Subsequently, he bid farewell to Lu Wuxin and the other two women. Lu Wuxin, nervously fiddling with the hem of her skirt, cast a reluctant glance at Chen Mo, apprehensive that he might never return. Sensing her unease, Chen Mo gently ruffled her hair and reassured her, "Do not worry. I shall return within 7 days at most, and when I do, I will remain by your side." Lu Wuxin nodded slightly, her head bowing in shyness. Seeing this, the little girl dashed towards Chen Mo, exclaiming, "Brother, I want to touch your head too." With a resigned smile, Chen Mo patted the little girl's head, eliciting a delighted giggle before she scampered off to play with insects in the courtyard. "Brother Pei, I will leave everything here in your capable hands for the next few days," Fang Bai said, bowing in gratitude to Pei Jiangnan. The latter waved his hand lightly, responding, "There is no need for thanks. It is my duty. Moreover, you have caused this trouble by assisting the Zhenwu division. How could I turn a blind eye to your plight? Then I shall trouble you, Brother Pei." Chen Mo reiterated his gratitude with another bow. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu were both martial artists, but their strength paled in comparison to Pei Jiangnan's. Chen Mo advised the two to focus on improving themselves during this time, assuring them that matters of security could be entrusted to Pei Jiangnan without concern. Once everything was settled, Chen Mo turned towards the main gate, where Long Outyan had been waiting for some time. "What is the matter? You seem a bit uneasy," Long Outyan remarked, noticing the frown on Chen Mo's face. "Are you worried that they might be hidden traitors within the Zhenwu division? I have stated before that I trust Pei Jiangnan absolutely. As for the other person, I presume you have meticulously selected them as well. I believe they won't stab us in the back. My concern lies with their insufficient strength. The assassin from last night was a 7th-tier warrior, and he has already been dealt with. I fear the next assailant may be even stronger. You need not worry. Pei Jiangnan and the other two are merely the visible guards, while unseen there are indeed stronger protectors safeguarding us." "Oh? What tier are they?" "That is not for you to concern yourself with. Your friend's safety is all that matters. Now, let us discuss our next destination, for my time is limited, and we must proceed swiftly. 300 miles east, to the Windfire Mountains in the imperial capital, within the residence of Prince Ning." A young gentleman in a flowing white robe listened to his subordinate's report, his expression growing increasingly grim. With a forceful slap of his delicate hand upon the table, it cracked with a resounding crunch, disintegrating into fine dust. "Useless. All of you are useless. That Chen Mo is nothing but a waste of spiritual energy, not even a true martial artist, and you send a mere 7th-tier warrior against him? What use is it for the Ning prince's residence to support you?" The young gentleman, known as Long Hua, was the heir to Prince Ning. The Tianlong dynasty operated under a system of princely vassals. Although the Zhenwu division was formidable, the vassal princes wielded land and armies, enabling them to sustain themselves and pose a potential threat to the throne. To prevent such occurrences, the previous emperor mandated that the heirs of the major vassal princes come to the imperial capital under the guise of education, effectively serving as hostages. Long Hua was unwilling to remain a captive within the vast imperial capital, having long desired for his father, the emperor, to abdicate. Unfortunately, the emperor's plans had faltered, and even the prison break scheme he had orchestrated was thwarted. Long Hua harbored a deep-seated hatred for Chen Mo, dreaming of eliminating this meddlesome figure. The failure of his plans was attributed to the interference of the Zhenwu division. "Your Highness, The current Chinamo has allied himself with the Jinwu division and even summoned 2 elite warriors to safeguard him. However, Your Highness need not worry. I have dispatched a 6th-tier expert. I assure you, by nightfall, Chinamo will not see the light of day. An elderly servant standing beside Long Hua smiled faintly. Long Hua nodded slightly, hoping that the servant's words would prove true. Before the conversation could continue, a figure rushed into the hall like a wraith. The elderly servant hastily stepped forward to shield Long Hua, relaxing only upon recognizing the newcomer. "What is it?" The newcomer gasped, drenched in sweat, pointing towards the entrance with urgency. A 6th-tier expert. Before even entering the Chen residence, he died. What? The elderly servant's once cloudy eyes sharpened with clarity, now filled with a hint of terror. Who could have done this? No, I couldn't see anything. That 6th-tier warrior didn't even have time to react before he was killed. So powerful, too powerful. The newcomer trembled, his face bearing an expression of sheer horror, as if he had witnessed a ghost. Was it a 5th tier? Or perhaps a 4th tier? Such a powerful warrior from the Jinwu division is actually serving that boy as a guard. His backer is not simple at all. Your Highness, we should refrain from making any rash moves for now, lest we draw fire upon ourselves. The elderly servant sighed, filled with resignation. In a fit of rage, Long Hua slammed his palm against the wall, releasing a frustrated sigh, acknowledging that this was the only course of action. Chapter 28. Why so ostentatious? The Windfire Mountains lie to the east of the Tianlong dynasty, over 300 miles from the imperial capital. This continuous range of mountains serves as a natural training ground. Within these mountains, numerous demon beasts abound, hence it is often referred to as the Beast Mountain of the Tianlong dynasty. The Windfire Mountains, located at the southern end of the range, are teeming with demon beasts, yet the number of martial artists training here is relatively sparse. Those who come here are not to be trifled with. As night fell, Long Outyin soared through the skies on her flying sword, finally arriving at the Windfire Mountains after a long journey. She effortlessly tossed Chinamo to the ground by his shoulder. "You fool! I told you to follow me, yet you cling to me like that. Why are you holding my waist?" Long Outyin scolded coldly, raising an eyebrow. Chinamo, having been dropped from a height of half a foot, landed unsteadily but unharmed. He looked at Long Outyin with a hint of grievance. "I'm just an ordinary person. Standing on a flying sword makes me feel insecure. If I don't hold on to you, I might fall and end up bruised all over. Besides, we're both men. What's wrong with holding your waist? Are you afraid I might take advantage of you? I would never consider you a man." Long Outyin retorted, gritting her teeth, her eyes filled with disdain. "From now on, be more mindful. I do not wish to give anyone the wrong impression of us. I'm not a round-faced, bearded man wearing white socks." Chin Imo thought to himself, "Since we have arrived at the Windfire Mountains, you should lead the way." Long Outyin, eager to find the Jinshan grass, could hardly contain her impatience. The impairment of her meridians had become a source of constant worry. She was desperate to locate the Jinshan grass to heal her injuries. Chen Imo, feeling helpless, shook his head. "You are a martial artist, while I am but an ordinary person. After our journey, I am utterly exhausted and famished. If you do not allow me to rest and eat, how can I accompany you in search of the Jinshan grass?" Martial artists, unlike ordinary people, have a reduced desire for food as their levels rise, relying on the absorption of spiritual energy to stave off hunger. However, for Chen Imo, a person made of flesh and blood, a meal was a necessity, and going without it would leave him famished. Long Outyin, unable to counter his reasoning, felt displeased but had no choice but to comply with Chen Mo's request. She retrieved some food from her storage ring for him to satisfy his hunger and found a patch of grass for him to rest. Time was of the essence, and Chen Imo, feeling fatigued, wasted no time in lying down on the grass and promptly falling into a deep sleep. Uncertain how long had passed, Chen Imo was awakened by the sounds surrounding him. Although Long Outyin was present, the Windfire Mountains were notorious for their lurking powerful demon beasts, and he dared not sleep too soundly. What happened? The surroundings were engulfed in an inky darkness, with the campfire flickering beside them. Chen Imo could discern the grave expression on Long Aotion's face, her gaze warily fixed ahead. "There's movement." Long Aotion uttered nonchalantly. "Die in this place. There are but 2 possible threats. demonic beasts and martial artists. Both warrant caution, for demonic beasts may devour the unwary, while martial artists could resort to murder for treasure. A tall, slender figure emerged from the woods, and as the glow of the campfire illuminated the newcomer, Chinemo gradually discerned his features. Long hair elegantly piled into a bun, secured with a simple bamboo skewer, with a few strands cascading down his forehead. His pallid cheeks bore a hint of frailty. Appearing no older than 16 or 17, he donned a deep blue robe, moving slowly yet exuding an air of grace with each step. I am Zhang Huanji, a humble Taoist here for training. I apologize for disturbing your rest upon seeing the firelight, the young Taoist said with a respectful bow. Long Aotian raised an eyebrow slightly, immediately recognizing that the young Taoist was merely at the 9th rank of cultivation. In the Wind and Fire Mountains, the weakest of the demonic beasts were equivalent to human rank 7, making the presence of a 9th rank practitioner here tantamount to courting death. Long Aotian had encountered many such naive youths and deemed it unnecessary to issue a warning. She grasped Chen Mo's hand, intending to leave, only to find him rooted to the spot, immobilized. Zhang Huanji? The mundane Zhang Huanji? Chen Mo's lips quivered slightly, his voice altered. You are none other than the Zhang Huanji of the Heavenly Master S Manor. One might be unaware of the Dragon Empire, yet they could not be ignorant of the Heavenly Master S Manor. Established for millennia, it has remained unrivaled in the 9 provinces, renowned for producing 5 of the top 10 masters on the heavenly ranking. In the present, Zhang Huanji was but a mere 9th rank martial artist, obscure and unremarkable. Had it not been for the illustrious reputation of the Heavenly Master S Manor, few would have paid heed to his existence. However, in 300 years, he would inherit the title of Heavenly Master, subduing all heroes under heaven, quelling the chaos of the Forbidden Zones, and achieving unparalleled fame. I am indeed a disciple of the Heavenly Master S Manor. Zhang Huanji replied candidly to Chen Mo's inquiry, his conspicuous robe revealing his affiliation to those who recognized its significance. Long Aotian frowned slightly. The Dragon Empire was distant from the Heavenly Master S Manor, and having never encountered its members, she was unfamiliar with their attire. Hearing Zhang Huanji's admission, her attitude became somewhat more respectful, but that was the extent of it. Her purpose in this place was to seek the golden cicada grass, and she did not wish to squander time on a member of the Heavenly Master S Manor. Chenemo remained where he was, while Long Aotian forcibly attempted to drag him away. Why the hurry? He is Zhang Huanji of the Heavenly Master S Manor. Chenemo protested, anxious to engage further in conversation with this future champion of the world. What was the Heavenly Master S Manor to him? What was Zhang Huanji in comparison to the golden cicada grass? He was destined to become the greatest under heaven. Chenemo silently mused, knowing that should Long Aotian learn of this, she would undoubtedly be more excited than he. However, such events were 300 years hence, and even if Chenemo were to voice this now, Long Aotian might not believe him. The golden cicada grass flourished hundreds of feet beneath the earth, located within a fissure in the heart of the Wind and Fire Mountains, which exuded a chilling aura even before one approached. Descending 300 feet below, one would reach the place where the golden cicada grass thrived. Chenemo gestured towards the barren fissure surrounding them, and Long Aotian frowned slightly, stepping forward to examine the depths with scrutiny. Are you certain that the golden cicada grass is down there? She inquired. If you doubt, we could return, Chen Mo replied. Yet, danger lurks below. The more precious the treasure, the greater the peril. This is an unchanging truth. What is your level of strength? Mid-4th rank, she answered. That suffices. Chenemo nodded slightly. The dangers below were only a threat to the unknown strong, but for him, who possessed the strategy, having a 4th rank expert as protection was more than adequate. Long Aotian summoned her flying sword, stepping onto its blade, one hand grasping Chenemo as she ascended. The latter, startled, instinctively clung to her waist. Her expression turned slightly frigid, but she suppressed her dissatisfaction, realizing she needed his assistance to obtain the golden cicada grass. As they descended from the surface, the temperature plummeted sharply, akin to entering a frigid chamber. The chill caused Chenemo to shiver uncontrollably, tightening his grip around Long Aotian's waist. Inadvertently, his hands reached upward, questioning why Long Aotian's physique was so remarkably well defined. Chapter 29. the golden cicada grass as they descended through the fissure. The darkness thickened, rendering visibility non-existent, resembling an abyss. Upon reaching 250 feet, a golden network akin to roots twisted downwards, illuminating the surroundings with a warm glow, revealing Long Aotian standing atop her flying sword. Chun Mo clutched the hem of Long Aotian's garment. His head bowed in silence, feeling a burning flush on his cheeks, a remnant of his earlier musings about her physique, marked by a vivid and distinct handprint on his face. Following the subterranean veins down to their depths would unveil the golden cicada grass. This rare herb blossomed once every century, and today marked its prime blooming period. Should they delay any longer, they would attract unwanted attention. Chun Mo pointed toward the golden network, explaining, "The golden cicada grass is visible at the bottom." Long Aotian nodded slightly, and the flying sword accelerated, soon revealing the golden spiritual herb at the base of the veins. Its root, the size of a finger and 3 inches long, resembled a cicada at its apex, with leaves resembling the insect's wings, shimmering in gold, as if alive and fluttering. Long Aotian felt a surge of joy and, standing atop her flying sword, reached toward the golden cicada grass. Observing this, Chinamo quickly interjected, "Wait, I warned you. There are dangers involved. If you rush in to seize it, you may meet your demise before you even grasp the golden cicada grass." Chun Mo's words struck a chord, and although Long Aotian was eager to obtain the herb, she restrained her impulsive desire. "What shall we do now?" she asked. "Descend another 10 feet, and let's eliminate that major threat first," he replied. "Major threat?" Upon hearing this, Long Aotian narrowed her eyes slightly and, utilizing her formidable vision as a martial artist, peered downwards. In an instant, she discerned a colossal creature lurking deep beneath the ground. Had Chenemo not spoken, she might have remained oblivious to its presence. No wonder Chenemo had warned of the peril. Had she carelessly attempted to harvest the precious herb without caution, and that monstrous being had surged forth, she would have surely faced dire consequences. Below lay a beast of considerable strength, a 4th-tier demon beast known as the Earth Dragon, which served as the guardian of the golden cicada grass. Should one rashly take action, it would provoke its wrath. If you wish to safely harvest the golden cicada grass, you must slay it. I shall not accompany you further. Place me upon that high platform, and I shall await your return," Chenemo indicated, gesturing towards a protruding platform opposite the golden cicada grass. Long Aotian nodded slightly, casting Chenemo onto the platform before brandishing her sword and charging towards the Earth Dragon below. While the latter hastened behind the platform, on the wall of the platform, a delicate purple flower blossomed, situated over a yard above the base. As an ordinary mortal, Chenemo could only rely on sheer strength to retrieve it. Fortunately, it was not exceedingly high, and the steep wall made the ascent manageable. Chenemo plucked the purple flower and tucked it into his bosom. Just as he prepared to leap back to the platform, a sudden boom echoed behind him as a figure descended from the sky, landing on the platform and stirring up clouds of dust. Clad in a deep blue robe, Zhang Huanji brushed off the dust from his attire. Noticing Chun Mo's gaze upon him, he returned a smile. "Before descending the mountain, I consulted an oracle, and it foretold of an object related to the fate of the 9 provinces hidden within this rift. If I am not mistaken, it must be the golden cicada grass. Thus, I intend to bring it back to the Celestial Master's residence." Zhang Huanji performed a courteous bow, a rarity among those who vie for heavenly treasures. Before Chenemo could react, Zhang Huanji had already stepped onto the platform and advanced towards the distant golden cicada grass. Sensing the approach of another, the Earth Dragon, engaged in fierce combat with Long Aotian, suddenly leaped into the air, lunging at the small Taoist. Long Aotian looked up, initially believing the creature was targeting Chenemo, but upon closer inspection, realized it was her rival for the golden cicada grass. She chose not to intervene, allowing it to attack. The Earth Dragon surged forward from the ground, its gaping maw resembling an abyss, ready to pounce on the Taoist. The latter, upon noticing, swiftly dodged to the side. Though Zhang Huanji was merely at the 9th tier of cultivation, he was a prodigy of the Celestial Master's residence, possessing numerous life-preserving techniques. As the Earth Dragon lunged, he deftly leaped onto its back and reached for the golden cicada grass. "Stop!" Chenemo exclaimed, but at that moment, Zhang Huanji was deaf to his warning. Just as Zhang Huanji's fingers grazed the golden cicada grass, several golden vines erupted from the golden earth veins, covered in thorns that lashed at him like octopus tentacles, inflicting multiple wounds and causing blood to spatter. Zhang Huanji was thrown back by this sudden onslaught, plummeting downwards. In his panic, he reached into his pocket for a talisman, preparing to channel his spiritual energy, but felt a constriction in his chest and coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his body collapsing weakly. Upon witnessing this scene, Long Outyan's bright eyes widened in shock, tinged with fear. Those vines were poisonous. I warned you not to go. Chinamo sighed in resignation. The golden vines were the instinctive defenses of the golden cicada grass. Any intruder would be incapacitated by the poison, leaving them vulnerable to the earth dragon lurking below. If caught unprepared, even a fourth-tier cultivator would be powerless, let alone a second-tier one. Long Outyan was relieved she had heeded Chanamo's advice. She stepped into the void, sword in hand, and charged at the already severely injured earth dragon, ultimately slaying it after a series of strikes. The massive body crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Leaping onto the platform, Long Outyan turned to Chinamo. What shall we do next? At this moment, she regarded Chinamo as her anchor, willing to follow his lead. Chinamo retrieved the purple flower from his bosom, extracted its stamen, and crushed it into juice, applying it to Long Outyan's hands. The golden cicada grass possessed a heightened sense of vigilance, yet could not resist the scent of this flower. You may now proceed to harvest it with your hands coated in the flower's juice. Oh, and first, lower me down. If we delay, Zhang Huanji may be in peril. Very well, Long Outyan nodded slightly, using her flying sword to lower Chinamo before turning to harvest the golden cicada grass. Upon landing, Chinamo hurried over to Zhang Huanji, whose complexion was pale and lips violet. He quickly plucked a petal from the purple flower and crushed it, forcing it into Zhang Huanji's mouth. The latter's tongue moved slightly as he swallowed the flower, and within moments, his complexion improved significantly, even his feeble body regaining strength. Thank you for your life-saving grace. There's no need for such formality. It was but a trivial effort, Chinamo replied with a gentle wave of his hand. The golden cicada grass is required by a friend of mine, and I cannot relinquish it to Taoist Zhang. I hope for your understanding. However, this golden cicada grass is merely a healing herb. How could it possibly sway the fate of the 9 provinces? Surely, Taoist Zhang, you must have misinterpreted the oracle. Chapter 30. Without him? What use is immortality? The golden cicada grass possesses the ability to mend damaged meridians. Chinamo recalled that the golden cicada grass within this rift had been specifically prepared for the Empress of the Heavenly Dragon. The Empress, suffering from meridian damage, had fallen gravely ill, causing unrest in the court. The Zhenwu division was also adversely affected, as various regional princes rebelled under the pretext of purging the court, leading to the disintegration of the entire Heavenly Dragon dynasty. Later, Yi Liangchen returned, harvested the golden cicada grass, and healed the Empress. With her formidable influence and his strength, they quelled the rebellion and stabilized the court. For the next 300 years, the Heavenly Dragon dynasty flourished under the Empress's reign, becoming one of the most powerful empires in the 9 provinces. Taoist Zhang, could it be that you have misinterpreted the oracle? The rise of the Heavenly Dragon dynasty was a natural progression, not solely due to this humble golden cicada grass. Thus, Chinamo believed Zhang Huanji's assertion about influencing the fate of the 9 provinces was unfounded. Zhang Huanji shook his head. Though I am but a novice, I possess great confidence in my divination skills. Despite his words, Chinamo's statement had indeed sown seeds of doubt in his mind. Chinamo smiled slightly. It appears Taoist Zhang does not have full faith in his abilities. Have you never misinterpreted an oracle before? This question left Zhang Huanji momentarily speechless. He opened his mouth to retort but found no words. I have retrieved the golden cicada grass. What shall we do next? Long Outyan descended from the sky, casting a wary glance at Zhang Huanji. She had no intention of relinquishing the treasure she had so painstakingly acquired, even if he hailed from the celestial master's residence. Let us discuss this later, Chinamo replied, glancing at the lifeless earth dragon. I would trouble Outyan to split open the earth dragon's corpse and retrieve its heart. Long Outyan nodded slightly, wielding her sword to cleave the earth dragon in two, then extracting its heart with her bare hands. The blood-red heart continued to ooze blood, measuring a full yard in length. Long Outyin strained as she held it, her white robes becoming stained with crimson. Slice it open and extract its essence, Chenemo instructed further. Long Outyin gently waved her sword, meticulously slicing the massive heart until she reached the innermost part, where golden light shimmered. Only then did she cease, tearing away to reveal a fist-sized golden orb. "What is this?" Long Outyin gasped, pulling the golden orb free and presenting it to Chenemo, who accepted it with a look of profound delight. This was the essence of the Earth Dragon. "What?" Long Outyin's eyes widened in astonishment as she regarded Chenemo, realizing that his intentions for coming here extended beyond her safety. "Outyin, I entrust this to your care. When we return, please also bring the blood-withering grass and the Qian-Kuan fruit," Chenemo smiled. Long Outyin's expression darkened slightly, feeling as if she had been outmaneuvered. However, she recognized she had not suffered a loss and chose not to dwell on it. "Daoist Zhang, our purpose here has been fulfilled. Let us part ways. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future," Chenemo said thoughtfully after a moment. "Perhaps," Zhang Huanji murmured, casting a complex glance at Chenemo. "Chenemo, then let us meet again." "Very well." Chenemo nodded slightly, allowing Long Outyin to take him away from the rift. As they journeyed halfway, Chenemo suddenly paused, pondering when he had ever disclosed his name to him. Zhang Huanji emerged from the rift just as noon arrived, having waited for several hours. While the daylight gradually dimmed, a man dressed similarly in a deep blue robe approached on a flying sword. "Junior brother, you survived?" The man gazed at Zhang Huanji in astonishment and remarked, before descending the mountain, "My master foretold that you would encounter a deadly tribulation below. I was genuinely concerned for your safety." "Thank you for your concern, senior brother," Zhang Huanji replied, his expression rather grim as he slightly shook his head, occasionally letting out a sigh. "Although I have indeed survived this perilous ordeal, my benefactor's fate remains uncertain." The Taoist brother looked perplexed, asking, "If you have already overcome the deadly tribulation, why do you appear so troubled?" "I am alive. Yet my benefactor, I cannot comprehend it. When I descended the mountain, I cast a divination for that person. But it revealed death. Within 2 months, he is destined to perish without a doubt." "How can that be?" the Taoist brother exclaimed in astonishment. "When you descended, my master mentioned that if you were to survive the deadly tribulation, it would signify a bond of a century with your destined benefactor. However, if he were to die, that is precisely why I divined for him before leaving the mountain. I cast a total of 64 hexagrams. Yet not a single one indicated life." Meanwhile, Chenemo and his companion had returned to the courtyard. "Brother, you've finally returned. Little Do Ding missed you so much." Upon entering, Little Do Ding eagerly rushed towards Chenemo, her small hands clinging to his waist like a koala bear. Lu Wuxin trailed behind, calling out "brother" in a soft voice before standing still, gazing at Little Do Ding with envy. She too wished to rush forward and embrace Chenemo without reservation. But her timidity held her back. "Wuxin, have you missed your brother?" Chenemo approached and gently patted the little girl's head. She paused, her previous envy vanishing in an instant, replaced by a deep blush as she hurriedly lowered her head. After a moment of silence, she replied softly, "Yes." Chenemo chuckled heartily, preparing to engage in casual conversation with the others, but behind him, Long Outyin could no longer contain himself and urged Chenemo to quickly mend her damaged meridians. "Brother Outyin, let's settle this as a trade. You provide what I need, and I'll share my knowledge in return." Hearing this, Long Outyin felt a flicker of annoyance but ultimately had no choice. After muttering just a moment, he soared away on his flying sword. When Long Outyin returned, he bore 3 items: the blood-withering grass, earth dragon essence, and Qian-Kuan fruit, precisely what Chenemo required. Though these 3 are rare and precious, as far as I know, their benefit to cultivation is quite limited. "Why are you so eager for them?" Long Outyin arranged the blood-withering grass, earth dragon essence, and Qian-Kuan fruit before Chenemo. Curiosity etched on his face. Whoever said these items lack value for cultivation was mistaken. They may be of little use to you, but for me, they hold great significance, Chenemo explained with a smile. This only piqued Long Outyin's curiosity further. "Are these items truly meant for you? As far as I know, you possess a defective spiritual vein, naturally unable to cultivate qi, and even opening your meridians is beyond your reach. How then can you practice? A defective spiritual vein merely hampers my ability to refine qi. However, I can still train my body. Refining the body? Long Outyin scoffed, as if he had heard a jest. Refining the body is not the righteous path. Sacrificing vital energy to enhance one's strength is a perilous method that yields only minimal improvements. Throughout history, how many have attempted body refinement, and how many have achieved the strength to open their meridians? Not a single one, though this day. None who have attempted body refinement have reached the level of qi cultivators who can open their meridians. Thus, this path is not only unfeasible but also invites backlash. The loss of vital energy leads to a drastically shortened lifespan, reducing a century of life to mere decades. Lu Wuxin, following closely behind Chen Mo, listened intently to their conversation, her fists clenched and expression grave. She aspired to become a martial artist with a lifespan that could span hundreds or even thousands of years. However, if Chen Mo were to have only a few decades to live, would not all her efforts be rendered meaningless? Without Chen Mo, what significance would eternal life hold? Chapter 31. The 3,000 Paths. Chen Mo tapped his fingers rhythmically on the stone table, his gaze drifting over the three treasures before him. Brother Outyin, I inquire of you. Upon opening the meridians and entering the path, what options are available? Long Outyin contemplated dissuading Chen Mo from blindly pursuing the path of body refinement. Yet Chen Mo suddenly shifted the topic, causing Long Outyin to frown slightly as he responded, there are three paths. First, to become a martial artist. The higher the realm, the stronger the power. In the land of Jiuzhou, the strong are revered, and strength is paramount. The second path is to become a sorcerer, capable of alchemy, artifact forging, or array inscription. Those who achieve mastery will also earn respect. As for the third, it is that of the shaman, who can heal the sick, save lives, and divine the future in this world. There are 9 types of spiritual veins: defective spiritual veins, ordinary spiritual veins, inferior spiritual veins, middle-grade spiritual veins, superior spiritual veins, transcendent spiritual veins, imperial spiritual veins, sacred spiritual veins, and celestial spiritual veins. However, if categorized, they can be divided into 3 classes. The defective spiritual vein stands alone, known as the waste spiritual vein, which is innately incapable of refining qi and is doomed to never open the meridians and enter the path in this lifetime. The second category comprises the ordinary spiritual vein, inferior spiritual vein, middle-grade spiritual vein, and superior spiritual vein, collectively referred to as the restricted spiritual veins. Individuals with these 4 types of veins are born under a restriction. Not only are their talents low, but their cultivation progress is slow, and their realms also have an upper limit. For instance, those with ordinary spiritual veins can only reach the 8th grade martial artist level in their lifetime. And to this day, no one has ever surpassed this cap. The third category encompasses the transcendent spiritual veins, primarily the 4 higher grade veins, which lack upper limits and restrictions. They possess exceptional talent, and it can be said that anyone with a transcendent spiritual vein is inherently suited for martial artistry. Therefore, those with defective spiritual veins do not cultivate, relying solely on study to change their fate, while those with restricted spiritual veins may enter the martial way but achieve little success. Consequently, many choose alternative paths. Transitioning to sorcery or shamanism after opening their meridians. It is said that the upper limit of restricted spiritual veins is predestined and unchangeable. Yuan Fong, cough. Brother Outyin, what is your perspective? Chen Mo smoothly redirected the conversation. Long Outyin furrowed his brow, looking at Chen Mo with perplexity. Restricted spiritual veins inherently possess upper limits. No matter how they cultivate, they will remain constrained, much like your defective spiritual vein. Only transcendent spiritual veins are truly suited for the martial path and are the strongest. However, I do not entirely agree with your viewpoint, Brother Outyin. Chen Mo shook his head. I acknowledge that transcendent spiritual veins are indeed the most suitable for martial artistry, but that does not imply that restricted spiritual veins are inherently inferior to transcendent ones. May I ask you this? Can sorcerers and shamans truly not defeat martial artists? That is natural, Long Outyin replied without hesitation. For instance, sorcerers can refine elixirs, forge artifacts, and inscribe arrays. How could they possibly defeat martial artists? Anticipating this response, Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle, his expression tinged with disdain. The exchange between the two immediately drew the attention of those around them. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, both cultivators, approached to eavesdrop on Chen Mo's unique insights. Zhao Qingling had also reached the age of awakening her spiritual vein and was particularly interested in such matters. While Fu Bo and Su Yuma listened attentively, their curiosity piqued. Little Do Ding, uninterested, busied herself on the ground searching for insects, while Lu Wuxin seemed preoccupied and paid little attention. The gatekeepers, Pei Jiang and Nan, initially indifferent, grew increasingly intrigued by the dialogue, their ears perking up. Sorcerers can inscribe arrays. A single array can slay countless foes. A master of arrays can unleash killing formations, illusion formations, and trapping formations with ease. Arrays can be inscribed not only on the ground but also on the body, eyes, skin, meridians, and even the internal organs. Tell me, can such sorcerers truly be deemed weak? Long Outyan's mind exploded with realization, akin to a thunderous spring storm. Chen Mo's words opened the door to a new world for her. Not only her, but everyone present was astonished. The common perception of sorcerers as weak was deeply ingrained. It was widely believed that array masters could only inscribe formations on the ground, serving merely as auxiliary support. Yet, they never anticipated that even a humble array master could possess such formidable combat capabilities. And what of artifact masters? They too can engage in battle. Forging artifacts and alchemy can be done in one breath. Producing divine weapons and sharp instruments in the blink of an eye. Killing is but a matter of moments. Sorcerers emphasize destiny and techniques, astrology, divination, tai, qimeng, and various other methods. The potential within the realm of sorcery is limitless. In this era of flourishing martial arts, with entrenched perceptions, everyone firmly believed that the strongest path was martial arts. Consequently, even those with restricted spiritual veins, who also had upper limits, would choose the martial way. Squandering precious time on the foundations of martial arts. Over time, the world began to classify individuals based on the grade of their spiritual veins. Those with defective spiritual veins were treated as slaves, those with restricted spiritual veins as subordinates, and those with transcendent spiritual veins as the elite. Societal prejudices spurred the ambitious to strive for greatness, and individuals with restricted spiritual veins delved deeply into the paths of sorcery and shamanism for 200 years. After generations of effort, 300 years later, a splendid era of flourishing arts emerged. But what of the path of the shaman? Does it hold promise? At this moment, Long Outyan had completely forgotten the purpose of her visit. With the curiosity of an eager child, her gaze was fixed intently on Chen Mo, awaiting his response. Not only Long Outyan, but most of the individuals in the courtyard wore expressions of eager anticipation as they awaited his answer. With 3,000 paths to enlightenment, martial arts flourishing, and the sorcerer's realm thriving, there was also merit in the path of the shaman. It was said that shamans could heal and save lives. Or, conversely, turn their skills to malevolent ends. The essence lay in mastering the forces of nature. Hence, could not the elements of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning also be considered forces of nature, and thus be wielded? Long Outyan was not entirely clear on what constituted the forces of nature. But upon hearing about the ability to control the elements, she sensed that this matter was far from simple. Thunder was undoubtedly the nightmare of all martial artists. Should a shaman possess the ability to command thunder, it would render them a truly formidable being. The heavenly master's manor stood tall at the pinnacle of the 9 provinces, relying precisely on their mastery of the thunderous arts, in addition to wielding the forces of nature. Shamans could also command insects and craft curses, using blood as a spell. Even the most commonplace items, bugs, blood, stones, could serve as means of combat. If the constraints of spiritual veins could yield such vast potential, then surely the discarded spiritual veins could also prove viable. The path of body refinement was merely one that had yet to be explored, much like the realms of sorcery and shamanism which still awaited their pioneers. As Chen Mo continued to speak, Xiao Do Ding picked up a bug and presented it before him. "Brother, can bugs be powerful too?" Chen Mo smiled gently, ruffling Xiao Do Ding's hair as he replied. Indeed, thus, Xiao Do Ding could delve into this area. Who knows, you may become a formidable expert in the future, and then no one would dare to bully you. The thought of no one daring to bully Xiao Do Ding caused her eyes to sparkle with excitement. her adorable face breaking into a sweet smile. Chapter 32. The Power of Body Refinement. The discussions in the small courtyard opened Long Outyan's mind, causing her to almost forget the purpose of her visit. As Chen Mo's words echoed in her thoughts, had it not been for Chen Mo's reminder, she might have completely overlooked the matter regarding the Jinshan grass. Upon learning of the grass's usage, Long Outyan hastily departed from the small courtyard. Chen Mo seized the 3 treasures on the stone table and instructed Fu Bo to process them into medicinal liquids. Lu Wuxin approached Chen Mo with her head bowed, clutching his clothing with her small hand, biting her red lip, and gazing up at him with an expression of vulnerability. Chen Mo felt a pang in his heart and gently stroked Lu Wuxin's hair, asking softly, "What troubles you? Has someone bullied you?" Chen Mo's tenderness warmed Lu Wuxin's heart, but the thought of him defying the heavens to refine his body and shorten his lifespan caused tears to well up in her eyes. In a hoarse voice, she asked, "Brother, could you refrain from body refinement?" "Why is that?" "Wuxin cultivates qi, which could extend life. Yet you refine your body, depleting your vitality and shortening your lifespan. I do not wish to face a future where I cannot see you. However, this world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. If I do not grow strong, who will protect you? Wuxin does not need you to protect her in such a manner. She will become strong, exceedingly strong, so that no one dares to bully you. Brother, I do not want you to leave me prematurely." The little girl opened her arms, unable to suppress her emotions, and tightly embraced Chen Mo, fearing he might depart at any moment. Chen Mo chuckled softly, gently stroking Lu Wuxin's hair, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Brother will not leave you. Although body refinement may consume vitality, there are ways to compensate for it." "Really?" The little girl looked up at Chen Mo with tear-filled eyes, and he nodded slightly. "Then you must promise me, you will absolutely not leave me, Danamem. Brother promises you." Upon receiving Chen Mo's assurance, Lu Wuxin's face lit up with joy. But she quickly realized she was still embracing him. The intimacy of the moment made her cheeks flush, and she hastily released him, covering her face with her small hands to hide her embarrassment. Chen Mo smiled slightly, teasing, "Why are you hiding your face?" As he spoke, Chen Mo playfully pulled apart Lu Wuxin's hands. She, flustered, stepped back shyly, exclaiming, "Do not look, it's ugly." "Not ugly at all," Chen Mo replied earnestly. "The blush on your cheeks is the most beautiful sunset I have ever seen." In an instant, Lu Wuxin's head felt as if it were boiling water, her shyness exploding forth, unable to contain her feelings. She turned and dashed toward the side room, her lips curving upward in an uncontainable smile. Su Yuma, hailing from an extraordinary background, had been raised amidst sweet nothings since her youth. Yet, Chen Mo's flirtations were like a relentless tide, overwhelming her with charm. It was no surprise that even a girl like Lu Wuxin found it hard to resist. Gazing dreamily at Chen Mo, Su Yuma thought, if only such words were directed at her. "Why are you looking at me like that? Do you wish to compete over whose eyes are more beautiful?" Chen Mo teased, glancing at Su Yuma. Recalling Chen Mo's earlier words, Su Yuma felt her cheeks flush and turned to leave for the side room. After an hour had passed, Fu Bo completed the medicinal liquid, and Chen Mo instructed Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, emphasizing that unless there was something of great importance, they should not allow outsiders near his room. He then returned to his own quarters. Before long, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu arrived, carrying a barrel filled with the medicinal liquid, its greenish-blue contents emitting a faint fragrance. After dismissing Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, Chen Mo removed his clothing and stepped into the barrel. Cultivating qi primarily focuses on the meridians. Opening the meridians signifies entering the path, and storing energy within oneself marks the first step into martial arts. Body refinement, however, is more complex, requiring the honing of the body, the strengthening of bones, and the nurturing of vitality. To refine the body is to temper the flesh, forging one's physique into something as tough as iron. In combat with a martial artist, if one remains merely flesh and blood, they would be unable to withstand even a single strike. The bones provide strength. The greater the strength, the more formidable the warrior. And thus one finds themselves in an invincible position. Vitality is paramount. Body refinement cannot absorb the natural energies of the world like qi cultivators, thus it relies solely on depleting one's own vitality to provide power. Consequently, body refiners are often short-lived. Blood grass, earth dragon essence, and Qian Kuan fruit are 3 items that greatly assist the 3 stages of body refinement, but they only provide entry-level enhancements. To sustain long-term progress, one requires more rare treasures. While there are no issues acquiring the rare treasures for tempering the body and strengthening the bones, the question remains: how to enhance vitality? I remember that the vitality of a body refiner relied on a certain treasure. What was it again? Chinamo murmured to himself, suddenly feeling a warm current flowing through his entire being, and then his body felt as though it had plunged into flames. Pain tore through him. It was as if countless ants were gnawing at his skin, and millions of needles were piercing him. Chinamo gritted his teeth, gripping the edge of the barrel, his body trembling involuntarily. Time passed. And eventually, Chinamo sensed that the pain had subsided, while a warm current nourished his muscles, skin, and even his internal organs. He unknowingly drifted into slumber. When Chinamo awoke once more, the bright sunlight streamed through the window, and as he slowly opened his eyes to survey his surroundings, it felt as though a vast expanse of time had passed. He could also sense that his body seemed a touch stronger than before. His skin fairer, yet his entire being was filled with vigor. The medicinal liquid in the barrel had completely dried up. Chinamo stood up, changed into fresh garments, and then assumed a stance, throwing a punch into the air. The wind from his fist roaring, creating a series of explosive sounds. Think, I can already generate wind from my punches. It appears I am merely at the meridian opening stage, Chinamo thought. A smile spreading across his face. A millennium ago, the inaugural Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master S Manor classified martial artists into 9 ranks, with the 9th rank being the weakest and the 1st rank the strongest. The disparities between ranks were marked and distinct. Compared to an ordinary person, the strength of a 9th rank martial artist was akin to that of the heavens and the earth. A phrase like 1 against 1,000 hardly seems exaggerated. Before entering the 9th rank, one must undergo the meridian opening stage, where the spiritual veins are opened and spiritual energy enters the body. At this stage, a novice's strength already markedly distinguishes them from ordinary people. Take Lu Wuxin, for instance. She has opened 5 spiritual veins, placing her strength far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Even several adult males would not stand a chance against her. The more spiritual veins one opens, the closer they are to becoming a true martial artist, and the stronger they become. Body refinement and Qi cultivation differ in their training methods. The successful entry into Qi cultivation is marked by the opening of 8 meridians, while body refinement consists of 6 stages: tempering the body, strengthening bones, honing muscles, cleansing marrow, merging yin and yang, and forming vitality. Completion of these 6 stages signifies reaching the level of a 9th rank martial artist. Currently, Chunmo's skin felt as tough as iron, and the strength in his muscles was beginning to manifest, thus completing the stages of body tempering, bone strengthening, and muscle honing. If measured against martial artists, he could be regarded as having opened 4 to 5 spiritual veins. Chapter 33. The Tao Ancestor Earth Dragon Essence is indeed a remarkable treasure, allowing me to transcend 3 stages in one go. Chinamo mused with a smile, pleased with his progress. He pushed open the door to his room, and the morning sunlight bathed his face. Third young master, you have finally emerged. If you had delayed any longer, we would have had to enter. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, who had been guarding outside, exclaimed with concern. I merely slept for a night. Chinamo thought to himself, suddenly recalling something, and asked, how long have I been inside? 3 days and 3 nights, Zhang Long replied succinctly. Such a long time. Chinamo was somewhat astonished. He had fallen asleep in the medicinal barrel and was completely oblivious to the passage of time outside. After Zhang Long mentioned it, he felt a slight pang of hunger and instructed the latter to prepare breakfast. It was noteworthy that he had already spent 3 days in the room. Yet Lu Wuxin had not come to seek him out. Curiosity piqued, Chinamo inquired, Zhao Hu, where are Wuxin and the others? Many visitors have come in the past 2 days, Zhao Hu explained. Uncle Fu is concerned that it may pose a risk to them, so he advised them to stay in the room. Visitors? Who are they? Chinamo was taken aback. He had little renown in the imperial capital, so who could possibly be visiting him? Moreover, judging by Zhao Hu's tone, it seemed there were multiple visitors. Just as he pondered this, a call echoed from outside the door. Daozu, esteemed Daozu, may I have the honor of meeting you? Daozu? Who is Daozu? Chinamo furrowed his brow at the mention. then turned to Zhao Hu beside him, who awkwardly pointed at him. That would be you, third young master. The news of your philosophical discussion with young Master Long in the small courtyard has spread throughout the imperial capital. Many practitioners of the arts and shamans regard you as Daozu, and they have come in succession to pay their respects. You may not be aware, but there are at least 1,000 visitors here daily. Had it not been for Lord Pei's intervention, the gates of the residence would likely have been trampled. With the flourishing of martial arts, those who follow other paths have naturally faced oppression from warriors, harboring grievances for ages yet unable to escape. However, now that Chinimo has proclaimed that there are 3,000 paths and that martial arts may not be the strongest, it undoubtedly brings a glimmer of hope to practitioners of the arts and shamans. The clamor outside grew increasingly fervent. Chinimo glanced at Lu Wuxin's chamber and sighed. Very well, if this continues, life will become unbearable. He led Zhao Hu to open the gates of the residence, only to find the vast wilderness swarming with people, the entire courtyard surrounded tightly. Pei Jiangnan stood at the center of the gate, one hand resting on his sword to deter the crowd. Skilled enforcers of the Martial Suppression Division were positioned around the courtyard. Otherwise, Chun Mo's residence would have been truly overrun. Daozu, esteemed Daozu, has emerged. With the opening of the gates, the crowd outside erupted in joyous exclamations. Pei Jiangnan turned around. Chin brother, why have you come out? You need not worry with me here, it is of no concern. Chinimo waved his hand. If I do not emerge, this matter shall never cease. The commotion outside intensified, pairs of fervent eyes fixated on Chinimo, as if they genuinely regarded him as Daozu. Chinimo felt a headache coming on. He had not anticipated that his casual remarks would lead to such a significant impact. Daozu, I am a blacksmith from the armory. May I ask, can we blacksmiths truly take to the battlefield? A young man clad in rough linen and covered in dust pushed through the crowd. Raising his voice, at this utterance, the crowd fell silent. Eagerly gazing at Chinimo, he stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze lingering on the youth for a moment before he nodded slightly. Forging and alchemy are your specialties as blacksmiths. Merely crafting weapons for others would be a waste. It is precisely due to the entrenched perceptions of millennia that blacksmiths have been overlooked. Consider this. Aside from forging weapons, can you not create other things? For instance, a beast of stone? Chinimo spoke nonchalantly, yet to the youth, it resonated like a clarion call, illuminating his mind. He crouched down to examine some nearby stones, picked them up, and then gathered his spiritual energy, causing the stones to float and assemble into a palm-sized stone beast. The stone beast moved slightly before, with a thud, it collapsed onto the ground. Zhao Hu glanced at the feeble stone beast and shook his head helplessly. Such a fragile creation could hardly be considered a threat. However, the youth was elated, exclaiming, "It is indeed possible. Forging, alchemy. Ha ha! I understand now. I understand. Thank you, Daozu, for your guidance." With that, the young man laughed heartily and departed the crowd. Chinimo chuckled softly, saying, "Everyone, I am aware that you harbor doubts, but I assure you, one need not walk the path of martial arts to become the greatest in the world. Do not let the views of the mundane world confine you. Boldly forge your own path. With 3,000 paths, there is no path that cannot be traversed, unless it is one that does not suit you." His words ignited the crowd, sending a wave of excitement through the throng. In that moment, he appeared to them as a celestial being illuminating their path, as if he were the Daozu sent by the heavens to enlighten them. Pah! What nonsense about Daozu! Merely the fantasies of the inept. Suddenly, a resounding voice emerged from the crowd. A young nobleman clad in luxurious garments stepped forward, flanked by guards wielding long blades, exuding an intimidating presence. Chinimo recognized him as Zhao Wang, the third son of the deputy minister of war. Zhao Hu's. They were of the same age, both at the threshold of awakening their spiritual veins, yet Zhao Wang had awakened a superior spiritual vein. On the day of his awakening, he had boasted extravagantly on the awakening platform. Zhao Wang held a disdainful view of Chinimo, but he enjoyed a good rapport with Chen Jin due to shared interests. There was an instance when Zhao Wang had exhausted his funds while aiding a fallen woman, only to encounter the most desirable person, the courtesan of the 100 Flowers Pavilion, at his most helpless moment. That time, Chen Jin had appeared, not only providing him with money to assist the woman, but also teaching him many new tricks. Thus, their bond grew stronger. What are you, Chen Mo? Merely a waste with a defective spiritual vein, destined to be incapable of cultivation. Out of sheer humiliation, you carve out a crooked path to revel in your own delusions. And only those equally incompetent would heed your nonsense, Zhao Wang scoffed, his gaze toward Chen Mo filled with hostility, unable to tolerate that someone with a flawed spiritual vein could command such reverence. More importantly, he sought vengeance for his good brother Chen Jin. Zhao Wang, who do you deem to be the waste? Chen Mo descended from the gate, narrowing his eyes into a slit, smiling as he posed the question. Do you lack hearing? I am referring to you, and these others, Zhao Wang retorted disdainfully. Just as he spoke, he suddenly sensed an icy chill and turned to find 1,000 pairs of hostile eyes fixated on him, resembling a pack of wild beasts. Although he was flanked by 2 guards, those who had come here had essentially completed their awakening of the spiritual veins. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Moreover, the sheer number of people posed a risk. Incurring their wrath could prove detrimental to him. Zhao Wang swallowed hard and stated, I merely speak the truth. You are a waste, spreading your absurdities. What do you mean by 3,000 paths? There may be 3,000 roads, but the only true path is that of martial arts, and no matter how flowery your words may be, they cannot compare to the reality of a pair of fists. Unless your fists can defeat me, do not expect me to believe the words of a waste. Zhao Wang, you possess a superior spiritual vein and have opened 2 spiritual veins. Is this not bullying? Daozu is merely a waste with a defective spiritual vein, unable even to open his veins. Zhao Wang is clearly just finding an easy target. Zhao Wang, with your prowess, why not challenge me? I have opened 8 spiritual veins. In an instant, the crowd surged forward in support of Chen Mo. Zhao Wang let out a cold laugh. Ha! How ridiculous! Since Chen Mo claims there are 3,000 paths, if he, a mere waste of a spiritual vein, cannot walk the right path, how can there be 3,000 paths? Are you all afraid I will expose his lies and shatter your hopes? Chen Mo, dare you engage me in combat? If not, you should concede. Come on, ha ha! I knew you wouldn't dare. What nonsense about 3,000 paths? You truly dare. Upon hearing Chen Mo's nonchalant response, Zhao Wang was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief, questioning if he had misheard. Then what do you propose, Zhao Wang? Since you are intent on seeking humiliation, I shall grant you this opportunity, Chen Mo replied with a cold snort. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wang's heart soared with joy. He had initially thought he would only have a chance to humiliate Chen Mo, yet unexpectedly, this fool dared to accept the challenge. How delightful! He had been seeking an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Chen Jin harbored deep disdain for Chen Mo, but as a scholar, he seldom resorted to violence against his younger brother. However, this did not imply he treated him kindly. When he truly wished to strike, he would delegate that task to Zhao Wang. Over the years, Chen Mo had endured his fair share of beatings from Zhao Wang. This Zhao Wang is exceedingly arrogant. Does he truly believe our 3rd young master is without support? Zhao, who raised an eyebrow, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Stand down. Pei Jiangnan restrained Zhao, whose wrist from behind, his voice cold. The challenge was proposed by Zhao Wang. While he may be accused of bullying, Chen brother has accepted it. If you act, would that not embarrass him? Moreover, since Chen brother dares to accept, he must have confidence. Do you not have faith in him? Zhao, who cast a complex glance at Chen Mo, hesitating to speak. Yet Zhao Wang had already activated 2 spiritual veins, indicating he was no ordinary person. The 3rd young master, possessing merely a defective spiritual vein, stood no chance against Zhao Wang. Since the 3rd young master had declared it, I shall place my trust in him. Despite these thoughts, Zhao, whose hand remained firmly gripping the hilt of his blade, his eyes fixated on Zhao Wang, ready to intervene should he dare to harm Chen Mo. It seems that your prolonged absence from combat has rendered you oblivious to the essence of cruelty. Zhao Wang declared with a fierce countenance, denying Chen Mo any opportunity to respond as he lunged forward like a leopard, his feet striking the ground with fervor. With 8 spiritual veins yet to be activated, this indicated he had not yet become a warrior. A blocked meridian rendered the practice of martial techniques impossible. Thus, the initial skirmishes among novices relied solely on physical prowess and strength. Zhao Wang, being the son of a minister, had grown up amidst warriors, absorbing their skills, and his martial arts were formidable. Moreover, as a preparatory warrior with 2 activated spiritual veins, he possessed the strength to fell a bull with a single blow, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. In stark contrast, Chen Mo was but a mere defective spiritual vein, lacking even the qualification to open his veins, rendering him no different from an average person. Even though he had practiced some martial arts from a young age, his strength had not significantly increased. Over countless millennia in the 9 provinces, innumerable warriors had existed, yet none had ever matched a warrior's prowess with the frailty of a commoner. Even when faced with a preparatory warrior with activated veins, none had been able to prevail. Zhao Wang harbored no belief that Chen Mo could break this precedent, nor did anyone else think he could. As Zhao Wang charged forth, the hearts of the onlookers rose to their throats. Zhao Hu even bent his knees slightly, preparing to spring into action to rescue. Chen Mo, your delusions will ultimately be shattered by my fists. All your fantasies will be dismantled by my might. A defective spiritual vein should resign itself to being a mere failure, rather than harboring dreams of greatness. Before Zhao Wang could finish his taunt, a figure appeared before him with ghostly swiftness, moving so quickly that even he could not discern it. How fast! In an instant, Zhao Wang was taken aback, his face revealing a look of horror, yet he quickly suppressed it. No, I have 2 activated spiritual veins. How could I possibly lose to a worthless being like you? Impossible, absolutely impossible. With a roar, Zhao Wang thrust his fists forward, intending to engage Chen Mo in a fierce struggle. However, midway through, he saw Chen Mo's left hand retract and his right elbow thrusting towards his eyes. Chen Mo's strike was swift, startling Zhao Wang into raising his hands to block. Having been immersed in martial training since childhood, Zhao Wang was not one to falter easily. Recognizing the deadly nature of Chen Mo's attack, his instinct was to counter, deflect, and strike back, a technique known as receiving, transforming, and striking. After all, he had activated 2 spiritual veins. He could not possibly fail to receive this blow, if he could withstand it. The one who would suffer would be Chen Mo, however. Just as he was prepared to retaliate, Chen Mo retracted his left hand and drove his right elbow upward. 8 Extreme's fist, heart elbow. It struck like a colossal hammer upon his chest, catching Zhao Wang completely off guard. Before his brain could process the attack, he heard the sound of bones cracking, as if a 1,000-pound boulder had landed on him, followed by an explosive boom as his body was sent flying. Zhao Wang felt a crushing pain in his chest, spewing a mist of blood that arched like a crimson rainbow against the azure sky. Silence descended, so palpable one could hear a pin drop. The outcome was anticipated, yet none expected that the victor would be Chen Mo. Zhao, whose grip on the hilt trembled slightly, his tiger-like eyes wide with disbelief. He had prepared to leap into action. Yet now he stood frozen, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Pei Jiangnan's gaze flickered. Although he had urged Zhao Hu to have confidence in Chen Mo, he too found it hard to believe that a defective spiritual vein could defeat one with activated veins. A defective spiritual vein was destined to lead a life of mediocrity. For thousands of years, no one, regardless of their efforts, had shattered this seemingly immutable law. Yet, against all odds, Chen Mo had achieved the impossible. Defeating a warrior with 2 activated veins with a single strike, in an instant, the crowd outside the courtyard erupted in fervor. He did it. He truly did it. A defective spiritual vein has defeated one with activated veins. The words of the Tao ancestor rang true. Even a defective spiritual vein could turn the tide. Could we not also alter our fates? Tao ancestor, please guide me. Amidst the waves of jubilation, Zhao Wang's 2 attendants finally reacted. Rushing towards him, upon closer inspection, they found him completely unconscious, blood staining his lips, a dent in his chest where the sternum had cracked. These attendants, dispatched by the Zhao family to protect their young master, now faced severe consequences for his condition. Realizing this, they could no longer remain passive. Their eyes glinted with malice as they glared at Chen Mo. How dare you harm our young master? You seek death. With that, the 2 drew their blades and charged at Chen Mo with menacing intent. Shameless. You are utterly shameless. It was you who proposed the duel, and now that you have lost, you dare to seek retribution? The Zhao family is full of empty promises, Yet you still have the audacity to wield your blades. I have never encountered such brazen individuals. If you wish to touch the Tao ancestor, you must first step over my dead body. Voices of righteous indignation erupted from the crowd, with some surrounding the two attendants. As long as I am here, let us see who dares to harm the third young master. Zhao Hu, gripping the hilt of his blade, charged forward to stand protectively in front of Chen Imo. The battle has concluded. Your young master has lost. He proposed this duel and has now been bested. Do you think you can bully the weak simply because you are many? Do you consider the presence of the Zhenwu division inconsequential? Pei Jiangnan's expression darkened as he descended step by step, his hand resting on the hilt of his Yinling blade. Upon hearing the name of the Zhenwu division, the two attendants exchanged glances. The Zhenwu division was comprised of warriors of at least the 7th rank, while they were mere 9th rank fighters, clearly outmatched. Even their family head would hesitate to offend the Zhenwu division, let alone them. Public sentiment and strength had shifted towards Chen Mo's side, and with a resolute bite of their teeth, the two attendants hoisted the unconscious Zhao Wang and retreated from the scene, tails between their legs. Chapter 35. I meant for you to toss your hair, not to stir my heart. The deep chime of a bell resonated as the morning sun illuminated the halls of the Guozijian. An elderly man clad in a gray robe traversed the corridors, arriving at a small courtyard. This man was Su Chongqing, the head of the Guozijian. He had entered officialdom as a filial candidate in his youth and had served for over 30 years. Achieving the rank of second-grade cabinet scholar, due to illness from overwork, he resigned and returned home to pursue scholarly endeavors. Over the years, his students flourished across the land, earning him the title of a great Confucian. Subsequently, the late emperor summoned him back to the Guozijian to continue his teachings. Though he had surpassed the age of 70, with hair and beard all white, the spirit of this venerable scholar remained intact. Holding a book in hand, he moved swiftly, keeping pace with the younger generation. Before reaching the entrance of the small courtyard, Su Chongqing heard a cacophony of noise from within. He sighed softly, muttering to himself about the unteachable youth. Those who entered the Guozijian to study were mostly from royal families, feudal lords, or noble clans, individuals of high status who exhibited little interest in academic pursuits, particularly for Su Chongqing, who was to instruct these heirs of nobility. Their starting point was already the end point for others. Why would they strive to alter their fates through study? You can awaken the sleeping, but you cannot rouse those who feign slumber. Despite his desire to teach, no one paid him earnest attention. Each day he merely went through the motions. After a resigned sigh, Su Chongqing entered, and the clamorous noise quieted considerably. A multitude of eyes fixed upon him, sizing him up for a moment before returning to their seats. Su Chongqing was a renowned scholar, esteemed and respected, with former students and officials scattered throughout the realm. He had been personally invited back by the late emperor to teach at the Guozijian, and even the empress dared not treat him lightly, let alone these second-generation aristocrats. They might neglect their studies, but they could not afford to disrespect this great Confucian. Su Chongqing scanned the room and frowned upon noticing several empty seats, unusual for such a gathering. Typically, no one dared to show him such disrespect. He rapped his ruler on the desk, his expression darkening. How many are absent? Are they ill at home? Or is it a collective illness? The dozen or so young lords and ladies exchanged glances, rendered mute by fear. After a long pause, one finally mustered the courage to stand and spoke, reporting to Mr. Su, they have gone outside the city to attend a lecture. The lecture? Su Chongqing's brows furrowed slightly. These noble youths, who rarely attended his classes, had ventured outside the city to partake in a lecture. How could that be? Perhaps they had gone out for leisure instead. Whose lecture are they attending? Yours, Tao ancestor? Tao ancestor? Which self-proclaimed charlatan is calling himself a Tao ancestor now? Su Chongqing furrowed his brow once more. In recent days, tales of the Tao ancestor had circulated throughout the imperial capital, with discussions echoing in every alley and street corner. However, he had always been disinclined to indulge in such gossip and remained entirely oblivious to the matter. Unlike charlatans of the realm, the Tao ancestor was a sage of genuine talent and wisdom, proclaiming that there are 3,000 paths of the great Tao, each person capable of forging their own unique path. The ways of sorcerers and shamans could, indeed, rival martial arts. When the Tao ancestor was mentioned, the speaker's words flowed uncontrollably, relaying the news that had spread through the capital in recent days. Among the most exhilarating was the account of Chen Imo defeating Zhao Wang, a practitioner with two spiritual veins, using only the bloodline of waste. This revelation shattered the prevailing misconceptions about bloodlines considered inferior. Initially dismissive of such tales, Su Chongqing found his murky eyes growing clearer with each account, murmuring to himself, 3,000 paths of the great Tao? Can scholars truly tread the path? Is it true that he vanquished Zhao Wang with the bloodline of waste? This is beyond doubt. I happen to see it myself. If Mr. Su doubts it, he may inquire with others. Excellent! Su Chongqing exclaimed, slapping the table with fervor, nearly leaping from his seat. The martial arts flourished while scholars held a subordinate status. Despite many being officials in the court, they remained trampled beneath the feet of martial artists. Their heads bowed for countless years, silenced by the derisive phrase, "Useless is the scholar." Years ago, Su Chongqing sought the way, yearning for the path of scholars to the Tao, yet after decades of fruitless endeavor, he began to reflect. Perhaps he had been mistaken from the outset. The belief that martial arts is the true essence of the world had taken root in the hearts of many over millennia, leaving little room for other paths to emerge. 3,000 paths of the great Tao. Indeed, Tao ancestor, where do you reside now? Su Chongqing could scarcely conceal his excitement, urgently pressing for an answer. The young gentleman paused, taken aback by Su Chongqing's keen interest in Qian Mo's affairs, and promptly revealed the latter's whereabouts. Su Chongqing cast aside his books and ruler, hastily departing from the study, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. In a corner of the study, a young man clad in white stirred, rubbing his sleepy eyes, suddenly catching sight of a note on the desk. He seized the note and, upon reading it, his expression brightened with joy. Is he finally emerging? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Outside the city, in a courtyard, Chen Imo suggested, "Shall we venture out to enjoy the scenery?" After defeating Zhao Wang, more and more individuals began to regard him as the Tao ancestor, flocking to him daily for teachings, relentless in their pursuit, and he had grown thoroughly exasperated by it all. Today, he decided to seize the moment and escape for a while. Lu Wuxin gazed up at Chen Imo, feeling overwhelmed by the throngs of visitors seeking wisdom in the courtyard over the past few days. She had found solace in her room, anxious and on edge, but now that an opportunity for relaxation had presented itself, she was determined to seize it. Moreover, it was a chance for solitude, prompting her to respond with a smile. Just then, the little one sitting on the stone bench wiggled her short legs, tugging at Chen Mo's clothing. Brother, are we going out to play? I want to go too." The little one chattered incessantly, and Chen Imo, with no choice but to indulge her, agreed to bring her along. The trio that had escaped from prison would not be complete without Su Yuma. She gazed at Chen Imo with wide, expectant eyes, prompting him to sigh lightly, "You may join us." The little one leaped from the stone bench, joyfully pulling Lu Wuxin and Su Yuma into the room. Since they were going out for a leisurely day, they naturally packed an abundance of snacks and refreshments. Despite her small stature, the little one had quite the appetite, having grown accustomed to hunger over the years. And this outing was no exception. Lu Wuxin adorned herself in the plain white dress that Chen Imo had previously gifted her, cherishing it as he had remarked, "It highlights your beauty." Since that time, she had rarely worn it, keeping it as a treasured possession. Today, as she was to accompany Chen Imo, she wanted to look splendid. Although she had only recently emerged from confinement, Lu Wuxin's figure had softened, no longer resembling the gaunt appearance of before. Indeed, when life is touched by love, one begins to flourish. "Brother, I apologize for keeping you waiting," Lu Wuxin said, stepping out of her room, her gaze briefly meeting Chen Mo's before she quickly looked down. Speaking in a soft voice, "Waiting is also a form of appreciation," Chen Mo gently reminded her, noticing her tendency to lower her head. "Do you not wish to present your beauty to me?" Lu Wuxin hesitated, having always felt self-conscious due to the blemishes on her skin and her unique eyes. Yet, encouraged by Chen Mo's words, she shyly lifted her head, her long hair cascading down, partially veiling her eyes. "Push your hair back," Chen Mo urged again. "Your eyes are captivating. Do not hide them." If others had made such remarks, Lu Wuxin would have dismissed them as mockery, but Chen Mo was different. He consistently praised her, gradually helping her build confidence. Now, Lu Wuxin had shed much of the self-doubt she had felt upon leaving confinement, though certain habits, like lowering her head or using her hair to obscure her eyes, proved harder to change. Lu Wuxin gently pushed her long hair back, displaying her features with newfound grace. Thanks to her spiritual awakening, the blemishes on her face had significantly diminished, revealing a youthful and charming visage dressed in her plain white gown, exuding a distinct allure. Should she continue to blossom in the coming years, she would truly become a graceful young maiden. Seeing Lu Wuxin with her hair neatly arranged, Chen Imo chuckled. I instructed you to style your hair, not to ensnare my heart. As they ventured into the scenic mountains surrounding the courtyard, Chen Wang had initially chosen this location for its beauty, purchasing land nearby to build a residence. Years prior, Chen Imo had accompanied his father to the mountaintop, and the view had indeed been splendid. Seizing the opportunity, he intended to take Lu Wuxin and the others to enjoy the sights. On this outing, Chen Imo brought only a small group, Lu Wuxin and her companions, along with 2 bodyguards, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, totaling 5 individuals. Zhao Mu was unable to join due to illness, leaving Zhao Qingling and Fu Bo to care for her, while Pei Jiangnan and another individual were tasked with guarding them. Among those capable of fighting, only the 9th grade Zhang Long and the 8th grade Zhao Hu accompanied Chen Imo, alongside a skilled individual deliberately arranged by Long Outyin, whose abilities were surely on par with Long Outyin himself. Despite having never met, as they ascended the mountain path, the carriage made its way directly to the summit. In earlier years, the mountain trail had been treacherous. Not even horses could traverse it. However, Chen Wang had commissioned the construction of a road leading straight to the peak for the sake of enjoying the scenery. Now, Chen Imo found himself benefiting from his father's foresight. At the summit, there lay a flat area, an excellent vantage point for admiring the landscape, though it had become overgrown with weeds. Chen Imo signaled for Zhang Long and Zhao Hu to clear the area while he led Lu Wuxin and the others to find a suitable spot. Laying down a carpet, just as they settled in, the little one excitedly scampered up to the carriage. During this outing, the little one had brought along a plethora of treats. Being so young, she did not grasp the concept of appreciating the scenery. For her, the only thing of importance was indulging in delicious food. Yuma, concerned for the little one's safety, followed closely behind, leaving only Chen Imo and Lu Wuxin on the carpet. Lu Wuxin eagerly anticipated this opportunity to be alone with Chen Imo, free from any distractions, cherishing the simple joy of sitting beside him in silence. Nervously gripping the hem of her clothing, she inched closer to Chen Imo, the distance between them shrinking to mere inches. She wished to emulate the little one's boldness, but after several deep breaths, she still could not muster the courage, ultimately resigning to keep her head down and remain silent. Chen Imo tilted his head, propping it on one hand and quietly observing Lu Wuxin. As she remained silent, he too refrained from speaking. Sensing the tension in the air, Lu Wuxin turned to glance at Chen Imo, only to find his gaze fixed intently upon her. Instantly, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Brother, you said we were here to see the scenery, didn't you? A faint smile curled Chen Mo's lips as he replied. You sitting here is the most beautiful scenery of all. Zhao Hu, what are you doing? Meanwhile, Zhang Long, busy clearing weeds, turned to see Zhao Hu pausing in his task, one hand holding a small notebook while the other sketched with a charcoal pencil, furrowing his brow. Zhang Long approached silently to peek at Zhao Hu's notes. You sitting here is the most beautiful scenery. Letting you style your hair isn't to ensnare my heart. Waiting is also a form of appreciation. Good heavens, these are lines spoken by the 3rd young master, aren't they? And you've written them down? Zhao Hui, what are you doing? Zhang Long's voice suddenly broke the silence, startling Zhao Hui, who stiffened and quickly concealed his notebook and charcoal pencil within his garments. Laughing nervously, in nothing at all, I saw everything. Zhao Hui's expression froze. Why mother wishes for me to find a wife soon, but as you know, we are but rough men, incapable of sweet talk, and the 3rd young master. Well, he has his own way, he chuckled sheepishly, so I thought to learn a bit. Is that too much to ask? Zhang Long glanced back, first approving of Zhao Hui's admiration for Chen Imo, then replied nonchalantly. A heart devoid of women will naturally wield the sword with greater prowess. Lu Wuxin was momentarily dazed. Upon seeing Chen Mo's sincere gaze and recalling his previous words, her mind was awhirl, and she felt lightheaded, her face flushing as she hastily lowered her head. The courage she had mustered was shattered by a single remark from Chen Mo. Could this truly be the ruthless and cold-hearted empress of the demon sect? Chen Mo smiled gently, fixing his gaze on the bashful Lu Wuxin. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhang Long and Zhao Hui promptly ceased their actions and hastened to Chen Mo's side. Zhang Long, stay here and protect Wuxin. Zhao Hui, come with me to investigate, Chen Mo commanded, his smile fading into a serious demeanor as he led Zhao Hui towards the sounds. They rushed towards a thicket where a lavish carriage, far grander than his own, was stationed, clearly belonging to a wealthy family. Standing beside the carriage was a young nobleman clad in a white robe, his white boots resting upon a delicate figure. Alongside a frightened little girl, upon closer inspection, Chen Mo realized the figure beneath the nobleman's foot was none other than Su Yumo. In a wonder she looked so familiar. It's you, you wretched slave. Do you dare to flee upon seeing this young lord? I shall see where you think you can escape to. Bring forth the iron shackles. A lowly slave like her deserves to be bound, marked with my insignia, the white-robed nobleman declared coldly as he spoke. His two attendants retrieved a black iron chain from the carriage, intending to bind Su Yumo as though she were livestock. Stop! Chen Mo bellowed. At his command, the nobleman raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening as he glared. Who dares to address this young lord in such a manner? Upon recognizing Chen Mo's face, Zhao Hui trembled and quickly grasped Chen Mo's sleeve. Shaking his head, third young master, do not provoke him. He is the son of the Ning Wang, a figure of great nobility. If you anger him, not only you, but the entire Chen family may face dire consequences. Upon hearing Chen Mo's voice, Su Yumo initially felt a flicker of hope, but it quickly waned. What could he do against the son of the Ning Wang? Chen Mo was merely a discarded heir of the Chen family. Even if he were the rightful successor, what could he achieve against such powerful lineage? The Ning Wang was the brother of the former emperor, and the Ning Wang's son was a cousin to the current empress, a true noble in his own right. How could Chen Mo dare to provoke such a formidable adversary for her? A mere slave? Despair engulfed Su Yumo, her complexion pale, her teeth biting down on her crimson lip as she braced herself for the worst. From a young age, Su Yumo possessed an unparalleled beauty, attracting suitors to her family's doorstep. By the time she turned 15, eventually, she caught the eye of the Ning Wang's son, Long Hua, who sent emissaries to propose marriage. While Long Hua was handsome, his reputation was tainted, and Su Yumo, with her ambitions, longed to traverse the realms of martial arts rather than be confined as a gilded cage bird. Thus, she declined the proposal with various excuses. However, as the son of a feudal lord, Long Hua was not easily dismissed. Under pressure from Long Hua, her father capitulated, and the entire Su family abandoned her, hoping to leverage the marriage to forge ties with the Ning Wang. Bound by the constraints of her beauty, Su Yumo, on the eve of her departure from the Su family, disfigured herself. Upon learning of this, Long Hua was livid, commanding his servants to drag her to his estate, where he personally scarred her face. You wish for disfigurement? Very well, I shall grant you your wish. That night marked the beginning of Su Yumo's nightmares. In the aftermath, the Su family fled the imperial capital. And though Long Hua ceased pursuit of marriage, he relegated Su Yumo to the status of a slave, treating her like livestock. Unable to endure the humiliation, Su Yumo escaped the Ning Wang's estate, only to fall into the clutches of another predator. Just as she fled the tiger's den, she was captured and forced to serve as a vessel for the creation of demon beings. When Chen Mo rescued her from the confines of captivity, Su Yumo felt as though she had awakened from a dream, believing she had finally escaped her torment. Yet now, with Long Hua's arrival, her dream would inevitably shatter. The noble son of the Ning Wang, how could he be provoked by a mere outcast from the Chen family? I care not who you are. Su Yumo is mine. Remove your filthy foot at once and be gone. Chapter 37. Assaulting the noble son. In Su Yumo's moment of despair, Chen Mo's sudden roar startled her, momentarily pulling her from her desolation as she gazed up at the man who once rescued her from the depths of darkness. Long Hua sneered, "Do you know who I am? I am the legitimate son of the Ning Wang, one of the 8 kings of the Tianlong dynasty, a cousin to the reigning emperor. The entire Tianlong dynasty belongs to my Long family. When I act, it is not your place to dictate terms." As he spoke, Long Hua withdrew his foot from Su Yumo and delivered a vicious kick, sending her sprawling, despite her having opened 3 spiritual veins. Her body unable to withstand the overwhelming force, blood spraying from her mouth into the AI art. Yuma trembled, and even in her suffering, she dared not utter a word, cradling her head in her arms, silently pleading for Long Hua to show mercy. Yet, how could Long Hua grant her respite? He stepped forward, seizing her hair and lifting her disfigured face before Chen Imo. Do you see? This is my slave. She must obey my every command. You should know, this face was ruined by me. When I disfigured her, not only she, but her entire family dared not utter a sound. Pain shot through Su Yuma as she clutched her hair, tears blurring her vision, precious pearls cascading down her cheeks, her expression wrought with anguish, yet she refrained from resisting Long Hua. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Chen Imo, yearning for his help, yet fearful that her plight would ensnare him as well. Chen Mo's fists clenched, his expression dark as storm clouds, veins bulging on his forearms. At that moment, the little girl rushed over, clutching his leg, weeping, "Brother, please save sister. I beg you. Sister is scared. That man wants to take her away. She doesn't want to go. She wants to stay with us." The little girl spoke in a sweet, innocent voice, her big eyes shimmering with tears, a picture of vulnerability as she implored Chen Imo. "Ha ha, stay with you? Don't be ridiculous. A lowly slave like her has no right to such grand dreams. She is my property. If I wish for her demise, she shall perish. Freedom, perhaps in her next life." Long Hua unsheathed his sword, pressing it to Su Yuma's throat. "Jiahui, look after the little girl. Third young master, do not act impulsively," Jiahui urged, realizing Chen Mo's intentions. Before he could finish, the little girl was tossed into his arms. And in that brief moment, Chen Mo had already approached Long Hua. "How dare you show such disrespect to our family's noble son? Do you know the significance of this title? If you lay a hand on him, 30,000 soldiers of the Ning Wang will not spare you, nor will the Jinwu division, nor will the Tianlong royal family. The emperor will not let you go." Chen Mo glared at Long Hua, his expression ominous, eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Release her. How dare you, commoner? Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" Long Hua sneered dismissively, his long sword not only remaining firmly in his grip, but also poised to slice through Su Yumuo's neck. Without a hint of hesitation, Chen Mo seized the blade with one hand, channeling all his strength into a single, powerful punch that struck Long Hua squarely on the bridge of his nose, sending him hurtling 100 feet away. Blood spurting forth. The sudden turn of events left everyone present in shock. The 2 attendants following Long Hua wore expressions of disbelief. Despite their warnings to Chen Mo, he remained reckless, seemingly unafraid to oppose the entire Tianlong dynasty. "Young master." Tears welled in Su Yumuo's eyes, utterly astonished that Chen Mo would resort to violence against the son of the Ning Wang for her sake, a mere servant of the Ning Wang's residence. Was this not akin to courting death? "Zhao Hu, take everyone back and have Brother Outyin bail me out," Chen Mo bellowed. Snapping Zhao Hu out of his stupor, he rushed forward, swiftly lifting Su Yumuo and hastening towards the carriage. At that moment, Zhang Long had already approached with Lu Wuxin. Zhao Hu raised his hand to halt any questions from them, urging, "Hurry, third young master is in danger. We must find someone to rescue him." Once the words left his mouth, Zhao Hu hurriedly shoved the 3 women into the carriage and drove away at a brisk pace. Meanwhile, as Chen Mo watched the carriage depart, a sigh of relief washed over him. However, the 2 attendants were relentless, advancing to teach Chen Mo a lesson, only to be knocked down by his 2 swift punches. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the Ning Wang's carriage, ghost-like, appearing before Chen Mo and gripping his shoulder from behind. "To dare lay hands on the young master, you are courting death." The newcomer was an elderly man with white hair, clad in servant garb, an old servant's cap askew on his head, his aged eyes, sharp as a hawk's, fixated on Chen Mo, while a gnarled, wrinkled hand, akin to an iron claw, pressed down upon his shoulder. A surge of terrifying spiritual power coursed through him, making Chen Mo feel as if his shoulder might shatter. Xie Feilong, one of the 2 dragons of the Ning Wang's residence, a 5th-tier martial artist and the personal guard of Long Hua, had once roamed the Jiuzhou and was known as the Iron Finger Flying Dragon. He had fled to the Tianlong dynasty after offending the leader of the Zhantai sect and was saved by the Ning Wang. pledging his loyalty and gratitude. Unfazed, Chunimo recounted the elder's background, causing Xie Feilong to flinch in surprise before his expression darkened. It seems you are quite knowledgeable, but even the Ning Wang's residence has few who know of my origins. Humph, a dignified fifth-tier martial artist. Had you wished to stop me, you could have done so before I struck. Is it not too late to make your move now? Or is this all part of your scheme? Your young master is a ninth-tier martial artist. Even without your intervention, he would be able to withstand my attack. It seems you are quite cunning in your intent to eliminate me. Since you have already guessed, why do you still dare to act? Are you not afraid of death? Or do you have confidence that your benefactor will protect you? Benefactor? Chunimo mused over this phrase. In the past few days, he had heard no news of assassins sent to eliminate him. It appeared that the experts hidden in the shadows by Long Outyin were at work. If they cannot operate in the dark, then let them come to light. The experts protecting me can deal with hidden foes. But Longhua approaches openly, employing such insidious tactics. Thus, I have no reason to make a move. Even the Jinwu division has its limitations. I have disrupted the Ning Wang's plans. You have long desired to rid yourselves of me. Even if I endure today, you will find other means to challenge my limits tomorrow. If I yield today, would that not be a disgrace? From the moment he rescued Lu Wuxin, Chunimo had prepared for the worst. He had anticipated such a situation, realizing that some matters could not be evaded and must be confronted head-on. The pain in his shoulder caused Chunimo to break into a cold sweat. Yet he forced a faint smile through the agony. A stubborn fellow, it seems you possess considerable knowledge. Your benefactor's identity must be quite remarkable. I only wonder if he dares to come save you now. If you are willing to divulge the details of your benefactor, I may plead with the young master to spare your life, Xie Feilong suggested in a low voice. I have no one backing me. Chunimo internally scoffed before responding earnestly. No comment. Humph, ungrateful fool. Should you remain silent now, you may find yourself without another opportunity. No sooner had Xie Feilong finished speaking than hurried footsteps echoed nearby. Moments later, several individuals clad in dark blue official robes appeared, brandishing tokens. Chunimo, Zhao Di's son, Zhao Wang, has died today under suspicious circumstances. We suspect you are involved. Come with us for an investigation. Chapter 38. Kicking someone when they're down. The founding emperor of the Tianlong dynasty was a martial artist of exceptional talent. Having forged a vast empire with his iron fists in his prime, he reached second-tier strength and gained renown throughout Zhuzhou. To ensure the dynasty's longevity, he established a familial precept that descendants, regardless of their innate quality, must engage in martial practice. Consequently, he constructed a massive training ground beneath the palace for future emperors to cultivate their skills. This training ground, capable of accommodating tens of thousands, resembled a grand underground palace. With a central lake of azure waters rich in spiritual energy, this primordial spiritual liquid, acquired through the emperor's conquests a millennium ago, possessed potent spiritual resonance. Even those of poor talent could soar to greatness after a time spent in its waters. At the lake's center stood a pavilion, previously encased in ice, now thawed in part. Seated in white robes at the pavilion's heart was Long Outyin, flanked by an elderly guardian in white. Suddenly, Long Outyin slowly opened his eyes, exhaling plumes of white mist. Simultaneously, the elder's eyes opened as well, and 3 fine threads sprang from his fingers, flying toward Long Outyin's wrist. Moments later, astonishment crossed his face. It truly worked? Your Majesty, you are indeed favored by destiny. I believed your meridians were irreparably damaged, yet you have opened my eyes today. May I ask which divine physician provided you with this solution? Divine physician? Long Outyin shook his head. He may not be a divine physician, but he possesses profound knowledge, even surpassing my own understanding. The path has countless branches. Outside of martial arts, is there truly no other way? The path has countless branches. There is but one true path in this world, and that is martial arts. Outside of martial arts, there are no other avenues to pursue. The Tianlong dynasty is founded on martial prowess. Since the founding emperor, each ruler must walk the path of martial arts to instill fear across the realm. In Zhuzhou, without strength, no empire can endure. In the case of our Tianlong dynasty, without the Jinwu division, the 8 vassal kings would have long since marched on the imperial capital, using the emperor as a pawn. The three great sects have long cast covetous eyes upon the imperial authority, seeking to control the royal family and install puppets. Martial strength is indeed the foundation of a nation, yet Feiwu believes there are paths beyond mere martial arts. Recently, Feiwu had heard intriguing tidings. Long Outyin recounted the discussions he had with Chen Mo in his courtyard, and upon hearing this, the elder's aged eyes sparkled with renewed brilliance. The path has countless branches. Which sage spoke such words? The elder stood abruptly, urgency etched across his face. It was he who instructed me on how to mend my meridians. Is it he, your majesty? Where is he now? Take me to see him. I must personally pay my respects. Master, you wish to emerge from seclusion? Long Outyin was taken aback. Her mentor had remained hidden from the world for over half a century, even when she ascended the throne during turbulent times. He had not expressed a desire to resurface, yet today, he was willing to do so for a mere Chen Mo. The path has countless branches. How many such insightful individuals exist in this world? In contemporary times, the flourishing of martial arts is undeniable. However, should any of the other 3,000 paths gain prominence, he would undoubtedly be revered as the progenitor of the way. This individual is far from ordinary and must be approached with caution. Upon being apprehended in the mountains, Chen Mo was promptly escorted to the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice. The occurrence of a martial artist causing another's death is not solely a phenomenon within the Tianlong dynasty, but rather a frequent occurrence throughout the entirety of the 9 provinces. Nevertheless, Zhao Wang is not merely an ordinary individual devoid of connections. His father, Zhao Dezuzu, serves as the current Deputy Minister of War, wielding substantial power. Should he pursue this matter, Chen Mo would find it challenging to evade culpability. Although Chen Duong holds the position of a junior official in the Dali Temple, he has swiftly distanced himself from the situation, proclaiming the need for righteousness to eliminate kinship, thus rendering Chen Mo's fate independent of his regard. Chen Mo is acutely aware that since his expulsion from the Chen family, Chen Duong has long since abandoned hope for him. Particularly after the 2 recent extortions, it is plausible that he has already harbored intentions of murder, albeit this ostensibly virtuous father has refrained from excessive actions due to concerns over reputation. Now that Chen Mo has committed an offense, this so-called father not only refuses to extend assistance, but may also covertly seek to undermine him. Half a day has passed since his descent from the mountains. Yet no news regarding the trial has emerged, leading Chen Mo to surmise the reasons behind this delay. This may be a scheme orchestrated by Long Hua. Even if Chen Mo had not engaged in conflict with the former, he would still find himself imprisoned due to this case. The prolonged inaction regarding the case suggests it has been suppressed by Long Hua, aimed at extracting the identities of Chen Mo's allies. However, Chen Mo wears an expression of helplessness. In truth, he has no one backing him. Although he acknowledges that his actions on that day may have been somewhat excessive, he certainly did not intend to cause a fatality. The death of Zhao Wang is undoubtedly linked to Long Hua, yet the pressing matter remains how to contend with that individual. Currently, the Ning Wang faction perceives him as a thorn in their side. If he does not resolve this threat promptly, he may very well meet his demise before Yi Liangchen returns. As Chen Mo pondered this while stroking his chin, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of footsteps outside his cell. Young master, second young master, while it is permissible for you both to visit, please refrain from prolonging your stay, as it may make things difficult for us. Understood, we shall take our leave, came the reply. With his ears perked, Chen Mo recognized the familiar voices and stood to peer outside, where he beheld 2 figures approaching, one clad in scholarly robes, the other in martial attire. They were none other than his 2 elder brothers, Chen Jin and Chen Guang. Intrigued by their unexpected benevolence, Chen Mo's mind raced with questions. Before he could ponder further, Chen Guang slammed his palm against the bars, his countenance dark with malice. Despite the passage of days, remnants of bruises lingered on Chen Guang's face, and his body ached from the beating he received. All thanks to his detestable younger brother Chen Mo, the sight of Chen Mo, now imprisoned, brought him a perverse sense of joy. Chen Mo, it seems you've made quite a name for yourself. What nonsense about becoming a progenitor of the way, and to think you've assaulted the son of Lord Zhao. However, your actions were rather excessive, resulting in a fatality. Humph, a brute like you, only capable of violence, deserves nothing less than execution without trial. Chen Guang, who had previously suffered at Chen Mo's hands, found himself reveling in this turn of events. In response to their derision, Chinamo calmly asserted, Zhao Wang's demise is not my doing. I have been wrongfully accused. Just days ago, you injured Zhao Wang gravely, and after languishing in bed for 2 days, he has now passed away. Are you still attempting to evade responsibility? Regardless of your innocence, all evidence points to you, and Lord Zhao firmly believes you to be the culprit, preparing to lodge a formal complaint. Your father will not shield you. Do not harbor illusions of escape. Soon, you may find yourself dragged to the marketplace for execution. The two brothers dismissed Qian Mo's protestations, convinced it was merely his attempt to deflect blame. Qian Mo, growing weary of their taunts, replied coolly, Are you both here today to visit me? Do you believe you are worthy of our concern? Chen Guang scoffed. Qian Mo, you have caused me to suffer under family discipline. I cannot let this grievance go unpunished. Before you meet your end, I shall relish the opportunity to strike you once more and assuage my wrath. Chun Jin, while also harboring thoughts of vengeance, was a scholar, lacking the physical prowess to confront Chen Mo, who now stood resilient and formidable. Father has sent us to remind you that as the third son of the Chen family, you have been well provided for. Therefore, when you stand trial, do not implicate the Chen family. Claim that all actions were solely your own, and that the family bears no responsibility. Such words, though couched in civility, were merely for the sake of their reputation. Chen Wang was nothing more than a hypocrite, a true villain. Having once insulted my mother, he sought to escape without consequence. Had my mother not been pregnant with me, he would have cast her aside without a thought, fearing that doing so would tarnish his name. Despite taking my mother as a concubine, he looked down upon her and, influenced by gossip, grew increasingly distant, resorting to violence that ultimately led to her untimely demise. You treated me as an outcast. When you two bullied me, you turned a blind eye, yet, upon the slightest resistance from me, you invoked family discipline. Though you call me the third young master, I am but a dog you refuse to keep. And now you dare to claim you have treated me well? Bah, how repulsive. Chinamo spat, a look of disgust directed at Chen Guang and Chen Jin. Chinamo, you dare to speak of our father in such a manner? You must be seeking punishment, Chen Guang exclaimed, unable to contain his indignation. An irate Chen Guang grasped the iron lock of the cell door, intent on entering to deliver a beating. Brother, there's no need for such agitation. Don't you wish to know why I was imprisoned? With a smile, Chinamo shifted his previously defiant demeanor. Chun Jin raised an eyebrow. The matter of Zhao Wang's death is already settled. Have you committed further offenses? Such audacity. Do you truly believe that being the third son of the Qin family grants you immunity? Chen Guang interjected. Ignoring Chen Guang, Chinamo turned to Chen Jin. You are indeed perceptive, brother. This morning, I encountered someone in the mountains and gave him a thorough thrashing. Do you know who it was? Though Chen Jin feigned disinterest, he could not resist asking, Who? The heir of Ning Wang, Long Hua. With a clatter, the key in Chen Guang's grasp fell to the ground as he stared at Chinamo in disbelief. You struck the heir of Ning Wang. Chen Jin, though more composed, sensed that Chinamo's words hinted at something more profound. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. What else have you done? You are astute. Brother, Chinamo replied with a glimmer of excitement. That heir insulted me, so I retorted, and not only that, I cursed his ancestors for 18 generations. Boom. Chun Jian felt as though thunder had struck within his mind, leaving him dazed. Not only him, but even the simpler-minded Chen Guang grasped the gravity of the situation. Tio cursed the ancestors of the heir of Ning Wang equated to cursing the lineage of the current empress herself. If this reached her ears, Chenmo would surely face extermination of his entire family. Wait. Chen Jin, piecing together the inconsistencies in Chan Mo's account, pressed on. If you truly insulted the heir of Ning Wang's ancestors, then he would never let this slide. This will inevitably reach the emperor's ears. If that happens, not only you but the both of us will suffer. Given our current safety, it means you are lying. Amused by Chan Jin's reasoning, Chanamo chuckled. The heir sought to humiliate me, thus granting me an opportunity. If I were to kneel and apologize, he would refrain from informing the emperor about my cursing his ancestors. However, should I refuse to bow down? Dear brother, though I may not have treated you well in the past, it was all for your own growth. though you realize that had I not subjected you to repeated humiliation, you would not have gained the audacity to strike even the air? Chen Jin ingratiated, moving closer to Chen Imo. Seeing this, Chen Guang could no longer conceal his motives. Brother, my beating you all these years was merely to help you grow. And I assure you, the silver I safeguarded for you remains intact. The once arrogant Chen Jin and Chen Guang now resembled obedient pups, smiling and fawning over Chen Imo, a stark contrast to their earlier bravado. I must admit, I prefer your previous defiant demeanor. Chen Imo sneered. You mentioned safeguarding my silver over the years. Today, might I have access to it? You are on the verge of death, yet you still desire silver? Chen Guang was immediately displeased. After all, he had never assisted Chen Imo in safeguarding any silver, as he had given it all to aid distressed women and to help Chen Imo accumulate merit. His second brother is indeed stubborn. In that case, I shall emulate his obstinacy before the heir. No, 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 third brother, your second brother is merely jesting. In truth, the eldest brother is also safeguarding the silver, Chen Jin explained with a smile. Then turned to glare at Chen Guang, who lowered his head in shame. Very well, since the eldest brother is so agreeable, I shall also be straightforward. I have stated before that I did not kill Zhao Wang. Indeed, you did not kill him. We all believe you. How could the third brother possibly commit murder? Therefore, you must restore my innocence. The two Chen brothers exchanged a glance, their expressions fraught with difficulty. Is the eldest brother feeling troubled? No, no trouble at all. The eldest brother will handle this matter immediately. Chen Jin forced a smile, then pulled Chen Guang away. Eldest brother, do you truly believe Chen Mo's words? Chen Guang hesitated for a moment before pressing on. He sensed something amiss. If Chen Imo had indeed offended the heir, it would surely be a capital offense. When one is at death's door, what value is there in maintaining one's innocence? One must neither disbelieve completely nor trust entirely. Swiftly send someone to investigate the heir's movements today. If he truly left the city and is near Chen Imo, then his words must be taken seriously. Chapter 40. Who else? Zhao, who returned to the courtyard with the others. Upon seeing their hurried demeanor and noting that Chen Imo was absent from the carriage, Uncle Fu sensed something was amiss and quickly inquired about the circumstances. The gatekeeper, Page Yangnan, also curiously approached. He had been assigned here to protect Chen Imo and his companions, and if anything happened to Chen Imo, he would bear grave responsibility. Su Yuma's eyes were red, tears staining her cheeks. In response to Uncle Fu's inquiry, she suddenly knelt down, exclaiming, Uncle Fu, everyone, I am so sorry. If it were not for me, the young master would not have offended the heir of the Ning Wang. What exactly happened with the heir of the Ning Wang? Uncle Fu became anxious. The heir of the Ning Wang was a royal relative, someone even the head of the family must treat with utmost respect. How could Chen Imo have offended him without cause? Su Yuma wiped her tears and recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Publicly striking a prince's heir was a charge that a mere castaway of the Chen family could not possibly withstand. It's over. Why would the young master act so recklessly? The heir of the Ning Wang will surely not let him off easily. No. The heir of the Ning Wang never intended to let him go from the beginning. Do you remember who came to kill the third young master? At this moment, Zhang Long, who had been silent, spoke up. Zhao, who raised his eyebrows, his expression shifting. Though he had been present, he had lost consciousness during the altercation and was unaware of what had transpired. It was the Ning Wang subordinates, Lu Wuxin remarked. She had been beside Chen Imo at the time and heard everything clearly. Despair enveloped the group. This was clearly a scheme deliberately aimed at Chen Imo. Whether he fought back or not, he was doomed. They were but insignificant commoners. How could they provoke such powerful figures? It was only now that they truly recognized their own insignificance. The prison break incident is related to the Ning Wang. Why didn't Brother Chen tell me about this? No, Brother Chen has been framed. I must restore his innocence. Page Jiangnan's face darkened as he brandished his weapon and prepared to leave. Stop, as the eldest present. Uncle Fu admonished Page Jiangnan. Are you heading to the Ning Wang's residence? Page Jiangnan nodded slightly. The Ning Wang is a notorious villain, and the heir has framed Brother Chen. If I do not intervene, would I not be betraying my conscience? You are courting death. Though you are from the town military division, the heir of the Ning Wang is the emperor's cousin. If you act so recklessly, Not only might you lose your official position, but your very life may also be at stake. We must act with caution. Uncle Fu then turned to Zhao Hu. Did the young master leave any instructions before departing? He mentioned waiting for Aotian to rescue him. Then we shall wait. But that young master Long has been elusive. It has been days since anyone has seen him. Who knows when he will appear? No, we cannot sit idly by. I must go find Brother Chen to inquire. Pei Jiangnan could no longer remain seated and turned to leave. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. He paused, thinking it might be Long Aotian, and rushed to answer, only to find an elderly man standing there. May I ask, is Chen Mo here? I am Su Chongqing, here to pay a visit. The old man clasped his hands in greeting and inquired respectfully. Brother Chen is not here. He has been framed by the heir of the Ning Wang and is now imprisoned. Upon realizing it was not Long Aotian, Pei Jiangnan's expression soured, and he sought to dismiss the man with a few curt words. What? Chen Mo has been captured. When did this happen? Framed. What is the situation, young friend? Although I hold no official title, I do have some connections in the court. Please tell me what transpired, if I can assist. I will not hesitate. Su Chongqing's words immediately caught Su Yuma's attention. Her beautiful eyes widened, and her body froze momentarily before she rushed over. Sir, you are Su Chongqing, the Grand Scholar of the National Academy? Indeed, I am. Have you met me before? Su Chongqing nodded slightly, then looked Su Yuma up and down. She was dressed well and exuded a refined air, appearing not to be from an ordinary family. However, her face left much to be desired. We met a few years ago, but that is no longer relevant. I must trouble you, Su Lao, with matters concerning the young master. The Grand Scholar of the National Academy was akin to a principal of a school. While he wielded little real power, his extensive connections and former students were spread across the nation. Even the reigning empress treated him with a degree of respect, if he were willing to lend a hand. Perhaps he could indeed save Chen Mo's life. Su Chongqing nodded slightly. I do not have time to inquire about the details now. Please tell me where Chen Mo has been taken. I will go check on him. To the Ministry of Justice's prison. Pei Jiangnan stepped forward to respond. Old sir, I am also headed there. Why don't we go together? Very well. Su Chongqing nodded slightly, bidding farewell to Su Yuma before following Pei Jiangnan out of the courtyard. Not long after they left, two more individuals hurriedly arrived. It was Long Aotian and her teacher. Upon seeing Long Aotian, Zhao Hu felt a surge of relief. Young Master Long, I am so glad to see you. Long Aotian frowned slightly as she surveyed her surroundings. Chen Mo was absent, and so was Pei Jiangnan, which puzzled her. Where is Chen Mo? The third young master has been captured, Zhao Hu sighed. Recounting the events that had transpired in the mountains, including the matter concerning the Ning Wang. The third young master had instructed him to seek young Master Long's assistance before he was taken. Long Aotian's eyebrows furrowed further. Her expression darkened. The Ning Wang. He is the mastermind behind this? It is highly likely. The elderly man beside Long Aotian squinted, contemplating for a moment before whispering. The incident surrounding the royal tomb was under the Ning Wang's purview. Although he is no longer in the imperial capital, he has his people both inside and outside the royal tomb. It is possible that the Tianlong technique you practiced was intentionally allowed to fall into your hands, with clear ulterior motives. Long Aotian's gaze turned cold. Chen Mo provided us with clues regarding the prison break, thus offending the Ning Wang. Therefore, they are intent on ensuring his demise. In my view, even if Chen Mo does not confront Long Hua today, they would find other means to harm him. What a cunning Ning Wang. What a scheming heir. It seems they truly believe that this Tianlong dynasty is dictated by the Ning Wang as long as I do not take action. This matter is of great significance and must not be handled recklessly. If managed well, it could eliminate the threat posed by the princes and instill fear across the realm. If handled poorly, it could lead to the rebellion of the 8 princes, turning the Tianlong dynasty into a scattered mess. The elderly man cautioned. Long Aotian nodded slightly, suddenly recalling Chen Mo's words. Ah, since you all wish for my demise, I shall see how you would act if my life were in peril. The traitors have already revealed themselves. The Ning Wang is one of them. Who else remains? Chapter 41. You are among the 10 clans. After sending off the 2 Chen brothers, Chen Mo's cell fell silent once more. He reclined on the tattered straw mat, leisurely crossing his legs, seemingly awaiting something. Before long, the cell doors swung open again, and 2 individuals entered. Chun Mo's crossed legs halted mid-air as he turned his gaze toward the entrance. Finally, they have arrived. The newcomers were none other than Su Chongqing and Pei Jiangnan, who had rushed from the courtyard. Did I see you, Chinamo? Su Chongqing began to speak, preparing to introduce himself, but was abruptly interrupted by Chinamo. Are you not Su Chongqing, the Grand Scholar of the National Academy? Upon hearing this, Su Chongqing was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. Indeed, young friend Chinamo, have you seen me before? I have not seen you. But I anticipated your visit, Chinamo replied with a slight smile. That Su Chongqing, the Grand Scholar of the National Academy, was a widely recognized scholar, yet he was also a man of gentle disposition. Lacking physical prowess, however, he was a seeker of truth. After over 60 years of searching for enlightenment without success, he was on the verge of giving up his lifelong pursuit. Yet, Chinamo understood that it was not that Su Chongqing could not find it. Rather, the moment had yet to arrive for his enlightenment. When he reached the age of 80, a single opportunity would lead to his realization, allowing him to enter the path through literature and ascend to the second rank overnight. Becoming a legend in the Tianlong dynasty, revered by future generations as a sage. Young friend Chinamo, do you also possess the gift of divination? Su Chongqing, filled with curiosity, inquired. Apart from this reason, I cannot fathom how Chinamo could possibly know that I would seek him out. Perhaps, Chinamo replied with a slight nod. You have come to inquire about the Tao. Su Chongqing was taken aback, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. You truly possess remarkable insight. The old man lamented. I have squandered over 70 years of my life, tirelessly seeking the Tao, yet to this very day, I have gleaned no understanding. What, pray tell, is the essence of the Tao? The world venerates martial arts as supreme, and thus they flourish. However, I find it hard to believe that in this vast land of the 9 provinces, there exists only one path. Young friend Chinamo, you have stated that there are 3,000 great ways. Is it indeed possible for this world to encompass 3,000 paths? The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name, Chinamo simply uttered. Suddenly, a glimmer of unusual brilliance ignited in Su Chongqing's aged eyes. Please, master of the Tao, enlighten me on what the Tao truly is. The Tao is unfathomable and profound. It is said that the Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. All things can embody the Tao. It is not impossible for there to be 3,000 great ways. Nor is it impossible to enter the Tao through literature. Su Lao has sought the Tao for over 60 years without success, but this does not imply that the Tao does not exist. Rather, you have yet to comprehend it. The Tao you seek. The Tao I seek. Su Chongqing's gaze momentarily faltered. Before he pressed further, Master of the Tao, please guide me. I am but a pretender, utterly ignorant of the Tao. Chinamo thought to himself with a silent scoff, before adopting a serious demeanor. This is not a question you should pose to me, but rather one you should reflect upon yourself. Su Chongqing's expression dimmed. Yet he quickly regained his composure. As for the matter of the Tao, I shall set it aside for now. I am grateful for your insights today, Master of the Tao. However, regarding your predicament, I find myself unable to assist you. Pei Jiangnan has already apprised me of everything on the way. You have struck the son of the Ning Wang. This is a matter involving royal kin. I am but a powerless scholar. Scholars too have their own means. Chinamo chuckled lightly. Su Lao, at times, the words of a scholar can indeed be lethal. You need not seek high-ranking officials on my behalf. All I require is for you to speak on my behalf. From this point forward, you must remember my words. The success of this endeavor hinges entirely upon you. A quarter of an hour later, after conveying his thoughts to Su Chongqing, the latter nodded slightly, indicating that he had committed them to memory, though a hint of confusion lingered on his face. Yet, seeing the determination in Chan Mo's gaze, perhaps, if he executed his tasks well, he could indeed facilitate Chan Mo's escape. Brother Chen, what of my situation? I have heard that the Ning Wang is the mastermind behind the creation of the demon race. I intend to confront the Ning Wang's residents directly. Once I procure the evidence, they shall face their due punishment, and you shall be safe. Pei Jiangnan gazed earnestly at Chinamo. The latter nodded slightly. Your idea is commendable, yet the direction is misguided. The Ning Wang's residence holds no evidence of what you seek, and given your status, entry is beyond your reach. Instead, return and consult with Aotion.at the Zhao residence. Zhao Dezuzi, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice, had 3 sons. His eldest and second sons were rather inept, having merely become scholars, managing to attain the rank of Shotsai. Yet in this era of flourishing martial arts, scholars remained a marginalized group. All of Zhao Dezuzi's hopes rested upon his third son, Zhao Wang, who, fortunately, lived up to expectations by awakening an extraordinary spiritual vein, manifesting 2 spiritual veins overnight, promising a bright future ahead. However, at this critical juncture, his third son met with untimely death. Zhao Dezuzi vowed to ensure that the murderer of his son would pay in blood. After submitting a formal complaint to the Ministry of Justice, he remained at home to mourn, patiently awaiting news of the trial. Yet, instead of news of the trial, an unexpected guest arrived. Chen Jin. Zhao Dezuzi, his eyes reddened with grief, sat at the main seat in the grand hall, glaring fiercely at Chen Jin. Chen Jin, the one who killed my son Zhao Wang is your third brother. I had no desire to see you, but considering your close relationship with my son, I reluctantly agreed to meet you. If you have come to plead for Chen Mo, then there is no need for further discussion. Uncle Zhao, you jest I in the entire imperial capital, who does not know of my disdain for Chen Mo? Just recently, he bested me in combat. I would rather see him dead than alive. Then why have you come? Ah, my third brother has always been a source of concern. Now he has even killed Zhao Laodi. Humph, therefore, I demand that he pay in blood, life for life. However, not only did he kill Zhao Laodi, today he has also wounded the son of the Ning Wang. What? Zhao Dezuzi exclaimed in astonishment. He dares to strike the son of the Ning Wang. Truly audacious. Yet, this bodes well for me. Having struck the son of the Ning Wang, Chen Mo shall not live long. Indeed, it is quite favorable. One need not await the case's processing. Chen Mo will meet a dire fate. But therein lies the issue. Chen Jian shook his head helplessly. You see, my third brother not only attacked but also dared to insult the son of the prince, even cursing his entire lineage. This is an act punishable by extermination of 9 clans. He truly dares such a thing. Could it be that he has aimed at his own 9 clans from the very beginning? Zhao Dezuzi shot a sympathetic glance at Chen Jin. Then I offer my condolences. Uncle Zhao, I have yet to finish my words. Speak. But if you wish for my assistance, I am powerless. After all, this is a matter that could lead to the extermination of 9 clans. And I cannot aid you. I truly wish for Uncle Zhao's assistance in one matter. To retract the case against Zhao Laodi. My third brother claims he is not the murderer. That is impossible. Zhao Dezuzi slammed the table, his voice severe, his eyes fierce, for that was his own flesh and blood, the hope of the Zhao family. Even if it cost him his life, he would not retract the case. Then let us continue discussing Chen. My third brother is indeed a constant source of worry. After he insulted the son of the prince, the latter, in a fit of rage, declared he would report to the emperor and seek the extermination of his 9 clans. Guess what my third brother replied? What did he say? Zhao Dezuzi's tone softened, lifting the teacup from the table with a placid expression. He said, exterminate my 9 clans? What if you were to exterminate my 10 clans instead? When the prince grew furious, he declared he would fulfill my brother's request, and I believe the emperor would agree. Haha. Insulting the ancestors of the emperor indeed warrants the extermination of 10 clans. Zhao Dezuzi nodded slightly, raising the teacup to take a sip. Indeed, I concur. However, last year, I became quite fond of Zhao Laodi and we became sworn brothers. Thus, Uncle Zhao, you are also among my 10 clans. Zhao Dezuzi's hand trembled slightly, spilling tea from the cup, his mouth quivering. Uncle Zhao, the prince demands my third brother apologize. If he agrees, the matter can be suppressed, ensuring the safety of the 10 clans. However, my third brother has yet to agree. After much persuasion, he has only promised that if he can clear his name, he will bow and apologize to the prince. What name? Zhao Dezuzi paused, suddenly recalling Chen Jin's earlier words about retracting the case. Chapter 42. Open the door. Imposing torture. The following morning, Chen Mo was abruptly awakened from his slumber by a resounding crash. He opened his bleary eyes to find a figure standing outside the door. Long Hua, the man he had beaten the day prior, sporting injuries on his nose and a hint of malice in his gaze. He had prepared himself for retaliation after provoking Chen Mo, believing that Chen Mo would not dare to strike him. Little did he expect that Chen Mo would indeed take action, and with such ferocity. One punch had nearly dislocated his nose. "Is His Highness here to accompany me?" Chinamo inquired with a smile. Long Hua's expression darkened as he coldly glared at Chinamo. "I have given you a night to contemplate. It is time for you to divulge the identity of your benefactor." "I have no one behind me." Chinamo waved his hand dismissively. "You have no one behind you? Ha! Do you take me for a child of 3? If you truly had no backing, how could you, a discarded child of the Qin family, have known our plans and evaded our surveillance, allowing the Jinwu division to disrupt our scheme? If you had no backing, how could you have garnered the protection of the Jinwu division's experts? Chinamo, do not resist stubbornly at this moment. You have become a prisoner, yet your benefactor remains powerless. It would be as easy as pie for me to kill you." Long Hua sneered. "Speculate as you wish. I speak only the truth. If you do not believe me, feel free to keep me imprisoned." "Humph. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. If I do not show you some color today, I doubt you will speak." "Guards, open the door and bring forth the torture," Long Hua ordered fiercely. The guards standing beside him immediately produced keys, preparing to unlock Chan Mo's cell door. "Report." At that moment, a loud voice rang out from outside the cell. Chun Mo's lips curled into a slight smile, while Long Hua's expression tightened, casting a suspicious glance at Chinamo. "Your Highness, this morning, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of War, Zhao Dezuzi, has retracted the case. He claims that another person is responsible for the murder of Zhao Wang and has decided not to prosecute Chinamo." Long Hua was taken aback, glaring furiously at the messenger before turning to Chinamo. "All evidence points to you, and Zhao Wang was Dezuzi's beloved son. How did you persuade him? Do not underestimate the bonds between our 9 clans, you scoundrel." Chinamo replied with a smile and a dismissive wave. "I truly do not know. Perhaps your Highness could investigate?" Long Hua's countenance darkened, and with a cold snort, he remarked, "Do you think that by persuading Zhao Dezuzi to withdraw the case, you can rest easy? The matter of your assault on this prince remains unresolved. You will still find yourself a prisoner. Bring forth the instruments of torture." Before Long Hua's words could fully escape his lips, another subordinate rushed in. "What now?" he snapped. "The scheme to frame Chinamo has failed," came the reply, and Long Hua's expression soured further as he glared at the intruding lackey. "Report," he commanded. "Your Highness, rumors are swirling outside," stammered the attendant, trembling as he held out a small newspaper, presenting it to Long Hua with both hands. The capital's prosperity has birthed numerous entertainment industries, among which the small newspaper is a notable example. Fresh news spreads through the streets, while wealthy households employ scribes to transcribe these bulletins, akin to modern newspapers. Long Hua took the newspaper from the attendant, muttering what a fuss before beginning to peruse its contents. Shocking! The heir of the Ning Wang openly harasses virtuous women. Tears shed by men and women alike. To coerce a virtuous woman, the Ning Wang's heir employs nefarious means, framing the 3rd son of the Chen family for imprisonment. Cries of alarm resound from the Ning Wang's residence at midnight. Could this be a decline of virtue or the obliteration of humanity? The eye-catching headlines were as sensational as their content, portraying Long Hua as a fiendish villain, with even claims of his involvement in the creation of demonic beings and aspirations of rebellion. Long Hua's face darkened instantly. This was slander, pure and simple. Who had the audacity to defame this prince? Let me find out who it is, and I will exterminate his entire family. He glanced at the signature section of the newspaper and was immediately rendered speechless. Su Chongqing, the grand scholar of the National Academy. Besides Su Chongqing, there were other renowned scholars in the capital. If it were anyone else, Long Hua could utilize his power to suppress them and charge them with slander. However, Su Chongqing held a status beyond reproach, one that even the current emperor would regard with deference. He was not someone easily swayed. "Well, I never anticipated that you were acquainted with that old relic, Su Chongqing, and could enlist his aid. How clever of you! Do you think that this will deter me? You cannot escape the charges of assaulting a prince, and even if my reputation is tarnished, you remain within my grasp. My temper is quite volatile now, and the consequences will be severe. Bring forth the instruments of torture. Damn it, how difficult can it be to apply some torture?" Long Hua erupted in fury, coldly commanding, "Get out! Even if the King of Heaven himself arrives today, I shall not be swayed. Bring them forth, use the instruments. Your Highness, it is His Majesty who wishes to summon you." The attendant, realizing the gravity of failing to report in a timely manner, hastened to explain. Upon hearing this, Longhua's rage was extinguished in an instant, replaced by a foreboding sense of dread. He glanced at the newspaper in his hand, and then shot a cold glare at Chinemo. "It is you. You are the one defaming me. Whether it is defamation or not will be revealed when His Majesty conducts an investigation. Since ancient times, treason has been a grave offense. Monarchs have always preferred to believe in the possibility of it rather than dismiss it. If you are truly innocent, why fear His Majesty's inquiry? Humph, just you wait." Longhua spat, throwing the newspaper onto the ground with great force. He began to ruminate on whether he had inadvertently revealed any slip-ups. There could be no incriminating evidence against them within the Ning Wang's residence. Even if the Empress were to investigate, she would have no foothold. "It will be fine. It must be fine. My cousin is merely suspicious," Longhua continually reassured himself, striving to maintain his composure. "Your Highness, I await your company in prison. However, I suspect that by the time you arrive, I shall have already been released. For I am not merely assaulting the heir of the Ning Wang, but rather the son of a traitor," Chinemo said mockingly, gripping the bars with both hands. Longhua's face turned icy as he shot a cold glare at Chinemo. "Chinemo, you have sealed your own fate." Chapter 43. The Empress's illness. Upon exiting the dungeons of the Ministry of Punishment, Longhua made his way directly to the imperial city, traversing the white stone imperial path until he reached the Tai Chi Hall. Since ascending the throne, the Empress had diligently governed, holding court daily. The first few years were arduous for the ministers, who rose earlier than roosters and retired later than dogs, all while fearing dismissal due to the rise of the civil service examinations. Half a year ago, the Empress became infatuated with martial arts, reducing court sessions to once every 10 days, inadvertently granting many ministers a reprieve. Yet today, before the 10-day mark, the Empress summoned all officials for an early court session. Igniting speculation about the occurrence of significant events, as Longhua entered the Tai Chi Hall, he surveyed the surrounding ministers and felt a jolt of anxiety, stealing a glance at the woman seated on the dragon throne before quickly bowing his head again. News of the Ning Wang's alleged treason and his endeavors to create demonic beings to combat the Ministry of War had already spread throughout the capital. The Empress's summons of the Ning Wang's heir, was it in relation to this matter? The rumors circulating in the streets are untrustworthy. Perhaps someone is deliberately slandering the Ning Wang to cast a pall over him, he thought. The Empress should not place stock in such gossip. If it were anyone else, I would certainly not believe it, but the article was pinned by Elder Suit. I fear it is not without basis. The Empress's summons of the Ning Wang's heir suggests she may confront him directly. The murmurs around him only deepened Longhua's trepidation as he bowed respectfully and ventured a cautious glance at the Empress hidden behind the beaded curtain. "Your Highness, Longhua pays his respects. May I inquire why you have summoned your servant today?" The curtain hung high, obscuring the Empress's visage, allowing the officials only a faint glimpse of her silhouette. With a delicate hand supporting her chin, her voice rang out coolly from behind the curtain. "Longhua, is the matter of treason true or false?" The directness of the Empress's inquiry stunned not only Longhua but the entire assembly of officials. Longhua fell to his knees with a thud. "Your Majesty, this is slander. My father has served dutifully, guarding the northern frontier for over 20 years with no thought of rebellion. This is defamation. Someone seeks to tarnish my father's name. Your Majesty, I implore you to reconsider. Do not heed the words of deceitful men. This is surely a plot to divide our Tianlong dynasty. Indeed, the Tianlong dynasty thrives in unity. Someone must be envious and seeks to sow discord within the Ning Wang's ranks, hoping to create a rift between you and the Ning Wang. If you are swayed by these rumors, it could spell disaster for our dynasty. The Ning Wang has allies among the ministers. Should he fall, they too will suffer." As the Empress questioned Longhua, those allies could no longer remain silent and began to speak in defense of the Ning Wang. The Empress behind the curtain remained silent before raising her voice. "Summon the Ministry of War Li Xiao and Pei Jiangnand." Her words, Longhua's eyelids twitched violently. What business did the Ministry of War have here? Did they truly possess crucial evidence? It could not be. He had concealed everything so meticulously. Chenemo, did he truly know something? Their previous prison break plan had been executed flawlessly, with only trusted aides from the Ning Wang's residence involved. There was no way information could have leaked. Yet somehow Chenemo intercepted information. This had long plagued Longhua's mind. Now, with the Ministry of War making an appearance, he began to feel increasingly unsettled. Clad in a black robe adorned with a Qilin emblem on his chest, Li Shao hurriedly entered the hall alongside Pei Jiangnan, first bowing in respect before addressing the Empress. Your Majesty, yesterday, I discovered 3 strongholds 50 miles outside the city that are identical to the locations known for demonic being creation within the capital. A thunderclap of realization struck Longhua. He felt as though he had been struck by lightning. How had they located those well-concealed strongholds? The Ministry of War had many spies within the Ning Wang's residence. How had he received no news the previous night? They had acted swiftly and decisively, bypassing his network of informants. Longhua gazed in terror toward the woman hidden behind the curtain, a growing sense of dread enveloping him. As if every action of his was under her scrutiny, an ominous premonition surged within him. What discoveries have you made? The Empress inquired, her demeanor calm. Li Shao nodded slightly. I found 2 locations identical to those in the capital. But we did not uncover the mastermind. However, my subordinate Pei Jiangnan discovered some clues. Pei Jiangnan stepped forward, cupping his hands. Your Majesty, I found a letter at one of the strongholds bearing the seal of the Ning Wang's residence. Furthermore, I also discovered a token exclusive to the Ning Wang's heir as he spoke. Pei Jiangnan presented the letter and token one by one. The Empress gestured for silence. An elderly eunuch hurriedly descended to retrieve the letter and token, circulating them around the hall as all eyes fell upon them. At that moment, the atmosphere in the grand hall grew unbearably tense. Longhua's gaze fixated on the letter and token, his heart pounding with terror. Your Majesty, this is slander. There are those who seek to defame me, slander. But the letter bears the seal of the Ning Wang's residence, and the token is yours. These were all discovered at the stronghold. Or do you doubt the integrity of my Ministry of War? Longhua stammered, momentarily rendered speechless. The officials who had previously spoken on his behalf fell silent upon witnessing the irrefutable evidence, with suspicions of treason looming over Longhua. He was taken into custody by the Zhenwu Division. Awaiting his fate, a decree was issued, commanding Prince Ning to enter the capital and prove his innocence. However, before the Empress could finish her sentence, her body suddenly stiffened, and she coughed up misting blood, staining the jeweled curtain in front of the dragon throne with crimson. In an instant, the court erupted into chaos. The elderly eunuch holding the letter and command medallion let out a startled cry. Quick! Summon the imperial physician. With a creaking sound, the prison doors of the Ministry of Justice swung open. Chenemo, lying on a tattered straw mat, raised his head towards the entrance and smiled. Pei brother, you have finally arrived. Pei Jiangnan returned a slight smile, replying, I have not failed in my mission, Chen brother. Were you able to glean any results from the locations I instructed you to investigate last night? Indeed, just as you predicted, all 3 hideouts were raided. Lord Li visited 2 of them, while I accompanied young Master Long to the most suspicious location you mentioned, where I discovered letters from Prince Ning and the command medallion of the heir apparent. This morning at court, I presented these items to His Majesty, which has effectively condemned Prince Ning. Yet, His Majesty has commanded Prince Ning to enter the capital and prove his innocence. But what of the situation now? Chenemo inquired. His Majesty suddenly fell ill, and the court is in disarray. What? Chenemo jumped to his feet, gazing at Pei Jiangnan in astonishment. The emperor has collapsed? Indeed, he vomited blood and fainted on the spot. This is impossible. Chenmo's brow furrowed, his expression complicated. He recalled that on that day, Long Outyin had clearly taken the Jinshan grass and had even inquired about repairing his damaged meridians. Could it be that Long Outyin did not present the Jinshan grass to the Empress? Chapter 44. My desire to progress is overwhelming outside the courtyard. A day and a night had passed since Chun Mo's capture. Everyone within the courtyard prayed for his safety, having spent the entire night in worry, none daring to sleep. Meanwhile, the old man who had accompanied Long Outyin had found a long bench to rest on, propping his head up with one hand and sleeping soundly, completely oblivious to the feelings of others. The youngest among them, Xiao Do Ding, lay in Su Yuma's arms and fell asleep by midnight. As the sunlight touched her face, she opened her eyes slightly and quietly surveyed her surroundings, then stared blankly at Su Yuma, asking, Sister Su, Where is brother? With dark circles under her eyes, her gaze red and weary, Suyuma looked towards the door and hoarsely responded, He has not returned. Yet brother not coming back. Will he die? Xiao Do Ding blinked her bright eyes, filled with tears as she asked innocently. Though young, she had already endured hardships not befitting her age, having witnessed much suffering during her time in the place where demonic beings were forged. To her, life and death were as trivial as the fate of insects, and she had become numb to the concept of death. Yet, for some reason, the thought of Chinamo dying made her heart clench painfully, as if she had lost something incredibly important. Lu Wuxin, who had not slept all night, looked haggard. Upon hearing Xiao Do Ding's words, her small hands gripped the hem of her skirt tightly, her mismatched eyes shimmering, as if something within them was on the verge of awakening. It's all my fault. Young master has offended the heir of Prince Ning, a formidable figure in the Tianlong dynasty. If young master suffers because of me, it is solely my fault. Su Yuma sighed helplessly, tears welling in her eyes. Sister Su, will brother really die? Xiao Do Ding asked anxiously, her voice tinged with unspeakable sorrow. Lu Wuxin bit her red lip, blood trickling down the corner of her mouth. I am too weak. If only I were stronger, I could protect brother. Chun Mo's arrival had felt like that of a celestial being, rescuing Lu Wuxin from her hellish existence. From that moment on, she had relied entirely on him, viewing him as her refuge. Yet today, she realized that Chinamo was not infallible. He was human, with weaknesses and limitations. It was a pity that they were all too weak. Weakness is not your fault. You are all still too young. Even if you desire strength, time is not on your side. I can only hope that young master possesses great fortune. Fu Bo sighed softly, expressing his helplessness. Having lived for so many years, he had grown accustomed to the cycles of life and death, but what he wished to avoid most was to witness a parent burying their child. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu remained silent, both feeling powerless and self-reproachful for their inadequacies. At noon, the sun shone even more brightly. The old man lying on the bench slowly awoke, stretching lazily and smiling. What is this? Have none of you slept? No one replied. Rest assured, that lad won't die. I can guarantee you all that within the realms of the Tianlong dynasty, no one can take his life. As the old man spoke, his eyebrows lifted, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. It seems he has returned. As his words fell, everyone's gaze turned towards the mysterious old man. With a creak, the door swung open, and Chanamo entered, carrying an array of medicinal herbs, a cheerful smile adorning his face. In that moment, the previously oppressive courtyard burst into life, as everyone rushed forward, surrounding Chinamo with inquiries of concern. Everyone, I am fine. There is no need for worry. With the assistance of Brother Pei and the others, I am safe now. However, Prince Ning has certainly met with misfortune. Chinamo explained with a smile. Young master, what on earth happened? How could Prince Ning allow you to leave unharmed? Suyuma asked, disbelief etched on her features as she scrutinized Chinamo from head to toe. Her concern palpable. In a few days, you will understand, Chinamo replied, greeting each person before finally turning his gaze to Lu Wuxin, who was gripping her skirt tightly, her eyes brimming with tears, exuding a heartbreaking fragility. Silly girl, why are you crying? I'm still very much alive, Chinamo said, gently ruffling Lu Wuxin's hair with a smile. They all say that Prince Ning is very powerful, that you are being deliberately targeted and are in danger of losing your life. I worry that you will die. Brother, I don't want you to die. Rest assured, I promised that I would always be by your side. How could I easily perish, even if I were to die? You could simply bring me back to life, right? Brother is lying. How could a person who dies come back to life? Lu Wuxin wiped her tears and managed a smile through her sobs. As long as it is you, anything is possible, Chanamo replied, then noticed an elderly man dressed in white standing nearby, having watched him intently since his arrival. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the old man's gaze, Chinamo turned to him and inquired, May I ask who this esteemed elder is? He was brought here by young Master Long yesterday. He wishes to see you and has been waiting here since then. Fubo explained from the side. Chinamo nodded slightly, handing the herbs in his hands to Fubo. Please prepare these for Lu Wuxin and the others. It is time for the second opening of their meridians. Fubo nodded and left with the herbs, while Lu Wuxin and the others, seeing this, decided not to continue bothering Chinamo and returned to their rooms. Are you here to ask about the Tao? Having experienced so much in recent days, Chen Mo had become a figure of reverence among many, especially after his words on the Tao and his victory over Zhao Wang, who had two opened spiritual meridians. The old man nodded slightly. Your words that day opened my mind. I have come today indeed to seek guidance. I possess a superior spiritual meridian, which is precisely the restricted spiritual meridian you spoke of. No matter how hard I strive in this lifetime, I can only reach the 4th rank of martial artist. Tao ancestor, I yearn so deeply to advance. Thus, you seek to forge a new path? The old man nodded slightly. However, I have toiled for decades to achieve my current 4th rank strength. If I were to abandon my path now, would all those years of effort not be in vain? Though I have several hundred years left to start anew, the burdens I carry cannot be cast aside. If I were to abandon my path now, I fear. The old man sighed softly. The 8 great feudal lords and the 3 major sects were not to be trifled with. Should he falter, they would surely seize the opportunity to rise, and no one would be able to rein them in. You possess a superior spiritual meridian, and reaching 4th rank strength is indeed no small feat. Yet, why do you contemplate abandoning your path to start anew? Exploring uncharted paths does not imply a complete overhaul of one's approach. Rather, it signifies a dual cultivation, whether it be the fusion of martial prowess with arcane arts or the combination of shamanic and martial disciplines. In Chapter 45, I am not extolling your virtues but rather articulating your essence. Embarking on the journey of awakening one's meridians and entering the realm of martial arts involves the fortification of one's energy channels. The stronger the meridians, the greater the capacity to harbor the ethereal energies of the cosmos, enabling one to achieve feats as monumental as incinerating mountains and boiling seas with bare hands. In contrast, both sorcerers and shamans traverse the path of mental fortification, relying on their meridians as auxiliary support while primarily mastering the manipulation of universal energies. Tio put it succinctly, martial artists harness their internal energies. Whereas sorcerers and shamans command the surrounding cosmic energies, these are diametrically opposed paths. Throughout history, there have been attempts at dual cultivation, yet such endeavors often culminated in either mental collapse or the reversal of energy channels. Thus, the saying has emerged across the realms of the 9 provinces. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. One must choose a singular path. In this era, this notion has nearly become a universal consensus. However, consensus does not equate to truth. Just as it has been said that one cannot simultaneously draw a circle and a square with both hands, it is not that it is impossible, but rather that the correct method has not been employed. Should one aspire to dual cultivation, one must either possess exceptional talent or exhibit formidable perseverance. The elder's innate gifts remain unknown to Chen Mo. Yet the fact that he has cultivated to the 4th tier with a superior spiritual vein speaks volumes of his remarkable determination. In Chen Mo's recollections, centuries hence, many will have successfully pursued dual cultivation, each employing their unique methods. After a moment of contemplation, he shared his insights with the elder. Upon hearing this, the elder experienced a moment of clarity, immediately rising to express his gratitude with a respectful bow. Thank you, Tao ancestor, for your guidance. I shall never forget this kindness. Should there come a time when I can be of service, I shall not hesitate to assist. However, I wish to return promptly, as I have gained much from today. Then go forth and experiment, Chen Mo replied, but I must caution you. Haste is the enemy of success. Since you have spent decades honing your craft to reach the 4th tier, your mental state is undoubtedly extraordinary. You are likely more aware than I of the necessity to remain humble and patient. Indeed, the elder nodded slightly, but if the Tao ancestor speaks of 3,000 paths, which should I pursue? Which is the mightiest? Chen Mo shook his head. The 3,000 paths are all equally potent. The path you devote your time to mastering is the strongest one for you. Your teachings have enlightened me. The elder exclaimed, bowing once more before hastily departing. Before long, Fu Bo had prepared the medicinal concoction, and the 2 young women, Lu Wuxin and her companion, took this opportunity to undergo their 2nd meridian opening. Little Do Ding, bouncing eagerly behind them, soon realized her own potion was absent and scampered back, exclaiming, Brother, why isn't there any for little Do Ding? Foolish child, you have yet to awaken your spiritual veins. Thus, you have no need for the medicinal bath. But last time, there was some for me. That was to help you expel parasites. Those little creatures are so adorable. How could we send them away? Little Do Ding pouted, gazing at Chinemo with pitiful eyes. Then you shall not go. Instead, play well with the little creatures. Once you awaken your meridians in the future, you may choose to follow the path of the sorcerer. Chinemo gently stroked little Do Ding's head, pondering the boundless potential her bond with insects could yield, should she embrace the art of sorcery. What is a sorcerer? Can they eat? Little Do Ding's big eyes sparkled with curiosity as she stared at Chinemo. Is there nothing else in your mind besides eating and playing with bugs? Chinemo lamented inwardly. When you grow up, you will understand. Now, go play. Oh. Little Do Ding nodded, somewhat understanding, and then darted off to the corner to find insects to entertain herself. The process of opening meridians requires immersion in medicinal liquids to clear the channels, allowing spiritual energy to flow through all 8 meridians. The more meridians one successfully opens, the longer the process takes. During the first attempt to open their meridians, Lu Wuxin and her companion spent an entire evening, while the second attempt proved even more arduous. After a day and a night, Su Yuma finally awoke at dusk on the second day, while Lu Wuxin took a bit longer, awakening on the morning of the third day. This time, Su Yuma had opened 3 additional spiritual veins, bringing her total to 6, although her appearance remained largely unchanged. Her entire demeanor radiated a newfound strength. No longer the frail figure she once was in terms of power, she likely surpassed Chinemo, who had only completed the foundational stage of body refinement. Lu Wuxin had opened 5 veins on her first attempt and an impressive 8 during her second, and as her spiritual energy fully integrated, the unsightly blemishes on her skin vanished entirely, revealing a petite and charming visage that resembled that of a porcelain doll. While she may still appear somewhat youthful, she was undeniably a stunning beauty, causing even the once-renowned beauty Su Yuma to feel a pang of inadequacy. Nervously clutching the hem of her dress, Lu Wuxin stepped out from the chamber and approached Chinemo, gazing up at him with anticipation written all over her delicate face, her lips silent yet her expression seemed to ask, "Am I beautiful?" With a gentle smile, Chinemo replied, "Wuxin, you are truly lovely. Remember, I am not merely flattering you. I am describing your essence." Upon hearing this, Lu Wuxin, who had been waiting for praise, shyly lowered her head. Although she had heard many sweet words in recent days, it seemed that when spoken by Chinemo, she possessed no defenses against them. I truly wished to hear him speak for all eternity. Chinemo looked at Lu Wuxin with a tender gaze, and this moment was keenly observed by Su Yuma. Regardless of the glances exchanged or the sweet nothings uttered, she had not previously given them much thought. However, after Chinemo saved her from the clutches of Longhua, a complex array of emotions began to stir within her. Turning away, Su Yuma entered the kitchen where Fu Bo was busily preparing. "Why has Miss Su come in? Are you here to assist the old man with lunch?" Fu Bo jested, but as his words fell, he noticed Su Yuma approaching him with a serious expression. "Fu Bo, please help me restore my beauty." In the northern frontier, at the Ning Wang mansion, a gray-brown pigeon slowly flew into a study within the mansion. By the window, a middle-aged man dressed in a python robe stood on the windowsill, extending his left index finger into the air, upon which the pigeon gently landed. The middle-aged man removed a small iron ring tied to the pigeon's leg with his right hand, and with a tug of his left hand, the pigeon immediately perched upon his shoulder. A surge of spiritual energy flowed into the iron ring, and moments later, a letter materialized in his hand. The man cast a cursory glance at it, and his expression instantly darkened as he slammed his palm onto the table. With a resounding crash, the table shattered into pieces. Why is the prince so enraged? At that moment, from the shadows, a figure clad in black robes rasped a query. "The matter has been exposed. Huar has been captured, and that girl Long Feiwu even insists on me going to the capital to clear my name." Humph, as if she genuinely wishes to help. She merely seeks to subdue me without a fight, using Huar as a hostage to force my compliance. I shall not grant her wish. But now that the situation is revealed, what shall we do? Is it truly necessary to? The letter states that Long Feiwu publicly coughed up blood and fainted in the court. I suspect she was attacked by the false martial arts I left behind. Our opportunity has arrived. Relay the order to the 3 armies to march towards the imperial capital immediately, and accompany me to the capital to cleanse the court of its corruption. Chapter 46. The Cleansing of Marrow. This is the cleansing marrow pill. Within the courtyard, a middle-aged man triumphantly placed a pitch-black spiritual pill upon a stone table. Chun Mo's eyes widened as he leaned closer to the pill, gently sniffing it. The aroma was somewhat intoxicating. A blend of fragrance and a faint, unpleasant odor that mingled uncomfortably. The cleansing marrow pill is not a top-tier spiritual pill, yet it is not easily obtained either. One must first have sufficient medicinal materials, and then an advanced alchemist to refine it. Chun Mo possessed neither, but fortunately, his renowned name attracted many seekers of knowledge, including the most famous alchemist in the imperial capital, Gu Shan. Upon learning that Chun Mo required a cleansing marrow pill, Gu Shan readily accepted the request, and within 3 days, the pill was delivered to him. For martial artists, opening the meridians and entering the path allows for unobstructed channels, expelling impurities from the body. For them, it is akin to a trivial pursuit. Ordinary people, however, cannot withstand such a powerful influx of spiritual energy. In summary, this item has been passed down since ancient times, but is seldom utilized. I wonder what the ancestor intends to do with it, Gu Shan curiously inquired. Naturally, it is needed for body refinement, Chun Mo explained. Cultivating qi requires opening the meridians, and to open the meridians, one must soak the body in medicinal liquid, accelerating the practitioner's passage through the spiritual channels. As for body refiners, they must undergo 6 stages: refining the body, transforming the bones, changing the tendons, cleansing the marrow, merging yin and yang, and solidifying the essence and blood. The first 3 can be assisted with medicinal liquids, while cleansing the marrow can be achieved through consuming the cleansing marrow pill. As for solidifying essence and blood, it requires higher-tier spiritual pills to aid in the process. Gu Shan nodded slightly. I have gathered some materials to refine the blood qi pill, but I'm missing a herb called dragon bloodgrass. I seldom hear of this herb. Even the Baichao Hall lacks it. Obtaining it may require considerable effort. There's no rush. I have yet to complete my cleansing. As for the dragon bloodgrass, I believe I recall its whereabouts, though I cannot quite remember at the moment. Chun Mo shook his head. Once I locate the dragon bloodgrass, I will trouble you again. Mr. Gu, no worries. The ancestors' guidance has enlightened me, and I am immensely grateful. Ji Shan rose to bid farewell. Chun Mo picked up the cleansing marrow pill from the stone table when a cute head peeked out from the door of the side room, a pair of differently colored eyes blinking as they scanned the surroundings. Come out. Chun Mo smiled at the sneaky Lu Wuxin, who, despite having opened 8 spiritual meridians and blossoming into a little beauty, still harbored a sense of inferiority. She remained shyly hidden in her room, afraid to step outside in the presence of others. Once Gu Shan had departed, Lu Wuxin boldly emerged from the room. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the cleansing marrow pill in Chun Mo's hand. Brother, is this the cleansing marrow pill that can aid your body refinement? Chun Mo nodded slightly. Will it shorten your lifespan when you consume it? Lu Wuxin asked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Body refinement is inherently against the natural order, often depleting vital energy and shortening one's life. So she felt compelled to inquire thoroughly, fearing that Chun Mo might depart before her. Silly girl, cleansing the marrow and bones is beneficial for the body. How could it possibly shorten your lifespan? Chun Mo gently ruffled Lu Wuxin's hair. I'm just worried about you, Lu Wuxin mumbled shyly, lowering her head. Then she straightened her expression and declared, Brother, rest assured, Wuxin will work very hard to grow stronger and then protect you. Yes, I know, Chun Mo replied with a smile, then suddenly remembered something. You've already opened 8 spiritual meridians. It's time for you to enter the path. However, without cultivation methods, it would be unwise to proceed recklessly. As it wouldn't benefit you, I had intended to borrow a method from Brother Aotian, but I have not seen him these past few days in addition to seeking a cultivation method. Chun Mo also wished to inquire with Long Aotian about the whereabouts of the dragon bloodgrass, as he could procure rare items like the Qian currant fruit and blood withering grass. Perhaps he could indeed find the dragon bloodgrass. Currently, the emperor is afflicted with a grave illness and lies in a coma. Ningguang is scheming for rebellion. The Zhenwu division is mobilized to counter Ningguang's treachery, and the atmosphere is tense. Not only are masters like Long Gongzi called back, but even Pei Jiang'an has been summoned. If you wish to find him, it seems you must go to the Zhenwu division. Fu Bo emerged from the kitchen, analyzing the current situation. Chun Mo had long anticipated Ningguang's rebellious intentions. News of this matter had spread widely in recent days. He was also curious whether Long Aotian had indeed handed over the Jinchan grass to the Empress. If he had, the Empress could not possibly be gravely ill, or perhaps she was merely feigning illness. Regardless, the developments were unfolding according to the original narrative. It seems it is time for me to visit the imperial capital. Chinemo mused, glancing down at Lu Wuxin, who looked at him with anticipation. Wuxin, do you wish to go to the imperial capital as well? Chinemo inquired playfully. Lu Wuxin shook her head. The people of the imperial capital do not like me. Chinemo suddenly recalled their first meeting, when she had been pelted with stones by the citizens of the capital, her unique eyes branding her as a harbinger of disaster, leading to her being shunned wherever she went. It would indeed be a challenge for a socially anxious person like her to venture into such a populous place. However, if I could be with my brother, I wouldn't fear even hell. Lu Wuxin added resolutely. Chenemo was momentarily taken aback, gazing into her earnest eyes, and felt his cheeks flush. What a reversal of roles. I spend my days flirting, yet today, I find myself being charmed. Ahem, the imperial capital has many delightful things. When the opportunity arises, I will take you to see them, not just the capital, but all of Jiuzhou. When I have the time, I will accompany you to explore the wonders of the world. Lu Wuxin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chenemo grasped the cleansing marrow pill and turned to enter his room. The pill's aroma was somewhat overpowering, and its appearance was unappetizing. Nevertheless, Chenemo suppressed his discomfort, pinched his nose, and swallowed it whole. The bitter taste exploded on his palate, then traveled down his esophagus into his stomach. After a while, a wave of heat surged from his dantian, rapidly rising upwards. As though it were a furnace, Chenemo felt every sinew and bone within his body writhing. His veins bulged, and his temperature soared as if he had plunged into a furnace, with sweat pouring forth uncontrollably. After a moment, the sweat subsided, replaced by a steady stream of dark impurities. The process of cleansing the marrow and bones is meant to expel all impurities from the body, rendering it as pure as uncut jade. Otherwise, the lingering impurities would hinder the refinement of essence and blood. 3 hours later, the heat within Chenemo gradually dissipated, leaving him covered in a sticky, foul-smelling residue that nearly made him retch. He hastily took 3 baths to rid himself of the stench, then donned fresh garments and stepped into the courtyard, where he spotted a familiar figure. Long Aotian. Chapter 47. Brother Aotian with delicate features. Long Aotian's presence was striking. Brother Aotian, it has been a while. I hope you have been well, Chinemo exclaimed, his face lighting up with a radiant smile upon seeing the long-lost friend. Though I am busy with official matters, today I have managed to carve out some time to seek you, Long Aotian replied, sitting on a stone stool while toying with a folding fan. Appearing as if he had something on his mind, Chinemo took a seat beside him, observing Long Aotian discreetly. If you have something to say, do not hesitate to ask your visit related to Ningguang's rebellion. In Chenmo's recollection, the Empress's impairment of her meridians led to her decline several days later, and it was only after Prince Ning had remained dormant for half a month that he dared to rebel. However, in the present circumstances, the Empress has fallen ill prematurely, and with Longhua imprisoned, the conspiracy has been exposed, forcing Prince Ning to act sooner than planned. All events have unfolded ahead of schedule, indeed. Long Aotian nodded slightly. Now, with His Majesty gravely ill, Prince Ning seizes the opportunity to rebel, while the 8 kings harbor treasonous intentions. Following Prince Ning's uprising, both Prince Xiao and Prince Jin have also revolted, throwing the northern region of the Tianlong dynasty into chaos. If it were merely this, the Jinwu division could quell it, but what is troubling is that the 3 major sects have also joined the fray. How do you know this? Long Aotian asked, her expression one of astonishment. This matter is clandestine. She has only just received the news and, feeling a headache coming on, sought out Chenemo, although Chenemo possesses only a mere waste spirit vein. The name of the Dao ancestor is renowned, and he seems to possess considerable knowledge of worldly affairs. Clinging to the hope of treating a dead horse as a live one, Long Aotian hurriedly sought his assistance. The strength of the Jinwu division is what keeps the various kings in check. If it were merely the 3 kings rebelling, the Jinwu division could still manage to suppress them. However, what is most concerning is that the 3 major sects have also chosen to interfere. In the land of Jiuzhou, there are hundreds of imperial dynasties and countless sects of varying sizes. Due to differing regions and national conditions, many empires are weak in strength and must rely on the support of larger sects to survive. The price for this is an annual tribute to the sects and obedience to their commands. What are proclaimed as independent empires are, in reality, mere puppets of the major sections. The Tianlong dynasty was founded on martial prowess. And in its early days, the founding emperor wielded absolute power, keeping the three major sects in check. It was one of the few empires in Jiuzhou that could suppress the power of the sects within its territory. After the passing of the founding emperor, the imperial family of the Tianlong dynasty gradually declined, while the three major sects rose to prominence, subtly harboring ambitions to control the royal family. During the era of peace, the royal family and the Jinwu division were not weak, and although the three major sects had ambitions, they did not dare to act recklessly. Yet now, as chaos has descended, with the three kings rebelling, and the Jinwu division overwhelmed by the turmoil, it is the perfect opportunity for the three major sects to exert their influence over the royal family. At this critical juncture, Prince Ning made a decision that contradicted the will of his ancestors, declaring that those who help him seize the throne would be appointed as Grand National Masters, with the sects supporting him clearly intending to gain favor. Among the three major sects, whoever assists me in claiming the throne shall be honored as Grand National Master, enjoying an equal status with me, and furthermore, I will offer tributes annually. This is akin to the smaller, weaker empires being propped up as puppets by the major sects, directly contravening the founding emperor's original intentions. If the founding emperor were aware of this, he would likely rise from his grave to chastise his unworthy descendants. Whether one speaks of filial piety or not, Prince Ning's strategy has indeed proven effective. As soon as he made his intentions known, the Qian sect, located in the northern frontier, was the first to respond. The army of the three kings, previously beaten back by the Jinwu division, immediately turned the tide. This is merely the Qian sect. The two other major sects of the Tianlong dynasty are still watching from the sidelines. Should they also choose to act, the imperial army would undoubtedly face defeat. This is precisely what troubles Long Outyin. At this moment, the two major sects have yet to intervene, likely observing her next move. If she were to also appoint a Grand National Master, the two sects would certainly lend their support. But should she clearly refuse to submit to anyone else, they would turn against her, either accusing her of betraying her ancestors by becoming a puppet or overwhelming her with force, leading to the loss of her throne. Either decision would be exceedingly unfavorable for her. I know quite a bit, but I am curious, Outyin brother. Did you indeed provide His Majesty with the Jinchang grass? Chinamo squinted his eyes, curiously scrutinizing Long Outyin, who, feeling somewhat guilty, nodded. I gave it to myself, so it counts, right? Then His Majesty's illness is feigned. Long Outyin continued to inodit. Seems His Majesty has miscalculated. Chinamo chuckled lightly. Long Outyin smiled wryly. Prince Ning's rebellion had long been within her expectations, and she had even contemplated the simultaneous rebellion of the Eight Kings. Yet she had never anticipated that Prince Ning would make a decision so contrary to the will of his ancestors. The strength of the imperial army is more than sufficient to handle the trifling rebellions of the three kings and the Qian sect, but if the other two sects also join the fray, the imperial army would undoubtedly be defeated. That's simple. As long as we can keep the other two sects in line. Dio, you have a plan? Long Outyin's eyes lit up, her hands propping up on the stone table, leaning in towards Chen Mo with eager anticipation. What is going on? Why do I see Outyin brother looking so charming, perhaps even a bit adorable? Under ordinary circumstances, Long Outyin always bore an air of pride. While undeniably handsome, Chen Mo had never been swayed, for in his eyes, the other was but a delicate-looking male. However, now, with a feminine demeanor, it suddenly gave Chen Mo the sensation of being bent, pondering whether he would appear even more charming in female attire. No, what am I thinking? He is a man. No, if he is a man, how could his pectorals be so pronounced? Chen Mo suddenly recalled his journey to Fenghua Mountain, where he had suffered a slap that resulted in a brief amnesia. Now, reflecting on it, he regarded Long Outyin with suspicion. Why are you looking at me like that? Long Outyin realized something was amiss with Chen Mo's gaze and hurriedly returned to her seat, shooting him an annoyed glare. No, actually, I wanted to ask Outyin brother a question. Are you a man or a woman? Does it matter? It matters greatly, Chen Mo exclaimed inwardly. If you can help the imperial army through this crisis, I will tell you. Then I'm not at a loss. Chinamo shot Long Outyin a glance, stating, I can persuade those two sects not to stir up trouble, but I require something in return. Speak. As long as it is feasible, I will not refuse. An entry-level cultivation method from the royal family, the Zhao Huaju, and a dragon bloodgrass. Chapter 48. The Reliant sect, the Zhao Huaju, is the entry-level cultivation method of the Tianlong royal family, which every royal member may cultivate upon becoming a martial artist. Not only Long Outyin, but also the 8 kings and their heirs can practice it. Although it is not publicly acknowledged, it is undeniable that the feudal lords have also passed on this method to their trusted subordinates for the purpose of nurturing their own power. Thus, whether the Zhao Huaju is shared with outsiders is not a significant issue. Upon hearing Chen Mo's request, Long Outyin nodded in agreement. The Zhao Huaju, although a royal treasure, I am a trusted aide of His Majesty. She has already imparted this method to me. Bestowing it upon you is not out of the question. As for the dragon bloodgrass, I have only heard of it in passing and currently cannot procure it. Are these conditions all you desire? You are overthinking it. Chenemo shook his head. Compared to the throne, the Zhao Huaju and dragon bloodgrass are hardly worth mentioning. This is merely a deposit for what I truly seek, which is a favor from His Majesty. If Outyin brother cannot secure this for His Majesty, you may inform her of this matter and see if she agrees. If she does, I shall set forth immediately as her envoy. The favor of an emperor holds significant weight in the Tianlong dynasty, comparable to possessing a certificate of immunity from death. Ordinary emperors do not easily make promises to others. However, as Chenemo stated, when compared to the throne, other matters seem less significant. Long Outyin lightly drummed her fingers on the stone table, hesitating for a moment before stating, this matter is beyond my authority. I must return to report and await His Majesty's decision. Very well, I shall await your news. Chenemo nodded slightly, watching as Long Outyin prepared to leave. He hurriedly called out, Outyin brother, you still haven't told me whether you are a man or a woman. A man? Then what about your pectorals? Long Outyin's expression froze, her delicate face turning slightly red. Biting her lip, she coldly retorted, Didn't I tell you I didn't work out for those? Well, that does seem to make some sense. Chenemo mused, glancing down at his own physique. Since he began his physical training, he had indeed become much stronger, with muscle definition becoming apparent, and his pectorals had grown as well. Yet the sensation felt somewhat different. Could it be that each person's physique varies? As Chenemo pondered, he looked up and found that Long Aotion had already vanished without a trace. Seizing the remaining time, Chenemo hastily gathered everyone and informed them of his impending journey to the other 2 sections. His request was not unreasonable. Any individual with a modicum of intelligence would recognize that the Empress would not refuse. For this reason, he had prepared for departure well in advance. Young master, chaos has arrived. The 3 major sects are coveting the imperial family's control with keen eyes. Will your journey not pose some danger? Su Yuemo, once a daughter of a prominent family, was well aware of the perils that lay ahead for Chenemo, and her concern was palpable. Danger is indeed present. However, if I do not take action, once the Prince Ning seizes the throne, our situation will become even more perilous. Ever since Chenemo disrupted Prince Ning's prison break plan, it was inevitable that their fates would be intertwined in a life-and-death struggle. That it is we who have implicated you. Su Yuemo suddenly grasped Chenmo's intent and spoke with a hint of remorse. Reflecting on the trials Chenmo had endured, from the difficulties posed by Long Hua to the current threats from Prince Ning, Luwu Xian felt a pang of guilt as she nervously clutched the hem of her skirt. If it were not for the sake of rescuing us, my brother would not have faced such tribulations. The fault does not lie with you, but rather with this world. You are merely victims of circumstance. From the day I chose to save you, I have never regretted my decision, Chenmo reassured Luwu Xian, gently patting her head before turning to the others to arrange for companions to accompany him. Before long, Long Aotion arrived, gliding on a flying sword, and as expected, the Empress had acquiesced. In truth, she was merely going through the motions. She had already made her decision when Chenemo initially made his request. However, in order to prevent him from sensing any discrepancy, she had taken the unnecessary step of returning. This is the Tao of Fortune. You are not a practitioner of qi, thus you cannot cultivate it. I understand you intend to pass it on to someone else, Theo whom I shall not inquire further, but I hope you refrain from disseminating it. Long Aotion held out a tome of martial arts to Chenemo. who accepted it without hesitation and handed it to Luwu Xian. You have just opened 8 spiritual veins. This is an excellent opportunity to embark on the path of cultivation. This tome will assist you in navigating the early stages of training. Cultivate diligently, for I look forward to the day when you can protect me, Chen Mo said with a smile. Luwu Xian clutched the tome tightly, nodding solemnly, silently vowing to become stronger, to rise as the world's best, so that no one could bully Chen Mo again. Long Aotian cast a fleeting glance at Luwu Xian, unperturbed by the outcome, then turned her gaze to Chen Mo and produced a token, handing it to him. This is the Empress's token. Possessing it will spare you considerable trouble. Given the arduous journey ahead, do you require me to arrange for protection? Chen Mo shook his head. No need. Your Jinwu division should focus on suppressing the 3 princes and the Qian sect. This is distinctly different. If you have no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. Wait, Chen Mo suddenly called out to Long Aotian. She paused, turning back with a look of curiosity. Chen Mo leaned closer to Long Aotian and whispered, Brother Aotian, I have a rather unorthodox request. I have observed your enduring charm. Next time you visit, would you consider donning female attire? Get lost. Long Aotian's eyes widened in astonishment, her anger causing her chest to rise and fall dramatically. With a furious retort, she mounted her flying sword and departed. At the rear mountain of the Kaoshan sect, an elder clad in white robes sat cross-legged upon a massive stone, as a waterfall cascaded from above. Occasionally, droplets splashed towards him, only to be repelled by an invisible force. The elder's eyes were gently closed, seemingly in slumber, until suddenly, he opened them wide, revealing a look of terror. He then coughed up a mouthful of blood. The turbulent spiritual energy surged forth, causing the water pool behind him to erupt, sending waves soaring dozens of feet into the air, falling like rain. The rustling of leaves echoed through the forest, and several figures in white robes appeared before the elder like phantoms. Master, they called out in unison. The elder waved his hand lightly, wiping the blood from his lips, exhaling gently, no harm done. It was merely a backlash from forcing my breakthrough to the 3rd tier. It seems that this path of forced advancement is not viable. What shall we do? In 3 months, that wretched beast will come seeking vengeance. Without a 3rd tier guardian, our Kaoshan sect may face annihilation. Alas, treasures left by our ancestors lie hidden in this rear mountain. If we could only access one, it would aid us through this crisis, yet we lack the means to unlock them, rendering us helpless and frustrated. Long before the establishment of the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, our Kaoshan sect had already made a name for itself across the 9 provinces. Had we retained our ancestral legacy, we would not have been oppressed by that founding emperor. Yet now, we find ourselves in such dire straits. The white-robed figures debated fervently, and upon hearing their words, the elder looked skyward with determination. It appears that only the spiritual liquid beneath the imperial city can assist me in breaking through to the 3rd tier. Chapter 49. Spiritual Vein Testing. The Heavenly Dragon Dynasty is home to 3 major sects, not merely 3 sects within the entire empire, but rather, only 3 that command respect and recognition. These are the Qian sect of the northern frontier, the Guangsha sect of Lin City, and the Kaoshan sect of Huashan. Among these, the Kaoshan sect is the closest to the imperial capital, situated less than 300 miles away. If one were to fly on a sword, it would take merely half a day to reach. Chen Mo and his companions journeyed on horseback, hurrying and delaying, taking a full 3 days before finally arriving at the gates of the Kaoshan sect. So, this is the Kaoshan sect. It appears quite magnificent, Fubo remarked as he dismounted, gingerly rubbing his old waist. Over 60 years of age, the bumpy ride had nearly cost him his life. Originally, Fubo intended to let the young ones handle their own affairs, but Chen Mo insisted he accompany them, leaving him no choice but to comply. Alongside Fubo were Zhang Long and Luwu Xian, who also traveled with Chen Mo. Zhang Long dismounted and surveyed the surroundings, which were calm and unperturbed. Though he was significantly younger than Fubo, the latter had spent most of his life in the Chen residence and seldom ventured outside. In contrast, Zhang Long had traveled the 9 provinces in his youth, gaining far more experience than Fubo, who had spent his life as a servant. We have arrived, Chen Mo softly announced. Luwu Xian, who had been riding closely behind him, finally came to her senses. The 2 shared a mount, and the proximity allowed her to hear his heartbeat. Throughout the journey, Luwu Xian had been nervously gripping the reins. Though shy, she cherished the closeness they shared, and only when Chun Mo's voice broke the moment did she realize they had arrived. "Oh, so we have arrived." Luwu Xian felt a twinge of disappointment. She wished to linger in Chen Mo's embrace a while longer. Chen Mo dismounted and effortlessly lifted Luwu Xian down. At the foot of Huashan, a stone tablet stood resolutely, inscribed with the words Kaoshan Sect in vermilion. Behind the stone tablet lay a staircase leading directly to the mountain's peak. As they prepared to ascend, two young men clad in white suddenly emerged, scrutinizing Chen Mo and his companions before barking. "This is the Kaoshan Sect. Who goes there? State your names at once." Fu Bo, startled by the fierce tone, trembled and quickly hid behind Zhang Long. Chen Mo stepped forward, producing the token Long Aotian had entrusted him with, presenting it to the two young men. "I am Chen Mo, sent by the Empress of the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty. Here is the token for your perusal." Upon hearing this, the two young men approached to examine the token. One of them soon instructed, "Please wait a moment," before hastily ascending the mountain. A quarter of an hour later, he returned, a smile replacing his earlier demeanor. "Esteemed guests, our sect master requests your presence." Chen Mo nodded slightly and followed the white-robed disciple up the mountain, with Fu Bo and Zhang Long trailing closely behind. Luwu Xian was about to follow when she noticed the other disciple guarding the gate staring intently at her, causing her to instinctively step back in trepidation. Just then, Chun Mo's large hand reached out, clasping her small one. "Come, let us not fall behind." His words instantly dispelled the tension within Luwu Xian. She looked up at his silhouette, feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, providing her with an overwhelming sense of security. "Wu Xian, during these 3 days, whenever you have the time, practice the Tao of Fortune. Have you made any progress?" The casual inquiry from Chen Mo jolted Lu Wuxin back to reality from her momentary stupor. Although it was quite challenging, she had managed to comprehend some aspects and was now capable of attempting to circulate spiritual energy through the 8 meridians for a complete cycle. The creation technique, as an introductory martial art of the royal lineage, was not comparable to ordinary practices. Without someone to guide her step by step, the difficulty was immense. However, Lu Wuxin possessed exceptional talent, and after meticulous study for a period, she was able to engage in her training with a semblance of proficiency. At present, one could say that she had become a competent 9th-tier martial artist. In terms of strength, she even surpassed me. Therefore, you need not fear the gazes of others so much. If anyone bullies you, simply retaliate. If you are constantly apprehensive, who will come to my aid should I find myself in peril? Chen Mo smiled as he glanced back at Lu Wuxin, who appeared momentarily taken aback, her pearly teeth lightly biting her crimson lip, and her mismatched eyes suddenly filled with determination. "Rest assured, brother, I shall no longer be like that. I will protect you, Dinam." Chen Mo nodded in approval. Unbeknownst to them, their group had already reached the summit. The endless mountain range and the imposing palaces were visible everywhere, and not far off was a square capable of accommodating thousands. At the center of the square stood a high platform, upon which loomed a towering stone tablet, intricately engraved with ancient runes, reminiscent of the awakening platform in the imperial capital. Surrounding the tablet was a gathering of people. At the forefront stood a solemn, middle-aged man, directing a group of youths one by one, seemingly testing something. "That was the spirit vein tablet of our Kaoshan sect. Anyone wishing to join our sect must undergo a spirit vein assessment. Only those whose spirit vein grade reaches at least a medium grade are eligible for admission. Today happens to be the last day for accepting disciples into our sect, and while there are fewer people than in previous days, there were still more than today. Are you interested in taking a look?" The disciple in white chuckled lightly, casting a glance at Chen Mo, and said, "I see that you have just reached the age for spirit vein awakening. Why not give it a try?" Chen Mo scrutinized the white-clad disciple with keen eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Very well. It seems that the awakening platform in the imperial capital might not be entirely accurate. Come along with me. Zhang Long and Wuxin need not follow." "Ah, me?" The elder, Fu Bo, pointed to himself, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, "Young master, I am already over 60. Do you really expect me to undergo a spirit vein assessment? Otherwise, do you think I brought you all this way for no reason?" Chen Mo replied with a faint smile, pulling Fu Bo toward the stone tablet on the platform. The white-clad disciple forged ahead, dismissing a few youths who were about to step up. Although the Kaoshan sect had its share of nepotism, such blatant queue jumping was indeed detrimental to the sect's reputation. The middle-aged man atop the platform furrowed his brow, appearing displeased, and opened his mouth to speak, but the disciple preemptively stated, "This is the will of the sect leader." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man promptly closed his mouth, and the previously raucous disciples below fell silent. It was apparent that the sect leader's personal intervention on behalf of this youth indicated that he must possess extraordinary talent. It was said that the most gifted individuals in the Kaoshan sect awakened royal-grade spirit veins. Perhaps this youth's spirit vein was no less remarkable, thus attracting the sect leader's favor and allowing him to cut in line. A myriad of hopeful gazes turned toward Chen Mo, who stood on the platform. Suddenly feeling overwhelmed, he could only steel himself and place his hand upon the spirit vein tablet. The spirit vein tablet stood over a yard tall, its deep brown body having endured the elements for a millennium. Showing little sign of wear, the tablet featured 9 horizontal lines, each about the width of a finger. By simply placing one's hand upon the tablet, the grade of the spirit vein could be determined. From highest to lowest, the 9 lines would illuminate in 9 distinct colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, gray, and white. The red line represented the highest tier, the immortal grade spirit vein, while the lowest, white line, corresponded to a waste grade spirit vein. As Chen Mo placed his hand upon the tablet, the crowd around him held their breath, fixated on him, all eagerly anticipating a miracle. Meanwhile, from a distance among the mountains, several individuals clad in white were also curiously observing the changes on the tablet. Word had spread that a person named Chen Mo in the imperial capital had awakened a waste-grade spirit vein yet managed to defeat those with open meridians. They wondered if the legendary Chen Mo was indeed the one standing before them. Martial artists are innately superior to ordinary individuals. A waste-grade spirit vein destined one to a life of mediocrity. Even merely opening one's meridians is not something an average person can compare to. I suspect this is merely a rumor. There's no smoke without fire. The individual known as Chen Mo stirring up such a tempest in the imperial capital cannot be an ordinary person. I heard he also spoke of some grand theory regarding the 3,000 paths. Humph, what nonsense about the 3,000 paths. There is but one true path in this world, and that is the path of martial arts. If there were indeed 3,000 paths, why is it that only the martial way flourishes to this day? It's merely the delusions of a group of unremarkable individuals clinging to life. In my view, his claim of defeating those with open meridians using a waste-grade spirit vein is entirely fabricated. Whether a horse or donkey, it must be taken out for a walk. Look, the results are coming in. As one person's voice fell, all eyes turned toward the spirit vein tablet. They observed as the tablet began to emit a radiant glow. In an instant, the first horizontal white line lit up, followed by the second horizontal gray line. Bang! Everyone's eyes widened in anticipation of a miracle. However, as the gray light illuminated, it swiftly dimmed, never to brighten again, leaving only the enduring white light. Silenced in that instant. The entire square fell into an eerie stillness, all eyes fixated on Chen Mo, disbelief etched upon their faces. Is this it? The spirit vein tested for cutting in line. Is this all? The middle-aged man on the high platform wore an expression of awkwardness. Having anticipated that the individual appointed by the sect leader would be a paragon of excellence, only to be met with this unexpected outcome. As long as I remain unembarrassed, the embarrassment falls upon others. Chen Mo, with his hands clasped behind his back, cleared his throat softly to diffuse the tension. Let me set an example. Fu Bo, please step forward. Fu Bo glanced around, observing a throng of youthful disciples, and felt a sense of humiliation at the prospect of being tested as an elderly man among them. Yet, having already been summoned by the young master, he felt compelled to comply. Thus, under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, Fu Bo steeled himself and approached the platform. Chen Mo too felt a flicker of curiosity about the grade of Fu Bo's spiritual vein. It was said that Fu Bo, in his youth, despite awakening a spiritual vein, was unable to pursue the path of a warrior due to his family's impoverished circumstances. Consequently, he sought employment as a servant, dedicating decades to this role without ever testing the grade of his spiritual vein. Upon the stone tablet, brilliant rays of light erupted once more, white, gray, and purple lines ascending gradually, a kaleidoscope of colors flashing vibrantly across the square. The crowd, who had momentarily lost interest due to Chinamo's seemingly inferior spiritual vein, now buzzed with excitement, their eager gazes fixed upon the stone tablet. Even the distant elders clad in white robes revealed expressions of astonishment. Cyan. Superior grade spiritual vein, green. Extraordinary grade spiritual vein, yellow. Imperial grade spiritual vein, it was yellow. The imperial grade spiritual vein. As the horizontal lines of light on the stone tablet solidified in yellow, gasps of awe erupted from the assembly. An imperial grade spiritual vein was an exceedingly rare high-grade spiritual vein. In the vast history of the Kaoshan sect, only one had been recorded in a century. Fu Bo's eyes widened in disbelief. A haze of confusion enveloping his aged gaze. In his youth, his father had lost a leg to a beast while hunting, leaving him disabled. His mother, frail and often needing medication, could not support the family, which included several younger siblings. All the burdens fell squarely upon his shoulders, though he had once harbored dreams of traversing the realms. The moment he beheld his parents' hopeful eyes and his siblings' helpless gazes, he ultimately relinquished those aspirations. Yet, each time he passed the awakening platform, he could not resist stealing a glance, as if only then could he find solace. As the yellow light grew increasingly radiant, 2 streams of hot tears cascaded from Fu Bo's aging eyes, and he cried out in fervor, "An imperial-grade spiritual vein. I possess an imperial-grade spiritual vein." In an instant, the square erupted in fervor, only to fall silent again in the next moment. An imperial-grade spiritual vein. A prodigy of unparalleled talent within the Tianlong dynasty. Had he been born 50 years earlier, he would undoubtedly have been the pride of the Kaoshan sect, and the position of sect leader might have belonged to him instead. Such a remarkable gift squandered over 50 years, while the potential of an imperial-grade spiritual vein is immense. Age renders talent futile. What a pity! After several shouts, Fu Bo's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, weeping like a child. The unattainable dream of his youth would forever haunt him. Those 50 lost years could never be reclaimed. It was too late. Everything was too late. Even though he still clung to the dreams of his youth, the timing for a fresh start had long passed. Chinamo approached Fu Bo from behind, gently placing a hand on the shoulder of the weeping elder. The latter halted his cries, yet the tears continued to flow unbidden. "It's nothing, just a bit of sorrow," he reassured. Chinamo nodded slightly, choosing not to dissuade Fu Bo from his grief, and simply stood in quiet companionship as the elder wept for a while. Eventually, Fu Bo wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes with his sleeve and stood up, saying, "Forgive me for my displayed. No harm done," Chinamo replied, waving his hand gently. Just as he was about to leap down from the high platform, a young man in white robes suddenly emerged from the crowd, cupping his hands in greeting. "I am Zhang Jin, a disciple of the Kaoshan sect." Chinamo scrutinized the disciple named Zhang Jin and then glanced at the white-robed disciple who had guided him to the spiritual vein test. Suddenly realizing something, he smiled and introduced himself. "I am Chinamo." Zhang Jin chuckled lightly, saying, "I have heard of a Chinamo in the imperial capital, a man of a seemingly inferior spiritual vein who claims the title of Dao ancestor. I wonder if you are that individual." The words dripped with sarcasm, laden with provocation. Chinamo furrowed his brow slightly, scanning the surroundings. With the enhancement of his physical constitution, not only had his strength increased, but his senses had also sharpened, allowing him to detect a few individuals watching from afar on the mountain peak. Fame comes at a price, he mused, recognizing that many sought to test the veracity of the Dao ancestors' reputation, particularly those from the martial arts community. "I do not presume to claim such a title. It is merely a nickname bestowed upon me by others," Chinamo replied with a faint smile, tacitly acknowledging the moniker. Zhang Jin's smile faltered, his earlier respect dissipating, replaced by a hint of disdain. With a cold laugh, he proclaimed, "As a disciple of the Kaoshan sect, I have already awakened 3 spiritual veins. I have heard that the Dao ancestor recently defeated someone with 2 awakened veins in a single strike. I wonder if you might grant me the opportunity to witness your prowess." A challenge? How intriguing, Chinamo thought, a spark of amusement igniting within him as he contemplated another course of action. Having completed 4 of the 6 stages of body refinement, tempering the body, refining the sinews, purging the marrow, he was now poised to embark on the final stage of yin-yang fusion. The coexistence of vitality and impurities formed a primordial balance, but as the impurities were expelled, the vitality gained a more expansive realm, leading to an imbalance. Without harmony between yin and yang, the growth of strength would falter. At this juncture, a certain quantity of vitality must be expelled to facilitate the yin-yang fusion, with combat serving as the simplest method to achieve this. 3 awakened veins? Is there truly no one else among the Kaoshan sect's disciples who can challenge me? Chen Mo's eyes narrowed, a challenging glint igniting within them. Zhang Jin was momentarily taken aback, but soon his expression darkened. You claim to be the Dao ancestor, yet I do not believe you. If your so-called inferior spiritual vein can defeat me, I will concede. Chen Mo shook his head, smiling as he replied, I do not require your acknowledgement, but if you wish to test your mettle, feel free to try. Arrogant. Zhang Jin could no longer contain himself. He leapt forward with the speed of a leopard, his fingers poised like claws, lunging toward Chen Mo's face. Rumors had spread that Chen Mo had incapacitated a 2 spiritual vein opponent in a single blow, leaving many to wonder if such tales were true. The notion that an inferior spiritual vein could not cultivate energy and lacked the strength to contend with someone of awakened veins seemed plausible to most. However, the truth would emerge through trial. Zhang Jin, with his 3 awakened veins, possessed significant strength, and if he truly had the capability, he should be able to exchange a few blows. All eyes were fixated on Chen Mo as Zhang Jin charged forward. Lu Wuxin, now a 9th-grade martial artist, felt a twinge of anxiety and clenched her fists, ready to protect Chen Mo yet. As Chen Mo had not yet spoken, she refrained from intervening, anxiously watching for his cue. A subtle smile danced on Chen Mo's lips as he remained motionless. Observing this, Zhang Jin sneered, Are you stunned into silence? Or are you simply too frightened to move? Humph! An inferior spiritual vein could never stand against one with awakened veins. In my view, you are merely a name-seeker. With a single, powerful swipe, Zhang Jin's claw could crush Chen Mo's skull within moments. Yet mere inches from his target, his hand came to an abrupt halt. Chen Mo had seized Zhang Jin's wrist, twisting it deftly. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Zhang Jin winced in agony. Howling in pain, I told you. You are far too weak. Chen Mo released Zhang Jin's wrist and faced the gathered crowd coolly, declaring, Is there truly no capable fighter among the Kaoshan sect's disciples? Arrogant. Presumptuous. His tone seemed to convey that he was not singling out Zhang Jin, but rather insinuating that all present were beneath him. In the square, nearly 90% of the crowd consisted of aspiring young disciples, yet a few Kaoshan sect initiates bristled at Chen Mo's dismissive remarks. A young man with a buzz cut leaped forward. Landing before Chen Mo, I am Li Ji, an initiate of the Kaoshan sect. With 5 awakened veins, I welcome your guidance. Without further ado, the young man wasted no time, launching an attack the moment Chen Mo registered his presence. A few breaths later, Li Ji lay sprawled on the ground, as stiff as a plank. 5 awakened veins, taken down by a single punch. This Chen Mo is indeed remarkable. Even a subpar spiritual vein can achieve such heights. It appears that his title of Dao Ancestor is not unfounded. The unity of knowledge and action truly reveals his innate potential as a Taoist. One cannot help but wonder how far he can traverse this path and whether he has already entered the realm of a 9th-tier warrior. As news spread of Chen Mo's consecutive victories over 2 disciples of the Kaoshan sect, a group of white-clad disciples hurriedly arrived, eager to challenge him after hearing his provocative remarks. A dark mass of individuals clustered together, their fierce gazes fixed upon Chen Mo. I am Li Wang, an entry-level disciple of the Kaoshan sect, with 7 open meridians. Please, enlighten me. From the crowd emerged a young man, towering at 9 feet, his robust physique resembling that of a bull. Standing amidst the throng like a crane among chickens, he was indeed Li Wang. Possessing a superior spiritual vein, he had unlocked 7 meridians within just a month of his initiation. In a short time, he would officially become a warrior and enter the outer sect. Though he had only opened 7 meridians, his sheer strength far surpassed that of his peers at the same stage. With a single punch, he could shatter stone, and even the elders regarded him as exceptionally talented, eager to take him on as a disciple. If Li Wang were to strike, there would be no escape. He was the foremost among our entry-level disciples. If he were to falter against Chen Mo, then none among us would stand a chance. Among the entry-level disciples, the strongest had opened 7 meridians, and only by opening 8 could one advance to the outer sect, making Li Wang the most formidable of them all. This was precisely why Chen Mo had the audacity to provoke the entry-level disciples. He knew he could not contend with those from the outer sect. Li Wang, donned not in a white robe but in a short white outfit, his muscles bulging and straining against the fabric, revealed the powerful contours of his physique, resembling a mighty bull. Chen Mo nodded slightly. "You are indeed impressive. I accept your challenge. Then let us battle," Li Wang replied coolly, his feet pounding the ground as he charged at Chen Mo with great force. Li Wang's imposing stature was not only remarkable for its size, but also for its speed. In an instant, he appeared before Chen Mo like a specter. Chen Mo gasped in surprise. This was the first time he encountered an opponent of equal strength, or rather, one who surpassed him considerably. A fist the size of a sandbag hurtled towards him, and Chen Mo raised his hands in defense, only to be violently knocked back several dozen steps, nearly losing his balance. His arms trembled, as if struck by a heavy hammer, a wave of pain coursing through him. Yet, in the face of such adversity, Chen Mo found himself smiling. Pain. Oh, such exquisite pain. Could this be the essence of combat among warriors? Chapter 52. A gift of opportunity. Since his body refinement began, Chen Mo had faced only a few opponents, all of whom he had easily defeated. He had never encountered someone as evenly matched as Li Wang. The physical pain he endured did not deter him. Rather, it ignited his fighting spirit. The previous 2 adversaries had only required a fraction of his strength, and now, faced with such a formidable opponent, he could not afford to squander this golden opportunity. "Your strength seems inferior to mine, yet despite being struck so, you still managed to smile. Truly perplexing. However, if you wish to fight, I shall show you no mercy," Li Wang declared, his fists clenched, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing as spiritual energy gathered around his fists, unleashing a terrifying force directed at Chen Mo once more. Seeing this, Chen Mo ceased holding back. His vitality surged forth. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of blows, neither holding back. Li Wang attempted to rely on technique to gain the upper hand, but as Chen Mo's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, Li Wang found himself overwhelmed, relying solely on brute strength. Their fists met with a sickening thud, blood spattering as both warriors bore the marks of their struggle. Though Chen Mo remained at a disadvantage, he steadfastly persevered. What on earth is happening? He appears weaker than Li Wang, yet he endures longer than expected, a subpar spiritual vein, yet he possesses such prowess. How long has he been awakened to hold his ground against Li Wang? I shudder to think what heights he could reach with more time. Zhang Long observed the battered Chen Mo, who showed no signs of retreat, and tightened his grip on the peachwood sword at his waist. Lu Wuxin stepped forward, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Chen Mo's injuries, unable to suppress her impulse to intervene. "Do not approach. All is well. There is no need for interference," Chen Mo barked, halting Lu Wuxin in her tracks before plunging back into the fray. "You are strong. I initially thought you merely relied on a subpar spiritual vein and did not need to fight earnestly. Now I realize I underestimated you," Li Wang remarked, wiping the blood from beneath his nose, a grave expression on his face. "Likewise, your strength is commendable. Yet, you have chosen the wrong path," Chen Mo replied, meeting Li Wang's fists head-on. Only to be sent staggering back several paces, pain radiating throughout his body as if his fists had shattered, he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to endure till it's done. Chen Mo meticulously sensed the flow of his vitality within, achieving a balance of yin and yang, the two forces intertwining and rolling, gathering from every inch of his skin, slowly converging in his dantian. Vitality serves as the source of muscular strength, akin to a warrior's spiritual energy. Fueling their power, now, with all his vitality converging in the dantian, Chen Mo's strength would ascend to new heights. Thud, thud. The sound of footsteps drew near as Li Wang advanced, not granting Chen Mo a moment's respite. A powerful punch surged towards him. Chen Mo countered with a punch of his own. Their fists collided once more, but this time, Li Wang only retreated 3 steps, while Chen Imo was sent flying several dozen feet away. Li Wang was defeated. The sight before them rendered the previously aggressive entry-level disciples speechless, their expressions filled with astonishment as they beheld the fallen Li Wang. The chief disciple of the entry-level disciples had been vanquished. Chen Imo took a deep breath, surveying the raucous crowd around him. He refrained from further taunts. His purpose had been achieved, and there was no need to invite further hostility. The entry-level disciples, recognizing the gravity of the situation, refrained from provoking him further. With Li Wang's defeat, it became evident that Chen Mo's strength was at least on par with that of the outer sect disciples. None among them could contend with him. Chen Imo, my friend, might you join me in the back mountain for a reunion? A voice, ancient and resonant, echoed through the vast expanse of the square. It was the voice of the sect master. The white-robed disciple who had led Chen Imo and the others recognized the owner of the voice, and his expression shifted subtly. He turned to Chen Imo and stated, "The sect master has summoned you." "Understood," Chen Imo replied with a slight nod, gesturing for him to lead the way. Lu Wuxin hurriedly approached, her eyes filled with concern as she observed the multitude of injuries adorning Chen Mo's body. "Does it hurt?" "Superficial wounds, nothing to worry about," Chen Imo replied, forcing a smile despite the pain that coursed through him. Lu Wuxin paused, suddenly recalling their first meeting when Chen Imo, having been struck by stones, still managed to present his most radiant self to her. The rear mountain of Huan Mountain served as the sect master's training ground and was deemed a forbidden area for the disciples of the Kuaishan sect. Inaccessible to all but the elders of the sect, the white-robed disciple, having received the sect master's order, guided Chen Imo and his companions to the mountain gate of the rear mountain. He gestured towards the distance, saying, "The ancestor can proceed along the mountain path. The sect master awaits you ahead." "Thank you," Chen Imo replied, taking Lu Wuxin's hand as they progressed forward. After approximately 3/4 of an hour, they beheld a waterfall cascading down from the high mountain, stirring up ripples in a pond below. Not far from the pond stood a white pavilion, within which sat an elderly man clad in white robes, his hair and beard entirely white. Surrounding the pavilion were several men and women in white attire, their expressions grim. Chen Imo instructed Lu Wuxin and the others to wait there while he entered the pavilion alone. The elderly man was named Song Chengfeng, the sect master of Kuaishan sect, a master of the 4th tier, one of the most formidable experts in the Tianlong Empire. He lifted his gaze to Chen Imo, a kind smile gracing his face. Chen Imo wiped the blood from his face and returned the smile, realizing that his appearance might have amused sect master Song. "Young friend Chen Imo, do not mention it my disciple was thoughtless and injured you. It is indeed my fault. Here are several bottles of spirit liquid to aid in your recovery. Please accept them." With a wave of his right hand, several ceramic vials appeared on the stone table of the pavilion. Chen Imo discerned that the earlier provocation by the disciple named Zhang Jin had been orchestrated by Song Chengfeng, merely a test of his capabilities. Understanding this, Chen Imo chose not to expose the ploy and casually accepted the vials into his embrace. "Then I shall not be polite." Grabbing one vial at random, he drank several mouthfuls, feeling a significant alleviation of his pain. "Young friend Chen Imo, your visit is at the behest of the Empress. May I inquire what matters you wish to discuss?" In the midst of ongoing turmoil within the Tianlong Empire, with the royal family besieged on all sides and the Empress concerned about the 3 major sects taking advantage of the chaos, Song Chengfeng had surmised the general purpose of Chen Mo's visit. Though he chose to maintain an air of discretion, "I bring you a fortuitous opportunity," Chen Imo replied with a smile after finishing a vial of spirit liquid. Upon hearing this, Song Chengfeng's expression faltered. His ancient eyes filled with skepticism. Chen Mo's visit, after all, could only pertain to 2 matters: either promising him benefits to refrain from intervening in the turmoil or offering even greater advantages in return for his support of the royal family. However, Chen Mo's words were unexpected, not only to him but also to the elders outside the pavilion, all of whom were filled with curiosity, pondering the true intent behind Chen Mo's words. "An opportunity? What sort of opportunity can you bestow upon me?" Song Chengfeng narrowed his eyes, lightly tapping the stone table with his index finger, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Imo despite the disparity in age and disposition. Today, he found himself unable to fathom the young man's intentions. Opportunities are coveted by all martial artists, for they can elevate one to unimaginable heights. However, Such chances are exceedingly rare, and I find it hard to believe that a mere mortal such as yourself could offer me one. Could it be the Empress's will? Chunimo did not respond directly, instead pivoting the conversation. The rebellion of the Three Kings, the Qi Yin sect's intention to support Prince Ning as the emperor, has plunged the entire Tianlong Empire into chaos. Moreover, your Kuaishan sect and the Guangsha sect are both poised to strike. The current state of the Tianlong Empire is precarious, barely standing on its own legs. But what of your Kuaishan sect? Song Chungfeng raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the implications behind Chun Mo's words. The Tianlong Empire is in peril, but does the Kuaishan sect not share the same fate? 50 years ago, the royal grade's spirit vein. Those simple words instantly unsettled Song Chungfeng and the assembled elders. The Kuaishan sect had once basked in glory, but it had long since fallen into decline. 50 years prior, a young disciple named Sun He had emerged from their ranks, possessing a royal grade spirit vein. Such a disciple was a blessing for the sect, and all had rallied to nurture him as a beacon of hope. Sun He, in turn, did not disappoint, rapidly advancing within mere years and poised to become the sect's foremost talent. Yet, as his strength grew and emboldened by the sect's favoritism, Sun He became increasingly arrogant. Even turning against his own mentor, the elder, forced into a corner by his former disciple's betrayal, was overwhelmed by shame and took his own life that very night. Such an egregious act of treachery sent shockwaves throughout the elder council. Despite Sun He's prodigious talent, his conduct was intolerable. The Kuaishan sect could no longer harbor him. Song Chungfeng took it upon himself to restore order, stripping Sun He of his powers. He initially intended to execute him as a lesson. But upon witnessing the despair in Sun He's eyes and his remorseful words, he ultimately relented, ordering him to be cast down the mountain, allowing him to fend for himself. However, decades later, Sun He not only regained his martial prowess but had also ascended to the third tier. 3 months prior, he had come to the sect, effortlessly overpowering the elders and defeating the strongest among them, Song Chengfeng. With a single move, he had boasted that this was merely a warning, declaring he would return in 6 months to obliterate the Kuaishan sect. Sun He's actions were shrouded in mystery, with only the elders and the sect master aware of his visit and the ensuing crisis facing the Kuaishan sect. They could not fathom how Chinimo had come to know of these matters. Youth Chinimo, what do you imply by mentioning this? Song Chungfeng asked, his tone suddenly more severe. Chinimo shook his head with a smile. I mean no harm, merely wishing to caution sect master Song against offending the royal family. How many experts does your Kuaishan sect truly possess? You are not equipped to contend with that abomination. Should you further provoke the royal family, will you not find yourselves severely weakened? While a bold gamble might revive the Kuaishan sect. Do you truly believe that even if you attain the third tier, you could match that monster? Song Chungfeng bowed his head in silence, fully aware of the stakes at hand, yet lamenting that the Kuaishan sect had no viable paths left. Thus, I have come to offer you this opportunity. And what exactly is this opportunity you speak of? Shuiwe Dongtian, Chinimo proclaimed, causing Song Chungfeng and the elders to start in surprise. The Kuaishan sect had garnered fame across the 9 provinces even before the establishment of the Tianlong Empire, though it had since fallen into decline. However, the foundations laid by their ancestors remained intact, hidden within a secret realm known as Shuiwe Dongtian in the rear mountain. Regrettably, the secret realm was sealed, and no one within the sect possessed knowledge of how to unravel the restrictions. Had they known, they would not have been forced into such a passive position, struggling to break through to the third tier while standing against the royal family. Song Chungfeng could no longer contain his excitement. The calm demeanor he had just moments before vanished. He stood up, his lips trembling slightly, his ancient gaze fixed intently on Chinimo. Does the ancestor know the method to break the seal? Chinimo nodded slightly. Since I have promised to bestow this opportunity upon you, how could I possibly be unaware of it? Song Chengfeng was utterly astonished. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, and implored the Tao ancestor to teach him. There is no such thing as a free lunch, he silently scoffed, before smiling and saying, that is only natural. Acquiring opportunities often requires a certain price. Tao ancestor, as long as Song can fulfill it, I shall not refuse any request you make. Not much, just 3 requests. Chinimo raised his right hand, extending 2 fingers. First, I kindly ask that your esteemed sect refrain from interfering in the Three Kings Rebellion. Of course, if you are willing to send aid to the imperial army, I believe our majesty would be quite pleased. Second, upon entering the water moon cave, I desire a spirit herb found within. Both of these requests were agreeable, but what of the third? Song Chungfeng answered without hesitation. Given that the Kaoshan sect is struggling for its own survival, only a fool would seek unnecessary troubles. As for the second request, it is not unreasonable. It is said that the water moon cave is filled with treasures, and a mere spirit herb should be within your means. Chinamo pointed to Fu Bo, who stood behind the pavilion, and stated, the third request is to accept him as a disciple of the Kaoshan sect. Song Chungfeng turned to glance at Fu Bo, who was of advanced age and had long surpassed the age for accepting disciples. Yet, under Chen Mo's fortuitous circumstances and the royal spirit vein, this request seemed not only feasible but also advantageous for the Kaoshan sect. The previous royal spirit vein was impetuous and caused a ruckus, while this one appeared to have the heart but lacked the strength, given his years. Very well, I agree. Song Chungfeng readily accepted Chen Mo's three conditions. Chen Mo rose, instructing Song Chungfeng to prepare himself, and then strode toward Fu Bo, relaying the words he had just spoken. Fu Bo gazed at Chen Mo, deeply moved, tears streaming down his aged face as he bowed deeply, saying, "Young master, in my youth, I lamented my unfortunate fate, hindered by my family's circumstances from pursuing the path of cultivation. Yet now, I feel that all the hardships I endured in the first half of my life were merely to meet a noble person such as yourself in my later years. Thus, I find that all my struggles have been worthwhile." Chen Mo nodded in appreciation, expecting Fu Bo to choose to remain with the Kaoshan sect. However, Fu Bo then shifted his tone, saying, "But I have already crossed the threshold of 60 and am but a step away from the grave. I have come to terms with all matters. I have no other desires, only to spend the remaining time by your side. Young master, as for the martial arts, let us leave it be. Fu Bo." "You?" Chen Mo was taken aback, unable to fathom that Fu Bo, who had longed for a lifetime, would refuse such a precious opportunity. Chapter 54. Turning the chessboard, the sound of rushing water echoed as it cascaded down the mountains, forming a natural waterfall, surrounded by swirling mists, as if pouring down from the heavens. Standing in the pavilion, Song Chungfeng, with his hands clasped behind his back, drifted to the edge of the water pool. Waving his hand, his robes billowed, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted, halting the torrent of water from above. Beyond the water flow, there lay a cave roughly 2 zhang high, with a massive stone blocking the passage within. The cave surroundings were lush with moss, droplets of water dripping rhythmically from the cave ceiling, creating a damp atmosphere. At the entrance of the cave, a chessboard was set up, adorned with a myriad of black and white pieces, nearly covering half the board, suggesting a stalemate. The water moon cave is sealed by the ancestors' prohibitions. To enter, one must solve this stalemate. However, despite my years of study, I have yet to discover a solution. Song Chungfeng explained, gesturing towards the chessboard within the cave. Chen Mo nodded slightly, glancing back at Fu Bo, and then inquired, "Fu Bo, with your extensive knowledge, can you discern this stalemate?" As a mere mortal, Fu Bo initially thought he would surely be unable to comprehend it. However, upon noticing the gazes of the Kaoshan sect elders upon him, he steeled himself and approached. Standing by the water's edge, a distance of several dozen zhang from the cave, Fu Bo, now over 60, squinted his eyes but still could not make out the details. Observing this, Song Chungfeng grasped Fu Bo's shoulder and, stepping lightly on the water's surface, glided him into the cave. Once inside, Fu Bo examined the chessboard and, after a moment of contemplation, stated earnestly, "I have encountered this stalemate in an ancient text. I do know the method to solve it." "Really?" Song Chungfeng exclaimed with delight, eagerly pressing for confirmation. Fu Bo nodded slightly, disregarding the dampness of the cave as he directly seated himself on the ground, picking up a black piece from the nearby basket and placing it on the board. Thud. The sound of the piece settling ceased, and suddenly, a white piece from the side of the board began to rise, floating onto the chessboard. "Which move was that?" Chen Mo did not inquire about the situation but directly asked Fu Bo. Having been serious, quickly replied without thinking, "The first move. We are at a disadvantage. Young master, do you wish to make a move?" "Proceed." Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of pieces being placed echoed continuously. With each move, Fu Bo informed Chenemo of the situation, and before long, they had reached the 10th move. The original disadvantage had vanished. Moreover, the black pieces had cornered the white pieces, leaving them with no escape. This rendered Song Chengfeng beside them utterly exhilarated. His aged eyes fixed intently on the black and white pieces, his body trembling with excitement. Song Chengfeng had studied the chess game here for decades, unable to extricate the black pieces from the white's encirclement, believing the stalemate to be unsolvable. Yet unexpectedly, this old man managed to turn the tides within a mere 10 moves. 11 moves, he has been cornered. Just one more move, and victory will be decided. Song Chengfeng watched as the white piece hung in the air, remaining suspended, a satisfied smile creeping across his lips. Fu Bo, with a serious expression, turned to Chenemo and inquired, "Young master, shall we continue?" Chenemo smiled slightly and replied, "Turn the chessboard to A." As soon as the words left his mouth, Fu Bo abruptly stood, and before Song Chengfeng could react, he kicked the chessboard over. This scene left both Song Chengfeng and the elders of the Kaoshan sect in a state of bewilderment. Just one move away from victory, and yet he chose to overturn the chessboard. What kind of maneuver is this? To provoke the ancestors? Or does he wish to start anew? Regardless of the reasoning, such an audacious act would surely incite the ancestors' displeasure, making it even more difficult to enter the Water Moon Cave. Chenemo, why must you overturn the chessboard? Do you wish for the ancestors to deny us entry into the Water Moon Cave for all eternity? Song Chengfeng abruptly turned around, coldly snorting as he inquired. The elders of the Kaoshan sect were filled with confusion, laced with a hint of anger, glaring fiercely at Chenemo, who merely smiled faintly and replied, "It has opened." As soon as the words left his lips, the massive stone sealing the cave entrance began to slowly shift, revealing the Water Moon Cave, which indeed had been unlocked. Song Chengfeng's lips quivered, his face a mask of astonishment. He swiftly turned back and exclaimed, "Daozu, why is this so?" Chenemo offered a calm smile and explained, "The ancestor Wushan of the Kaoshan sect dedicated his life to the game of chess. Excelling in both strength and skill in the land of Jiuzhou, he was quite a prominent figure. Those who surpassed him in chess were weaker in strength, while those stronger than him were inferior in chess. Thus, Wushan developed a habit of overturning the chessboard if he could not win, for no one who played against him could best him. Many astonishing tales of the ancestor Wushan were passed down through the Kaoshan sect, delighting its descendants to this day. Yet, what Chenemo recounted opened Song Chengfeng and the others' eyes wide. If one could not win at chess, one would resort to overturning the board. Should another dare to disparage their ancestor in such a manner, Song Chengfeng would be the first to object. However, Chun Mo's understanding of the Kaoshan sect far surpassed his own, leaving not only him but also the other elders present in a stunned silence, feeling somewhat ashamed. Thus, even if sect master Song possessed unparalleled chess skills and could surpass the ancestor Wushan, breaking this chess situation would still not unveil the Water Moon Cave, in Chun Mo's memories. A month later, Song Chengfeng would encounter the renowned chess sage of Jiuzhou. The latter would expend great effort to invite him, initially progressing smoothly and nearly solving the dilemma, yet at the final step, the lingering spiritual energy left by ancestor Wushan would indeed overturn the chessboard. This would lead to a restart. The chess sage would conclude that his own method of resolution was flawed, trying 9 different strategies, all culminating in the same outcome of overturning the board, ultimately concluding that ancestor Wushan was a rogue. In truth, the method to break the deadlock was not difficult. It was to follow the path of ancestor Wushan, leaving him with no options. If he intended to overturn the board, one could preempt him, catching him off guard. Indeed, as expected, the stone door of the Water Moon Cave opened with a resounding thud. And at that moment, Song Chengfeng and the others could no longer restrain their excitement, rushing into the cave. The rich heritage of the Kaoshan sect accumulated over millennia lay hidden within, filled with countless treasures and rare materials. A sight that left Song Chengfeng utterly mesmerized. After casting a quick glance around the Water Moon Cave, Song Chengfeng's eyes darted, and he hurried back out, respectfully stating, "Daozu, I once promised you that I would gift you a spirit herb from within the Water Moon Cave. May I inquire what it is you desire?" Its leaves shimmered like ice crystals, its fruit transparent with a red core, known as the Ice Soul Herb. If I am not mistaken, it should be on the left-hand side upon entry. Song Chengfeng promptly returned, following Qian Mo's description, quickly locating the ice soul herb and personally handing it to him. Only then did he hesitantly ask, "May I inquire, Daozu, what treasures within might assist my Kaoshan sect in overcoming its tribulations?" Chapter 55. The Mad Sand Sect. Since their meeting, Chen Mo had demonstrated an all-knowing demeanor, and at this moment, Song Changfeng evidently regarded him as a celestial being destined to save the Kaoshan sect. Although the Water Moon Cave had been opened, the myriad treasures within left him uncertain as to which artifacts could aid in their predicament. Thus, he eagerly approached Chen Mo for advice, who did not hold back but shared all he knew without reservation. Upon hearing this, Song Changfeng nodded repeatedly, expressing gratitude to Chen Mo, and generously invited him to select more treasures from the Water Moon Cave to take back. Chen Mo, unable to decline, surmised that Song Changfeng intended to forge a connection with him, and thus reluctantly agreed, allowing him to choose some materials beneficial for Zhang Long and Lu Wuxin to expedite their breakthroughs. While these were not gifts to Chen Mo, they nonetheless established a favorable bond. Song Changfeng readily complied, selecting several suitable materials for 9th-grade martial artists and additionally gifting both of them a storage ring. However, there remained important matters to address. Sect Master Song, we shall part ways here. As he took his leave, Chen Mo cupped his hands in a respectful gesture. Song Changfeng hurriedly returned the courtesy, saying, "Should Daozu require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command me. Although I have promised you 3 conditions, your favor is far greater than the lives of my entire sect." Sect Master Song, you jest? It is merely a trifling effort, Chen Mo replied. However, there is indeed one matter for which I require your assistance. Chen Mo gestured for him to follow, stepping away from the crowd. Shortly thereafter, he returned, suddenly producing a token inscribed with the 3 characters Kaoshan sect. Chen Mo tucked the token into his clothing, exclaiming that it was uncomfortable, and then handed it to Fu Bo, instructing him to safeguard it. Fu Bo stared at the token for a moment before accepting it, feeling its weightiness. After bidding farewell to Song Changfeng, Chen Mo and his companions promptly departed the sect, intending to head toward the Mad Sand sect. Upon returning to the plaza, they fortuitously encountered Li Wang, battered and sitting by the mountain gate. Concerned that Li Wang might pose a threat to Chen Mo, Lu Wuxin, with her petite frame, hurriedly jumped in front of him, resembling an agitated mother cat, filled with vigilance. Chen Mo chuckled softly, patting Lu Wuxin's shoulder. "There's no need for alarm. He is no longer my opponent." Then, Chen Mo turned to Li Wang, asking, "Are you here waiting for me just to pick a fight again?" Li Wang shook his head, saying, "Previously, I was not your match. Now that you have made a breakthrough, I am even less so. Earlier, I thought your talk of the 3,000 avenues was nonsense, but it seems I was sorely mistaken. When you mentioned I was on the wrong path, were you trying to trap me? Or was it the truth?" "That was indeed the truth," Chen Mo replied without hesitation. "You possess a superior spiritual vein, classified as a forbidden vein, which limits your achievements in martial arts. However, if you pursue another path, your potential is immeasurable. Then, according to Daozu's words, which path should I take?" Li Wang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo answered, "You could pursue the path of body refinement, much like I have. However, this route is exceedingly arduous. You may focus on honing your physical form while simultaneously practicing the path of the sorcerer. Attempting to inscribe formations into your body and meridians, of course, this is merely a humble suggestion, as this path is not without its challenges." Li Wang nodded slightly, refraining from further discussion. He cupped his hands in a respectful gesture to Chen Mo and then departed. Lin City, a remote town within the Tianlong Empire, is surrounded by mountains, rich in cultivation resources, yet also plagued by the frequent appearance of demon beasts. Without the protection of the Mad Sand sect, the townsfolk would either perish at the jaws of these beasts or be forced to flee. The Mad Sand sect lies just beyond Lin City, separated by a single mountain, situated amidst a cluster of mountains. Effectively residing within a realm teeming with demon beasts, upon exiting the mountain gate, one might encounter these beasts immediately. A legend has long circulated within the Tianlong Empire that the disciples of the Mad Sand sect possess extraordinary resilience. This is indeed true. Those lacking such resilience often fall prey to demons before even reaching the mountain gate. Consequently, although the disciples of the Mad Sand sect are few, their strength is formidable. making the sect indisputably the strongest among the three major sects of the Tianlong Empire. The Mad San sect derives from this very notion. The battlefield's dynamics shift rapidly, and time is of the essence. Concerned about potential changes in the battlefield, Chinemo departed from the Kaoshan sect without delay, making his way to the Mad San sect. Finally, 5 days later, he arrived at Lin City at noon. Young master, I have heard that the Mad San sect is situated deep in the mountains, surrounded by demon beasts. If we simply approach, it may not be wise, Fubo said, dismounting and supporting his aching back with concern. Zhang Long nodded slightly, stating earnestly, in my earlier ventures through Jiuzhou, I intended to visit the Mad San sect, but before I even reached the sect, I was repelled by the demon beasts surrounding it, nearly losing my life. In my opinion, we have already deterred the Kaoshan sect and need not take further risks at the Mad San sect. Recollecting his past, Zhang Long felt a lingering sense of dread. The Mad San sect holds a formidable reputation within the Tianlong Empire. Aside from their powerful sect, they also host a legendary figure known as the Mad San Sword Immortal, the Empire's foremost sword cultivator. His exceptional swordsmanship has drawn countless sword practitioners from across the Empire, Zhang Long being one of them. In his earlier travels through Jiuzhou, Zhang Long, armed only with a sword, sought to become the world's greatest swordsman, gaining fame among renowned swordsmen across various regions. Upon reaching Lin City, he had hoped to meet the Mad San Sword Immortal, only to be thwarted by demon beasts before he could even reach the sect's mountain gate, nearly losing his life in the process. Chinemo shook his head, solemnly stating, the battlefield circumstances are ever-changing, and we must not be careless. Moreover, having come this far, if we do not enter the Mad San sect, would we not squander the efforts of our 5-day journey? I have heard that within the Mad San sect resides a Mad San Sword Immortal of exceptional skill. Zhang Long, as a fellow swordsman, you are undoubtedly more passionate about swordsmanship than I wish to meet him. Do you not wish to do the same? Zhang Long hesitated momentarily, rendered somewhat speechless. Observing his reaction, Chinemo continued, the journey to the Guangsha sect is fraught with peril. I am acutely aware that having too many companions may heighten the danger. Thus, it is sufficient for just the two of us to embark on this expedition. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuxin was the first to protest vehemently. She sprang forth, her voice tinged with urgency. Brother, if there are risks involved, why not take me along? My strength surpasses yours, and I could protect you. Chinemo shook his head. Though your prowess is at the 9th rank, you are still a fledgling, having yet to engage with demonic beasts in combat. To venture forth recklessly would be perilous. Zhang Long possesses considerable experience and can adapt to circumstances with me by his side. Should there be more individuals, the danger would only escalate. Do not fret. We shall return within 5 days at most. And then I shall accompany you to explore this bustling city. How does that sound? Chinemo opened his mouth, with Fubo and Zhang Long echoing him from the side. After pondering for a moment, Lu Wuxin could only reluctantly acquiesce. Chapter 56, Snow Python. After settling Lu Wuxin and Fubo in Lin City, Chinemo and Zhang Long hurriedly made their way to Guangsha sect. Although Guangsha sect was merely separated from Lin City by a mountain, countless demonic beasts lurked within. Zhang Long, who had nearly been slain by these beasts in the past, gripped the hilt of his peachwood sword tightly as he entered the mountain. Remaining ever vigilant, Chinemo followed closely behind Zhang Long, exhibiting somewhat less caution. Zhang Long, Chinemo remarked, since you have joined me, you have consumed quite a bit of spiritual liquid and herbs. Have there been any signs of a breakthrough recently? Zhang Long suddenly paused, shaking his head in embarrassment. I am grateful for the third young master's kindness. Although I have exerted myself to the utmost, I have yet to show any signs of a breakthrough. Chinemo raised an eyebrow slightly. I recall that you have traveled the 9 provinces for 10 years now. Logically speaking, even with poor talent, it would be unlikely for you to have made no progress at all. Your situation is indeed rather peculiar. Zhang Long slowed his pace, a hint of shame on his face. To be honest, my talent is not entirely lacking. I entered the path with a superior spiritual vein. One of the exalted spiritual veins you speak of. I opened my veins and entered the path within a month. I thought the journey would be smooth sailing. Alas, fate did not align with my wishes. I wonder if the third young master knows why. Of late, Chun Mo's achievements had been so dazzling that even Zhang Long unconsciously regarded him as a Dao ancestor in the eyes of the world. The former shook his head. I am not quite clear on this matter either. As a sword cultivator, you might find that the Guangsha sword immortal, also a sword cultivator, would understand better. This journey is perilous, and I have heard that the Guangsha sword immortal has not appeared before the world for several years. The last time I came seeking him, it was with a mindset of mere trial and error. I do not know if he will allow me to see him, and if he does, whether he will offer me guidance. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Long sighed lightly and spoke with some resignation. Chinemo smiled slightly. As long as we enter Guangsha sect, I have ways to draw him out. By the time we meet, not only will he see you, but he may even take you as his disciple. The Guangsha sword immortal was known for his aloofness and eccentric character, having not taken any disciples in decades of fame. Many prodigies had failed to catch his eye. Zhang Long, perceiving his own mediocre aptitude, felt certain he would not attract the attention of the Guangsha sword immortal. However, upon hearing Chen Mo's words, he hesitated for a moment before nodding in response. Then I thank the third young master. As the two conversed, a sudden rustling sound of leaves echoed through the forest, followed by a resounding roar. Chen Mo was instantly taken aback, retreating cautiously, while Zhang Long immediately drew his sword and positioned himself in front of Chen Mo. It is a demonic beast, third young master, quickly hide behind me, Zhang Long exclaimed nervously. Some individuals had passed through the Guangsha sect without incident, encountering neither demonic beasts nor even a single creature. Clearly, they were not among the fortunate. From the thicket emerged a white head, its red vertical pupils resembling a demon from the abyss, fixating intently on Chen Mo, and Zhang Long. A scarlet forked tongue flicked out, and its massive body flattened the surrounding grass, revealing the entirety of the demonic beast before them. It was a first-tier demonic beast, the snow python. Not good, third young master, we are in grave danger, Zhang Long warned, retreating a few steps, his expression somber. The ranks of demonic beasts correspond inversely to those of human martial artists. The lower the tier, the weaker the beast. A first-tier demonic beast was equivalent to a ninth-grade martial artist, though in reality, a first-tier beast was slightly stronger than its human counterpart. Moreover, demonic beasts had tough hides and high defenses, making it difficult for ordinary ninth-grade martial artists to slay them. One would either need to team up or find a higher-grade martial artist to take action. Zhang Long, merely a ninth-grade martial artist, while Chen Mo, though not weak, had not yet reached that level. If they were to confront this first-tier demonic beast, they would likely face dire consequences. Chen Mo had heard of the snow python's strength, which placed it among the elite of first-tier beasts. Its biting power was astonishing. Should one be injured, survival was improbable. Most importantly, despite its large size, its speed was astonishingly swift, without the coordinated effort of 5 ninth-grade martial artists. It would be challenging to subdue it, though not panic. This vile creature is indeed powerful, but it is not invincible. You draw its attention while avoiding direct confrontation, and I shall handle the rest. Chen Mo instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Long nodded slightly. The peachwood sword in his hand flew forth, and sensing the sudden hostility, the snow python coiled and lunged at him like an arrow released from a bow. Zhang Long remembered Chen Mo's words, turning to evade the direct attack, and then thrusting out a sword strike that landed heavily on the side of the snow python. However, the sword energy failed to breach the beast's tough hide, instead inciting its wrath. Zhang Long realized the danger and quickly dodged to the left. A low growl emanated from the snow python as it launched another attack on Zhang Long. Yet before it could strike, it suddenly felt a sharp pain from behind. Chen Mo had leaped onto its back and delivered a powerful punch to its tail, the most vulnerable spot. Furious, the snow python turned to pounce on Chen Mo. And seeing this, Zhang Long hastily swung his sword towards its eyes. With a sharp crack, Zhang Long's sword energy struck the beast's eye, further enraging it. Not good. This vile creature is about to retaliate, Zhang Long exclaimed in alarm. Watching as the lightning-fast snow python charged at him, his face paling in fear, he quickly raised his sword to defend, but the creature's strength was overwhelming. Even an 8th-grade martial artist might struggle to withstand it, let alone him. At that moment, Zhang Long prepared for a fight to the death. However, just as the pivotal moment arrived, the snow python abruptly halted. Zhang Long was taken aback and raised his eyes to see Chen Mo gripping the serpent's tail, straining to hold it in place. Zhang Long was momentarily stunned, astonished by Chen Mo's terrifying strength. Yet he saw the veins bulging on Chen Mo's forehead as he shouted, "Quickly, make a bigger commotion." As soon as Chen Mo's words fell, the snow python lunged at him. Reacting quickly, Zhang Long raised his sword and charged at it, further aggravating the beast. Good opportunity. Chen Mo planted his feet firmly on the ground. Assuming a horse stance, his chi surged, and with a tremendous effort, he lifted the several thousand-pound snow python and slammed it against a nearby giant tree. With successive strikes, the tree crashed to the ground, and the snow python was dealt a grievous blow. After letting out a series of furious roars, it pivoted to charge at Chen Mo, while Zhang Long seized the moment to strike at it. With one attacking from the front and the other from behind, they coordinated seamlessly, disorienting the snow python. Seizing this chance, Chen Mo leaped onto its back once more, delivering powerful strikes to its weak spot. After several blows, the snow python was utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground without movement. Zhang Long, having blinded the snow python, rushed to Chen Mo's side and thrust his sword into its vulnerable spot. Chapter 57. Another opportunity. Zhang Long's final strike brought an end to the fearsome snow python. The perilous battle left him still trembling in trepidation, panting heavily, beads of sweat dotting his forehead and face. His heart pounding like a drum, taking quite some time to regain his composure. Third young master. I have heard that the snow python possesses immense strength, capable of delivering blows of 10,000 pounds. Ordinary ninth-grade martial artists would be gravely injured if struck. Yet I distinctly felt its power diminish significantly. Why is that? Zhang Long queried, puzzled. He had noticed that Chen Mo had consistently targeted a specific spot on the snow python's back, which was why he had rushed in to strike there. To strike a snake, one must aim for its 7 inches. While the snow python's weakness is not precisely at that location, I estimated it to be close enough. After several forceful strikes, its weakness was hit, and its strength naturally waned, much like how certain vital points in a human's meridians, when struck, can drastically reduce their power, Chen Mo explained. Zhang Long nodded, as if beginning to understand. Indeed, third young master displayed remarkable bravery, managing to lift the several thousand-pound snow python with sheer strength. As a body cultivator, I focus on muscular strength and the resilience of the flesh, realms that chi cultivators cannot reach. Furthermore, I have already reached the 5th stage of body cultivation, where my strength can reach 10,000 pounds. A mere few thousand pounds of snow python is insignificant. Despite his words, Chen Mo was still astonished at the extent of his newfound power. Zhang Long was about to speak when he suddenly twitched his ear, his expression turning alert once more. Chen Mo, having entered the path of body cultivation, also sensed something amiss. He abruptly turned his head to look around, only to see a multitude of crimson eyes and white bodies materializing in all directions. Snow pythons. At least 20 of them had arrived. Zhang Long gripped his peachwood sword tightly, his hands trembling as panic set in. If a single snow python had posed such difficulty, how could they possibly contend with so many? A look of despair crossed his face, as if he were resigned to his fate. Chen Mo's expression shifted slightly, his gaze scanning the depths of the forest as he murmured, "Hasn't it arrived yet?" No sooner had he spoken than a gust of wind swept through, rustling the leaves. The approaching snow pythons suddenly seemed to sense some terrifying presence. All turning to look in a specific direction, in the next moment, it was as if they had encountered something horrifying. All the snow pythons fled in unison. Zhang Long first breathed a sigh of relief, but quickly grew wary again. The snow python's hasty retreat indicated they had encountered something immensely terrifying, causing his face to blanch once more. Sherdang, the third elder of Guangsha sect, has met the Tao ancestor. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated through the forest. A middle-aged man clad in gray robes, with a long sword slung across his back, descended from the sky. Chen Mo appeared to have anticipated this, nodding slightly. "Elder Shur, thank you for your timely assistance. Had it not been for your arrival, we might have met our end in the belly of that snow python." Sherdang cast a brief glance at the slain snow python, momentarily taken aback before smiling. "It seems the Tao ancestor's strength is indeed unparalleled. I believe that even if I had not arrived, You would have found a way to resolve the situation, or else you would not appear so composed. My composure stems from the knowledge that someone from Kwangsha sect would surely come to find me, Chinamo responded with a smile. Shi Dang was momentarily taken aback, a look of surprise flashing across his face as he scrutinized Chinamo. The sect master requests your presence. Please follow me. He gestured respectfully for them to proceed. With Shi Dang as their protector, Chinamo and Zhang Long traversed the perilous forest and safely arrived at Kwangsha sect. Unlike the eclectic and disorganized Kuaishan sect, Kwangsha sect was primarily composed of sword cultivators, far exceeding the numbers of Kuaishan sect, yet each disciple was remarkably powerful. Upon entering the sect, Chinamo and Zhang Long observed disciples soaring through the air on flying swords, while those in gray robes wielded long swords, issuing sharp commands. Zhang Long, gripping his peachwood sword, gazed around in admiration, especially when his eyes fell upon the disciples riding flying swords, his expression filled with envy. Years ago, he had aspired to join Kwangsha sect, yet he could not even find the mountain gate. Now, witnessing the full splendor of Kwangsha sect, he felt an overwhelming joy, akin to Lu Lao Lao in the Grandview Garden. Curiously gazing around, Zhang Long, now that we have arrived at Kwangsha sect, we are safe. You may explore freely, no need to accompany me, Chinamo remarked, noticing Zhang Long's eagerness. Zhang Long hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded in agreement. Chinamo followed Shi Dang to the conference hall of Kwangsha sect, where several individuals were already waiting. At the head of the hall sat a middle-aged man in a gray robe, with a square face and phoenix eyes, exuding a natural authority. This man was none other than the sect master of Kwangsha sect, Shi Chanshan. To the left and right of the main seat sat two individuals, both clad in gray robes, one male and one female, their ages comparable to Shi Chanshan. As soon as Chinamo entered, all their gazes fell upon him simultaneously. Shi Dang entered, clasping his hands in greeting. Sect Master, the Dao ancestor Chinamo has arrived. Shi Han nodded slightly, gesturing for Shi Dang to take his seat before scanning Chinamo with a calm gaze. I wonder what brings you, young friend Chinamo, to our Kwangsha sect. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chinamo maintained a demeanor of calm assurance and replied nonchalantly, what is my purpose here? Does Sect Master Shi truly not know? Shi Han shook his head. Chinamo smiled and said, then why did Master Shi send Elder Shi to meet me? I suspect that even before I set foot in this Lin city, you were already aware of my arrival. Shi Han did not respond directly. Instead, he shifted the topic and remarked, I have heard that young friend Chinamo visited the Kuaishan sect, advising them to refrain from meddling in the empire's affairs. Did you come here this time to serve as a mediator? Chinamo also chose not to engage with that remark, stating, when I visited the Kuaishan sect, I bestowed upon them an opportunity, and my purpose in coming to the Kwangsha sect is to offer you a similar chance. Upon hearing this, the entire council chamber erupted into a tumult of astonishment. If such words had come from anyone else, they would have been swiftly condemned and ejected from the hall. However, Chinmo's deeds were already well known among them. Regardless of the validity of his theories, his assistance to the Kuaishan sect in deciphering the Water Moon Cave was indeed astonishing. According to the Kuaishan sect's own words, he was a person of boundless knowledge and insight. Shi Han felt a surge of excitement. From the moment he heard of Chinmo's journey to the Kwangsha sect, he had been eager to engage. Yet, as the leader of a sect, he maintained his composure, suppressing his fervor, and coolly inquired, what opportunity do you intend to bestow upon the Kwangsha sect? Chapter 58. 3 conditions again. What opportunity do you intend to bestow upon the Kwangsha sect? Shi Han's eyes narrowed into slits, his finger gently tapping the table as he scrutinized Chinamo with a calm demeanor. Chinamo smiled slightly, speaking in a tone laced with mystery. I have heard that the Kwangsha sword immortal has not appeared before the world for several years now. The moment these words left his lips, the atmosphere in the grand hall shifted dramatically into one of unease. The disciples of the Kwangsha sect were inherently arrogant, often conducting affairs with great fanfare. Had it not been for the sword immortal's esteemed reputation, many would have sought trouble with them. The Kwangsha sect's ability to remain unscathed within the Tianlong Empire was largely attributed to the presence of the sword immortal. It could be said that the sword immortal was the cornerstone of the Kwangsha sect. Yet, for the past few years, the disciples of the Kwangsha sect had suddenly adopted a more subdued approach, and concurrently, The sword immortal had remained hidden, citing seclusion, leading many to suspect that he had encountered some misfortune. This matter remained a mystery to this day. While some were curious, they dared not verify it personally. For the Quangsha sect was ruthless, and the sword immortal was formidable. Any misstep could result in dire consequences. Shi Han Shan's finger hovered above the tea table, his expression suddenly tightening as he regarded Chen Imo with caution. In his understanding, the latter had developed a theory encompassing the 3,000 paths, garnering considerable admiration. However, such renown alone could not compel the Kuaishan sect to treat him with utmost reverence. The greater concern was his seemingly omniscient abilities. As a myriad of gazes fixated upon him, Chen Imo remained undaunted, smiling in response. There is no need for excessive worry, esteemed guests. As I mentioned, I am here to offer an opportunity. Regarding the sword immortal's predicament, I shall not only refrain from publicizing it, but I am also willing to assist you. I understand that you require a plant known as ice soul grass to treat the sword immortal's injuries. And I happen to possess such a spiritual herb. His knowledge was indeed all-encompassing. Shi Han Shan was taken aback, his attitude towards Chen Imo shifting from initial frivolity to profound respect. The elders seated within the hall were so stirred that they stood up, unable to contain their excitement, and blurted out, "Is this true?" Chen Imo smiled gently, nodding in affirmation. A few days ago, when I offered an opportunity to the Kuaishan sect, I set forth 3 conditions, all of which they accepted. For this opportunity one offered to you, I too have 3 conditions. If you can agree to them, I shall gladly present the ice soul grass to you. Pray tell, Shi Han Shan inquired, his excitement not clouding his judgment. The first condition is simple. Do not interfere in the empire's disputes. While our Quangsha sect has intentions to do so, if it means preserving my uncle's safety, what would it matter if I agreed? What are the other 2 conditions? Those need not concern you. Bring forth the sword immortal, and I shall speak with him directly. The atmosphere became charged once more. My uncle is in seclusion and should not be disturbed at this time. If the Tao ancestor wishes to see him, why not present the ice soul grass first? Indeed, if you wish us to fulfill your 3 conditions, simply state them. What your uncle can accomplish, we can as well. Ah, you have stated 1 condition. Why not share the remaining 2? Are you concerned we may fail to meet them? The grand hall was instantly filled with a clamor as the elders anxiously clamored. Yet, Chen Imo remained resolute, and Shi Han Shan found himself hesitating, uncertain whether to allow Chen Imo to meet his uncle. Just as uncertainty loomed, a voice, ancient yet robust, resonated from outside the hall. What difficulty is there in meeting this young friend? I shall come forth directly. Before his figure appeared, his voice heralded his arrival. As the words echoed, an elder donned in gray robes, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, entered with a light step, his aged eyes quickly landing upon Chen Imo. Uncle! Shi Han Shan and the elders of the Quangsha sect rose in unison, bowing respectfully. The elder waved his hand lightly, signaling that no further formalities were necessary. Uncle, why did you come without heeding my advice? Shi Han Shan inquired, a hint of exasperation in his voice. The Quangsha sword immortal laughed heartily. Upon hearing that young friend Chen Imo has come to treat my ailment, how could I possibly restrain myself? This affliction has plagued me for several years. I am akin to a waste. If I do not emerge soon, I fear the opportunity may slip away. You cannot fathom the pain I endure. Since young friend Chen Imo has come for my sake, this is no longer your concern. Depart now, so that I may converse with him properly. The assembly hesitated momentarily, initially intending to dissuade him, but were met with a piercing glare from the Quangsha sword immortal, compelling Shi Han Shan to lead the elders away reluctantly. As they departed, the sword immortal turned to Chen Imo, urgency in his voice. What are the remaining 2 conditions? Chen Imo shook his head, and before the sword immortal could react, he reached into his robe and produced the ice soul grass, saying, Please, sword immortal, heal yourself first. The sword immortal's gaze fixated on the ice soul grass, elation surging within him. His hands instinctively reached out, only to retract at the last moment. Young friend, you have yet to propose your conditions. Are you not worried I may renege or refuse? I have faith in the sword immortal's character. Ha, ha, ha. It has been quite some time since I encountered someone so delightful. The world hails you as the Tao ancestor. I had presumed you were merely a figure of renown. However, given your magnanimity. I see that your reputation is well-deserved. Now, please, do not keep me waiting. If you do not reveal your conditions, I may very well perish from anxiety, for even in seeking healing, I find no peace." Seeing that the sword immortal remained reluctant to accept the gift, Chenemo decided to be forthright. "If I recall correctly, there lies a den of demon beasts behind the Quangsha sect. Harboring a vibrant red spiritual herb known as dragon bloodgrass, I require this item, and I request the sword immortal to procure it for me." Previously, while at home, Chenemo had sensed that dragon bloodgrass seemed familiar, but he could not place it until he journeyed towards the Quangsha sect, where it suddenly came to mind. It was indeed located in the perilous demon beast den behind the sect, a place so treacherous that even Sher Han Shan would not dare approach. However, for the Quangsha sword immortal in his prime, it posed little threat. If I can be cured of this ailment, retrieving a spiritual herb from the demon beast den would be a trivial matter. What is the third condition? I wish to request that the sword immortal take on a disciple, of course. You have the right to refuse, but even if you decline, I would still like to ask for your guidance for this individual. This is naturally not an issue. And what of it? Did you not state there were but 3 conditions? Do you wish to propose a fourth? That is not the case. I merely wish to add that he is an exceptionally gifted individual, and I believe you would undoubtedly take an interest in him. You might consider accepting him as your disciple to remain here, although he may hesitate to stay due to my reluctance. Yet, one day, he shall seek you out again. I hope that when that time comes, you will not refuse." The sword immortal of the wild sands, Shi Tianjian, replied without a moment's hesitation. "Who am I, Shi Tianjian? The sword immortal in the eyes of the world. How could I possibly turn away someone I deem worthy from becoming my disciple? Your condition is thus invalid. However, should he truly refuse to accept my tutelage, I will honor my promise. Whenever he comes seeking me, I shall not turn him away." Time flew by, and before they knew it, Chenemo and Zhang Long had spent 3 days at the Wild Sand sect. Ever since Shi Tianjian acquired Qianmo's ice spirit grass, he had been in seclusion for 3 whole days, during which not a whisper of news had emerged. Fortunately, the Wild Sand sect, known for its gratitude and hospitality, treated Chenemo and his companion like esteemed guests without a hint of negligence. Renowned for their swordsmanship, Chenemo, who possessed limited knowledge of the art, seized the opportunity to clandestinely learn a few techniques over these 3 days. Shi Han, noticing his efforts, generously offered his personal instruction. Not only Shi Han, but several elders also gathered around, leaving Chenemo feeling somewhat bashful yet unable to decline their guidance. In turn, they seized the opportunity to ask him various questions, and he was more than willing to share his insights. In contrast, Zhang Long enjoyed a more prosperous existence, engaging daily in swordplay with the disciples of the Wild Sand sect. Every 9th grade disciple he faced was defeated at his hands, although he did not match the 8th grade disciples in raw strength. His swordsmanship was unmatched. Even Shi Han regarded him as a promising talent and wished to take him as a disciple. Alas, Zhang Long declined, citing his duty to protect Chenemo on this day. While Chenemo continued his sword training under Shi Han, a sudden gust of wind swept through the mountain, and a sword energy surged skyward, gathering ominous clouds, instantly capturing the attention of the Wild Sands sect disciples. Shi Han set aside his sword, his gaze fixed excitedly on the heavens, realizing that his master was emerging from seclusion, having restored his strength. Chenemo smiled faintly, gripping an iron sword as he gazed upward. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him like a wraith, none other than Shi Tianjian. "It seems the sword immortal has indeed recovered," Chenemo remarked with a smile. "Indeed, I am almost fully restored," Shi Tianjian replied, standing with an air of pride, embodying the essence of a sword master. Upon seeing Chenemo, he laughed heartily. "This is all thanks to my young friend Qianmo's ice spirit grass. Otherwise, I might have remained trapped for years, and our Wild Sands sect would surely have faced dire straits." "You flatter me," Chenemo shook his head. "Nay, it is you who are overly modest. Although I have regained most of my strength, retrieving a dragon blood grass from the lair of the beasts is not a daunting task. Wait here, my young friend. I shall return shortly." With that, Shi Tianjian vanished before Chenemo like a gust of wind. Within half an hour, he returned, bloodied and holding a blood-red spirit herb. "Master, are you all right?" Shi Han exclaimed, Taken aback with concern, Shi Tianjian adjusted his posture, grimacing for a moment before composing himself and turning around. Do not underestimate me. Even if I were only at 60 or 70% of my strength, I could still traverse the lair of the beasts. The blood upon me is proof of my victory over them. Shi Hanshan praised his master, showering him with compliments, which caused Shi Tianjian to beam with pride. My young friend, here is the dragon blood grass you sought. I have fulfilled your second condition. Now, let us proceed to the third. Allow me to meet that young man. Chenemo accepted the dragon blood grass thrown to him by Shi Tianjian and pointed toward Zhang Long, who was engaged in a duel with the disciples of the Wild Sands sect in the square. That is he. Since the agreement had been established, Shi Hanshan was aware of Chun Mo's three conditions. Upon seeing Shi Tianjian's interest in Zhang Long, he quickly interjected, Master, that young man is named Zhang Long. Though he is only a 9th grade disciple, his swordsmanship is astounding. None among our 9th grade disciples can match him, and while the 8th grade disciples may possess greater strength, they fall short in swordplay. You need not elaborate. I understand, Shi Tianjian replied, then swiftly made his way to the squared AT. That moment, Zhang Long was deeply engrossed in a sparring session with an 8th grade disciple. Suddenly, a terrifying sword energy surged down upon them. The 8th grade disciple, upon sensing the overwhelming pressure, was rendered paralyzed with fear, unable to muster the courage to raise his sword. In contrast, Zhang Long's face lit up with excitement as he brandished his peachwood sword. Ready to counter the incoming energy, the sword energy descended. Zhang Long felt as if he were being crushed beneath an immense weight, rendering him immobile. Yet he endured the assault in 10 breaths. The 8th grade disciple had already lost consciousness. Zhang Long, however, bled from all his orifices yet continued to withstand the onslaught. His azure robe tattered and his flesh marked with numerous wounds. His consciousness blurred. But his body showed no signs of surrender. Excellent, Shi Tianjian retracted the sword energy, a satisfied smile gracing his face. What is your name? As the pressure vanished, Zhang Long, whose mind had been taut, finally relaxed. Gazing up at the elder before him, Zhang Long, he replied faintly, I am Shi Tianjian, the Grand Elder of the Wild Sands sect, known as the Sword Immortal of the Wild Sands. This revelation jolted Zhang Long into clarity. You are the Sword Immortal? Indeed, Shi Tianjian confirmed. Zhang Long, I ask you, do you wish to become my disciple? With a gentle chuckle, Shi Tianjian stroked his white beard, casting a challenging glance back at Chenemo. Zhang Long, filled with admiration and excitement, could hardly contain himself, scarcely able to articulate his thoughts. Chenemo smiled serenely, choosing to disregard Shi Tianjian's provocation. Regardless of whether Zhang Long accepted or declined, he held no objections. Grateful as I am for your esteemed favor, Sword Immortal, I must decline. The third young master has saved my life and shown me kindness. To abandon him for personal gain today would be to forsake my gratitude. I hope you will understand. Is this a refusal? Shi Tianjian puffed out his cheeks and glared, his aged visage instantly turning the hue of pig liver, a look of guilt causing him to glance back at Chenemo, only to be met with a mocking smile from the latter. In that fleeting moment, his face turned a shade of green with fury. He, the mad sand sword immortal, whose renown echoed throughout the heavenly dragon empire, had countless aspirants queuing up to be his disciple from the mad sand sect to the imperial capital. Yet this Zhang Long treated him like air and dared to refuse him. Chenemo smiled faintly, stepping forward to pat Shi Tianjian on the shoulder, saying, There is no need for such distress, Senior. One day, he shall return to seek you out. However, I am rather curious, despite Zhang Long's evident talent, why has he not broken through to the 8th rank after a decade? Even consuming numerous spirit herbs and medicinal liquids seems futile. Upon hearing Chenemo's words, the grim expression on Shi Tianjian's face softened, and he gravely replied, His talent is not merely good. It is exceptional. Yet, precisely because it is too exceptional, his sword heart remains unformed, making it difficult to break through. His sword heart is his obsession. Perhaps only after he repays your kindness will he forge his sword heart. However, given the weight of your kindness, I fear it may be a challenging endeavor. Chapter 60. Strike those who bully you. 4 days had passed since Chenemo and his companion departed, and Lu Wuxin remained in the inn, filled with trepidation, perpetually worried that something might befall them. Uncle Fu, it has been several days since my brother left. Are they truly unharmed? Lu Wuxin paced back and forth in her room, her face etched with concern. Fear not, Miss Lu. The young master is fortunate and resilient. He will surely return safely. Moreover, he is no mere scholar lacking strength. His prowess is certainly not inferior to Zhang Long's. Uncle Fu reassured, though inwardly he too felt a pang of worry for the two. Clenching her fists, Lu Wuxin took a few more steps when suddenly a knock echoed from the door. And a flicker of joy crossed her face. Her brother must have returned. With that thought, Lu Wuxin eagerly opened the door, only for her smile to vanish upon seeing the visitors. About 10 strangers stood before her. Their demeanor aggressive, as their gazes fell upon Lu Wuxin. A vicious expression overtook their faces. The leader, a middle-aged man, pointed accusingly at Lu Wuxin, exclaiming, "Look, it's this calamity, the Yting. She is undoubtedly a harbinger of disaster. No wonder my luck has plummeted recently. It is all her doing." Hearing this, Lu Wuxin, already prone to social anxiety, felt her heart drop, retreating several steps in panic before instinctively covering her eyes. This pair of eyes had brought her immense suffering, leading her to feel inferior for an extended period. Uncle Fu promptly stepped forward, defending her. "Gentlemen, let us speak civilly. Although my young lady possesses, she has not harmed any of you. It is entirely inappropriate to insult her thus." "What do you mean she hasn't harmed us? Her very existence is a blight upon this world," another shouted. "Indeed, I live next door and have enjoyed good fortune, but ever since her arrival, I have lost continuously. Who else could be the cause of our misfortune? Stop wasting time on them. This calamity should be dragged out and beaten to death." One voice after another echoed, their eyes growing increasingly ferocious, revealing murderous intent. The middle-aged man forcefully shoved Uncle Fu aside and raised his hand to seize Lu Wuxin, who recoiled in terror, desperately shaking her head in protest, insisting she was not a calamity. Yet, the mob paid no heed, surging forward to capture her. "Please, please, let us discuss this. She is a good girl, not the calamity you claim. She is merely born with. How could she possibly harm anyone?" Uncle Fu pleaded. But he was met with a slap from a youth, who bellowed, "You old fool, still defending this calamity? I'll teach you a lesson." Blood spurted from Uncle Fu's mouth as he was struck, leaving him dazed. Despite his desire to continue defending Lu Wuxin, he was shoved aside, while Lu Wuxin was forcibly dragged from her room, her cries echoing, "No, don't hit me." Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted, halting the impending assault on Lu Wuxin. She paused, and upon recognizing the voice, a flicker of joy illuminated her face. "Brother? You are her brother?" The leader sneered, glaring at Chen Mo. "Your sister is a calamity. Her very presence is a curse, if you are reluctant to act. Allow us to handle it." With a resounding slap, Chen Mo struck the middle-aged man, sending him flying and splattering blood, several teeth shattering upon impact. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were struck with terror, realizing that this man was no ordinary individual. Done for. We angered a martial artist, they thought, swallowing hard. They had intended to employ moral coercion, but Chen Mo offered them no opportunity to speak, his icy gaze fixed upon Lu Wuxin as he said, "I told you, strike back against those who bully you. Have my words fallen on deaf ears?" Lu Wuxin bit her lip, her delicate frame trembling slightly, fear creeping into her heart. It was the first time Chen Mo had spoken so sternly to her. "Strike back." Chen Mo's voice rang out again, and with a firm bite of her silver teeth, Lu Wuxin pulled the assailants towards her, her fists flying, her formidable strength landing heavy blows upon them. In mere moments, the once aggressive mob was reduced to a state of bloodied cries and wails. Lu Wuxin clenched her fists, taking deep breaths, a mix of anxiety and exhilaration coursing through her. She had fought back against her bullies, and it felt somewhat empowering. However, a worry nagged at her. Would her brother deem her too violent? Just then, Chen Mo gently ruffled her hair, his voice warm. "Now that's the spirit." Lu Wuxin blinked in surprise, her anxious heart instantly relaxing as she gazed up at Chen Mo, asking, "Brother, am I being too cruel?" "Not at all. If you don't stand up for yourself, others will continue to bully you." The fiercer you are, the less they will dare to trouble you. Remember this, Wuxin, I don't want to see you bullied again. Understand? If there comes a day when I am not around, I hope you can protect yourself. Are you leaving, brother? Lu Wuxin trembled, tears welling in her eyes, looking at Chinemo like a forsaken kitten. Not at all. I promised you that we would always be together, Chinemo replied with a gentle smile. Initially, he feared that when Yi Liangchen returned in a month, it might spell his doom, but upon reflection, with his reputation as a Taoist ancestor and the backing of numerous allies, along with the support from the Reliant sect and the Mad Sand sect, as well as the debt owed to him by the Empress, his concerns lessened. With such substantial support, and since it was not Chinemo who had offended Yi Liangchen, he no longer felt the weight of impending danger. His promise to Lu Wuxin might not be an unattainable wish after all. After instructing Zhang Long to deal with those who sought to harm Lu Wuxin, Chinemo checked on Uncle Fu's injuries. Relieved to find them not severe, just a bit dizzy. After ensuring Uncle Fu was all right, Chinemo decided to take Lu Wuxin out for a stroll, though she still felt a twinge of fear about being ostracized. She agreed to his request under his continued reassurance. Chinemo extended his hand, smiling gently, though lynching isn't particularly bustling, it's unfamiliar territory. If you were to get lost, I wouldn't easily find you. I am not a child, Lu Wuxin pouted, shyly taking Chinemo's large hand, her head lowered, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Chapter 61. 300 years later, lynching was far from prosperous. In the context of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, it could only be deemed a backward, remote town, a stark contrast to the imperial capital, where streets could be seen from end to end. Yet for Lu Wuxin, who had been confined in a cage since childhood, this was a rare glimpse of vibrancy. Upon exiting the inn, her curious eyes darted about like a child. Chinemo, holding Lu Wuxin's hand, watched her with affectionate amusement as she explored. Sensing his gaze, she halted and said, "Brother, am I too naive? You've simply been indoors for too long. Did I wonder if I've kept you cooped up for too long?" He mused. "No, brother. I am endlessly grateful for your kindness in taking me in. How could I dare to ask for more? Silly girl, I haven't merely taken you in. I've given you a home. From now on, we are family, and you can be more affectionate with me," Chinemo reassured, ruffling Lu Wuxin's hair. His gaze was suddenly drawn to a vendor in the distance calling out for customers. Selling candied hawthorn. Girls tend to love sweets, Chinemo thought, and he pulled Lu Wuxin towards the stand. She watched the candied hawthorns with curiosity but remained silent, thinking it was something Chinemo desired. However, when Chinemo purchased the treat and handed it to her, she was momentarily stunned. "For me? The flavor is quite delightful. Could you assist me in tasting it?" Lu Wuxin initially intended to decline, but upon hearing Chinmo's request to help with the taste, she felt too shy to refuse. She accepted the candied hawthorn skewers with her left hand and took a gentle bite. The sweetness was complemented by a hint of tartness, making it exceptionally delicious. She had never tasted anything so exquisite before. A radiant smile of happiness immediately graced her charming face. "How does it taste?" "Delicious, brother. You should try some." Lu Wuxin presented the candied hawthorn skewers towards Chinemo, offering him a sweet smile. Seeing this, he opened his mouth and took a bite. "This is the best I've ever had." "No worries, I don't mind. Isn't it a matter of preference?" Lu Wuxin's cheeks flushed slightly. She had thought that Chinemo had purchased it solely for himself and was merely allowing her to sample it. Yet, he had seamlessly navigated a series of actions that left her utterly flustered. Fortune-telling, destiny, future prospects. A voice suddenly emerged from nearby, interrupting Lu Wuxin's awkwardness. She gently lifted her gaze, pointing with the candied hawthorn in her hand towards an elderly man at the street corner displaying the words fortune-telling. "Brother, what is fortune-telling?" "It is the art of predicting one's destiny, offering insights into what your future may hold, such as the kind of person you might become or whom you might marry. However, most of it is mere charlatanry and not to be trusted," Chinemo explained nonchalantly. Yet, all that resonated in Lu Wuxin's ears were the words marriage, causing her unique colored eyes to blink in surprise. Her feet froze in place, as if her neck had been welded shut, fixated on the fortune-teller. "Do you wish to have your fortune told?" "No, not at all. That's what I was thinking." Chinemo led Lu Wuxin to the fortune-telling booth. The fortune-teller, with a head of disheveled hair that was half black and half white, appeared to have gone days without grooming. Clad in a tattered blue robe adorned with patches, he held a yin-yang mirror in his left hand and was counting on his fingers with his right. Muttering incantations, a small wooden table and a long bench were set up, with a fortune-telling banner hanging nearby, marking the simple booth's establishment. Chunimo guided Lu Wuxin to sit on the long bench. The old man glanced at them, a hint of delight surfacing on his face, and exclaimed, "What do you wish to inquire about, esteemed guests? Since you are a fortune-teller, shouldn't you already know that we would encounter you today? Can you guess what we wish to ask?" Chunimo propped his chin on his hand, then turned to Lu Wuxin. "What do you wish to inquire about?" Lu Wuxin looked up at the old man, then at Chunimo, before quickly lowering her head, too bashful to speak further. "The young lady wishes to know about her romantic fate, does she not?" The old man inquired with a smile. Lu Wuxin remained silent, merely nodding slightly in affirmation. The old man, with an air of someone who had already discerned her thoughts, said, "Present your hand so I may examine it," with one hand holding the candied hawthorn and the other clasped in Chunimo's. She found herself in a quandary. However, she soon decided to discard the candied hawthorn, but Chunimo, quick of hand, released her grasp. Lu Wuxin's delicate hand rested on the wooden table, and the fortune-teller inspected it closely, muttering, "Your future is boundless. Your prospects are indeed bright. No, wait, you are inquiring about romance, aren't you?" Ah. Noticing a sudden change in the old man's expression, Lu Wuxin panicked. "Dear sir, is there something wrong with my romantic fate? Is there a problem?" As she spoke, she cast a fleeting glance at Chunimo before quickly turning back. "Is it that I cannot be with the one I cherish? That is not the case. You shall surely be together in the future. However, there may be some obstacles, and you might have to wait a considerable time before you can be with him." That essay relief? Lu Wuxin sighed in relief. As long as she could be with Chunimo, waiting 100 or 1,000 years would pose no issue. "Old sir, are you not merely a fortune-teller?" Chunimo teased, scrutinizing the old man. "Young man, if you doubt me, you may also present your hand for examination," the old man replied. Chunimo pondered for a moment before placing his right hand on the wooden table. The old man observed it and remarked, "As for your romantic fate, it may be fraught with challenges, but let us not dwell on that. However, your future seems somewhat bleak." Chunimo frowned. "What do you mean by that? Your lifeline is broken?" The old man chuckled. "Ah, young man, some matters are inescapable. Yet, your ability to rise from the brink of death indicates your fortune. Surviving this tribulation will enhance your prospects significantly compared to your current situation." The old man spoke casually, yet Chunimo was left in shock. "Old sir, do you truly comprehend my fate? Please clarify. Such things cannot be revealed. The secrets of the heavens must remain undisclosed." Chunimo assumed the old man sought monetary compensation and promptly pulled out 1,000 taels in silver notes, slamming them onto the wooden table, yet the old man merely shook his head, unmoved. "The secrets of the heavens cannot be revealed, young man. Even with more silver, I shall not speak. Some matters are fated. Bound by karma, you cannot evade them." Chunimo's eyes reflected a hint of confusion as he murmured the old man's words. After a moment, he lifted his gaze. "Then consider this your payment for our fortune-telling." The old man continued to shake his head. "I do not require silver for my readings. I seek something else in exchange." "What do you desire?" "Next time we meet, I shall reveal it to you." Chunimo was momentarily taken aback. "Next time? What time is it?" Naturally, that would be 300 years later. Chapter 62. Human Sentiment, Daozu. "This is the chi blood pill you desired. I in the courtyard." Gu Shan pushed a red spiritual pill in front of Chunimo. Chunimo accepted the pill, nodding in satisfaction. Ever since he returned with the dragon blood grass, he had promptly sought out Gu Shan to concoct the chi blood pill. Days passed, and he finally succeeded. Back when he was at the Kaoshan sect, he had already completed the yin-yang fusion stage. With this chi blood pill, he would swiftly complete the final stage of body refining, achieving the manifestation of chi and blood. Akin to the opening of the 8 meridians for chi practitioners, this would mark his official entry into the 9th rank of martial artists. "Thank you, Mr. Gu," Chunimo said with a respectful bow. "Not at all, it is my honor to serve Daozu," Gu Shan replied with a smile. "I have completed my task. If there is nothing else, I must take my leave. I will see you off," Chunimo said, escorting Gu Shan to the gate. He was then surrounded by a throng of people, all eager for his teachings. Since leaving the Kaoshan sect, Chen Mo's exploits had spread far and wide, and his name as Daozu had become increasingly known. It had been 10 days since his return to Lin City, and during this time, a steady stream of seekers had come to inquire about his teachings. Although somewhat reluctant, he could not refuse their enthusiasm, agreeing to hold 2 hours of teaching each morning. 2 hours passed swiftly, and after speaking until his throat was dry, Chen Mo stood and addressed the crowd. I must now enter seclusion for a period. I appreciate your kindness and wish to inform you so as not to waste your time. Even in a different world, one must still labor. Rest requires a leave of absence, Chen Mo thought to himself with a hint of sarcasm. Upon hearing this, the crowd realized they had disturbed Chen Mo for long enough, noted his words, and departed. Chen Mo turned and returned to his room, swallowing the qi blood pill that Gu Shan had brought. The spiritual pill descended into his abdomen, transforming into a trickle of energy that swirled in his dantian. Moments later, he felt a warm current emanating from his dantian, flowing through his limbs and channels like a nourishing tide throughout his body. Chen Mo felt a surge of joy and quickly focused on his dantian, condensing the energy, akin to flour being kneaded into shape. The manifestation of qi and blood signified the success of body refinement. And at this moment, Chen Mo dared not be complacent. If he relaxed even slightly, all his efforts over the past month could be undone. Fortunately, the effects of the qi blood pill had begun to take hold. And as long as he remained steady, he need not fear losing control of the qi and blood within him and suffering backlash. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the once scattered qi and blood finally coalesced into a form he could command. Qi and blood had manifested, and body refinement was achieved. Chen Mo opened his eyes, feeling the sunlight streaming into the room. An involuntary smile of delight gracing his face. He had now attained the strength of a 9th-rank martial artist. Feeling somewhat hungry, Chen Mo hurriedly exited his room, intending to ask Fu Bo to prepare some breakfast, only to encounter Su Yuma, who was bringing in the morning meal. Since returning from Lin City, Chen Mo had noticed subtle changes in Su Yuma's appearance, and over the past 10 days since Fu Bo's return, she had become significantly more attractive. The scars from her previous injuries were nearly gone, and the marks from burns had diminished as well. While there were still imperfections, she had become a rather beautiful young woman, and one could only imagine how stunning she would be once fully recovered. Young master, having stayed in your room for so long, you must be hungry. This is the breakfast I prepared, Su Yuma said gently, bringing the meal into Chen Mo's room and offering to feed him. Chen Mo quickly declined, saying, "No need for that. I am not accustomed to being fed by others. Are you saying you find me unappealing?" Su Yuma said playfully, her large eyes looking at Chen Mo with a pitiful expression. "Ha ha, Miss Su, you jest. Though there are still scars on your face, your beauty is undeniable. Do not underestimate yourself," Chen Mo replied. Hearing this, Su Yuma secretly rejoiced. If even in her current state, Chen Mo found her beautiful, she could only imagine his reaction once she fully recuperated. In the past, she had been a renowned beauty, even captivating the Prince of Ning, who had gone to great lengths to win her over. She believed her looks would surely capture Chen Mo's heart. The thought of Chen Mo's astonished and infatuated expression upon seeing her true appearance made Su Yuma's lips curl into an involuntary smile. If the young master were to pursue me, should I accept or graciously acknowledge it? Chen Mo? A resounding voice echoed from the courtyard, interrupting Su Yuma's daydream. Chen Mo, halfway through his meal, recognized the familiar voice and hurried outside, only to see Long Outyin, clad in white and wielding a long sword. "Brother Outyin, it has been a while. What brings you here? How are the battles going?" Chen Mo gestured for Long Outyin to sit and speak. Long Outyin nodded slightly, taking a seat on the stone bench. "Thanks to you, all is well. The Three Kings and the Qian sect pose no threat. With the intervention of the Jinwu division, the situation was brought under control within 10 days. With the assistance of the Kaoshan sect and the Guangsha sect, the imperial military is in a favorable position, allowing me to take a break from the battlefield. By the way, this is a treasured sword gifted to you by the emperor as a token of appreciation for your contributions to the empire." As he spoke, Long Outyin placed the sword on the stone table, pride illuminating his face. This was a sword he had personally seized from the battlefield, originally belonging to the Prince of Ning, and could fetch a handsome price in the capital. However, just as he was reveling in his triumph, He observed Chen Imo studying it for a moment before his expression soured. The emperor wouldn't be trying to appease me with this, would he? As soon as the words left his mouth, Long Outyan's previously cheerful demeanor darkened. This was a spiritual sword, not a mere trinket. Such a valuable sword was not something he could be easily satisfied with. But the emperor cannot use this to dismiss me, can he? Chen Imo shook his head, adopting a serious tone. Did you not mention to the emperor that once this matter is resolved, she would owe me a favor? Long Outyan then recalled, nodding slightly. That is indeed the case, but how do you intend for the emperor to repay this favor? I have not yet decided, Chen Imo replied with a shake of his head, smiling at Long Outyan with a teasing glint in his eyes. However, I suppose I have indirectly aided you, Brother Outyan. How do you plan to express your gratitude? You should know that without my assistance, you would not have had the opportunity to shine before the emperor. Do I really need to shine in front of myself? Long Outyan internally scoffed, then asked earnestly, how would you like me to express my gratitude? Chen Mo's lips curved into a slight smile as he leaned over the sword and asked, do you remember the matter I mentioned to you last time? Chapter 63. The invitation from the Chen family. Do you remember the matter I mentioned to you last time? As soon as Chen Imo brought it up, Long Outyan's mind recalled their parting words. Dressing as a woman? Long Outyan's fists clenched, and his expression grew increasingly dark. Chen Imo, are you trying to humiliate me? No, Brother Outyan, you misunderstand. I simply think you are quite beautiful. If you were to dress as a woman, you would undoubtedly be stunning, Chen Imo stated candidly. Although Long Outyan insisted he was male, Chen Imo believed that even as a man, he would surpass many women in beauty. Long Outyan's clenched fists loosened, and after casting Chen Imo a sidelong glance, he said, we'll discuss this another time. With that, he left without allowing Chen Imo a chance to respond. Stepping onto his flying sword, Long Outyan ascended into the air, his beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Imo below, her expression complex. Chen Imo, you dare to tease me repeatedly? Humph. Once I handle my current affairs, you will learn the consequences of your teasing. You want me to dress as a woman? Well indeed. Yet I cannot help but wonder what expression will grace your face when I, in all my imperial grandeur, stand before you. It must surely be a sight to behold. The mere thought of Chen Mo's reaction upon encountering my true form next time causes Long Aotian's lips to curl upward in a smile. Next time, undoubtedly, though perhaps not. What a pity it is. Watching Long Aotian's retreating figure, Chen Imo let out a soft sigh before turning back to finish his breakfast. At tea that moment, Zhang Long emerged from his quarters, and Chen Imo approached him with his treasured sword in hand. Zhang Long, give this sword a try. How does it feel? Zhang Long accepted the long sword Chen Imo offered, drawing it from its sheath and swinging it with increasing fondness. This is an exceptional sword, a spiritual blade, and I dare say it must come at a steep price. I have yet to witness anyone within the Guangsha sect wielding such a fine weapon. He exclaimed in awe. I gift it to you, Chen Imo stated matter-of-factly. Zhang Long was momentarily taken aback, then quickly replied, No, such a precious sword is beyond my worthiness. Third young master, it is better suited for you. Your peachwood sword has grown quite dilapidated. It is time for a new one. Take it and use it, Chen Imo urged. The peachwood sword, which had accompanied Zhang Long since his youth in traversing the 9 provinces, had endured for over a decade. The last encounter at the Guangsha sect had left it severely damaged from resisting the sword energy of the stone sky sword, leaving it in a state of disrepair, akin to rotting wood, on the verge of splintering. Yet, despite Chen Mo's goodwill, Zhang Long remained resolute. Third young master, this is far too valuable. It does not suit me. Moreover, this sword holds memories of my adventures across the 9 provinces, and I cannot bear to part with it. Very well, Chen Imo conceded. I shall regard this sword as a gift to you. Since you cannot make use of it for the time being, I will keep it safe. With that, he sheathed the long sword and secured it at his waist, just as a sudden knocking echoed from the gates. Zhang Long rushed forward to open the door, revealing a familiar figure standing at the threshold. Instantly alert, he grasped his peachwood sword and demanded, Chen Guang, what brings you here? The visitor was none other than Chen Mo's rather untrustworthy second brother. Chen Guang. Having previously clashed with Chen Mo on several occasions and even coerced Zhao Hu into an assassination attempt against him, Zhang Long held no fondness for this former master. Upon sighting him, he drew his sword without hesitation. Chen Guang was taken aback, instinctively stepping back, fearful of being struck down by Zhang Long. Zhang Long, you have turned against me. I am your second young master, your former lord. You are no longer my master, Zhang Long retorted coldly. What is your purpose here? Do you intend to harm the third young master? I do not. It is father who sent me, Chen Guang quickly responded. Sent you for what purpose? Upon hearing their exchange, Chen Mo approached, his gaze sweeping over Chen Guang. He realized that he had undergone significant changes, even facing a 9th-rank warrior like Chen Guang. He now possessed the strength to contend with him. Father misses you dearly and wishes for you to return home for a reunion, Chen Guang stated plainly. Chen Mo furrowed his brow slightly. The cunning old fox Chen Wang had likely longed to avoid him. Even during his recent imprisonment, Chen Wang had not shown himself. Why would he suddenly wish to see him now? Suddenly, Chen Mo noticed the sword at his waist, and enlightenment struck him. After visiting the two major sects of the empire and turning the tide for the precariously positioned imperial army, he had become a figure of merit. Even the empress owed him a debt of gratitude. Many would seek to curry favor with him, and Chen Wang was certainly among them. Return home, you say? Chen Mo contemplated for a moment before responding. Very well, I will accompany you back. Third young master, Zhang Long began, hesitating to interject. After all, Chen Guang had a history, and not of the favorable kind. He might be lying and could pose a threat to Chen Mo. Fear not. At this juncture, he would not dare to act against me. Given our blood ties, it is only fitting that I pay him a visit. Chen Mo sighed in resignation. Regardless of the circumstances, Chen Wang possessed a certain standing, and Chen Mo had already extracted a fair amount of silver from him. Out of both duty and reason, a meeting was warranted. Chen Guang's face lit up with joy at Chen Mo's agreement, and he promptly summoned his carriage. Chen Mo instructed Chen Guang to wait outside while he returned to the courtyard to reassure his companions, lest they worry. Upon hearing that Chen Guang had arrived, Zhao Hu grew increasingly wary, fearing a trap, and insisted on accompanying Chen Mo. However, the latter declined, asserting, "It is unnecessary. I have become somewhat of a public figure in the capital, a man of merit. Father is aware of my value." And Chen Guang would not dare to act recklessly. You stay here and protect them instead. Given the recent events involving the two major sects and the failed rebellion of the third prince, the fourth prince will surely seek to vent his wrath on me. I am safe in the capital, but you are not. I must visit the Chen family and also seek out Pei Jiangnan from the Zhenwu division to provide you with protection for a time. With that, the others found it difficult to counter his reasoning. Nevertheless, Lu Wuxin clutched at his clothing, her expression laced with concern and reluctance. Fear not. You have seen me emerge unscathed from numerous perilous situations before. Have you not? Chen Mo offered a gentle smile, then affectionately patted Lu Wuxin's head. Once these matters are settled, in a few days, I shall take you to the imperial capital, which is far more splendid than Lin City. Agreed. When you return, brother, we shall go to the imperial capital together, Lu Wuxin said, gazing at Chen Mo with eager anticipation, to which he slightly nodded in response. No, little Do Ding must go too. You cannot leave little Do Ding behind. At this moment, little Do Ding had awakened and rushed over, clinging to Chen Mo's leg and shouting. All right, Chen Mo said with a hint of helplessness, smiling. Next time, not just little Do Ding, but all of us shall visit the imperial capital together. Chapter 64. The assassin of Prince Ning. After Chen Mo entered the imperial capital with Chen Guang, they first hurried to the Zhenwu division, where they found Pei Jiangnan. Recently, due to Prince Ning's rebellion, many experts from the Zhenwu division had been dispatched to the front lines to fight, though some remained behind to protect the imperial capital. Coincidentally, Pei Jiangnan was among them. Upon hearing Chen Mo's request, he patted his chest in assurance before quickly rushing off to report to his superior. Chen Mo's reputation was substantial, and naturally, his request was not denied. Not only did Pei Jiangnan agree, but the Zhenwu division also dispatched several experts to serve as Chen Mo's personal guards. However, he sent them back to the Sihiyuan. After a long detour, when Chen Mo finally arrived at the Chen residence, the sun was setting in the west. Throughout the journey, Chen Guang had been trembling with anxiety. Before they set out, he had vowed to his father that he would bring Chen Mo back as quickly as possible. Yet they had lingered at the Jinwu division and stopped to buy things. Wasting several hours, he genuinely feared he would face his father's disciplinary measures. The grand hall of the Chen family was the most solemn place in the residence, where Chen Dewang would receive esteemed guests. Of course, the three sons of the Chen family also had opportunities to enter, either to be rewarded for significant achievements or to face accountability for their misdeeds. Since he could remember, Chen Imo had visited the grand hall a few times. Each time for punishment, he had endured the family's discipline on several occasions and still felt a lingering apprehension. The last time he had come to the grand hall was due to the incident with Chen Jin, after which he was exiled by Chen Dewang in contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of that occasion. This time felt rather relaxed. Upon entering, he saw Chen Dewang seated in the main seat, a radiant smile gracing his face. This was a smile Chen Imo had never witnessed before in all his memories. Beside Chen Dewang stood his most trusted aide, Su Cheng, who equally wore a broad smile. Chen Jin stood on the left side of the hall, elegantly attired in a white scholar's robe. The moment he spotted Chen Imo, his proud face instantly broke into a grin akin to that of a blooming chrysanthemum. Indeed, when one is unaccomplished, surrounded by unsavory characters. Yet when one achieves success, surrounded by well-wishers. Father, Chen Imo greeted respectfully with a bow. Chen Dewang smiled slightly, rising from his seat with outstretched arms. Chen Imo, my son, how I have longed for you. Could you be any more nauseating? Chen Imo retreated a step, avoiding Chen Dewang's embrace, which left the latter somewhat awkward as he rubbed his nose and said helplessly, Imo are you blaming me for sending you away from the Chen family? It was not easy for me either. You know, you have grown up in this household, rarely stepping outside, and I was worried about how you would manage alone once I was gone. For this reason, I deliberately allowed you to leave the Chen family to become self-sufficient. The results speak for themselves. Since departing, you have achieved such great success. Truly, you are my son. As he spoke, Chen Dewang adopted a righteous demeanor. Were it not for having witnessed his shifting attitudes firsthand, others might have believed his words. Chen Imo looked at him with disdain, silently rolling his eyes, and replied, Father, your intentions are truly commendable. It is good that you understand my good intentions. I have missed you greatly during this past month. How about this? Tomorrow, you shall move back in. Oh, not stay outside any longer, lest I worry. Your two elder brothers are also quite concerned about you. As he spoke, Chen Dewang shot a glare at Chen Guang and Chen Jin, who immediately displayed 4 smiles. Indeed, third brother, we have missed you. Feigning concern, Chen Imo rolled his eyes at the 3 of them. His father's joviality and his brother's jesting fell flat. One word from him silenced their attempts at conversation. They were well aware that Chen Imo was no longer the child who could be easily appeased with simple flattery. He had developed a sense of independence and saw through their true natures. At this moment, Chen Imo had become a favored figure in the eyes of the Empress, with blood ties between them. Chen Dewang wished to bridge the gap, not necessarily to make Chen Imo his pawn, but at the very least, not to turn him into an adversary. There must be a rift between us due to our lack of communication. Stay for dinner tonight, and let us have a good talk, Chen Dewang suggested, and no need. Chen Imo shook his head. Some things need not be spelled out too clearly. We share no true father-son bond. Though you are my biological father, you abandoned me like a cast-off. It is best to leave such matters unsaid. I believe this is where our conversation ends for today. I have others awaiting my return. As the words fell, Chen Dewang was momentarily stunned, gazing at the son he had raised for over a decade, convinced he understood him well, yet now found him increasingly inscrutable. With Chen Mo's declaration, he suddenly felt an emptiness within, as though he had lost something of great significance, something that could be termed familial affection. Chen Dewang remained rooted in place, while Chen Imo exited the grand hall. No one attempting to retain him, nor daring to do so. Upon leaving the grand hall and entering the courtyard of the Chen residence, a maidservant suddenly stepped forward to block Chen Mo's path. Third young master, are you truly leaving? Chen Imo nodded slightly, but the maidservant clutched his sleeve with both hands, her voice pitiful. Could third young master take me along? Who are you? Chen Imo asked, momentarily taken aback. As he looked her over, despite her maid's attire, her beauty was striking, with skin as fair as fine jade and delicate, slender hands. Aside from her clothing, she bore none of the characteristics typical of a maidservant. Third young master, You do not remember me? I came to kill you, as the maid's words fell. She swiftly drew a short sword from her sleeve, gripping the hilt tightly, and lunged at Chen Mo's abdomen with a fierce thrust. Her intent to kill palpable, however. Chen Mo had been wary of this maid since the beginning. As the short sword approached, he swiftly executed a hand strike, smashing down on her wrist. With a sharp crack, the sound of a bone fracturing echoed, and the maid immediately cried out in agony. Chen Mo, I never expected you to possess such terrifying strength, but I am a 9th-grade martial artist. I shall not fall so easily. She hissed, her expression icy as she brandished a long sword that had suddenly appeared in her other hand, its blade glistening with a purple liquid that dripped ominously. In that moment, Chen Mo caught the scent of death. Who in this world desires my demise? Chen Mo pondered, his thoughts instantly turning to Prince Ning, whose rebellion he had thwarted. You were sent by Prince Ning? Chapter 65. All is fate. You were sent by Prince Ning? Chen Mo's words prompted the maid to smirk coldly. Guess. Heh, do you think I cannot guess? Chen Mo stepped back a few paces and drew the sword from his waist. This was the divine sword gifted to him by Long Outyin that morning, though he did not fully understand its significance. Upon seeing the sword in Chen Mo's hand, the maid's expression shifted to one of shock. How did Prince Ning's sword end up in your hands? You should die for this. The maid's demeanor darkened as she swung the poisoned long sword, slicing through the air and hurtling toward Chen Mo. The sword's energy aimed directly at him. The one who should die is not me, but you, a traitor who deserves punishment, Chen Mo retorted, swinging his sword in response. Compared to the maid's swordsmanship, his own seemed somewhat lacking. He had never wielded a sword until recently, and his training had only begun a few days prior. To be frank, his skills were likely inferior not only to Zhang Long but even to the maid before him. However, strength often overcomes technique. In the face of overwhelming power, skill seems superfluous. Chen Mo did not possess an extensive repertoire of sword techniques. Like Zhang Long, he only knew one move and practiced it diligently. He swung his sword from above, as if a celestial being cleaving through the heavens. The sound of a deafening explosion shattered the air as his strike descended. Severing the maid's long sword and striking her shoulder, blood gushed forth as she staggered back, her complexion paling dramatically. The commotion in the courtyard immediately attracted attention, and hurried footsteps echoed from within the grand hall. The maid's face paled in shock. Though the Chen family was not a prominent clan, they boasted several skilled fighters. She realized she was outmatched and, having failed her assassination attempt, decided to flee. As she turned to escape, several silver needles flew from her sleeve, aimed directly at Chen Mo trying to escape. No way. Chen Mo let out a cold snort, swiftly brandishing his sword to deflect the several silver needles, and then hurled the blade, striking the maid squarely in the back. The maid turned around once more, her phoenix-like eyes wide with disbelief, casting a resentful glare at Chen Mo before slowly collapsing in the courtyard. What transpired? At that moment, Su Cheng and others, alerted by the commotion from the main hall, hurried over. Upon witnessing that Chen Mo had slain a maid, they were momentarily stunned, only to then notice the short sword in her hand. And it became evident what had occurred. This maid had intended to assassinate Chen Mo, but her plan had failed, resulting in her own demise. Chen Duang's mind exploded with realization, akin to the thunderclap of spring. His lips quivering as he squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. No, I did not orchestrate this. Previously, Chang Guang had troubled Chen Mo on 2 occasions, and the latter had shifted the blame onto Chen Duang. At this moment, he was already psychologically scarred, and upon realizing that the maid was an assassin, he immediately denied any involvement, fearful of being wrongfully accused. Just as Chen Duang's words fell, Chang Guang sensed a chill. The piercing gaze of paternal love. Father, it was not me, Chen Guang exclaimed in a panic, glancing at his capable aide beside his father who seemed eager to invoke familial discipline, nearly causing him to kneel in fright. I know it was not you. It was the people of Prince Ning. Chen Mo shook his head, having no intention of framing them. I say this the girl, Xianer? At that moment, Chen Jin, who was as weak as a butterfly, summoned the courage to approach and take a closer look at the deceased maid, his eyes widening in astonishment. A month prior, he had contemplated aiding the woman of the night, only to see her abducted. He had thought she would be sullied, Yet she had returned as an assassin. Such a beautiful woman perished so tragically. What a pity. What did you say? Chun Mo's eyes bulged in disbelief as he turned to Chen Jin, hastening forward, seizing his collar and demanding, "You say she is Xian heir, but a month ago, was she not the very Xian heir you and Yiliang Chen were vying for?" "Indeed, it is her, that very maiden," Chen Jin replied, but the next moment, terror gripped him, for he realized that his first encounter with Chun Mo's wrath stemmed from the latter's knowledge of his rivalry with Yiliang Chen over a woman. Now, as he mentioned it again with such fervor, he feared Chen Mo might strike him once more in an instant. Chen Jin shut his eyes in dread, bracing for the impending blow, yet after a lengthy pause, he found himself unscathed as Chen Mo released his grip. With a forlorn expression, Chen Mo gazed down at the lifeless Xian heir, letting out a heavy sigh. All is determined by fate. Not a shred is within human control. It appears the outcome was predestined from the beginning. What do you mean by that, Chen Mo? Chen Jin asked, puzzled and curious. Chen Mo shook his head, offering no answer, and instead addressed his father and brother. "I am weary today. I shall take my leave." "Wait." Chen Wang glanced back at the entirely lifeless Xian heir. Now that the turmoil of the three kings has been subdued, Prince Ning must harbor great animosity towards you. It is unsafe for you to remain outside the city. I propose this. I will have Su Cheng assign several guards to protect you, providing some measure of security. I have already summoned experts from the town guard. There is no need to trouble father, Chen Mo replied at Su Mansion. Since his last conversation with Chen Mo, Su Chongqing had taken ill and remained at home, neglecting his duties at the Imperial Academy for many days. Locking himself away except for meals and sleep, often staring blankly at his desk, as night deepened. Su Chongqing refrained from lighting an oil lamp, wielding a brush in the pitch-black room, his thoughts restless. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door, and impatience flared across his aged face. "Didn't I say, don't disturb me unless it's urgent?" "Master, there is a young man named Chen Mo seeking an audience outside," came the response. "Dao ancestor?" Su Chongqing's eyes brightened instantly, and he dashed for the door. Though he had reached the venerable age of 70, his health was robust, and he moved with the vigor of a man far younger. "Dao ancestor, what brings you to my humble abode tonight?" Su Chongqing inquired, pushing open the mansion door, his countenance transforming into a warm smile upon seeing Chen Mo. "There are matters I wish to discuss with you." Chen Mo replied with a faint smile, prompting Su Chongqing to invite him inside, instructing the servants to prepare tea and snacks. They traversed the courtyard of Su Mansion and arrived at a side hall, where they sat facing each other. The tea and snacks were soon served. Su Chongqing stroked his graying beard, smiling amiably. "What could the Dao ancestor need my assistance with?" "There is something I wish to ask of you," Chen Mo stated. "Speak freely. Though I wield no power, I shall not decline any assistance I can offer in a few days. I intend to embark on a long journey, yet I am somewhat concerned for my family. I would appreciate it if you could watch over them, perhaps allowing them to stay at Su Mansion for a time." "Ha! Such a trivial matter. Rest assured, Dao ancestor, not only can I accommodate them for a time, but as long as I draw breath, I will look after them," Su Chongqing assured him. "Then I am grateful to you, Su Lao," Chen Mo said, bowing slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Su Lao, do you know how a scholar enters the Tao?" Chapter 66, Reunion. Su Lao, do you know how a scholar enters the Tao? Chen Mo lifted a cup of tea from the table, his expression calm as he fixed his gaze on Su Chongqing. "Teach me, Dao ancestor." Su Chongqing lowered his head in reflection for a moment before suddenly raising it, excitement evident in his voice. For several days, he had confined himself to his room, seeking to understand the path to enlightenment. Yet he had made no progress. Chen Mo set down his cup. For martial artists, entering the Tao involves cultivating qi and refining the body. I am a body refiner, having pioneered the path for martial artists. Though I possess no spiritual energy now, I can use my vital blood as a guide and my physical form as strength to achieve immortality. Scholars, however, differ. They cultivate their essence. The essence of a scholar's spirit lies in their character. When the character is perfected, righteous energy flows forth, and thus the Tao is attained. Su Lao, at over 70, has spent decades striving for enlightenment, having already forged a strong character. All that remains is that final breath of righteous energy. Su Chongqing's eyes lit up, and he leapt to his feet, exclaiming, Righteous energy. Righteous energy. Tao ancestor, pray tell, where can I find that final breath of righteous energy? Chinamo shook his head. Righteous energy, when spoken of, seems quite ethereal. It is akin to how I perceive the spiritual energy of chi cultivators. They can sense it, yet I feel nothing. This is a question you should pose not to me, but to yourself. Su Chongqing furrowed his brow, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. If I knew that, why would I need to ask you? Let us conclude our conversation for today, Su Lao. The night is deep, and I shall not impose further. Chenemo rose to take his leave. Su Chongqing sincerely escorted him to the door, even extending an invitation for Chenemo to stay the night, which was politely declined. As Chenemo turned slightly, casting a glance back at the reluctant Su Chongqing, he smiled and said, Su Lao, do you still remember why you entered government service, why you resigned, and why you are now so fervently pursuing the Tao? Su Chongqing was taken aback, his pale lips trembling slightly as a faint smile, reminiscent of a bitter melon, emerged on his face. Thank you for the guidance. Daozu. After Chinamo left the Su residence, the capital had already begun its curfew. Unable to venture out, he had no choice but to find a nearby inn to stay for the night. Early the next morning, he hurried back home. Chenmo's absence for a night had caused great concern among his family, who feared he might have fallen victim to Chen Guang's schemes or been ensnared by assassins sent by Prince Ning. However, upon seeing him safe and sound, they all breathed a sigh of relief. After calming everyone down and inquiring about their well-being, Chinamo shut himself in his room for an entire day. Emerging only in the evening, looking haggard, he then informed everyone that the following morning they would go to the capital for an outing. Little Do Ding was overjoyed. She had heard tales of the capital's many delicacies and attractions and was filled with anticipation. Although she had unpleasant memories from her previous visit, they paled in comparison to her love for food. Lu Wuxin also felt a flicker of excitement, not for the capital's splendor, but for the opportunity to spend time with Chanimo. Su Yuma was filled with mixed emotions. Having grown up in the capital, it held both good and bad memories for her. Due to her experiences with Longhua, she felt a tinge of fear regarding the capital. Yet the prospect of being with Chenimo and the others made it seem less daunting. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, serving as guards, were primarily focused on ensuring everyone's safety rather than enjoying the outing. Zhao Mu had spent some time in the courtyard. Under the care of Uncle Fu, she had mostly recovered from her illness. Taking advantage of her newfound health, Chenimo strongly suggested a trip to the capital, which she gladly accepted. As for Zhao Qingling, she was also eager to join. Uncle Fu, being over 60, was not suited for extensive travel and had been resting in bed since returning from Lincheng. However, under Chen Mo's insistence, he reluctantly agreed. After all, it wouldn't he do to spoil the family outing by refusing. As for Pei Jiangnan and the others from the Jinwu division, their purpose was to protect Chanimo. So with the entire family going out, they had no reason to stay behind and naturally accompanied them. Plans were set, and everyone returned early to rest and prepare for the next day's adventure. However, Little Do Ding mysteriously approached Chanimo, clinging to his leg with her big, blinking eyes fixed on him. What is it, Little Do Ding? Chanimo affectionately patted her head, speaking softly, Brother, Little Do Ding has heard that the capital is very prosperous, and the children there all have their own names. But since I have been without parents since childhood, I don't even have a name. Because I am small, everyone calls me Little Do Ding. But I also want a name. Could you give me one, please? Little Do Ding's eyes brimmed with longing as she clung to Chen Mo's leg, acting adorably. Naming. I am not particularly skilled at that. Chinamo replied helplessly, lifting Little Do Ding onto his lap and stroking her hair. A name should have both a given name and a surname. What surname would you like, Little Do Ding? I want to share a surname with you, brother. Is that so? Chinamo chuckled softly, gazing up at the full moon in the sky, his expression tinged with bitterness. Dio, you have something on your mind. Brother, everyone has their own worries. When you grow up, you will understand that many things in this world are beyond our control. Now, let us name you. How about Chunyu? Chinyu. Chinyu, Little Do Ding exclaimed gleefully. But what does you mean? It means the moon, a full moon. The full moon symbolizes reunion. I hope that our family can always be together. With brother here, our family will always be united. Little Do Ding jumped off Chun Mo's lap, ecstatic at having a name, Chinyu, and she rushed off to share the news with her sisters. Chinamo looked up at the full moon, murmuring, "A full moon, a wish for reunion. This wish may be hard to fulfill." Chapter 67. Blood stains on Qin's house. The next morning, eager to explore the capital, little Do Ding was already outside, shouting loudly, waking the others from their slumber. Chen Mo yawned, still feeling a bit drowsy. But upon seeing little Do Ding's adorable face, he sighed in resignation. What could he do but indulge her? "Everyone, hurry up. We need to get ready and set off," little Do Ding shouted, pushing anyone who was slow with her chubby little hands. The others couldn't help but laugh at her cuteness, hastening their pace. Within half an hour, everyone was ready, and Chunimo called for 2 carriages. Once everyone was settled in the carriages, Chunimo pulled Su Yuma aside. Holding out a letter, "I have heard that you know Mr. Su Chongqing from the Guozijian. Could you kindly deliver this letter to him? Young master, aren't you coming with us?" Su Yuma asked, accepting the letter. Her brows furrowing in curiosity, "I will be joining you, but I need to procure a large quantity of materials for my training, which requires my personal attention. I may not have much time. So I would appreciate your help. Of course, since it's a task from you, I won't refuse," Su Yuma replied with a gentle smile, tucking the letter into her bosom before boarding the carriage. As Chen Mo turned, he noticed Pei Jiangnan waiting by the carriage and added, "I also have a letter I would like you to deliver to young Master Ao Tian." "Tio young Master Long?" Pei Jiangnan eyed Chen Mo with intrigue. Although he is a member of the Jinwu division, his movements are quite elusive. I rarely see him there. Perhaps I have seen him less than you have. It would be better for you to deliver it yourself. I won't have the chance. Chen Mo shook his head, causing Pei Jiangnan's expression to darken. "What do you mean by that?" "I will be procuring some herbs needed for body refinement in the capital and will enter closed-door training for a while afterward, making our chances of meeting very slim. That is why I ask for your assistance. Now I understand. In that case, I will certainly try. Since we are all heading into the city, I will also visit the Jinwu division. If I encounter him, I will personally hand it to him." "Thank you, Pei brother." The wheels rolled steadily over the rugged path from the courtyard to the capital, with Chen Mo and the others chatting and laughing until they alighted. Still reluctant to part from the jovial atmosphere, little Do Ding jumped off the carriage, clamoring to find delicious food, but Chen Mo was reluctant to comply. She clung to his leg, looking up with a pitiful expression. "Brother, I want to eat something tasty. Please let me go." "But brother has many things to be UI. In that case, let us do this. We will split up. You go find something to eat, and once brother has finished buying everything, I will come find you. How does that sound?" "Okay." Little Do Ding nodded eagerly. As for a foodie, nothing was more important than food. "Young master, if there are items to procure, let Zhang Long and me handle it. I have spent decades in the capital and have little interest in shopping. You should enjoy your outing with little Do Ding and the others," Uncle Fu volunteered. "Uncle Fu, I have quite a few items to purchase. I fear that you and Zhang Long alone may not be able to handle it all." Chen Mo chuckled softly, pulling out several sheets of paper covered in densely written notes. "I need various items for my cultivation, so I would appreciate everyone keeping an eye out. Zhao Hu, you all should take this opportunity to explore as well. There's no need to worry too much, just keep a casual watch." He handed a sheet to Zhao Hu, who nodded seriously. "Rest assured, third young master, I will not let it slip. Uncle Fu, since you have volunteered, you cannot be excluded from this either. If you do not manage to gather everything today, do not expect to return to see me," Fong Bai joked lightly, handing Uncle Fu another list. "Third young master, you truly put me in a difficult position. If the items you seek are particularly rare and not found in the capital, I might never be able to return." Uncle Fu laughed, taking the list. "That is not my concern," Chen Mo replied with laughter, before handing the final list to Lu Wuxin. "Wuxin, this is my first task for you. However, since this is your first visit to the capital, I won't make it too difficult. Just enjoy yourself with little Do Ding and the others and keep a slight watch." "Okay, brother," Lu Wuxin replied, initially wanting to stay with Chen Mo, but upon seeing the hopeful look in his eyes, she suppressed her desire and took the list, vowing internally to gather everything on it first so she could have time alone with him later. After distributing all the silver among the group, Chen Mo and the others went their separate ways. Zhao Hu's family in one group, Uncle Fu and Zhang Long in another, and Lu Wuxin along with the 3 girls and Pei Jiangnan in yet another. This division would expedite the completion of their tasks. As Chen Mo led several experts from the Jinwu division around the city. They happened to pass by Qin's residence, where he caught sight of a young man in a black long robe, a sword at his waist, exuding an aura of authority. "Everyone, I just remembered that I haven't retrieved my sword," Chinamo said with a smile. An expert from the Zhenwu division frowned slightly and replied, "Young Master Chun, with us here, there is no need for a sword. Do you not trust our abilities? No, you have misunderstood. That sword was a gift from His Majesty, an invaluable treasure. Today, with no one in the manor. If a thief were to see it and take it away, I would be failing to live up to His Majesty's esteem." Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances and said, "Then let us accompany you." "That is unnecessary. I have a significant procurement task today, and cannot afford any delays. I must trouble you to assist me in overseeing the matter for now." With that, Chinamo took out a piece of paper from his bosom. Pei Jiangnan was accompanying the three ladies, Lu Wuxin among them, as they strolled through the imperial capital. Seizing the opportunity, he returned to the Zhenwu division, intending to relay a letter from Chinamo to Long Outyin. But he found no trace of him and had no choice but to turn back. Just as he was about to locate Lu Wuxin and the others, he suddenly spotted several colleagues of Chinamo flanking him. And his expression froze. "What are you doing here? Where is Brother Chen?" He said he forgot to take the sword bestowed upon him by His Majesty, and asked us to procure some medicinal herbs for him. "He will come shortly. This Brother Chen seems rather mysterious today," Pei Jiangnan thought, frowning slightly, pondering whether Chinamo was concealing something from him. Just then, he felt the ground tremble violently, and a surge of sword energy soared into the sky. "Not good!" At that moment, the colleagues from the Zhenwu division cried out in alarm. It was a fluctuation of spiritual energy. Who on earth has the audacity to engage in combat within the imperial capital? They are courting death, truly. They do not regard the Zhenwu division at all, brothers. Let us go and have a look. As their words fell, Pei Jiangnan immediately drew his broadsword and charged ahead. When a martial artist reaches the 7th rank, their spiritual energy can reach a terrifying threshold. Once they strike, even if they try to restrain themselves, it will inevitably affect the surroundings. In such a densely populated area as the imperial capital, it is absolutely forbidden for martial artists above the 7th rank to engage in combat. Should anyone violate this rule, the Zhenwu division will act decisively, regardless of the other party's identity. The recent surge of spiritual energy had already crossed the red line. Without a moment's hesitation, Pei Jiangnan led his comrades straight to the epicenter of the spiritual energy fluctuation, the Chen Manor. The street outside the manor was already in disarray, with many innocent citizens affected, some severely injured and lying on the ground. Among them, Pei Jiangnan spotted several familiar figures, Lu Wuxin and the others. "You go and evacuate the citizens, and remember to keep an eye on Miss Lu so that Brother Chen does not worry. I will investigate who has the audacity to act so recklessly." With that, Pei Jiangnan rushed into the Chen Manor, and what greeted his eyes was a scene of carnage, with blood staining the entire courtyard. A young man clad in a black long robe stood amidst the chaos, holding a long sword, its blade already soaked with blood. Chapter 68. The young master is dying. The Chen Manor had been peaceful that day, with everyone expecting it to be like any other day without incident. However, after the black-clad youth killed 2 guards at the manor gate with his long sword, everything changed drastically. Emerging from behind the gate, the black-clad youth killed anyone in sight, leaving no one in the Chen Manor unscathed. Although many martial artists resided in the manor, none could withstand a single blow from him. The strongest expert, Su Cheng, had not even made a move before being slain. Chen Duong and Chen Guang, who were about to plead for mercy, had their throats slit before they could utter a word in less than a quarter of an hour. The entire Chen Manor was left with only Chen Jin, as the youth, resembling a god of death, stood before him, holding a bloodied long sword, his expression cold and disdainful as he glared at Chen Jin, who was filled with terror, stuttering as he gazed at the youth before him. It's you, Yi Liangchen. You have such audacity, how dare you? It is you who have the audacity, Chen Jin. A month ago, you humiliated me so grievously that you truly deserve death. However, I allowed you to live for an extra month because I was preparing to enter the forbidden zone. Today, I have come not only for revenge for the insult you dealt me, but also for Miss Yenner. The black-clad youth, Yi Liangchen, spoke with an icy demeanor. A few days ago, someone discovered the corpse of Miss Yenner in your manor. You killed her, Did you not? No, no. It wasn't me. I am just a scholar without the strength to even crush a chicken. I had no power to kill her. She sought to kill my third brother, Chunimo, and was slain by him instead. This has nothing to do with me. Please, spare me. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Yiliangchen, I beg you to forgive me. Chunjin knelt, banging his head against the ground in repentance, his forehead striking the floor so hard that it bled. Yet he dared not stop. He did not wish to meet the same fate as the others in the Chen manor, slaughtered without mercy. He had not yet lived enough. He did not want to die. However, Yiliangchen's killing intent did not waver, nor would it cease because of Chunjin's kowtowing and pleas for forgiveness. People like you do not truly recognize your wrongs. You are merely afraid. With those words, he swung his long sword, and blood splattered forth. As Chunjin's eyes widened in disbelief, his life extinguished in a moment. Where is Chen Imo, the third son of the Chen family? Yiliangchen asked coldly, and from the shadows of the Chen Manor's courtyard, a chilling voice emerged, outside the city, in a courtyard. Good. Next is Chen Imo for daring to kill my Siener. I will ensure he is torn to pieces. A glint of coldness flashed in Yiliangchen's eyes as he took a step forward, but suddenly, a figure appeared. Pei Jiangnan, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Pei Jiangnan surveyed the scene of carnage and was instantly filled with rage. You fool! Do you know where this is? In broad daylight, not only are you harming innocents, but you have also slain so many in the Chen manor. If I do not capture you today, I, Pei Jiangnan, get lost. Yiliangchen shot a glare at Pei Jiangnan. At that moment, he had only one thought, to kill Chen Imo, and did not wish to waste time on such a minor character. To him, the experts of the Jinwu division were no different than mere ants. With just a glance, Pei Jiangnan, who had been filled with bravado, found himself frozen in place, gasping for breath, feeling as if the air around him had been sucked away. Yiliangchen's cold gaze resembled that of an ancient beast from the abyss, while he felt like an inconspicuous ant, ready to be crushed at any moment. In an instant, Pei Jiangnan felt all his strength drained. His legs buckling as he collapsed to the ground. He could not even muster the energy to rise, let alone subdue the individual before him. Watching the prostrate Pei Jiangnan, Yiliangchen sneered, tossing out a single word. Ant, before departing. Pei Jiangnan clutched his chest, eyes wide with humiliation. Today, he, who had always prided himself on being a righteous man, found himself bowing before the forces of evil, devoid of even the courage to resist. After returning from the Forbidden Zone, Yiliangchen's power had surged, now reaching the second rank. The journey from the imperial capital to the courtyard outside the city was but a mere flick of the finger. However, when he arrived at the courtyard gate, he found a youth waiting outside. With his long sword plunged into the ground, the youth sat calmly on the stone steps, hands clasped before his face. His gaze fixed ahead, appearing serene as if awaiting someone. As Yiliangchen descended slowly, the young man rose to his feet, taking a few steps forward to withdraw the long sword from the earth. My name is Chinmo Yiliangchen. I have been awaiting you for quite some time. I have a feeling that my brother seems a bit strange today. Perhaps we should go find him? Lu Wuxin said absently as they wandered through the city, her mind preoccupied with the unusual behavior of Chinmo over the past few days. Although he tried to appear normal, her concern for him made it impossible for her not to notice. Su Yuma frowned slightly. I also feel that the young master has been somewhat different lately. But where should we look for him? Since brother returned from the Chen manor yesterday and has been locked in his room all day? It must be related to that manor. Why don't we go check it out? Lu Wuxin suggested, and Su Yuma nodded slightly. Little Do Ding, having eaten a good amount, was saving room for something more substantial. Upon hearing they were going to find Chen Imo, his little mind whirled, and he chimed in, Yes, brother must know where there are even tastier things. Let us hurry and find him. Once the three ladies reached a consensus, they rushed toward the Chen manor. However, just as they arrived outside, they were suddenly caught in a wave of spiritual energy. Lu Wuxin reacted quickly, instinctively wrapping her arms around little Do Ding to protect him. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, sending the three ladies flying as they collapsed onto the street, unconscious. After an indeterminate period, they began to regain consciousness, only to hear the calls of the experts from the Jinwu division. What happened? Su Yuma groggily opened her eyes. only to see an expert from the Zhenwu division responding. Just now, there was a thief attacking the Chen manor, and you were caught in the aftermath. How do you feel? Are you injured? My body hurts a bit, Su Yuma replied, shaking her head in confusion. In her hazy state, she noticed a letter lying quietly not far ahead. Rushing over, she picked it up, realizing that the letter from Chen Mo was missing from her belongings. The envelope was slightly damaged from the earlier tremor, revealing some content within. Upon seeing the word death, she froze momentarily before hastily opening the letter. Sister Su, didn't T-brother ask you to deliver it to Mr. Su? Why are you opening it? Lu Wuxin, having regained some clarity, approached Su Yuma, noticing her peeking at Qian Mo's letter, a hint of displeasure in her expression. Just as Su Yuma was reading the letter, her body suddenly trembled, and her eyes brimmed with tears, which cascaded down like pearls. Sister Su, the heartless, the young master is on the brink of death. Chapter 69. The Pleas of the Crowd. Y Liangshan, I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Chen Mo, with his sword held firmly, displayed no trace of fear even when confronted by Yi Liangshan, a formidable figure of the second rank. His eyes were resolute, embodying a spirit ready to embrace death. As Yi Liangshan sought vengeance, the Chen family was engulfed in shock. Aside from Chen Jin, the rest remained oblivious to the identity of their killer until their last breath, unaware of the reason for their demise. Yet, Chen Mo not only knew his name but was also aware of his intent for revenge, having prepared himself well in advance, which piqued his curiosity. You know of me? I have indeed heard of you. A month ago, my elder brother Chen Jin offended you at Fengming Pavilion, thus inciting your murderous intent against him. If I am not mistaken, it appears that not only Chen Jin but perhaps the entire Chen family has already been bloodily extinguished by your hand. Ha? Your guess is astute. So, do you harbor hatred towards me? Do you wish to kill me for revenge? Chen Mo shook his head. Although I am a member of the Chen family, I have been mistreated by them since childhood. I hold no affection for the Chen family and shall not seek vengeance on their behalf. Yi Liangshan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Your response surprises me, however. I cannot ascertain whether you speak thus to save your own life. If I do not eliminate you, my heart shall remain unsettled. Especially since my beloved Sienner also met her end at your hands. You must pay for her death. You do not believe me? No amount of explanation will suffice. However, regarding the matter of your Sienner, there has been a misunderstanding. She sought to kill me, and I was compelled to retaliate, resulting in her demise. I could not simply stand by, allowing her to take my life. Why, Liangshan, imagine if someone were to attempt to kill you. Would you show mercy? Chen Mo countered. Why, Liangshan snorted coldly, stating, I care not for the reasons behind this. The fact remains that you killed Sienner. I am a man of sentiment and loyalty, unlike you, who is devoid of compassion and unconcerned for the deaths of family members. Sienner was the most important person to me. Her death necessitates your own. You are the heartless one, Yi Liangshan. You have slaughtered over 100 members of the Chen family, many of whom were innocent. Beyond the Chen estate, countless others have also been unjustly affected by your actions. Why, Yi Liangshan? Neither of us can claim the mantle of goodness. Do not attempt to cloak your vile deeds in the guise of righteousness. Such pretenses only serve to repulse. Enraged, Yi Liangshan's forehead bulged with veins as he swung his sword fiercely, narrowly missing Chen Mo and cleaving the grand courtyard behind him in twain. Thick clouds of smoke billowed forth. Yet Chen Mo remained unblinking, his expression devoid of fear, as if he had long since seen through the facade. A mere mortal, lacking even spiritual power, dares to brandish a sword before me? Yi Liangshan barked, his murderous intent intensifying as he raised his sword high, preparing to deliver the final blow. However, at that critical moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, clad in the black robe of the Zhenwu division, adorned with a yellow qilin on his chest, a yinling knife at his waist, his gaze piercing as he positioned himself in front of Chen Mo. I am Li Xiao, the commander of the Zhenwu division, sent by His Majesty to ensure his safety. Might I implore you, in consideration of both myself and His Majesty, to spare his life? Li Xiao bowed respectfully, his demeanor one of utmost reverence. Earlier, Long Outyin had assigned him the task of safeguarding Chen Mo, and thus, the elite assassins from Longhua had met their demise. Following Longhua's imprisonment and the rebellion of the Prince of Ning, he had no choice but to rush to the front lines. Now that the situation had stabilized, he returned to report and chanced upon Chen Mo in peril, wrestling with his conscience before deciding to intercede. The imperial tiger, Li Xiao. Chen Mo was taken aback. He was surprised that Li Xiao would plead for him, as he believed they had no prior connection. Was it possible that the empress had instructed him to protect him out of gratitude? What are you to demand my deference? Yi Liangqin's countenance darkened, an oppressive aura emanating from him that rendered even the formidable Li Xiao paralyzed with fear, causing him to kneel under the weight of the terrifying spiritual pressure. Young friend, let mercy prevail where it may. Another figure descended from the heavens. Chen Mo was once again startled, recognizing the elder who had previously visited him for guidance, said to have been brought by Long Outyen. He had advised the elder to pursue dual cultivation of martial and other disciplines. I am Long Ling of the Tianlong dynasty. I beseech you to extend a measure of mercy. The elder spoke with calm authority. Chen Mo was further astonished. Long Ling was an esteemed ancestor of the Tianlong dynasty. Although his power was only at the 4th rank, he was akin to a half-step into the 3rd rank. Had it not been for limitations on his spiritual veins, he would have long since reached the 3rd rank. The presence of such a powerful figure seeking him out for guidance was unexpected. Please, I ask you to show mercy and not to trouble the Taoist ancestor. At that moment, dozens of individuals began to gather in the surrounding wilderness. These were ordinary people who had come to Chen Mo's residence seeking knowledge. Having wished to study under him but were declined, they had returned daily to listen to his teachings. Upon hearing that Chen Mo had returned home, they came to see if he was holding classes, only to stumble upon this dire situation. Without a second thought, they all knelt before Chen Mo, pleading for his life. I never anticipated that a mere 3rd son of the Chen family would possess such connections. Yet, if you believe these worthless individuals can save your life, you may be underestimating me. Yi Liangqin's expression darkened, and with a slight wave of his sword, an even more terrifying spiritual pressure erupted from him. Long Ling and Li Xiao were rendered breathless, spitting blood in terror. Those who had pleaded for Chen Mo's life were left gasping, fainting, and some even dying on the spot. I thank you all for speaking on my behalf. But Yi Liangqin is already at the 2nd rank, and no matter how hard you strive, it will be in vain. One must bear their own consequences. This is a matter I shall face alone. Chen Mo sighed softly in the presence of the strong. The efforts of the weak are but a jest. He did not wish for others to be drawn into his plight, and thus he had sent away all those in his home for this very reason. Li Xiao was merely following the empress's orders to protect Chen Mo. If he could not do so, there was no need to risk his own life. Long Ling, being of advanced age and having achieved such success with great difficulty, despite feeling gratitude towards Chen Mo for his guidance, ultimately succumbed to the threat of death and retreated. As for the others who had pleaded for Chen Mo, they were utterly powerless, lacking any means to defend themselves. At this moment, many had already fainted, and very few remained standing, let alone capable of protecting Chen Mo. One must bear their own consequences. If you wish to kill me, then come forth. Do not trouble others any further. Chen Mo stepped forward, sword in hand, approaching Yi Liangqin with determination. His demeanor was commendable, though his strength was lacking, in consideration of the many who had pleaded for him. Today I shall grant you a more dignified death. Chapter 70. The heartless shall not be free. What did you say? My brother is dying. Lu Wuxin blinked her strikingly heterochromatic eyes, a hint of concern shimmering within their depths. She gently placed the small figure cradled in her arms down. Her hands gripping Su Yumo's sleeve tightly. Su Yumo's delicate frame trembled as she clutched the letter, her eyes glistening with tears. Young master, this letter is no ordinary correspondence. It is a farewell note. He has outlined our fate after his passing and entrusted us to Mr. Su Laoshu's care. Impossible, impossible. My brother is perfectly fine. How could he die? Where is he? I must question him directly, Lu Wuxin exclaimed. Turning abruptly, the several experts from the town martial division, who had been waiting nearby, suddenly recalled Chen Mo's words before his departure and quickly responded. Young Master Chen mentioned he was returning to fetch his sword. As soon as they spoke, Lu Wuxin surveyed her surroundings and spotted a magnificent steed not far off. She leaped onto the horse. Miss Lu, one cannot ride recklessly within the city. One of the experts from the town martial division began to protest, but saw Lu Wuxin had already galloped away. Immediately following her, another figure mounted a horse. Pei Jiangnan, the law-abiding gentleman, had broken his own principles. This matter cannot be delayed. I must find Mr. Su immediately. Su Yumo pondered for a moment. Since Chen Imo intended to entrust their safety to Su Chongqing, the latter would undoubtedly have a plan to protect them. If he were to take action, perhaps he could also safeguard Chen Imo. Without further ado, Su Yumo seized a horse and spurred it towards Su's residence. What is it with these days? Can't there be a single rule-abiding individual? The experts from the town marshal division lamented. As they picked up the unconscious small figure and headed towards their headquarters. Miss Liu, there has been a violent incident at the Chun residence. The perpetrator has slain everyone there. This individual possesses formidable strength. Even Lord Li, the tiger of the empire, may not stand a chance against him. If someone intends to kill young Master Chun, it must be this assailant. You cannot approach. Let me investigate instead, Pei Jiangnan urged. Following closely behind Lu Wuxin, he had witnessed Yi Liangqin's prowess and was now filled with trepidation, fearing Lu Wuxin might act recklessly. Lu Wuxin was already anxious for Chan Mo's safety. Upon hearing Pei Jiangnan's words, she spurred her horse even faster. He sighed softly. It seemed his words would be in vain. Before long, they had burst out of the city, and the throngs of people were all heading towards the courtyard, which only heightened Lu Wuxin's anxiety. She cracked the whip and urged her horse onward. Hurry, hurry, brother, you must be safe. You absolutely cannot be in danger. Lu Wuxin's heart cried out incessantly, having barely escaped from that hellish place. She had finally found someone to accept her, finally discovered the feeling of home. She could hardly bear to imagine how she would survive in a world without Chen Imo. As the crowd ahead grew larger, she could see hundreds of people gathered outside the courtyard, all shouting loudly to stop the confrontation, yet none dared to step forward. From a distance, Lu Wuxin glimpsed the two combatants at the entrance, one of whom was Chen Imo. Pei Jiangnan, following closely, also recognized that the individual battling Chen Imo was none other than Yi Liangqin. This is it. Chen Imo is doomed, Pei Jiangnan exclaimed, feeling powerless to continue riding forward. Lu Wuxin cried out, "Brother!" But her voice was drowned out by the clamor of the crowd. She struck her horse with the whip again, yet at that moment, her steed collapsed beneath her, throwing her to the ground. Her face, hands, and feet were marred with wounds, bloodied and bruised. Stumbling through the throng, Lu Wuxin caught sight of Yi Liangqin thrusting a sword that pierced Chen Mo's left shoulder. Crack, blood sprayed forth. Fear enveloped her heart as she shouted. But she found herself too paralyzed by terror to make a sound. Another thrust pierced Chen Mo's right shoulder, his left leg, his right leg, and the fifth strike penetrated his chest. This was a death blow, leaving Chen Mo with no chance of survival. Yet, after the fifth strike, Yi Liangqin unleashed a sixth. With a swift motion, he severed the sword from Chen Mo's grasp and delivered a fatal blow to his throat. The pain in his throat overwhelmed Chen Mo, rendering him unable to wield his sword any longer. His broken blade fell, and he clutched at his neck, blood oozing between his fingers. Damn it, I knew I would die. But I never imagined death could be so agonizing. Chen Mo gasped for breath, but each inhalation was excruciating as his body succumbed to weakness. His head tilted to the side, and he caught sight of Lu Wuxin. Her eyes filled with tears and her body battered, rushing toward him. Chen Mo longed to tell Lu Wuxin to flee, but at that moment, he could utter not a single word. Gradually, the world before him faded into darkness. "Brother, brother!" Lu Wuxin cried as she reached him, lifting Chen Mo's lifeless form and shouting desperately, yet receiving no response. He would never respond again. Chen Mo's heartbeat weakened further. It seemed Lu Wuxin realized something. She gently laid him down and turned to face the spectators, her timid nature giving way to desperation. For the first time, she knelt before the crowd, bowing her head heavily. "Everyone, I implore you, please, save my brother." Lu Wuxin's voice was hoarse and laced with tears, her body trembling as she bowed repeatedly before them. Even as her forehead bled, it was as if she sought to use her last ounce of strength to plead for his survival. "As long as you can save him, I will be your servant. I beg you, I beg you. Wuxin will not go to the imperial capital. Wuxin will not seek the rivers and mountains. Wuxin is a calamity, and I acknowledge it. You may strike me, kill me, and I will harbor no resentment. I only ask that you let my brother live. Wuxin desires nothing of a home, no new clothes, nor even a full meal. Wuxin is willing to return to that hell, willing to be imprisoned for a lifetime, willing to suffer the torment of 1,000 insects and poisons. Wuxin does not want freedom. Nigh in front of the courtyard, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the girl screamed hoarsely, desperately prostrating herself, pleading for assistance. Blood flowed from her battered forehead, staining her entire face. Mud mixed with blood pooled on the ground, and her tears fell like pearls, one after another. She was willing to forsake everything, yearning only for someone to save him. Yet, after what felt like an eternity of banging her head against the ground, her voice became hoarse, her eyes swollen from weeping, tears mixing with blood. Her blood stained the ground, yet no one responded to her humble pleas. At last, Liangchen, wielding his sword, coldly surveyed the scene before him, casually stating, "He is dead." Chapter 71. Step over my corpse first. He is dead. Liangchen's nonchalant remark struck Lu Wuxin like a bolt from the blue. After banging her head 3,000 times, her mind swirled, but she still staggered to Chen Mo, cupping his face in her hands, gently testing for breath. Nothing. No heartbeat. No pulse. Dead. Chen Mo was dead. Lu Wuxin cradled his bloodied corpse, her face pressed against his as she wailed, her cries echoing through the heavens, transforming into the most sorrowful melody in the world. The vibrant world and colorful people around her faded into darkness. The boy who had saved her from despair was the last flicker of color in her shadowed existence, the final beam of light. But now, he was gone. In that moment, the girl's heart shattered as well. Lu Wuxin abruptly turned, her tear-streaked face fixed on Liangchen, her gaze resolute. "I, Lu Wuxin, will be your nemesis in this life. I swear it." Liangchen was taken aback, staring at the bloodied, disheveled girl before him, an involuntary shiver of fear coursing through him. "I believe that one day you will become a formidable leader, capable of contending with me. However, I will not allow you a future. Eradicate the roots and the weeds will not sprout again." A fierce glint flashed in Liangchen's eyes. A person driven by vengeance would not spare even the smallest foe. Otherwise, he would not have annihilated Qin Jin's entire clan. Liangchen tightened his grip on the sword, fully prepared to eradicate any remnants. "Young man, show mercy where you can." Long Ling hesitated. Though he was powerless to prevent Chen Mo's death, he at least wanted to give those around him a chance to survive. The onlookers, having witnessed the girl's despair, could not help but feel sympathy upon seeing her about to be slain. They began to plead, "Show mercy. The one who offended you has been killed. Do not pursue total annihilation. Spare her life. It will bring you merit. You have slaughtered so many. Retribution will come." A chorus of pleas rang out. Prompting Liangchen to raise an eyebrow, he swiftly struck out with his sword, and in an instant, dozens fell lifeless amidst the crowd. The next moment, Long Ling fell silent, as did the crowd. Those who had once been vociferous now appeared considerably subdued. Useless. Liangchen disdainfully surveyed the crowd, uttering the words with a dismissive air, his gaze resembling that of someone observing mere insects, showing them no respect. Conversely, the crowd dared not voice their anger. Liangchen raised his sword again, pointing it towards Lu Wuxin, who held Chen Mo tightly in her arms, her expression one of unwavering resolve, as if prepared to face death. Such a beautiful girl. A pity that her heart belongs to another. Liangchen coldly remarked, his sword slicing through the air, sending a wave of sword energy soaring upwards, scattering the clouds above. Liangchen, a second-rank martial artist, was nearly unmatched in the realm of Jiuzhou. Having honed his swordsmanship to perfection, even when facing a first-rank expert, he still had the strength to fight. Killing a newly initiated 9th-rank girl would require only a fraction of his power to accomplish. Now, with this strike, he unleashed 70% of his strength, aiming to obliterate the two before him. This sword energy is terrifying. What kind of master possesses such strength, such a fearsome technique? Even the tiger of the empire would likely not stand a chance. Indeed, Lord Li Xiao had previously spoken on behalf of the Dao ancestor, yet even he now seems too frightened to utter a word. It seems this person's power has reached the 3rd rank. Perhaps even stronger. Li Xiao gazed at the swirling sword energy in the sky, letting out a soft sigh. Such strength, he felt, he would only ever look up to. It wasn't just about saving the emperor. If this person wished to eliminate the emperor, he would be powerless to intervene. This individual's might was such that even the entirety of the Tianlong dynasty could not match it. Unless the founding emperor were to resurrect. Long Ling's aged eyes fixed upon the sword energy soaring through the sky, taking a deep breath, feeling a sense of suffocation. He then glanced at Lu Wuxin, who clung to Qin Mo's corpse and could only sigh. All is fate. None can escape. Everyone believed that facing such a powerful adversary, Lu Wuxin was doomed, and even she had resigned herself to the possibility of dying in battle. Yet, at that moment, she felt no fear. To perish alongside him would not be in vain. However, just as the sword energy was about to descend, a booming voice resonated through the space, akin to a mighty bell. Stop! As the command rang out, the sword energy hurtling towards Lu Wuxin suddenly froze as if held by invisible strings, unable to advance even a fraction further. Then, upon uttering the word disperse, the despair-inducing sword energy dissipated into the air in an instant. What is this? Liangchen furrowed his brow in surprise and looked up, only to see an elderly figure in gray robes, sporting a goat-like beard, standing upon the air with hands clasped behind his back, appearing like an immortal who had descended from the heavens. Who is this? Li Shao abruptly raised his head, as the commander of the town martial division. His sharp eyes recognized the figure instantly. Filled with astonishment, Su Chongqing, the grand scholar of the National Academy. Su Chongqing. How could that old fellow? A hint of astonishment flickered in Longling's aged eyes. Su Chongqing, a renowned figure from the era of the late emperor, was merely a scholar devoid of martial prowess, making him insignificant in this age of martial prosperity. Yet at this moment, he was witnessing that old man walking upon the air. A mere scholar could possess such extraordinary abilities? Not only Longling, but even the onlookers around them gazed in disbelief. Mr. Su, who had first served in the government before dedicating himself to scholarship, had toiled diligently for decades, yet he remained just a scholar. How could he wield such powers? It was said that Mr. Su had once been a waste of spiritual veins in his youth, unable to enter the path of martial arts. Thus he turned to literature. Could a scholar truly ride the clouds? No, it was not that he could not enter the path. He simply could not enter the martial way. Had you forgotten the words of the Tao ancestor? The Tao has 3,000 paths, and Mr. Su has entered the Tao through literature. Why? Liangchen raised his gaze to the elder in the sky, his brow furrowing slightly. He had heard of Su Chongqing, a figure of great renown, yet this elder before him was a stark contrast to the scholarly image he had in mind. Are you Su Chongqing? Liangchen inquired. Su Chongqing nodded slightly. What brings you here? To save a life. Those two simple words conveyed his intention. You, a scholar incapable of even tying a chicken, dare to thwart my intent to kill? Liangchen's brow furrowed tightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Despite Su Chongqing's astonishing display of power, he believed no one, not even in the Tianlong Empire or the entire Jiuzhou continent, could hinder his murderous intent. Have I arrived too late? Su Chongqing did not respond but turned to Chen Mo, saying, my ability to enter the Tao is entirely due to the guidance of the Tao ancestor. One could say he is my benefactor in this journey. I never anticipated that before I could repay him, he would already be slain by you. Since I cannot protect my benefactor, I must at least ensure the safety of his family. Just based on you? Liangchen tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, raising it so that countless sword energies surged up like thousands of blades suspended beneath the sky, resembling a cascading galaxy. Su Chongqing gently stroked his grizzled goatee, unfazed, and calmly uttered, why not lay down your sword? With a thud, Liangchen's right hand trembled uncontrollably, the tightly clenched fingers slowly loosening their grip, causing his sword to fall to the ground, while the myriad blades in the sky vanished without a trace in an instant. How can this be? The old man knew well that the young man's strength was profound and unfathomable, yet if he insisted on killing that young girl, he would have to step over the corpse of the old man first. You old fool, do you truly think I cannot kill you? Liangchen's left hand flicked his fingers, summoning the sword on the ground to soar into the air. Su Chongqing raised an eyebrow, his voice low and menacing. Why not kneel? With a rumble, Liangchen's knees buckled, and he truly knelt down. You seek death? Why? Liangchen gritted his teeth, unleashing all his spiritual power, ready to fight Su Chongqing to the bitter end. In contrast, the latter stood firm as a mountain, yet the ground beneath him began to crack, his body swaying ominously, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. The two men appeared to be merely glaring at each other. Yet secretly they were engaged in a fierce contest of strength. Why? Liangchen, young and gifted, had carved his way through blood and corpses, his power not to be underestimated. Su Chongqing, though a scholar who had read for decades, had achieved the second rank in one night, yet the character he had cultivated over the years was not something the younger man could easily break, especially since the latter was now resolved to face death. I have sought the Tao for 60 years, achieving great character and righteousness that allowed me to ascend to the second rank overnight. Such cultivation is no easy feat, however. If you insist on taking the life of that young girl, then even if my character shatters, my righteousness dissipates, and my entire cultivation is wasted, I will ensure you are left with half a life. Blood oozed from Su Chongqing's nostrils, and crimson stained the corners of his eyes. 5 of his 7 orifices were bleeding, and if 2 more followed, he would be in grave danger. Yet despite this, he showed no fear, his gaze resolute and unyielding in the face of death. Their contest of strength could be deemed evenly matched, perhaps even with Liangchen having the slight upper hand. However, the latter's threat to die fighting meant that even if he could slay Su Chongqing, he would undoubtedly be gravely injured in the process. To kill one person at the cost of half his life was not worth it. Why? Liangchen surveyed the surroundings. All were followers of Chen Imo. Though they had been subdued by his terrifying power and dared not act rashly, should he be injured, these people would surely retaliate, and he would be doomed. Taking a deep breath, Liangchen gritted his teeth and reluctantly uttered, "Old sir, I will spare her life for your sake." Chapter 72. Help me revive. Liangchen departed. Having spared Lu Wuxin's life, Su Chongqing's desperate stand had finally borne fruit, protecting Lu Wuxin's life. However, at this moment, she resembled a stone statue, clutching Qian Mo's lifeless body, utterly still. Those who had once received Qian Mo's guidance silently gathered nearby, mourning in silence. In stark contrast, Li Xiao and Longling approached Su Chongqing, offering concerned inquiries. Throughout Su Chongqing's tenure as an official and his time in the Imperial Academy, these two had looked down upon him, yet now he stood at a height that commanded respect from all martial experts of the Tianlong Empire. Compelling them to ingratiate themselves, Su Chongqing stroked his white beard, dismissing the two with a simple, "I must guard my benefactor's spirit." He hurried to Lu Wuxin's side, observing her unwillingness to let go. He did not intervene, quietly standing behind her, occasionally mourning for the prematurely departed Chen Imo. Pei Jiangnan dismounted his horse and swiftly approached Lu Wuxin, casting a glance at her before lowering his head in shame. The young girl pleaded desperately before the crowd for Chen Mo's life, yet after bowing 3,000 times, no one responded. Pei Jiangnan was among them. What justice, what righteousness? Pei Jiangnan was merely a coward, one who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Clenching his fists, his nails dug into his palms, drawing blood as he gritted his teeth, nearly shattering them. A furtive glance upward revealed the lifelessness in Lu Wuxin's eyes, prompting him to kneel with a resounding thud. Time flowed swiftly, and the number of mourners for Chen Imo gradually increased. From the crowd emerged a figure. Su Yuma had arrived. Yet upon seeing Chen Mo's throat slashed, devoid of life, and Lu Wuxin, blood-soaked and motionless as a statue, Su Yuma covered her mouth with her hands, tears cascading down like raindrops. "How could this be? Young master, how could you die so tragically?" Su Yuma's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, her voice choked with sobs. Her gaze swept over Chen Mo's body, noting the stab wounds on his hands and legs, and a gaping wound in his chest, indicating that the assailant had no intention of allowing him to survive. The most gruesome wound was his throat, a single sword strike that had sealed his fate. Just hours prior, he had laughed and conversed with everyone, promising to ensure their well-being, yet now, he was gone without a trace. In the crowd, 2 more figures emerged, Zhang Long and Uncle Fu. Many had come to hear Chen Imo speak, yet upon witnessing Liangchen's attack, several fled back to the imperial capital, spreading the news like wildfire. Concerned for his safety, Uncle Fu and Zhang Long had abandoned their errands to hasten their arrival. However, upon seeing Chen Mo's tragic state, the elderly Uncle Fu fainted on the spot. Zhang Long quickly caught him, his fierce gaze fixed upon Chen Mo's lifeless form, his eyes trembling slightly. It is said that a man does not shed tears lightly. It is only when grief strikes that he does. Zhang Long gritted his teeth, tears brimming in his eyes, turning his head away from Chen Mo's body, fearful of succumbing to his emotions. Yet in that moment of distraction, a broken sword caught his eye. It was Chen Mo's sword, which he had once intended to give to Zhang Long, but the latter had refused, believing himself unworthy of such a precious gift. Gently placing Uncle Fu on the ground, Zhang Long stepped forward, picking up the broken sword, his body trembling uncontrollably. This was the sword bestowed by His Majesty. I heard from my colleagues that Brother Chen returned from the imperial capital solely to acquire this sword. Page Jiangnan remarked, noticing the broken sword in Zhang Long's hand. Zhang Long was taken aback, his eyes instantly welling with tears that cascaded down like a rushing spring. Damn it, I rejected the master's gift of the sword. If only I had accepted it that day, he would not have turned back to retrieve it and subsequently met his demise at the hands of treachery. It is I who have brought about the master's death. I have caused his demise. Zhang Long's self-reproachful lamentations roused the unconscious Fu Bo. The old man slowly opened his eyes, believing he had merely dreamt a fleeting dream, but upon seeing the lifeless Chen Mo, he was immediately overwhelmed with grief. Heavenly Father, what sins have I committed in this life? Why must all those around me depart? Almighty, if I, Lin Fu, am guilty, then take my life, but spare me this torment. Fu Bo collapsed to the ground, pounding his chest and crying out in despair. His life had been fraught with hardship since childhood. At the age of 15, he was forced to toil for his family's livelihood. By 20, he had lost both parents. In his 30s, his sister perished during childbirth. In his 40s, his brother met an untimely end. And by 50, he had treated Chen Mo's mother as his own, only to lose her as well. Now over 60, without a wife or child, he was left desolate and alone. He had come to regard Chen Mo, the son of Chen's mother, as his own grandson, thinking to serve him in his final years, believing this would grant some meaning to his existence. Yet, O heaven, could you not fulfill even this modest wish of mine? It is all my fault, all my fault. I am a harbinger of death to my kin. I brought misfortune upon my family in my youth, and in my old age, I continue to bring ruin. I am a blight upon this world. If not for me, the master would not have met his untimely end. Fu Bo cried out hoarsely, his hands pressed to the ground as he violently struck his head against the earth, believing himself a bringer of death who should not exist, a curse to others and himself. Stop! A voice, aged yet resonant, interrupted Fu Bo's self-destructive actions. Do not act foolishly. Su Chongqing stepped forward, lifting the elderly man from the ground, sighing, the death of the Dao ancestor is a matter of cause and effect. It is not your fault. Su Lao, do not try to console me with such words. What cause and effect? The master was a good man. What kind of nonsense is this that good people meet such tragic ends? Fu Bo cried, tears and snot streaming down his face. Su Chongqing then produced a piece of parchment from his robe. Fu Bo was taken aback, accepting the letter and recognizing Chen Mo's handwriting. Upon reading it, his sobs intensified. The contents echoed Su Chongqing's sentiments. Furthermore, it detailed that after Chen Mo's death, his final resting place would be the Kaoshan sect. Before departing for the sect, Chen Mo had secretly spoken with the sect leader. Securing Fu Bo's admission and the token he obtained served as proof. With the token in hand, he could enter Kaoshan sect at any time. Fu Bo retrieved the token from his robe, tears streaming down his face. No wonder I had attempted to return this token to the master multiple times, only to be refused. It was intended for me. Master, even in death, you did not forget about me, yet I lack the qualifications to assist you. Su Chongqing then turned to Zhang Long, saying, You must be Zhang Long. Zhang Long nodded slightly. The Dao ancestor had also arranged a place for you. He had made a pact with the mad sandsword immortal that whenever you seek him, he shall take you as a disciple. Su Chongqing presented another letter, which Zhang Long accepted and, upon glancing at it, tears flowed freely down his face. Indeed, Fu Bo's words rang true. Even in death, the master had been considering all of them. A quarter of an hour later, Zhao Hu's family arrived upon hearing the news. Upon witnessing the grim aftermath of Chun Mo's death, Zhao Mu fainted on the spot. Their interactions had been few. Yet without Chen and Mo, their family would have likely been torn asunder. Zhao Qingling hurriedly supported her mother, offering constant reassurances, while Zhao Hu, consumed by rage and despair, struck the ground with his fist, questioning why such a good person as the third young master had to die young. Shouldn't good people live long lives? Damn the heavens, look at what you have wrought. Another quarter of an hour passed, and Long Outyin, riding on a flying sword with Xiao Do Ding at her side, hurriedly arrived. Today, Long Outyin was unlike her usual self. She had cast aside her male disguise and donned a flowing white gown, intending to show Chunimo her feminine form before revealing her identity as the Empress. However, on the way, she encountered Xiao Do Ding, who had been apprehended by a master of the town Wu division. Upon learning of Chunmo's peril, she rushed here with the forlorn Xiao Do Ding. Yet, as she landed, she was struck dumb. She had missed her chance, for Chenimo was already gone. Your Majesty, Li Xiao and Su Chongqing immediately recognized Long Outyin's identity and bowed respectfully in unison. The surrounding onlookers knelt in reverence. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Fu Bo, Su Yuma, and others were taken aback. Although her attire was drastically different, they recognized the face of the young master of the town Wu division. How had she become the Empress? Long Outyin gazed blankly at the lifeless Chenimo before her, her heart heavy with myriad emotions. The Emperor is heartless. To ascend to her current position, she had taken many lives, becoming desensitized to death. Yet, why did she feel such heartache at this moment? Was it not agreed that she would show him her female attire? Why, now that she has adorned it, does he lie here without opening his eyes? Brother? Though the young Xiaodouting is but a child, she has grown amidst the graves of the deceased, not an innocent without comprehension of life and death. Upon witnessing Qian Mo's bloodied form, a flicker of panic crossed her wide eyes as she hurriedly approached him. Her small legs moving swiftly. Brother, what has happened to you? Brother, please don't die. Did you not promise to buy delicious treats for Xiaodouting? Did you not vow that you would never let Xiaodouting go hungry again? If you are gone, what will happen if others bully Xiaodouting? Brother, I do not want any treats anymore. Please open your eyes. In her despair, she continued, Brother, did you not say last night that our family would be together forever? How could you deceive me? Xiaodouting shook Chinimo's body, but the elder brother, who usually doted on her, no longer reached out to pat her head as he did before, now and forever. That warmth was lost. The tears welled up in her innocent eyes, and with a heart-wrenching cry, she wept. Even the noble Long Outyin, who usually remained unflinching in the face of calamity, was unable to suppress the emotions stirred by Xiaodouting's sorrow. His own eyes glistening with tears as he exclaimed, Who is responsible for this? Who has done this? I shall avenge Chenimo. Your Majesty, you must not. At that moment, Li Xiao and Long Ling, both taken aback, quickly intervened, urging, Your Majesty, the one who killed Chenimo is at least of the second-tier realm. Such a master is not only beyond our Tianlong Empire, but is a rare opponent across the entire Jiuzhou continent. Do not act rashly and jeopardize the future of the empire. Long Outyin clenched his fists, his silver teeth biting down in frustration, feeling for the first time how powerless he truly was. Your Majesty, Pei Jiangnan approached slowly, producing a letter he had concealed within his garments. This morning, Brother Chen instructed me to deliver this letter to you. Long Outyin took the letter, opened it, and his delicate frame trembled slightly. Pei Jiangnan, both talented and possessing a commendable character, was certainly deserving of promotion. Zhao Hu, though not yet at the 7th tier, should be granted an exceptional appointment to the Town Martial Division. As for Zhao Qingling, though her spirit vein has yet to awaken, I have made a promise to her. I shall support her to the best of my ability. Though I may perish, the promise must not be forsaken. I beseech you, Brother Outyin, to fulfill this commitment on my behalf. Your Majesty owes me a favor, and I have long pondered how to repay you. After much consideration, since Brother Outyin has done so much for me, I shall pass this favor to you. As Long Outyin absorbed the contents of the letter, Pei Jiangnan clenched his fist in shame, feeling utterly unworthy. Chunimo had thought of him even in death, praising his character, yet whether at the Chen residence or previously, He had been intimidated by Yi Liangqin's formidable strength and dared not act recklessly. Zhao Hu and his sister were both moved to tears. Realizing Chen Imo had not forgotten them even unto his dying breath, he had rescued their family from peril, and even in death, had ensured their future. How could such kindness ever be repaid? I once owed Chen Imo a favor, and since this is his wish, I shall honor it. I will promote Pei Jiangnan and grant Zhao Hu a position in the town marshal division. As for Zhao Qingling, I shall dedicate myself to her cultivation. Long Outyin held the letter tightly, his gaze dropping slightly to the last line. I regret not having seen Brother Outyin in women's attire. Should an opportunity arise, I would like to witness it. Deceiver. Long Outyin muttered, tears brimming in his eyes. What opportunity remains? You are dead. If you truly wish to see, you should open your eyes now, unbeknownst to them. The sun dipped below the horizon, and those who had come to mourn Chen Imo began to disperse, leaving fewer and fewer attendees. Su Chongqing sighed softly, recognizing that the Taoist master had passed. It was time for him to be laid to rest. As his words fell, Lu Wuxin, who had held Chen Mo's body for several hours, remained unresponsive. Su Chongqing, feeling helpless, stepped forward to pull Chen Mo's corpse away, stating, "The Taoist master has already arranged for his afterlife. Lu girl, Su girl, and the little one, I shall ensure your well-being. Lu girl, grieve not. One cannot resurrect the dead. The Taoist master deserves his rest." Lu Wuxin held Chen Mo's body tightly. As Su Chongqing tried to pull him away, she suddenly yanked him back, her crimson eyes glinting with a cold intensity. "He is mine. He is mine. He is mine." "Lu girl," Su Chongqing remarked, exasperated, hesitating before adding, "Ah, the Taoist master instructed me to show you the procurement list he prepared for you. There are words left for you." Lu Wuxin furrowed her brow, initially unwilling to heed Su Chongqing, but upon hearing it was Chen Mo's last words, she held him close, cautiously retrieving the list. Glancing over it, she noticed it contained names of various medicinal herbs. Though somewhat convoluted, upon closer inspection, her pupils suddenly constricted. The first letters of the items on the list formed a sentence. Seemingly a final message from Chen Imo. "Bring the dead back to life. Help me resurrect Da." Thus concludes Volume 1. I had intended to add another chapter today, but my keyboard has malfunctioned. I am too impoverished to even afford a new one, so I must make do for now. However, this chapter is a substantial one, totaling 4,000 words, equivalent to 2 chapters, so I hope the esteemed readers will not hold it against me. Some readers have remarked that the plot feels somewhat rushed, lacking sufficient emotional depth. Upon reflection, that indeed may be the case. I clarify that it was entirely due to reader pressure, certainly not because I am incapable of writing emotional scenes. Alright, I admit my skills in emotional writing leave much to be desired, but that is understandable. After all, I am a single noble. If esteemed readers would introduce me to a girlfriend, I am sure I could write well. In conclusion, my shortcomings in emotional writing ultimately stem from the readers not introducing me to a girlfriend. Why, Snickers, I will consider how to enhance the emotional aspect, and perhaps add some side stories when I have the time. Tomorrow, I shall commence Volume 2. For tonight, this is all. 3 good night. Lastly, I seek a wave of gifts. Wishing prosperity. Chapter 1. The golden coffin. Dark clouds rolled ominously, fierce winds howled, and lightning streaked across the sky above the Qingyu Sea. Roaring like a ferocious beast, a small entourage of over 10 individuals drove their horse-drawn carriages from south to north, arriving at the boundary of the Qingyu Sea. A resplendent golden coffin radiating brilliant light was securely placed at the center of the carriage, while black-clad women, tasked with guiding the horses, stood guard around it, their vigilant gazes keen and ready for battle. The leading woman, clad in a black robe, had her long hair elegantly pinned up, her strikingly beautiful face adorned with an air of cold resolve. A slender long knife resting at her waist. This woman was Ning Xian, a protector of the Tianma sect in Yuzhou, and one of the most capable subordinates of the sect's empress, Lu Wuxin. Days prior, Ning Xian had received a command from the empress to retrieve the sealed golden coffin from the Tianlong Empire. As the empress's most trusted aide, she fulfilled her duty with excellence. Overcoming numerous trials, and after a fierce confrontation with many masters of the Tianlong Empire, successfully seized the golden coffin and set forth northward towards the Hanhai Empire. Further north, crossing the Qingyu Sea that separates Qingzhou from Yuzhou, would bring them to Yuzhou and into the heart of the Tianma sect. A short-haired woman, also clad in black, rode up beside Ning Xian and said, "Protector, our contacts await us ahead. Once we board the flying beast, we can cross this so-called 10,000-mile strait of the Qingyu Sea in a day and swiftly report back to the Empress." Ning Xian shook her head, her hawk-like eyes scanning the tumultuous sky. Listening to the distant rumble of thunder, her expression grew grave. "The Empress instructed me to protect the golden coffin at all costs, ensuring that its occupant remains unharmed. This storm is ill-timed. Should we take to the skies on a flying beast?" A moment's carelessness could see both beast and rider struck down. "While we may survive, if anything were to happen to the golden coffin, how would I explain it to the Empress? I think we should forego the flying beast and instead travel by ship across the sea." The short-haired woman glanced back at the golden coffin, her eyes narrowing with curiosity. "Protector, do you know the identity of the person interred within this golden coffin to warrant such importance from the Empress?" "Compelling you to come personally? I do not know," Ning Xian replied coldly. Yet the short-haired woman persisted. "Ning's sister, are you unaware or simply unwilling to share? I recall that during my time serving the Empress, I saw only one man's portrait in her chambers. If I am not mistaken, the occupant of the golden coffin must be the one the Empress longs for." This short-haired woman was named Li Yaya. Previously, she served as the Empress's personal maid, but due to her exceptional abilities, she transitioned to a combat role. Thus she was well acquainted with everything within the Empress's chambers. Upon hearing this, Ning Xian tightened her grip on the reins, her complexion shifting uneasily, a mix of envy and jealousy stirring within her. "I have heard that 300 years ago, a young man saved the Empress when she was but a helpless child, which is why she holds him dear. Ning's sister, do you think if we bring back the man from the golden coffin, the Empress might become infatuated with him? If that were to occur, our standing in the Empress's heart would dwindle to nothing, merely a corpse. Even if we were to return, what difference would it make?" Ning Xian shook her head and smiled bitterly. "That is not necessarily the case. I have heard that His Majesty possesses the art of resurrecting the dead, the technique of transforming flesh into bone. Just a few days ago, the elixir you collapsed among in the golden coffin may well be the very substance that brings the deceased back to life. If it were otherwise, how could His Majesty have urged us to return so swiftly? Surely, she wishes to see her resurrected beloved at the earliest opportunity. Be quiet." Li Yaya continued her incessant chatter. And Ning Xian, growing increasingly impatient, shot her a furious glare. The former, feigning innocence, raised her hands to cover her mouth, fearful of retribution from the latter. Ning Xian's expression darkened. Her mind was a tumultuous mess, and her eyes seemed devoid of their usual spark. Another bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, yet this time it appeared to have a target, striking directly upon the golden coffin within their ranks. Ning Xian quickly regained her composure, exclaiming, "An ambush! Quickly, protect the golden coffin." As her words fell, she unsheathed her long blade and swung fiercely at the descending lightning, managing to deflect its ferocious impact. However, her arms felt numb from the shock, and her hands trembled uncontrollably. Shadows darted across the surface of the sea, resembling malevolent spirits as they surged towards Ning Xian and her companions. The flashes of lightning crackled ominously, threatening to engulf their group in an instant. "Damn it, they came prepared. Form a defensive formation. Do not let them succeed," Ning Xian bellowed, prompting her companions to align themselves in unison. Blades were drawn, and the radiant glimmers of steel swept through the air, forming a cohesive barrier to repel the oncoming lightning. However, before their taut nerves could relax, the golden coffin they were protecting suddenly erupted, soaring towards the oncoming horde of black-clad figures. Safeguarding the golden coffin to bring it back to Yuzhou was an edict from the Empress. Ning Xian, realizing the enemy's preparedness, knew it was impossible to return the coffin unscathed. Thus, she aimed her blade at the golden coffin. Even if it meant damaging the coffin, it could not fall into the hands of treacherous individuals. The blade flashed and struck the coffin, the invisible force dissipating in an instant, causing the golden coffin to plunge into the depths of the ocean. The tempestuous winds howled, and the waves surged violently. making the golden coffin sway like a solitary leaf upon the tumultuous sea, drawing the fervent gazes of many. Not only Ning Xian, but also the well-prepared black-clad figures, all eager to seize it for themselves. In that fleeting moment, a singular thought echoed in the minds of all present: strike first to gain the advantage. Yet, fate had other plans. Just as they resolved to seize the golden coffin, the already tumultuous sea erupted with towering waves, beneath which a fierce beast with glaring eyes opened its massive maw, lunging towards the group approaching the shoreline. "Get away, you wretched creature!" Ning Xian shouted angrily. Swiftly launching her blade, its brilliance soaring skyward, cleaving the beast in twain, showering the area with blood that stained the ocean crimson. The tumultuous waves calmed in that instant. However, the golden coffin that had once floated atop the waters had mysteriously vanished. Suddenly, Ning Xian received another divine certification, expressing gratitude to the esteemed brother who had delivered the long-awaited divine endorsement. She also thanked every reader who had bestowed gifts upon her. Chapter 2. Resurrection in the Pitch-Black Forest. The surroundings were shrouded in a gray haze, resembling a hellish landscape, littered with remnants of destruction, occasionally pierced by the echoes of demonic roars that sent chills down one's spine. "I must be cursed beyond measure to find myself in a team with you lot," grumbled a man robed in black and red, his right hand ever poised upon the hilt of his sheathed blade. Trailing behind him were three others, two women and a man. The man appeared carefree, while one of the women seemed gentle, and the other wore a cold expression, as if someone owed her a fortune. "Boss, don't say that. Getting lost in a forbidden zone isn't entirely a bad thing. At least we have a chance to hone our skills, right? This is the kind of opportunity many dream of," the carefree man spoke, only to be met with a fierce glare from the leader. "Shut up. Do you really think this is a good time for training in a forbidden area? Don't you realize that even a single beast here could wipe us all out? Besides, we were sent to investigate the blood demon incident in Qingsong Town. If we find no clues within a month, you, I, and our entire team might as well discard these clothes. Hey, boss, no need to panic. The Qingsong Sea connects to the Forbidden Zone. As long as we find the sea, we can return to the Han Sea Empire. Look, there it is. Eh? What is that? Glimmering gold. Could it be gold?" the man suddenly exclaimed, drawing the attention of the others. The gentle girl looked up in astonishment, her eyes sparkling as she beheld the golden coffin standing firmly on the shore. "Boss, it's gold. Truly pure gold." The gentle girl rushed forward, gently tapping the golden coffin to confirm its authenticity. The man also hurried over, inspecting the coffin closely. "Boss, it's pure gold. If we take it back, we'll be rich, you lot." The leader sighed in exasperation, muttering curses under his breath. "What sins have I committed in my past life to end up with you fools?" As he grumbled, he noticed the man and woman jumping around like fools, shouting with glee. The leader's lips twitched as he entertained the thought of abandoning the two dimwits and leaving alone. A sudden roar shattered the exuberant atmosphere, jolting the leader back to reality. His muscles tensed, and he instinctively drew his blade, fear coursing through him as he turned to face the source of the sound. His eyes widening in horror. The worst had come to pass. A beast had appeared. The weakest of these creatures was at least of 6th rank, with tough hides and resilient flesh. For an average 6th rank warrior, breaching their defenses was akin to climbing a mountain. Among the four, the strongest was the leader himself, a 7th rank warrior, but even he could only hope to survive against such a beast. Beasts, after all, were still creatures of chaos. As long as they maintained their fierce spirit, there remained a slim chance for survival. The hearts of the four raced, their hands gripping their blades tightly as they cautiously retreated step by step. If they could reach the sea, there might still be a glimmer of hope. However, just as they backed towards the golden coffin, a sudden explosive noise erupted from within it. The heavy coffin trembled, and a fist-sized imprint appeared on its surface, fissures spreading outward. This unexpected roar sent the already alert beast into a frenzy. He pounded its chest and stomped its feet, charging towards the four like a natural disaster. "This is bad." The ferocious assault rendered the retreating quartet pale with fear. The leader, though seasoned, felt a jolt of panic, but he steadied himself, raising his blade, ready to fight. More accurately, prepared to face death. Yet, His subordinates were not so mentally resilient. At the beast's roar, they crumpled to the ground, unable to rise. With no reliable allies, they felt certain death awaited them. Another deafening roar echoed, and the heavy golden coffin suddenly shot forth like a cannonball. Landing in front of the beast, with a resounding crack, the beast's head exploded like fireworks, blood splattering and staining the dreary earth red. The sudden turn of events shocked the quartet, who had resigned themselves to their fate. With a soft thud, hands pressed against the opening of the golden coffin, releasing a billow of white smoke. A youth clad in white emerged slowly, exhaling clouds of mist, resembling a celestial being. Have I truly come back to life? Chen-Imo clenched and relaxed his fists repeatedly, attempting to awaken his bodily functions. As his gaze swept around, he was astonished to discover he had emerged from the coffin. Have I been reincarnated through impure earth? Not right, not right. Chen-Imo immediately shook his head. He must have been resurrected. He recalled that on that day, he was gravely injured by Yi Liangshan's 5 swords, and subsequently met his demise from a fatal blow to his throat. Although he was unaware of what transpired after his death, he could surmise that his family had, without a doubt, arranged a coffin for him, a golden coffin, to be precise. Yes, it should be the masterpiece of Brother Outyin. Ah, since I have been resurrected, it indicates that Wuxin has deciphered the hints I left for her. He, Wuxin, you truly are a clever little sprite. The memory of the petite, delicate, timid, and endearingly shy Lu Wuxin, whose softly spoken words were like honey, instantly soothed the pain inflicted upon her by Yi Liangshan. Chen-Imo felt a slight movement in his ears and suddenly sensed several figures stealthily approaching from behind him. He swiftly turned around, regarding the 4 individuals with a curious gaze. The 2 men were unfamiliar. He had never seen them before. As for the 2 women, one tall and the other short, the taller one had cascading black hair that flowed like a waterfall. Her features were well-defined and strikingly beautiful, yet she bore an air of aloofness, resembling a stoic visage. Su Yuma? Chen-Imo tentatively called out. The previous Su Yuma had been disfigured, and he had never beheld her true appearance. After 300 years, she should have long since restored her beauty, and though he could not confirm her identity, he felt compelled to take a chance. Did you call for me? The aloof woman blinked in curiosity. It appeared she was not Su Yuma. Chen-Imo shook his head and then turned his attention to the obedient young girl beside the aloof woman. She was petite, with shoulder-length hair, a slightly chubby face, and innocent, adorable eyes that blinked adorably, exuding a certain endearing simplicity. Little Do Ding. Chen-Imo again ventured a tentative call. Upon utterance of this name, the obedient young girl immediately furrowed her brows, retorting, You are the little Do Ding. Your entire family is composed of little Do Dings. Chapter 3. A start of heavenly chaos. Isolated from Qingzhou and Yuzhou, yet interconnected with the Forbidden Zone, the Qingyu Sea roiled with waves, sending forth bursts of spray. The sound of waves crashing against the shore ringing incessantly. Beside the golden coffin standing on the edge of the Forbidden Zone, Chen-Imo blinked in bewilderment. So, you are neither Wuxin's subordinates nor members of the Tianlong dynasty. Then who exactly are you? And where's this place?